Chapter 1. The Genius Warrior. Be careful. A thunderous shout erupted beside him, jolting Lu Chen awake. Before his eyes, a thick, dark green vine was lashing toward his face. Instinctively, he sidestepped, the vine grazing the tip of his nose and the rush of wind stinging his cheek. What is happening? Lu Chen glanced at his muscular arms, the bronze skin revealing veins that slithered like dragons. He instinctively touched his face, and at the first contact he discerned a difference from before. The square watch on his right wrist reflected his current visage, a face still holding traces of youth, yet marked by sharp contours. His tousled white hair cascaded down to his shoulders like a lion's mane. In the next moment, memories surged like a tidal wave. He had been an ordinary university student on Earth, burning the midnight oil when a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar world. This was Blue Star, a century after the revival of spiritual energy, where rifts to other realms continuously emerged, and humanity awakened their talents to gain extraordinary powers. And he, Lu Chen, was now the most formidable martial genius of Tianbei No. 1 High School. Lu Chen, stop daydreaming. A girl with a ponytail cried out anxiously. Following her voice, Lu Chen spotted a frail girl not far away, ensnared by 3 vines that had hoisted her upside down. Her school uniform was torn by thorns, blood oozing from her fair calves. More vines slithered forth from behind an ancient tree, advancing toward her like venomous serpents. Ding! The Roll King system has been activated. Newbie task issued. Save classmate Su Yue task reward. Strength 5, Agility 5, Proficiency in Basic Breathing Technique 10. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, just as Lu Chen propelled himself forward like a cannonball, a height of 2 meters with bulging muscles. The ground trembled slightly with each stride. He formed his hand into a blade, the thin spiritual energy within him coursing along an intricate route, his palm emanating a faint white glow. Break for me. Bang. 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 3 strikes followed in succession, slicing through the vines and snaring Su Yue, which erupted with a foul, green sap. Defeated a first-order demon plant, iron thread demon vine. Combat points 30. Turn off the notification sound. Lu Chen had no time to spare. The remaining vines seemed enraged, redirecting their assault towards him. There were at least 20 or 30 of them, weaving a deadly net in the air. Lu Chen, be careful. That's a first-order demon plant, iron thread demon vine. A bespectacled boy shouted in terror. Its sap contains paralyzing toxins. Lu Chen's lips curled into a proud smirk. Though his memories were somewhat jumbled, his body's instincts were sharp as ever. He bent his legs slightly, then sprang high like a coiled spring, leaping over 3 meters to clear the encircling vines. In midair, Lu Chen drew a standard long knife from his waist. The blade reflected the dim, yellowish light of the trial space, carving a silver arc through the air. Break the river style. This was a most powerful move in the compulsory basic sword technique course of Tianbei No. 1 High School. Typically, it would take ordinary individuals 2 to 3 years of arduous training to achieve any proficiency, but in Lu Chen's hands, it flowed seamlessly as if it were an extension of his very being. As the foremost prodigy of Tianbei No. 1 High School, Lu Chen had already attained a minor accomplishment in his training by the previous month. The blade glimmered like a streak of lightning, severing vines with every sweep, their green sap cascading down like rain. Upon landing, Lu Chen executed a roll to dissipate the impact, instinctively shielding the startled Su Yue behind him. His muscles tensed, resembling a lion poised for action, his white hair dancing wildly in the gusty winds. Are you able to move? Lu Chen inquired without glancing back, his voice as deep and resonant as a thunderstorm. Su Yue, her complexion pale, nodded weakly. Thank you. Retreat to a safe distance. Lu Chen commanded succinctly, his gaze fixated on the writhing, severed vines. Indeed, within mere moments, the cut ends began to squirm and regenerate, new tendrils sprouting at an astonishing rate. Mission accomplished. Rewards distributed. A warm surge coursed through Lu Chen's body, and he distinctly felt an increase in muscle density and joint agility. Even more wondrous, his breathing rhythm adjusted to a peculiar frequency, each inhalation seemingly infused with a thread of ethereal energy. Is this the effect of the system's reward? Lu Chen mused inwardly, elated, yet aware that now was not the time for contemplation. He tightened his grip on the long blade, abruptly altering his strategy. Rather than entangle with the vines, he charged directly towards the towering 5-meter ancient tree. What is he planning? Has he lost his mind? The bespectacled boy exclaimed in disbelief. The iron vine tendrils seemed to sense the impending danger and frantically retaliated. However, bolstered by the system's enhancement, Lu Chen's speed surpassed theirs. He tore through the obstructing vines like a human blade on a rampage, thrusting his long knife directly at the grotesque face carved into the tree's trunk. The instant the blade pierced the bark, Lu Chen channeled the breathing technique he had just comprehended to its utmost limit, pouring his scant ethereal energy into the strike. The blade radiated a blinding white light, and with a resounding crack, the ancient tree split in two, foul sap gushing forth. The surrounding vines, as if struck by lightning, stiffened before collapsing limply to the ground. Lu Chen withdrew his long knife, shaking off the sap, and turned towards his astonished classmates. "Are you all uninjured?" He scanned the group, his gaze piercing. The girl with a ponytail was the first to regain her composure. Fine, that Lu Chen, you are incredibly strong. This is one of the most troublesome types among first-tier demon plants. Typically, it would take 3 formal first-tier warriors to handle it. Just luck, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, all the while observing his classmates. Recalling fragments of memory, he recognized that the girl with the ponytail was named Lin Xiaoyu. The bespectacled boy was Zhang Ming, and the frail girl he had rescued was Su Yue, all of whom were his classmates. At that moment, the 3 looked at him with admiration. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. "This cannot merely be luck. The Duanjiang style you just employed has already reached the minor accomplishment stage, hasn't it? There are hardly any teachers at our school who have attained such a level. Ordinary martial arts techniques vary in power based on proficiency, thus being categorized into several ranks: initiation, proficiency, mastery, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Lu Chen remained non-committal on the matter. His mind was still not entirely clear, as he had yet to fully absorb his memories. Preferring not to overexert himself, he directly inquired, "How long has the trial been underway?" "Only half an hour," Lin Xiaoyu replied, not suspecting anything amiss. She assumed Lu Chen simply had not glanced at the time, expressing both relief and gratitude. "We encountered this forest of demonic vines right after we entered. If you hadn't come, we would have suffered greatly." Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The talent awakening trial lasted 3 days, designed to compel students to seek out the talent awakening items in perilous environments. The authorities had equipped each participant with life-preserving devices, ensuring that the worst outcome would merely be a delayed reaction resulting in minor injuries, with death being virtually impossible. Nonetheless, these small-town test-takers found it challenging to confront real monsters for the first time. According to his recollections, the quality of awakening items determined the strength of one's talent, categorized into 6 levels: ordinary, rare, precious, epic, mythical, and legendary. Last year's top student from Tianbei City discovered an epic-level awakening item during the trial, ultimately awakening the level talent of thunder control. Have you made any discoveries? Any clues regarding the awakening items? Lu Chen inquired. Su Yue timidly raised her hand. I think I saw a green light deep within the forest before I was ensnared by the vines." The 4 of them immediately became alert. In the trial space, unusual light often signified treasure. Lu Chen squinted, suddenly noticing a peculiar mark on Su Yue's wrist, resembling a leaf. "What is this?" Chapter 2. A Path of Slaughter. Following his gaze, Su Yue also exhibited surprise. "Huh? Where did I get this?" Lin Xiaoyu leaned in for a closer look, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This is a talent mark. Yue, have you already come into contact with an awakening item?" "That's impossible, I haven't." Su Yue abruptly halted mid-sentence. "Wait, when I was entangled by the vines, I think I grasped a warm stone." Zhang Ming excitedly rummaged through data on his smartwatch. "Green light, leaf mark. This is highly likely to be with spirit heart. It's a rare-level awakening item." "Yue, you've struck gold." Lu Chen contemplated thoughtfully. It appeared that one did not need to deliberately refine the item. Merely coming into contact with it could yield an awakening talent. However, the higher the quality of the awakening item, the greater the surrounding dangers. New task released. Seek an epic level or above talent awakening item reward. Strength 10, Agility 10, Willpower 10, Taiwan Barbarian Dragon Technique, epic level martial. Art. Woohoo! Lu Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Although his talent was commendable, he had yet to reach the level of acquiring epic martial arts for free. Indeed, talent could not surpass the speed of the system. We shall split up, Lu Chen decisively proclaimed. Su Yue has already obtained an awakening item as long as you two don't act recklessly. This place poses little danger to her. With Su Yue here, you and Zhongming should also be able to safely acquire awakening items. And you? Lin Xiaoyu asked with concern. Lu Chen gazed towards the depths of the forest, his white hair billowing in the wind. I naturally seek out stronger awakening materials. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Rather than feeling fear, Lu Chen displayed a smile of exhilaration. The greater the danger, the more substantial the opportunity. Remember, when faced with peril, utilize the signal flares if necessary. Having imparted his instructions, Lu Chen strode purposefully into the depths of the dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon his imposing figure, resembling a statue of a war god. Observing his retreating silhouette, Su Yue murmured, Lu Chen. He seems to have transformed. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, stronger, and also more terrifying. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Lu Chen was diligently analyzing the system interface in his mind, strategizing how to maximize the opportunities presented by this trial. The path of the King of Scrolls had only just begun. With a decisive step, Lu Chen crushed the withered branches beneath his feet, his towering frame of over 2 meters skillfully navigating through the thicket. His white hair billowed behind him like a lion's mane, and the standard long knife in his grasp was already drenched in the vibrant blood of various mythical beasts. 57th. In a flash of steel, the creature before Hemo wild boar with 3 eyes let out a pitiful wail before collapsing. Immediately, a notification appeared in his mind. Kill a first-order beast, 3-eyed wild boar. Combat points 15. He flicked the droplets of blood from his blade, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Since parting ways with Su Yue and the others, he had already slain 57 first-order beasts in a mere 2 hours. Creatures that typical students would struggle to confront in teams fell before him in less than 3 moves. System, display my attribute panel. A translucent screen unfolded before his eyes. Host, Lu Chen. Strength, 23. Agility, 20. Constitution, 19. Mentality, 15. Combat points, 867. Techniques, basic breathing technique proficiency. Minor accomplishment, 32. Basic swordsmanship proficiency. Minor accomplishment, 57. 867 points. Faster than I anticipated. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. The rewards from the system, combined with the enhancements from continuous combat, had elevated his physical capabilities far beyond what they were before entering the trial. Space. Remarkably, he had made significant progress in the basic breathing technique, achieving a third of the minor accomplishment stage, which had initially been expected to take another month. Now, with each breath, it felt as though countless tiny hammers were pounding against his muscles, gradually infusing spiritual energy into his cells. Let's allocate some points. With a thought, Lu Chen tapped the sign beside his strength attribute 3 times. Consumption of 30 combat points, strength 3. Boom! A wave of heat enveloped him instantly, and Lu Chen distinctly felt his muscle fibers reorganizing and strengthening. He casually struck a nearby tree trunk with a punch. Crack! The trunk, as thick as a bowl, splintered cleanly. This feeling, invigorating, Lu Chen laughed heartily, his mirth startling the birds from the trees. His single-arm strength now exceeded 800 kilograms, meeting the standards of a bronze tier 3 martial artist. It was worth noting that he had yet to undergo a formal talent awakening. Let's continue allocating points. This time, he allocated 20 points to both agility and physique. As his attributes increased, Lu Chen felt his body becoming lighter, as if an invisible armor was forming beneath his skin. Remaining battle points, 837. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed additional options on the system interface. System, what treasures does the shop offer? The holographic screen shifted, revealing 3 sections shimmering with different hues. Martial Arts, Zone Divine Weapon, Zone Elixir Zone. Lu Chen first clicked on the Martial Arts Zone, where a few golden titles at the top immediately captured his attention. 9 turns Golden Body Technique, Legendary Body, Refinement Technique, 500,000 battle points. Heavenly Sword Classic Epic Sword Technique, 300,000 battle points. Flame, Devouring Technique, Legendary Fire Technique, 180,000 battle points. While Lu Chen gasped in astonishment, "This is exorbitant." Scrolling down, he finally found a few techniques within his financial reach. Iron Bone Technique Common, level 300 battle points. Swift Wind Step Common, level 250 battle points. Advanced Knife Techniques, rare, level 500 battle points. I'll purchase the Swift Wind Step, consuming 250 battle points, acquiring Swift Wind Step. A wealth of knowledge regarding footwork surged into his mind, and Lu Chen's leg muscles instinctively adjusted through muscle memory. He attempted to leap forward and astonishingly cleared a distance of 5 meters, nearly doubling his previous speed. What a treasure! Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. Now, I shall buy the advanced knife techniques, consuming 500 battle points, acquiring advanced knife techniques. This time, he delved into the comprehension of knife techniques. The foundational knife technique, which had already reached a minor achievement level, now revealed numerous transformations in Lu Chen's perception. As he casually swung the knife, the blade sliced through the air, leaving behind 3 afterimages, precisely the triple wave technique from the advanced volume. Meanwhile, the original foundational knife technique also underwent a transformation. Advanced Knife Techniques Proficiency, Mastery 7. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen understood. The enhancement in knife technique strength had inadvertently lowered his proficiency. 87 points remaining. Lu Chen pondered, I should save them for emergencies. Closing the system, he gazed deeper into the dense forest. The light there was dimmer, and he could faintly hear the low growls of beasts. According to the trial manual, this area should only contain first-tier monsters, yet his instincts hinted at the presence of something valuable within. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Lu Chen activated his breathing technique and gracefully executed the newly learned Swift Wind Step, gliding through the forest like a phantom. Along the way, he encountered several first-tier monsters, which served as live targets for testing his new skills, Triple Wave. The blade shimmered like cascading waves, and a creature resembling a pangolin, adorned with sharp spines on its back, was cleaved into 3 segments. His battle points surged once more. Just as Lu Chen was caught up in the thrill of combat, he suddenly halted. Before him lay a massive claw mark on the ground, half a meter deep, with the soil around its edges still fresh. What? Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This size is certainly not the trace of a first-tier monster. How could there be a presence of monsters exceeding the first tier in the trial space? Monsters of this caliber are explicitly prohibited from appearing in the awakening trials. Could it be that I have inadvertently encountered the protagonist's hidden trial? Chapter 3. The Mutant Beast. Something is amiss. Lu Chen gripped his short knife tightly, instinctively adjusting his breathing to its most optimal rhythm. At that moment, the thicket ahead suddenly swayed violently, and a colossal creature leapt forth. It was a massive wolf, entirely cloaked in black fur, standing over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, with blood-red eyes brimming with ferocity. Most terrifying of all was the spiraled horn that protruded from its forehead, its tip glimmering with an eerie blue light. A second-tier superior beast, the horned demon wolf. Lu Chen instantly recognized this fearsome creature. How is it here? No, its size seems off. 300 meters beneath Tianbei City, in a top-secret monitoring hall. Hundreds of holographic screens hovered in the center of the hall, each displaying real-time footage from various regions of the trial space. Staff members, donned in uniforms of assorted colors, operated holographic keyboards with remarkable speed, continuously switching their focus to key monitoring subjects. On the second-floor observation deck, a dozen imposing middle-aged men and women surveyed everything below. The badges adorning their chests revealed their esteemed identities, principals of the 7 martial arts high schools in Tianbei City, along with high-ranking officials from the City Council and the Martial Arts Association. Old Joe, your student from number 1 high this year, is quite impressive, remarked a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache, his gaze fixed on the figure of the white-haired youth on the central screen. Especially this Lu Chen. He dispatches first-tier beasts as if they were mere vegetables. Zhou Jinyue, principal of Tianhai No. 1 High, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face betraying no emotion, yet a flicker of pride shone in his eyes. Principal Ma, you flatter me. Your Qin family lad from No. 3 High isn't lacking either. He has already found 2 awakening objects. That Qin Hao fellow. Principal Ma shook his head and replied, he is still far behind Lu Chen. The other principals gathered around, their attention riveted on Lu Chen's screen. The footage revealed the 2-meter-tall, white-haired youth darting through the woods at an astonishing speed. Each stride covering 7 or 8 meters, clearly having mastered some form of advanced footwork. This speed, it must be at least bronze level, right? A female principal, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exclaimed in astonishment. He hasn't even awakened his talent yet. Zhou Jinyue's lips curled into a slight smile. Lu Chen has had a unique physique since childhood. His physical strength is indeed greater than that of his peers. Lu, a deacon from the Martial Arts Association, interjected, unable to contain his astonishment. That's an understatement. Did you see that punch he just threw? It had to exceed 800 kilograms. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Councilman Wang suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait a moment, the direction he's heading is B7 District? ISNT that. Before he could finish, the central screen jolted violently. Lu Chen abruptly halted, warily observing the ground ahead. There lay a massive claw mark. The monitoring hull fell silent in an instant. This is... Zhou Jinyue's expression changed dramatically. The traces of a third-tier beast. He abruptly turned around, glaring at the military representative responsible for the safety of the trial space. Colonel Li, explain yourself. Why is there a third-tier beast in the trial space? According to the safety protocol, only mid-tier first-level beasts are permitted. Colonel Li, a stern-faced bald man, revealed a mysterious smile at that moment. Principal Zhou, do not be hasty. Just continue watching. On the screen, a colossal black wolf, standing over 2 meters at the shoulder, lunged from the thicket, its singular horn flashing with a perilous blue light. The horned demon wolf, exclaimed Steward Lu, this is a second-tier upper beast. It can kill. Zhou Jinyue erupted with a terrifying aura, making the surrounding air thick and heavy. He seized Colonel Li by the collar. This is a violation. Terminate the trial immediately. If anything happens to my student, calm down. Colonel Li unfazedly pried Zhou Jinyue's hand away, stating, that is not a second-tier beast. It is merely a mutated first-tier upper variant. Nonsense. Its appearance clearly. The byproduct of a beast breeding facility, interjected the previously silent Chief Zhang of the City Council, his soft voice silencing the room. Principal Zhou, please sit down. Suppressing his fury, Zhou Jinyue returned to his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. In the footage, Lu Chen was already engaged in battle with the demon wolf. Each clash exhilarating and intense. Chief Zhang leisurely sipped his tea. As everyone knows, there are always special arrangements during the trials each year. This mutated demon wolf was inadvertently cultivated at the breeding facility, its strength controlled to remain at the upper tier of the first level, while retaining certain features and attack methods of third-tier beasts. Why? Principal Ma began, only to realize it is to filter out the true geniuses. Precisely, Colonel Li said, straightening his wrinkled collar. Ordinary students will never encounter it. Only those exceptionally gifted prodigies will be guided by the system to specific areas. Steward Lu suddenly understood. So this is, in fact, a hidden test? Chief Zhang nodded. Last year, the Tianbei City suffered losses by placing all students in a secure environment for their awakenings. When they eventually faced beasts on the battlefield, they encountered formidable opponents matching their talents. As a result, many of those geniuses who had never battled even ordinary beasts failed to demonstrate their true abilities, leading to heavy casualties. As the conversation unfolded, the battle on the screen intensified. The demon wolf let out a low growl, saliva dripping from its fangs, corroding the ground into small pits. It did not attack immediately but circled Lu Chen slowly, as if assessing its prey's strength. Lu Chen's muscles tensed, yet his heartbeat remained unusually steady. On the system interface, a red exclamation mark blinked. Emergency task, Defeat the mutated horned demon wolf. First tier upper. Task rewards. Strength 15. Agility 15. Basic breathing technique proficiency 20. Random rare item 1. A mutated variant? No wonder its size has diminished considerably. A surge of battle intent ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. A first-tier superior. Indeed, that is still a first tier. There is still opportunity. The demon wolf, seemingly provoked by his gaze, suddenly lunged forth. Its speed was so swift that it left afterimages in its wake. The horn aimed directly at Lu Chen's chest. With a rapid step, Lu Chen's figure flickered, narrowly evading this lethal strike. However, the demon wolf's tail, like a steel whip, swept across, striking him heavily at the waist. Bang! Lu Chen was sent flying several meters, crashing through 2 small trees before coming to a halt. A fiery pain radiated from his waist, yet fortunately, his physical attributes were relatively robust, and the injury was not severe. What a beast! Lu Chen spat out the blood from his mouth, laughing instead of fuming. Now, this is intriguing. The demon wolf lunged at him once more, but this time Lu Chen did not evade. With his legs slightly bent, at the moment the demon wolf was about to pounce, he suddenly altered his direction. His long knife slicing through the air with a piercing sound aimed at the wolf's forelimb. The Broken River style, the enhanced technique after his advancement significantly amplified its power. A faint white light swirling along the blade. The demon wolf howled in pain as a deep wound, exposing bone was carved into its foreleg, black blood gushing forth. Yet, the life force of the mutated unicorn demon wolf was exceedingly resilient. This injury only served to provoke its ferocity. Suddenly, the horn on the demon wolf's forehead glowed with a blinding blue light. A lightning-like beam of energy shot forth. Chapter 4. Invasion from the Abyss. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chen hastily blocked with his blade, but the energy beam struck the weapon, causing the finely crafted short sword to melt away in an instant. The shockwave sent him flying, leaving his chest charred. Coughing, Lu Chen knelt on one knee, blood trickling from his lips, lamenting the treachery of long-range attacks. The demonic wolf, relentless, coalesced its horn energy once more. With the distance between them too great to close in, Lu Chen was compelled to evade the beast's strikes using the wind step technique, darting from side to side. Curse that archer, how despicable, he muttered in frustration. Yet, after several encounters, he discerned a pattern. Before the energy beam was unleashed, the horned beast would flicker with blue light 3 times. Now was the moment. At the instant of the third flicker, Lu Chen propelled himself off the ground, channeling every ounce of strength to hurl the severed blade. The blade spun with precision, striking the base of the wolf's horn. The creature howled in agony as the energy beam veered skyward, shattering several towering trees in its wake. Now it was my turn. Like a ferocious tiger, Lu Chen lunged forward, unarmed, relying solely on his fists. Each strike, imbued with terrifying power, felt like 1,000 weights crashing down. The beast attempted to retaliate, but the wounded horn rendered it incapable of gathering energy, forcing it to rely on its claws. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast, leaving a path of toppled trees and cracked earth. Lu Chen bore numerous wounds, yet grew more tenacious with every clash. His breathing technique reached its zenith, each breath igniting within him a relentless surge of energy. At last, Lu Chen seized an opportunity, delivering a sweeping kick to the wolf's injured foreleg. The sound of breaking bone echoed sharply as the wolf faltered. Without hesitation, Lu Chen leapt, his right fist descending like a hammer upon the creature's skull. Die, you fiend! Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone resonated through the air. The wolf emitted a mournful cry before its massive form collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. In the monitoring hall, witnessing Lu Chen endure the wolf's energy beam strike to his chest, with half his sword melted, yet still fighting with ferocity, left the observing principals in awe. This young man is remarkably fierce. Colonel Li's eyes sparkled with intensity. To withstand an attack from the horned wolf and still retaliate indicated that his physical strength was at least of bronze tier 3. Zhou Jinyue's fists cracked in tension, filled with both concern and pride. When he saw Lu Chen accurately strike the base of the wolf's horn with a severed blade, he could not restrain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Excellent!" At that moment, the principals and high-ranking officials arose, their gaze fixated on Lu Chen's decisive blow. As the fist connected and the sound of cranial shattering resonated, it seemed to unleash a floodgate, igniting a frenzy within the monitoring hall. Victory! Elder Lu's face flushed with excitement. A budding martial artist of the bronze tier, slaying a first-tier superior beast. Such an achievement. After years of struggle, it was finally time for our Tianhai to reveal its true dragon. Elder Zhang, squinting thoughtfully, inquired, Principal Zhou, your Lu Chen, did he achieve bronze-level strength even before awakening? How long has it been since such a phenomenon occurred? Zhou Jingyue inhaled deeply, recalling the last recorded event, which dated back 2 centuries to the Iron-Blooded War, God Chu Shanha. The mere mention of this name rendered the hall silent once more. Chu Shanha, one of the 7 national war gods of the Great Xia, was renowned in his youth for his extraordinary physical prowess. How intriguing! Elder Zhang gently tapped the armrest, continuing to observe. If he could locate that object before the trial concluded. Before he could finish his thought, a staff member suddenly exclaimed, Report. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected in Area D3. Everyone immediately turned their attention to another screen. On the display, a black vortex materialized on an empty expanse, from which several cloaked figures emerged. Space invaders. Colonel Li's complexion paled, and he swiftly initiated the emergency protocols, alerting the Special Task Force. However, Zhou Jingyue abruptly rose, exclaiming, Wait, that location is only 3 kilometers from Lu Chen. A glint of cold light flashed in Elder Zhang's eyes. It appears that someone is intent on preventing us from nurturing talent in Tianhai City. While the higher-ups scrambled to mobilize their forces, no one noticed that on the central screen, Lu Chen was racing towards the red distress signal. His eyes burned with the fervor of battle, his white hair billowing like flames in the wind. In a corner of the monitoring hall, a young recorder, who had remained silent, discreetly pressed a button on his wristwatch, a strange blue light flickering in his eyes. Eliminated a first-tier beast, the mutated demon wolf. Combat points 100, mission accomplished, rewards being distributed. A warm surge enveloped Lu Chen, his strength swelling once more as the breathing technique he practiced became more intricate and efficient. Simultaneously, the system prompted, acquired rare-grade weapon, Azure Scaled Halberd, stored in system space, available for extraction at any time. Gasping for breath, Lu Chen watched as the corpse of the demon wolf dissipated into motes of light, leaving behind a heart like crystal, dark as ink. He reached down to retrieve it. The crystal felt icy to the touch, with blue energy swirling within. Heart of the demon wolf, epic grade, using it awakens S-grade talent. Howling Moon battle body. Salvage value, 500 combat points. Worth it. Lu Chen grinned, blood staining his teeth yet brimming with vitality. Just then a sudden, urgent whistle echoed from afar, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Lu Chen looked up to see a plume of red smoke rising in the southeast direction of the trial space. This was the highest level distress signal. Something has gone awry. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade. It seemed this trial was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. He stored the heart of the demon wolf in the system space and sped towards the signal. He could hold onto the heart for now. After all, it could be retrieved at any moment, so there was no rush. The black vortex continued to swirl in Area D3 of the trial space, resembling a gash that tore through the fabric of reality. Dozens of cloaked figures stepped out from the vortex, each adorned with an inverted triangular badge emblazoned with an image of a closed eye at its center. The spatial suppression was more potent than anticipated. At the forefront, a bald man with a scarred face adjusted his wrist. His strength had been suppressed to the pinnacle of the bronze level. Beside him, a slender woman in a black robe sneered, Sufficient. Killing a group of unawakened younglings is akin to crushing ants. The scar-faced man refrained from responding, instead extracting a crystalline panel from his bosom. The panel flickered with a dozen red dots, each accompanied by a name and a brief profile. Remember, prioritize the top 5 targets on a kill list. His finger glided across the panel, pausing at the name marked by 3 crimson exclamation points at the top. Particularly, this white-haired lion Lu Chen was a special directive from headquarters to be eliminated at all costs. A young man in a black robe leaned in for a glance and whistled. Wow, the top genius from Tianbei No. 1 High School, with physical strength comparable to a bronze-level warrior, suspected to possess a unique bloodline. No wonder he is valued at 5 million contribution points. "Shut up, rookie," the woman in black admonished, delivering a sharp smack to the back of the young man's head. "Remember, we only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, the spatial stabilization device will become ineffective, and those ancient beings will be able to enter." The scar-faced man stowed the panel away and unfastened a metallic canister from his waist. Upon opening it, he revealed several red pills emanating an eerie sweet fragrance. Beast-hide bait, improved version. A cruel smile curled his lips. It would drive all beasts within a 20-mile radius into a frenzy for a duration of 1 hour. Chapter 5. The Outbreak of the Beast Tide. The young figure in the black robe's eyes sparkled. "Then do not worry. We have all been injected with the antidote." The female figure in black revealed the injection mark on her wrist. "The beasts will regard us as kindred." The scarred man distributed the red pills to everyone. "According to plan, disperse and deploy in various areas. Remember, once the beast tide commences, commence hunting immediately." "Boss, what if we encounter teachers or surveillance personnel?" A robust man in a black robe, who had remained silent, inquired in a hushed tone. "Eliminate them." The scarred man's response was succinct and icy. This operation was codenamed Seedling Extermination Plan, leaving no survivors. The 7 quickly dispersed, akin to 7 droplets of ink merging into clear water. They moved with almost no sound, rendering even the beasts in the forest oblivious to their presence. This special agent not only concealed human scent, but also simulated the oppressive aura of a high-level beast. Meanwhile, the monitoring hall had descended into chaos. Confirmed. It is the Purity Society. The technician's forehead glistened with sweat. They have deployed a spatial stability disruptor. We cannot open the rescue passage for at least 2 hours. Zhou Jinyue slammed his fist onto the control panel, leaving a distinct imprint on the metallic surface. "Damn it. Immediately notify all teachers to assemble. Prepare to forcibly breach the spatial barrier." "It's futile." Colonel Li's expression darkened. When the trial space was constructed, it was designed to be absolutely secure and solid. Even a moon-eclipsing level powerhouse would struggle to breach it in a short time. Moreover, the spatial rules apply to all entrants, actively repelling anyone above the bronze level. Even if one were to force entry, their power would be suppressed to the peak of the bronze level. Most critically, they are currently employing spatial interference, rendering other methods of incursion impossible, Deacon Lu grimly stated. Suddenly, Elder Zhang stood up, then send in bronze-level warriors. The elite teachers from each school. Reserve members of the Warrior Association. Send as many as possible. It's already being arranged. Principal Ma wiped the cold sweat from his brow. But it will take at least an hour to gather them. Deacon Lu abruptly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "What are they doing?" On the screen, a figure in black was burying the red pills underground. Moments later, beasts within a radius of several hundred meters simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes turning blood red. And then they surged madly in all directions. "It's a lure for the beast tide." Colonel Li's expression shifted dramatically. These brutes intend to incite the beasts to attack the students. One screen after another lit up with alarms, as signs of beast upheaval began to manifest throughout the trial space. More alarmingly, these beasts seemed to be converging in an organized manner towards several specific areas, the very locations where the most talented students from various schools were concentrated. "Lu Chen!" Zhou Jinyue suddenly shouted. On the central screen, Lu Chen was rushing toward the distress signal. Yet, less than a kilometer ahead of him, dozens of beasts were forming an encirclement. In Trial Space Zone B, Lu Chen abruptly halted. "Warning! Large-scale spatial interference detected. Emergency task, survival. Task, survive for 1 hour amidst the beast tide. Reward, all attributes 20, advanced blade techniques upgraded to mastery. Random epic item 1, Lu Chen's pupils constricted." The system had unexpectedly issued a task with such generous rewards, indicating that the impending crisis would far exceed his imagination. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Moreover, a nauseatingly sweet odor permeated the air. Booming, the ground tremors intensified, and the cold wind carrying a foul stench whipped through Lu Chen's white hair. He narrowed his eyes. Ahead, the forest was shrouded in dust, and a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes flickered like ghostly flames in the dim light. He was surrounded. Lu Chen swiftly scanned his surroundings, realizing the towering ancient trees formed a natural barrier, leaving him with no means of retreat. The sickeningly sweet scent grew ever more potent, causing his temples to throb in response. The first to burst forth from the thicket was an armored rhinoceros, its size nearly twice that of an ordinary rhino, its back bristling with sharp, bony spikes, and steam billowing from its nostrils. Before Lu Chen could react, the armored rhinoceros charged at him, uprooting trees as thick as a bowl with ease. Instead of retreating, Lu Chen advanced, rapidly commanding in his mind. System: allocate all combat points to strength. Cost: 180 combat points, strength 18, current strength 59. A surge of unprecedented heat engulfed Lu Chen, as he felt his muscle fibers wildly reorganizing and his bone density dramatically increasing. With a flick of his right arm, he retrieved the reward from slaying the unicorn wolf, a rare-grade weapon, the azure scale halberd. Measuring 4 meters in length, its entire body gleamed with a bronze hue. The blade adorned with intricate scale patterns, radiating a cold azure light under the sun. Upon grasping it, Lu Chen sensed a fierce aura coursing through his arm, resonating with the swelling power within him. Gulme. His white hair stood on end. His towering figure of 2 meters and 2 centimeters resembled that of a war deity. In the instant the armored rhinoceros was about to collide with him, he sidestepped gracefully, the azure scale halberd carving a perfect arc through the air. With a swift motion, the sharpness of the rare-grade weapon surpassed all expectations, slicing through the armored rhinoceros's thick hide, which was said to withstand bullets from its neck down to its abdomen. Scalding beast blood gushed forth, staining the ground a deep crimson. Slayed a first-tier demon beast, armored rhinoceros. Combat points 20. Lu Chen barely had time to revel in his triumph before 5 shadow wolves lunged at him from the side. These wolf-like demon beasts moved with astonishing speed, nearly invisible in the shadows, yet empowered by the terrifying strength of 59 points. No matter how swift the shadow wolves were, they could not withstand Lu Chen's strike. The azure scale halberd swept horizontally, severing 3 shadow wolves in midair. As the remaining 2 landed, Lu Chen advanced, his left fist descending like a hammer, crushing one wolf's head into its chest cavity. The last shadow wolf attempted to bite his calf, but its fangs were thwarted by the formidable azure scale halberd, leaving no marks whatsoever. Get lost. Lu Chen delivered a powerful kick that shattered the jaw of the shadow wolf, swiftly following up with the Qinglin spear to pierce its skull. Kill of level 1 beast shadow wolf, x5 battle points 15 by 5. The scent of blood invigorated the remaining beasts, igniting their frenzy. 3 blood-fang wild boars charged in unison, sending dirt and stones flying in their wake. Lu Chen took a deep breath, channeling the basic breathing technique to its utmost, as the spear tip glimmered with a faint white light. Broken River style, altered. This was Lu Chen's unique technique, an evolution of the basic knife technique into spear art. No questions asked. It was simply the whim of a genius. The Qinglin spear transformed into a streak of azure light, ruthlessly penetrating the skulls of the 3 wild boars in rapid succession. The force did not diminish, as it subsequently pinned for leaping poisonous arrow frogs against a tree. Lu Chen, now apathetic to the accumulating battle points, had dispatched over a dozen beasts in less than a minute. Leaning on the Qinglin spear, his body was drenched in beast blood, even his white hair stained a deep crimson. His battle points had reached 565, yet there was no time for celebration, as distant roars of more beasts echoed in the air. Something was amiss. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the corpses of the beasts. Their pupils were dilated, muscles rigid, and even the color of their blood had darkened. He crouched down, dipping a finger in the beast's blood and bringing it to his nose. Besides the metallic scent of blood, there was a faint, sickly sweetness, identical to the aroma lingering in the air. Were they poisoned? Suddenly, Lu Chen recalled the spatial interference waves mentioned by the system and the recent distress signal. At that moment, an icy chill crept down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Instinctively, he rolled forward. Swoosh! A pitch-black dagger grazed his neck, leaving a trail of blood. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned, thrusting the Qinglin spear outward. Clang! The clash of metal resonated, sparks flying. A shadow nimbly leaped back, landing on a branch 3 meters away, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Not bad reflexes. A chilling voice emanated from above. The figure in black robes wore a metallic mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes, while a triangular emblem on their chest glimmered coldly in the sunlight. The Purity Society. Lu Chen gradually straightened, positioning the Qinglin spear across his chest. Though he did not recognize the individual, he was familiar with the notorious emblem. Since when did vermin dare to operate brazenly in broad daylight? Chapter 6. The Hunting List. The figure cloaked in black emitted a light chuckle, his voice akin to metal scraping against metal. Indeed, you possess a sharp tongue. Alas, the list only requires your head to be brought back. The list? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. What is that? The black-cloaked man offered no reply. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, his fingertips toying with a pitch-black dagger as he intoned. No matter how brilliant a person may be, once dead, they amount to nothing. Before his words could settle, his figure abruptly vanished. So swift, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and he instantly activated the Gale Step, propelling himself backward with great force. Swish, swish, swish. 3 streaks of cold light flashed by, carving 3 deep gashes in the ground where Lu Chen had once stood. The black-cloaked man's movements were enigmatic and unpredictable, as if he could momentarily meld into the shadows. Each of his strikes was cunning and vicious, aimed directly at the vital points. This individual possesses at least the strength of a peak bronze warrior. Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not recently augmented his own abilities, significantly enhancing his physical prowess, he would have had no chance to react. I cannot remain on the defensive. A fierce glint ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he suddenly launched himself off the ground, his form shooting forth like a cannonball. Clang, clang, clang. The azure scale halberd clashed violently with the dagger, sparks flying in every direction. A flicker of astonishment crossed the black-cloaked man's eyes. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lu Chen's strength to be so formidable. With every clash, his arms were sent trembling with the force of the impact. This lad, truly a prospective martial artist. As the battle raged on, Lu Chen's confidence surged. The techniques from the advanced section of his foundational swordsmanship became increasingly adept in his hands, and as he wielded the azure scale halberd, a faint sound of thunder and wind emerged. River's severance. Transformation. With a sweeping strike, the azure light on the halberd surged forth, crashing like a furious wave against the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man dared not meet the blow head-on. With a flash, he once again melded into the shadows. Thinking of fleeing? Lu Chen chuckled coldly, abruptly redirecting the halberd's tip and thrusting it fiercely toward the empty space to his left. Thud! Blood splattered. The black-cloaked figure was forced to reveal himself, the azure scale halberd piercing through his shoulder, and the expression beneath the mask finally shifted. You! How would you possibly see through my movements? Lu Chen grinned, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Your breathing is far too loud. The black-cloaked man's pupils dilated. Only then did he realize that Lu Chen's foundational breathing technique had reached an exceptionally high level, making him acutely aware of the flow of air around him. Damn it! The black-cloaked man cursed vehemently, abruptly retreating while drawing from his bosom a black spherical object, which he hurled with force to the ground. Boom! Black mist erupted, obscuring all vision. Hoping to escape, as the black-cloaked man vanished into the cover of the black fog, Lu Chen's eyes blazed with cold light. He swept the azure scale halberd, the gust of wind dispersing the mist. With the gale step beneath his feet, he moved like lightning, instantly in pursuit. The black-cloaked man had barely covered several dozen meters when he suddenly felt a fierce wind approaching from behind, terror gripping his heart. He turned abruptly, boom. A whip-like kick descended like a war axe, crashing down upon his back. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The black-cloaked man let out a muffled groan as his body plummeted to the ground like a broken sack, carving a trench several meters long. He struggled to rise, but in the next moment, A foot bore down heavily on his back, an overwhelming force rendering him immobile. "Who sent you?" Lu Chen's voice was icy, the tip of his Qinglin's spear pressing against the nape of the cloaked man's neck, the blade piercing the skin and drawing forth a trickle of blood. The face beneath the mask twisted in anguish as he gritted his teeth. "You will never." Swish. Lu Chen's wrist flicked, and the Qinglin's spear impaled his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. "Ah!" The cloaked man let out a piercing wail. Inside the surveillance room, the senior officials fell into a hushed silence. The decisive and ruthless white-haired youth on screen seemed a world apart from the taciturn genius known for his relentless training at school. What a ruthless method. The principal of Tianbei No. 3 wiped the cold sweat from his brow. However, Zhou Jinhue slammed his palm on the table in admiration. This is the true genius of Tianbei No. 1. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Elder Zhang squinted, ripples forming in his teacup. Decisive yet able to restrain his fury and maintain composure. This young man is remarkable. "Once more I ask, who sent you?" Lu Chen's tone turned frigid. "Who is your target? What is the plan?" The cloaked man trembled, feeling Lu Chen's murderous intent envelop him like a tangible shroud. If he continued to resist, the next strike would surely pierce his brain. It is the upper echelons of the pure world society. I don't know the specifics." He gritted out. "Our operation is codenamed Seedling Elimination, targeting all potential geniuses in Tianbei City." "And a list?" Lu Chen inquired coldly. The cloaked man struggled to retrieve a miniature crystal panel from his pocket, trembling as he handed it over. Lu Chen seized it, and with a sweep of his mental energy, he immediately beheld a myriad of names densely inscribed upon it. His own name prominently topped the list, marked with 3 bloody kill insignias. Upon seeing the third name, Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Lu Qingshuang. His sister's name glaringly appeared, annotated with 2 crimson skull marks. "You dare to harm my sister?" Lu Chen's voice rose sharply, his aura erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption. The cloaked man was overwhelmed by this force, the mask cracking, revealing the pale visage of a middle-aged man. "No, it was not our initiative," he gasped. "It was a special directive from above." Murderous intent coalesced in Lu Chen's eyes. No longer able to continue the interrogation, he slashed the Qinglin's spear, blood gushing from the cloaked man's throat. Without a glance at the convulsing body, he unleashed his spiritual energy, activating the gale step to its utmost limit, transforming into a streak of white lightning racing towards the distress signal. "Swear, hold on. Brother is coming." Lu Chen's anxiety was palpable. He was bewildered by the urgency swelling within him. He was not the previous Lu Chen. Yet, since he had inherited everything from his predecessor, it was his obligation to safeguard all that belonged to him. The trial grounds stretch infinitely, and upon entry, all individuals are randomly teleported. Lu Chen remains unaware of his sister's precise location, yet the towering distress signal emanating from the northwest undoubtedly marks the site of the fiercest conflict. If his sister is there, he dares not contemplate further. With his wind step technique propelled to its utmost limit, Lu Chen's internal energy surged like boiling water. The pain coursing through his meridians was akin to being torn apart, yet he paid it no heed. His mind was consumed by the visage of his sister, perpetually adorned with a smile, the girl who had always trailed behind him, affectionately calling him brother. Lu Qingshuang, gifted beyond measure, consistently relinquished the finest cultivation resources for her elder brother. Every time he returned home from school, she would bound toward him, chattering incessantly with uncontainable joy. Faster. Lu Chen bit down on his tongue, expelling a mouthful of blood to further augment his speed. The scenery on either side blurred into obscurity, while the wind howled past him like thunder. As he burst through a dense thicket, the sounds of a fierce battle suddenly erupted ahead. Lu Chen quickened his pace yet again, crashing through several ancient trees as he entered the fray, only to find himself frozen in place. Chapter 7. Could my sister be the reincarnation of an empress? A young girl clad in a blue dress stood poised in midair, her delicate feet barely touching the void beneath her. With a subtle flick of her crystalline sword, she effortlessly dispatched the figure in black, cleaving him in two, the wound glistening with frost. As she turned, Her breathtaking visage emanated an icy chill, exuding a pressure so overwhelming it rendered the atmosphere nearly suffocating. In that fleeting moment, Lu Chen felt an uncanny illusion, as if he were not gazing upon his sister, but rather a sovereign empress reigning supreme. Ling Shuang? Lu Chen called out tentatively. The girl trembled slightly, her icy demeanor melting away in an instant. She bounded towards him like a joyful fawn, but abruptly adopted a serious expression when she was within 3 meters. Brother, what are you doing here? It's so dangerous. Don't you know how to take care of yourself? Lu Chen Shuang stamped her foot in frustration, though her voice betrayed a bubbling joy. Despite her diminutive stature, she brandished her crystalline sword protectively in front of Lu Chen, creating a stalwart barrier behind which he was shielded. Lu Chen glanced at the lifeless body that lay severed behind her, then turned to the adorable yet fierce girl before him, momentarily at a loss for words. What are you dazed about, brother? Lu Chen Shuang inquired, turning to inspect the bloodstains on his clothing, her brow furrowing with concern. Are you hurt? Does it hurt? That blood belongs to someone else. Lu Chen finally regained his composure, reaching out to ruffle her hair. But you, that strike just now. Lu Chen Shuang's gaze flickered momentarily before she broke into a bright, innocent smile. Oh, that was just an extraordinary display under pressure. You always say that people unleash their hidden potential in dire situations. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, choosing not to expose her feeble fabrication. He was all too familiar with her. Each time she lied, her right ear would turn a shade of crimson, and now it was nearly dripping with red. In the monitoring room, Elder Zhang fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen Shuang's figure, his teacup inexplicably coated in frost. The sacred body of profound ice. No, it is far more terrifying than that, he murmured to himself, a realization dawning upon him. Zhou Xinyu had turned, puzzled. Elder Zhang, what did you say? Nothing, Zhang replied, regaining his composure, though his eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Alert the rescue team. Prioritize the protection of Lu Chen and Lu Chen Shuang. Understood. Although the reason for Zhang's concern remained unclear, now was not the time for pondering such matters. Have you seen anyone else? Lu Chen surveyed the area, noting only the fallen bodies of the members of the Purity Society, with no sign of the students participating in the trial. No, Lu Chen Shuang replied. I have been acting alone all along, hoping to find you first. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Such audacity. Lu Chen shot her a disapproving glance. He continued, the Purity Society has instigated a beast tide here. The situation for the others must be dire as well. We must hasten to reunite with the others. Although Lu Chen is confident in his ability to endure until rescue arrives, numerous compatriots are still facing slaughter, their lives hanging by a thread. Were Lu Chen incapable, he would certainly retreat and conceal himself. But now that he possesses the strength, he cannot allow himself to hide and feign ignorance. Brother, let me tend to your wounds, Lu Chen Shuang said, her delicate fingers gently brushing over the ghastly gash on Lu Chen's arm, her fingertips emanating a soft azure glow. Just as Lu Chen was about to dismiss her concern, a sudden surge of refreshing, icy spiritual energy coursed through his body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Warning: high purity ice attribute spiritual energy detected. Host Constitution 3. Current Constitution 22. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The purity of this spiritual energy was astonishing, triggering a response from the system. He glanced down at his sister, who was intently focused on healing him, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows upon her face, completely devoid of the fierceness she had displayed moments ago. Qing Shuang, this spiritual energy. It's the healing technique taught by our new instructor, Lu Chen Shuang replied, lifting her gaze, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Brother, don't move around too much. Your wound isn't fully healed yet. Lu Chen silently observed his sister's clumsy ministrations. It's merely a small injury, he reassured her, ruffling her hair. With a resigned sigh, he grasped the azure scale trident firmly. Stay close to me. Retreat immediately upon encountering danger, understand? Her eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yet in the next moment, she swiftly drew her ice crystal long sword and stepped protectively in front of Lu Chen. I will lead the way. You need to rest since you're injured. Lu Chen watched his sister's petite figure with a mix of exasperation and admiration. The sword, radiating an aura of frost, was certainly not something taught at their school. Shaking his head, he strode forward, walking alongside her as they progressed in the direction of the strongest scent of blood. Along the way, Lu Chen noticed that his sister would occasionally channel a trickle of icy, spiritual energy into him. Wherever that energy flowed, the soreness in his muscles quickly dissipated. Even the hidden injuries from their earlier battle began to heal gradually. Host Constitution 1. Host Constitution 1. System notifications echoed in his mind. As Lu Chen glanced sideways, he saw beads of sweat forming on his sister's forehead, yet she persevered in her efforts to transfer energy. That's enough. He gently pressed her hand down. Conserve your strength. A fierce battle may lie ahead. Lu Chen pouted, but refrained from arguing. However, recalling the earlier scene and contrasting it with the starkly different aspect of Lu Chen he had witnessed, Lu Chen's curiosity deepened. The astonishing purity of that ice attribute spiritual energy, coupled with the fleeting glimpse of her combat prowess. Could it be that his sister is a reincarnation of some formidable empress? Be cautious. Lu Chen suddenly grasped his arm. Ahead, 3 shadowy figures were swiftly approaching through the woods. Lu Chen gripped the azure scale, trident tightly, but he noticed that his sister had already stepped forward, her ice crystal-long sword carving a graceful arc through the air. Ice Gale, 1,000 dances. As the clear sound of the sword echoed, hundreds of icy blades cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. The 3 figures clad in black robes barely had time to emit a cry before they were pierced through, rendered into a sieve. More dreadfully, all wounds froze instantaneously, with not a drop of blood escaping. Lu Chen pondered, why do I suddenly feel so superfluous? Brother? Lu Chen sheathed her sword and tilted her head at him, inquiring what was amiss. Nothing, Lu Chen replied blankly. I just feel like it was rather unnecessary to have helped you chase away those ruffians in the past. Lu Chen's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly ran to embrace his arm. It was not unnecessary at all. You're the best, brother. Feeling the warmth radiating from her grasp, Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. Regardless of her secrets, she remained his sister. With this thought, he tousled Lu Chen's hair and said, Let us go. We must save the others. The 2 continued onward. As they drew closer to the source of the signal, the evidence of battle grew increasingly harrowing. Shattered weapons, charred earth, and the lifeless bodies that lay cold. Chapter 8. In this lifetime, it is worth it. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of monstrous beasts, yet among them lay many students. Lu Chen's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean. He understood that war inevitably leads to death, a conclusion he had long anticipated. However, when this scene unfolded before him, it was still a bitter pill to swallow. Even though these students were mere strangers to him, the sight tugged at his heartstrings. A raging inferno of fury began to brew within Lu Chen, akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, he caught the faint sound of a groan. Over there, Lu Chen dashed forward, parting the underbrush, and discovered a bloodied young man pinned beneath several massive logs, his tragic upper body barely exposed. This individual was none other than Chen Hao, a top student from Tianbei No. 2 Middle School. Lu Chen had encountered him during an exchange between the 2 schools. He was a vibrant soul, yet now he lay on the brink of death. Hold on. Lu Chen exerted his strength with one arm, effortlessly lifting the heavy logs aside. Lu Chen immediately knelt to assess the injuries. Internal organs ruptured, excessive blood loss. Can he be saved? Lu Chen inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, but it will require some time, Lu Chen replied, her hands already positioned over Chen Hao's chest, a rich blue light surging forth like a tidal wave. To Lu Chen's astonishment, he observed the grotesque wounds, once gory and indistinct, now staunching the flow of blood at a visibly rapid pace. Even the bones exposed to the air began to be enveloped gradually by flesh and blood, as if returning to their rightful place. However, as the luminous blue light continued to flow, beads of sweat formed on Lu Chen's forehead, and her lips started to pale. Clearly, her earlier efforts to assist Lu Chen had depleted a significant portion of her spiritual energy, and she was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Qing Shuang, that's enough. Lu Chen firmly grasped his sister's shoulder. If you continue, you will. Just hold on a little longer. Lu Qing Shuang gritted her teeth, the blue light intensifying slightly. At least stabilize his condition. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. If this pace of treatment persisted, even if Lu Qing Shuang were to sacrifice herself, it seemed unlikely that Chen Hao could be saved. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen resolutely pulled his sister away. Lu Qing Shuang attempted to struggle, but her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse into his embrace. Brother, he hasn't. I know, Lu Chen replied solemnly, guiding his sister to sit aside. But you have already done your utmost. This was not a callous decision born of indifference, but rather a reluctant choice. Continuing down this path would not only fail to save Chen Hao, but would also deplete Lu Qing Shuang of her formidable prowess. At that moment, the unconscious Chen Hao finally began to stir. Cough, cough. Weakly, he opened his eyes, blood oozing from his mouth, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Lu, brother Lu, your sister, has already tried her best. His voice was faint, each few words punctuated by labored breaths. Lu Chen examined his injuries and immediately furrowed his brows in concern. Despite Lu Qing Shuang's formidable healing abilities, Chen Hao's injuries were far more severe. However, under Lu Qing Shuang's relentless care, Chen Hao's internal organs had stabilized, albeit temporarily. His body was riddled with fractures, and it was uncertain when the freshly healed, still fragile scabs would be put under pressure and reopen. Chen Hao, I will carry you, Lu Chen said, crouching down to assist him. No, there's no need. Chen Hao shook his head with great difficulty, his gaze resolute as he declared, in my current state, I would only be a burden to you. Nonsense, Lu Qing Shuang exclaimed, her eyes reddening with urgency. How could we possibly leave you behind? Chen Hao coughed several times, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet he maintained a smile. Sister Lu, your healing skills are remarkable, but I am acutely aware of my own condition. He trembled as he raised his blood-stained finger, pointing towards the southeast. Over there, 3 kilometers away, are our classmates, at least, more than 30 of them. Lu Chen followed his gaze. The sky was now filled with red distress signals, and precisely in the direction Chen Hao indicated. There was one. He paused momentarily, instinctively clenching his fists. Chen Hao, Lu Ge. Chen Hao suddenly grasped his wrist with astonishing strength. What I, Chen Hao, am most proud of in this life is sharing an era with you brilliant minds. He parted his bloodied lips, revealing a radiant smile. Go. Every additional life saved counts. As long as one more person survives, my life, Chen Hao, will be worth it. In the monitoring room, silence prevailed. The cup of tea in old Zhang's hand had long been set down. The elderly man's profound gaze remained fixed on the screen, where the youth, barely clinging to life, still wore a brilliant smile. Investigate. He suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Look into this child's family background, his parents and relatives. Understood. Immediately, staff members began retrieving information. The principal, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, lifted her head, wiping her tear-streaked eyes, her voice choked with emotion. This child is from Tianhai No. 2 High School. From this day forth, old Zhang pronounced with deliberate clarity, Chen Hao and his immediate family shall receive first-tier martial arts resources from Tianhai City. Should he survive, I will personally take him as my disciple. Should he sacrifice himself, his family will receive protection from the military for generations. A somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Old Zhang's promise effectively paved a grand path for the Chun family. In the trial space, Lu Chen inhaled deeply and slowly rose to his feet. He clenched his right fist and struck it heavily against his left chest, a gesture of the highest respect among martial artists. Lu Qing Shuang wiped away her tears and also stood up. She formed a series of intricate seals with her hands, establishing an ice-blue barrier around Chen Hao. This barrier could conceal his presence for at least 2 hours. Chen Hao nodded appreciatively, his gaze beginning to drift. Hurry, go. Lu Chen cast one last glance at him before turning to grasp his sister's hand. Let us go. The siblings raced toward the source of the distress signal. Lu Chen moved with remarkable speed, yet he remained partially attentive to his sister. The earlier treatment had evidently drained a significant amount of her spiritual energy. "Brother, I'm fine." Lu Chen seemed to sense his concern, forcing a smile. "I'm just a bit tired." Lu Chen chose not to challenge her bravado. The pallor of her face was alarming, and her steps were unsteady. It was far more than mere fatigue. "Get on." He suddenly crouched down. "Huh, I'll carry you." Lu Chen insisted, not permitting any refusal. "Conserve your strength. We may face a fierce battle ahead." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen obediently climbed on her brother's back. Feeling his familiar warmth, her taut nerves began to relax. Her small face pressed against Lu Chen's broad back. "Brother." "We will definitely rescue them, right?" Lu Chen did not respond immediately. He gazed ahead at the increasingly closer crimson fog. His resolve as steadfast as iron. "Absolutely." As they drew nearer, the sounds of combat became clearer. Upon rounding a thicket, the sight before them caused both siblings to gasp in shock. Dozens of students were cornered at the edge of a cliff, surrounded by over 30 monstrous beasts. Even more terrifying were the 5 figures in black robes standing high above, coldly observing the scene. "It's time." Lu Chen gently set his sister down, the azure-scaled spear firmly in hand. Lu Chen nodded, her ice crystal sword shimmering with a chilling light. Despite her still pale complexion, her eyes had regained their sharpness. "Brother, I'll take the left, you take the right." "No." Lu Chen pressed her down. "Your priority is to protect those students. The black-robed figures are my responsibility." "But..." "No buts." Lu Chen rarely adopted such a serious tone with his sister. "Your spiritual energy has not fully recovered. Forcing yourself to fight is too perilous." Lu Chen opened her mouth to argue, but ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. "Then you must be careful." Lu Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze turning icy as he turned away. The patterns on the azure-scaled spear began to glow with a cerulean light, his internal energy circulating furiously along the foundational breathing technique. "The rabble of the Purification Society," he muttered under his breath, "not a single one shall escape." In the next moment, the figure of the silver-haired youth vanished like a specter. Almost simultaneously, one of the black-robed figures let out a piercing scream as a blue-hued spear pierced through his chest. The slaughter had officially commenced. Chapter 9. The Descent of a War God. On the edge of the cliff, they fought with all their might. Wang Yin from Class 2 spat out a mouthful of blood, his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Yet he still clutched a broken longsword tightly with his left hand. Behind him, a dozen equally battered students formed a circle, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. The air was thick with the scent of blood. 7 or 8 severely injured classmates lay unconscious on the ground, while the rest bore wounds of their own. Before them stood 5 members of the Purity Society, cloaked in black, advancing slowly as if toying with their prey, a cruel smile playing on their lips beneath their hoods. A group of unawakened fledglings dares to resist? The leader of the black-cloaked figures rasped, lightly waving a pitch-black short staff, unleashing a wave of dark red energy that sent the 3 students in the front row flying. A girl was struck in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Li Ben." Wang Yan's eyes widened in despair as he helplessly watched the black-cloaked figure approach the fallen girl. Just as the figure raised a short staff to deliver the final blow, a flash of azure light cut through the air like lightning. Thud! Blood splattered. The black-cloaked figure froze, slowly lowering his gaze to find the tip of a green spear protruding from his chest. The spear was adorned with intricate scales, glinting coldly in the sunlight. "The first." A deep voice echoed in the black-cloaked man's ear. Boom! The black-cloaked figure was violently hurled away, crashing into a tree trunk 10 meters away, lifeless on impact. All eyes turned towards the suddenly appearing white-haired youth, standing nearly 2 meters tall. With well-defined muscles that conveyed strength without bulk, he wielded a nearly 2-meter-long green-scaled spear, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Is Lu Ge from Class 1? Some student from Class 2 recognized Lu Chen and exclaimed in delight. The remaining members of the Purity Society erupted in fury, seeking death. The 4 surviving figures attacked simultaneously, weaving a net of dark red energy that enveloped Lu Chen. A A cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips as he spun the green-scaled spear in his hand, deflecting all the energy waves with ease. The spear clashed against the energy, producing a series of sharp hisses and sparks flying. Qing Shuang, save them, Lu Chen called without turning back. Understood, a clear, melodious voice responded. A girl in a blue dress darted in like a phantom, her hands glowing with a soft blue light as she swiftly reached the injured students to begin treatment. Lu Chen did not allow the black-cloaked figures any time to react. He pushed off the ground, causing it to crack beneath him, and shot towards the enemy like a cannonball. The green-scaled spear traced a perfect arc in the air, aimed directly at the throat of the nearest black-cloaked figure. Arrogant! The black-cloaked figure shouted in anger, raising his short staff to block. Yet to his astonishment, the seemingly ordinary spear strike contained terrifying power. Clang! With a resounding metallic clash, the black-cloaked figure's short staff was knocked from his grasp. He had yet to recover from the shock when the azure scale spear pierced through his abdomen. Battle points 15. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, and a tempest surged within his heart. Not only could he gain battle points for slaying the monstrous beasts, but even for vanquishing these black-robed figures? This revelation ignited an even fiercer battle intent within Lu Chen. He abruptly withdrew the azure scale spear, blood gushing forth, and turned to confront the other three black-robed individuals. This fellow is unusual, one of the black-robed men shouted sternly. He clearly had not yet awakened. So how could he possess such strength? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen was upon him. Though he still employed the foundational techniques of the blade's advanced style, after several battles, he had made personal enhancements, integrating the characteristics of spear techniques. Each strike was powerful and precise. Bang! One black-robed man barely managed to block the first thrust, but was forcefully pushed back 3 steps by the subsequent strike. His palms splitting open, Lu Chen seized the opportunity, the azure scale spear darting forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at the opponent's heart. The black-robed man hastily dodged, but still suffered a deep gash on his shoulder, exposing bone. Damn you, little brat! The injured black-robed man roared, suddenly pulling out a dark red crystal and shattering it. Instantly, a surge of violent energy flooded into his body, causing his aura to swell dramatically. Be careful, he asked, using forbidden drugs. Wang Yin shouted from behind. Yet, Lu Chen remained undaunted, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Gripping the spear tightly, he charged towards the power-infused black-robed man. Boom! The 2 weapons clashed, and a shockwave sent the surrounding fallen leaves swirling into the air. Lu Chen was pushed back 2 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, yet his battle fervor intensified. The black-robed man, however, staggered back 5 steps, his face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. I consumed the blood crystal, forcing an explosive surge of power. I should have reached the silver tier. How could you possibly? Lu Chen did not afford him the opportunity to finish. The azure scale spear suddenly shifted tactics, transitioning from a downward slash to a precise thrust, the spear tip slicing through the black-robed man's wrist. With a cry of agony, the man's right hand was severed at the wrist. My hand, he wailed, clutching the stump. Lu Chen's gaze turned frigid as he unhesitatingly drove the azure scale spear into the man's throat, ending his suffering. Battle points 25, only 2 remain. Lu Chen licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his attention to the remaining black-robed individuals, who were now showing signs of retreat. They could hardly fathom how a mere unawakened student could slay their 3-peak bronze-tier companions. The wind is fierce. Retreat. One black-robed man commanded softly, and both men leaped backward simultaneously. Trying to flee? Lu Chen smirked coldly and suddenly hurled the azure scale spear. The long spear shot forth like a bolt of azure lightning, instantly penetrating one black-robed man's back, pinning him to the ground. The last black-robed man, gripped by terror, desperately employed his agility to escape. Yet, Lu Chen had already retrieved a broken sword from the ground, channeling all his strength into the throw. Whoosh! The broken sword accurately pierced the black-robed man's back, causing him to topple forward, convulsing a few times before lying still. Lu Chen exhaled deeply as he approached the pinned figure clad in black robes, drawing forth his azure-scaled spear. With the last of the black-robed adversaries drawing their final breath, the battle came to a definitive end, leaving behind an eerie silence. The student from Class 2 stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the silver-haired youth as if he were some kind of monster. Brother L, thank you for saving us. Wang Yin was the first to regain his composure, limping forward. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. We are all compatriots. It is only right. He turned his gaze towards his sister, who was tending to the severely injured. Qin Shuang, how is the situation? A sheen of sweat glistened on Qin Shuang's forehead, yet the ice-blue luminescence emanating from her hands remained steady. The 3 critically wounded have stabilized. The others have only minor injuries, nothing serious. As she spoke, she directed her attention to a girl with an abdominal injury, gently pressing her palm against the wound. The ice-blue spiritual energy seeped in, and the wound began to clot at a visibly rapid pace. The girl, weak but grateful, murmured, "Thank you, Sister Qin Shuang." In the monitoring room, the atmosphere was equally charged with astonishment. Is this truly an unawakened student? Principal Ma of Class 3 exclaimed, eyes widened as he pointed at Lu Chen on the screen. He is indeed at the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Lu, the steward from the Martial Arts Association, adjusted his glasses, his voice betraying his disbelief. Lu Chen has been right under our noses, and he has never utilized any awakening substances. Yet now, his physical prowess surpasses that of an ordinary bronze level, and his battle instincts are remarkable. Chief Zhang of the city council stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with insight. He seems to employ fundamental knife techniques. While his transformation and his spear techniques may appear jarring, each strike is executed with formidable power and precision. What is more commendable is his willingness to fight fiercely, exhibiting a bravery that exchanges injury for victory. Principal Zhou, your Class 1 has truly nurtured a promising talent, remarked the female principal of Class 2, adjusting her golden spectacles, her tone a blend of envy and gratitude. If it weren't for Lu Chen today, our students might have faced dire consequences. Zhou Jinyue's face radiated pride, though he maintained composure. Lu Chen is indeed exceptionally gifted. However, this secret realm trial is fraught with peril. We need more students like him to step forward. Colonel Li, the military representative, had remained silent until this moment, suddenly interjecting, "This boy possesses the potential of a war god. Should he awaken a higher-level talent, he could very well contend for this year's national top scholar." The room was filled with glimmering eyes. Every martial arts examination top scholar, provided they do not meet an untimely fate, brings boundless benefits. Chapter 10. Eliminate the rebels, protect the people. Are you implying that out of our 47 members, 40 have already undergone their innate awakening? Lu Chen squatted upon a massive rock, his white hair interspersed with traces of dried blood. Before him stood a group of battered students, all gathered after he had bravely searched the vicinity for survivors. Leading the group was Wang Yin, a student from the second high school, who was currently using his watch to communicate with others. Indeed, most of those who have awakened possess only ordinary-level talents. Wang Yin's voice was hoarse, his left arm hanging limply at his side. Among the known awakened individuals, the most formidable appears to be Qin Hao from the third high school. He has discovered an epic-level awakening artifact, granting him the body of thunder. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He recognized the name Qin Hao, the ace of Tianhai, third high, rumored to have reached a minor mastery of a family-inherited lightning technique. It is indeed remarkable to find such a rare awakening artifact in these dire circumstances. What are the others? Chu Feng from his second high school has established a temporary camp in the northwest, reportedly amassing over 100 people. Wang Yin replied swiftly. Lin Yu, known as Illusion Butterfly from the fourth high school, is conducting guerrilla operations, rescuing isolated students pursued by beastly foes. However, not long ago, Chu Feng issued a rallying cry, and now everyone should be converging on his camp. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Chen leaped down from the boulder, his towering height of 2 meters 2 making him particularly conspicuous among the crowd. Let us proceed to regroup with Chu Feng. Understood. Wang Yin straightened his posture and exclaimed. Lu Chen led the group toward the northwest. As they progressed, the sky within the trial space grew increasingly dark, with distant roars of beasts and explosions echoing ominously. The air was thick with the stench of blood. "Lu, look over there." A girl with a ponytail suddenly pointed to the left. On an open patch of land 100 meters away, 7 or 8 students were besieged by 5 armored rhinoceroses. These beasts, with their tough hides and resilient flesh, could withstand ordinary attacks with ease. The students were on the brink of collapse, their formation about to be shattered. "I shall rescue them." Before Lu Chen's words had fully escaped his lips, he surged forth like a cannonball. Utilizing the full extent of his swift steps, he transformed into a fleeting white shadow. The outermost armored rhinoceros had yet to react when a powerful punch struck its flank. The sheer force, augmented by his breathing technique, pierced through the beast's dense hide. With a pained bellow, the armored rhinoceros collapsed, its innards spilling forth. Half a minute later, the final rhinoceros fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The rescued students slumped to the earth, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. "Thank you. Which school are you from?" A bespectacled boy gasped, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Tianhai First High, Lu Chen." "Lu Chen." The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are the Lu Chen from First High. How wonderful." Lu Chen, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter, replied directly, "We are heading to Chu Feng's camp. Let us go together." "Very well." The boy agreed without hesitation. At this moment, to act as a lone wolf is tantamount to courting death. As Lu Chen advanced steadily, the team began to swell in numbers once more. After half an hour of continued progress, a clear sound of a sword's resonance suddenly echoed from the woods ahead. Lu Chen raised his hand to signal the team to halt and took measured steps forward. "State your name," came a voice as cold as ice from the treetops. Lu Chen looked up to see a young man dressed in blue, standing with a sword in hand. The boy's countenance was stern, marked by a small vermilion mole on his brow, radiating an aura akin to a sword unsheathed, sharp and formidable. "Tianhai number 1, Lu Chen," he announced. A flicker of surprise flashed in the youth's eyes before he gracefully descended. "Number 2, Chu Feng. Follow me." As they trailed Chu Feng through a dense thicket, the scenery suddenly opened up. Before them lay a naturally formed stone platform, surrounded by hundreds of students, some seated, others standing. Upon spotting Lu Chen and his group, many cried out in astonishment. "It's Lu Chen. The white-haired lion has arrived. Splendid, another formidable opponent." Lu Chen cast a sweeping glance, realizing that the top talents from various schools throughout Tianhai City had gathered here. Qin Hao from number 3 was meditating on a piece of blue stone, surrounded by flickers of blue electricity. Lin Yu from number 4 conversed softly with 3 girls in a corner, her fingertips dancing with butterfly-shaped psychic energy and several unfamiliar faces, each exuding a powerful presence. The situation was more dire than anticipated. Chu Feng succinctly explained, "The Jingshi Society has released a bait, and now the beasts within the trial space are rampaging." More troubling was the fact that, before he could finish his sentence, a strange cackle erupted from distance. "Ah, little mice, so this is where you've scurried off to." Instantly, everyone fell into a battle-ready stance. 3 figures in black robes had appeared atop the treetops at the edge of the stone platform. At the forefront stood the bald, scar-faced man, flanked by a young man and a short woman. Lu Chen's muscles tensed as he positioned himself protectively in front of the group. So many adorable little ones gathered together, making it convenient for us." The young man spoke in a mocking tone, his butterfly knife spinning dazzlingly in his hand. His sickly laughter sent chills down the spines of those present. Just then, 3 individuals surged from the crowd of students, collapsing to their knees. "Sir, we wish to join the Jingshi Society. Yes, we have long found these hypocrites intolerable. Please take us in." This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Lu Chen recognized the 3, Zhou Kai from number 2 and 2 unfamiliar boys. The scar-faced man observed the scene with interest, remaining silent. The young man, however, laughed uproariously. "Haha, look, this is your so-called genius. Come, who else wishes to beg for their lives?" Zhou Kai, kneeling, turned to his former classmates and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Do you wish to die? The gentlemen of the Jingshi Society have offered a chance at survival. Before he could complete his sentence, a flash of blue lightning suddenly streaked across. Traitors must be punished. Qin Hao had risen, his right hand still poised as if to throw. Zhou Kai's chest bore a gaping black hole, his face frozen in a sycophantic expression as he toppled over. The two traitors, gripped by terror, were about to flee when they suddenly saw Lin Yu flick his fingers as two ethereal butterflies, manifestations of mental energy, silently penetrated the back of their skulls. Instantly, they were struck as if by lightning, their orifices bleeding profusely as they perished. The entire execution transpired in a mere 3 seconds, executed with a swift precision that was chilling. Throughout the ordeal, the members of the Pure World Society did not intervene. Rather, they seemed to relish the spectacle, as if enjoying a theatrical performance. Beautiful, utterly exquisite, a young man clapped and laughed, exclaiming that it was far more entertaining than engaging in battle ourselves. The bald scar man finally spoke. Well, that saves us some trouble. A woman tilted her head. The remaining ones are tough nuts to crack. It might take a bit of effort to eliminate them. On the student side, following the elimination of the traitors, morale surged. Everyone straightened their postures, weapons in hand, their resolve to fight unwavering. Lu Chen stood at the forefront, his azure-scaled spear aimed directly at the members of the Pure World Society. If we are to fight, let's do so without further ado. Wow, the white-haired lad is quite fierce. The young man feigned fear, patting his chest, yet his eyes sparkled with a morbid excitement. I wish to personally strip your scalp as a trophy. The bald, scarred man stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his bronze-level aura, suffocating the students in the front row. Last chance. Kneel, and you shall live. Stand, and you shall die. In response, hundreds of students raised their weapons in unison, their furious roar shaking the air. Come and fight. Within the monitoring room, all spectators held their breath. Good. Now, this is the spirit of our great Xia. Colonel Li from the military exclaimed, his eyes reddening with emotion. The headmistress of the girls' school from the second high school was in tears, lamenting they clearly could. They clearly could, but they chose dignity. Zhou Jinyue's voice choked with emotion, especially for those prodigies who had awakened early. They're all good kids. Old Zhang, with a solemn expression, stated, it is precisely because of their existence that we old bones can still see hope. It enables us to advance fearlessly, paving the way for them without restraint. For we believe that they will undoubtedly lead humanity to forge a new future. Chapter 11. Generous Sacrifice. Kill. At the command of the scarred man, dozens of figures cloaked in black surged forth from the dense forest. Even more terrifyingly, a swarm of ominous beasts followed closely behind them. Three-eyed magic wolves, ironclad raging bears, and venomous centipedes. Countless creatures now possessed eyes burning with crimson fury. Frenzied and insatiable, they have fallen into a trap. They are stalling for time, enticing the monstrous tide. With a swift stroke, Chu Feng cleaved down the rushing iron-feathered eagle, his voice ringing with authority. Lu Chen's pupils constricted in alarm. This group harbored sinister intentions. They were now encircled on all sides. The number of ferocious beasts at least fivefold compared to the students. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Are you astonished? The frivolous young man twirled his butterfly knife, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Chen. Brother with white hair, I couldn't play with you. Before the words faded, a beam of azure sword light descended from the heavens. Your opponent is me. Chu Feng stepped through the air, his azure blade aimed directly at the young man's throat. The sword's aura swept through the air, leaving behind ethereal afterimages. The young man hastily dodged, yet a lock of his hair was severed. His expression darkened. You seek death? Meanwhile, Qin Hao from Class 3 was enveloped in crackling lightning, blocking the petite woman who attempted a sneak attack. Your opponent is here. Oh dear, how fierce you are. Young man, the woman giggled, yet her form vanished eerily from sight, only to reappear behind Qin Hao in the next instant, her poisoned stinger aimed directly at his heart. Boom! Qin Hao reacted swiftly, spinning around to unleash a thunderous punch, colliding with the stinger in a flash of blinding electric light. Lin Yu led a dozen capable fighters into the fray against the cloaked figures, her dual swords dancing like butterflies, painting the air with splashes of crimson. As for Lu Chen, his gaze remained steadfastly locked on the scarred man. The oppressive aura radiating from this bald giant far surpassed that of the others. He needed to be dealt with swiftly. Qing Shuang, the beast horde is in your hands. Lu Chen shouted, his azure-scaled spear transforming into a streak of blue light aimed directly at the scarred man's heart. Brother, be careful. Lu Qing Shuang formed seals with her hands. A tide of ice-blue spiritual energy surging forth, instantly freezing 5 approaching magic wolves into ice sculptures. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated across the battlefield. Lu Chen was astonished to find that the Scar Man had merely used a single metal arm guard to deflect the full force of his azure-scaled spear. Is it all you've got? The Scar Man taunted. With a sudden, explosive motion, his right fist rocketed forth, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Lu Chen barely managed to raise his spear in defense. Yet still, the blow sent him flying over 10 meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the earth. A coppery taste filled his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Peak of the bronze level, Lu Chen wiped away the blood, his expression grave. No, this power was definitely beyond the bronze tier. The scarred man chuckled coldly, offering no rebuttal. He advanced slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. In an instant, Lu Chen comprehended the truth. Though this bald man was suppressed to the peak of the bronze level within the secret realm, his combat experience and physical strength far exceeded this tier. System, allocate all combat points to enhance my attributes. Lu Chen roared within. The optimal allocation plan has been automatically provided for the host. Beep. Consuming 410 combat points. Current strength, 100, reached the bronze limit. Ding. Consuming 810 combat points. Current physique, 100, reached the bronze limit. Ding. Consuming 650 combat points. Current agility, 100, reached the bronze limit. Ding. Consuming 850 combat points. Current spirit, 100, reached the bronze limit. In an instant, Lu Chen's muscles swelled as if inflated, and his bones cracked like popping beans. Lu Chen let out a long howl to the heavens, the sound waves causing the surrounding rubble to tremble. He felt an unprecedented power surging within him, every inch of muscle brimming with explosive energy. The Scar Man's expression changed. What is this secret technique? The response came in the form of a spear shadow that moved with blinding speed. Boom! This time, the Scar Man was pushed back 3 steps, a deep dent appearing on his metallic forearm. Before he could regain his composure, Lu Chen had already approached like a specter, the azure-scaled spear transforming into a cascade of blue light descending upon him. Go and ask Yama. Lu Chen roared, striking once more. Bang! 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 The shockwaves generated by their clash caused the ground to crack. Lu Chen grew more formidable with each exchange, the azure-scaled spear slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Although the scarred man could still defend himself, it was evident he was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the other battles reached a fever pitch. The young man's butterfly knives appeared and disappeared in a flash, each attack cunning and lethal. Chu Feng's sword danced with grace, weaving a net of impenetrable azure light. Hiss! The young man suddenly changed his tactic, throwing a butterfly knife straight for Chu Feng's heart. In a moment of peril, Chu Feng's body swayed like willow fluff in the wind, narrowly evading the fatal strike, and retaliated with a sword that pierced the young man's shoulder. The young man screamed in retreat, his eyes flashing with malice. I will cut you into pieces. On another front, Qin Hao's battle with the woman grew increasingly perilous. The woman moved like a wraith, each strike of her poisonous stinger carrying a pungent wind. Qin Hao, shielded by lightning, delivered each punch with a deafening thunderclap. Little brother, how long can your lightning last? The woman laughed sweetly, suddenly exhaling a cloud of pink toxic mist. Qin Hao hurriedly held his breath, but still inhaled a small amount. Instantly feeling dizzy, he gritted his teeth and pounded his chest, using the pain to maintain his clarity, the lightning around him flaring even brighter. Enough to take you down. Meanwhile, Lin Yu found herself in a grueling battle. Despite their numerical advantage, the black-robed figures worked in perfect harmony, and vicious beasts joined the fray intermittently. 3 students had already fallen in pools of blood, and Lin Yu herself had been injured, a gash torn in her right leg by a wolf's claw. The most brutal conflict was between the ordinary students and the beast horde. Although Lu Chen exerted herself to freeze large numbers of ferocious beasts, their numbers were simply overwhelming. The students formed a circular formation, struggling to hold their ground as casualties continued to mount. I am Wang Yin of the Second King. Tell my parents I am not a coward. Having already lost an arm, Wang Yin suddenly burst from the formation, embracing an iron-armored bear and rolling down the slope. Midway, he self-detonated, perishing alongside the bear. In the midst of chaos, Chen Shui from the 3rd High School took the lead. A girl ignited with fierce flames charged into the densest throng of beasts, self-destructing and carving a bloody path. Zhao Ming from the 1st High School declared, I shall fight you to the end. A boy shielded his companion from a lethal dart with his own body, clinging desperately to the cloaked figure even as death approached. In the surveillance room, all spectators rose to their feet. Many young souls were rendered speechless, tears streaming down their faces. These children. The headmistress of the 2nd High School sat slumped in her chair, her golden glasses fogged with sorrow. Colonel Li, with tears glistening in his fierce eyes, stood tall and executed a precise military salute, proclaiming, They are all valiant. Principal Zhou Jinyue clenched his hands tightly, his nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain. Hurry, it must be done faster. On the battlefield, Lu Chen felt the lives of his comrades slipping away. His eyes burned crimson, and his assault grew ever more ferocious. The azure scale halberd in his grasp seemed to come alive, each strike wielding the force of thunder. You beasts! Lu Chen bellowed, cleaving the scarred man's chest, shattering his heavy armor, blood gushing forth. The scarred man finally displayed a look of astonishment. He recoiled suddenly, producing a blood-red crystal from his bosom and crushing it. You have forced my hand. In an instant, a crimson mist enveloped him, and his body began to swell and contort, muscles writhing as scales emerged. In a heartbeat, he transformed into a monstrous creature, towering over 3 meters. A grotesque hybrid of man and lizard. With a deafening roar, the beast unleashed its might, sending Lu Chen reeling backward. Just then, the system chimed with a melodious announcement. Survived within the beast tide for 1 hour. Mission accomplished. You have received. Chapter 12. Breaking Limits. The Art of Body Refinement. Ding. Survival task against the beast tide completed. Rewards being distributed. Lu Chen, gripping the azure scale halberd embedded beside him, stood drenched in blood. The system notification echoed in his mind, and a warm surge coursed through his limbs, swiftly mending his battered body. All attributes 20. Advanced swordsmanship upgraded to mastery. Acquired epic halberd technique. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens. In an instant, Lu Chen felt his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The sound of a leaf falling dozens of meters away, resonating clearly in his ears. His muscle fibers tightened, bone density increased, and he felt as though he was reborn. Even more remarkably, the sword techniques he had painstakingly practiced over the years began to automatically reorganize and optimize in his mind, forming an entirely new instinct for combat. Is this the feeling of mastery? Clenching his fist, Lu Chen heard a crackling sound from his knuckles. Just as he reveled in his bodily transformation, the system prompted again, detected that the host's 4-dimensional attributes have all reached 100 points, achieving the bronze limit. Do you wish to break the limit? Break the limit? Lu Chen was taken aback. Though he did not fully grasp its significance, the system's prompt surely indicated a benefit. Confirmed to break the limit. Breaking limit initiated. In an instant, Lu Chen felt as though a barrier within him had shattered. His internal organs trembled violently, and his blood surged like molten lava. Most astonishingly, beads of blood began to seep from the surface of his skin. These droplets did not fall, but instead evaporated, forming a crimson mist. Lu Chen could not help but let out a howl towards the heavens. The crimson mist thickened, ultimately coalescing into a visible plume of blood-red smoke above his head, spiraling upwards over 10 meters into the sky, resembling a colossal blood dragon. Brother, Lu Chen exclaimed. Attempting to approach, but was repelled by the overwhelming heat wave. She was astonished to witness her brother's white hair dancing wildly amidst the blood-red smoke, akin to a god of war from myth. Is this the blood chi smoke? The art of body refinement. The entire battlefield fell into silence. Students and the remaining members of the Purity Society stood in awe, gazing at this unprecedented spectacle. What is this? Chu Feng leaned on his sword, his face a canvas of shock. Such a terrifying aura. Qin Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The lightning flickered restlessly on his skin. Had Lu Chen truly broken through? In the observation room, all spectators stood up in unison. Blood chi smoke. This is blood chi smoke. Elder Zhang trembled with excitement, his beard shaking as the teacup in his hand shattered on the floor. Elder Zhang, what is happening? Colonel Li inquirait d'Astili. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon, Elder Zhang took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart. This is the external manifestation of the ancient art of body refinement. Modern martial artists primarily cultivate qi, honing their spiritual power, whereas the art of body refinement specializes in perfecting the physical form, refining the body to its utmost limit. The path is fraught with difficulties, demanding vast resources and a unique constitution. It has long been abandoned, with its legacy on the brink of extinction. The path of physical cultivation? President Zhou Jinyue's eyes glimmered with interest. Indeed, Elder Zhang nodded emphatically. The ability to ignite one's vitality signifies that Lu Chen's physical prowess has officially reached the silver tier. Moreover, he stands out among the elite of that tier. However, isn't there a restriction within this secret realm that suppresses strength? Someone inquired, perplexed. The restrictions in place were established by qi practitioners, and they suppress one's own spiritual energy, Elder Zhang replied with a faint smile. Thus, they have no effect on pure physical strength. On the battlefield, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, the air shimmered slightly. Is this the power after breaking limits? Lu Chen felt the surging energy within him. It was not spiritual energy, but an essence of pure physical power. Every muscle contained explosive force. His blood flowed like the mighty Yangtze River, and his bones were harder than iron. The remaining members of the Pure World Association began to stir. Retreat! Quickly retreat! A figure in a black robe shouted in terror. Isn't there's suppression of strength here? Why does he exude pressure comparable to the silver tier after his breakthrough? What manner of monster is this boy? Want to escape? Lu Chen scoffed coldly, his voice resonating throughout the arena despite its softness. With a casual wave of his azure scale halberd, a crescent-shaped wave of crimson energy howled forth, cleaving through three fleeing black-robed figures 30 meters away. This strike utilized no spiritual energy. It was purely a physical slash driven by his blood and vitality. Everyone fall back. Lu Chen bellowed, stepping forward. With each stride, the ground trembled slightly, as if struggling to bear his weight. The members of the Pure World Association were utterly shattered, scattering in all directions. At that moment, the woman battling Qin Hao was left with only half her body remaining. With a face twisted in malice, she glared at Qin Hao. Just wait, the Pure World Association will not let this go before she could finish her sentence. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating her to ash. Qin Hao coldly retracted his hand. Such excessive chatter. Meanwhile, Chu Feng shot toward the frivolous youth like a cannonball. His speed was so swift that he left a trail of afterimages behind him. No, the frivolous youth hastily raised his butterfly knife to block. Clang! The sound of metal shattering rang clear. The Qing Feng sword effortlessly severed the butterfly knife, continuing its momentum to cleave the youth in half from left shoulder to right hip. Blood erupted like rain, as the youth's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his own demise. Yet, Lu Chen paid no heed to these insignificant figures. His gaze was locked onto the last remaining cadre of the Pure World Association, the scarred man who had transformed into a monster. It is time to end this, Lu Chen murmured, advancing toward the struggling monstrosity of the scarred man. Well, what kind of monster are you? The beastly scarred man roared deafeningly, his lizard-like slit pupils fixated on Lu Chen. Lu Chen gripped the azure scale halberd firmly, his vitality surging like a raging inferno above his head. He inhaled deeply, the newly acquired martial arts techniques vividly manifesting in his mind. The final strike. Lu Chen murmured. The monstrous, scarred man lunged forward suddenly, his sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Lu Chen stood resolute, the azure scale halberd carving a flawless arc from below to above. The first form of the azure dragon breaking the heavens halberd, dragon raising its head. A howl resonated as the tip of the halberd trembled. A vivid illusion of an azure dragon soared into the air, entwining with the fiery essence above Lu Chen's head. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, causing nearby trees to tremble in response. The scarred man's claws collided thunderously with the azure dragon's illusion. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion upheaved the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, dust billowing skyward. The onlooking students had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the incoming debris and air currents. As the dust settled, a collective gasp arose. Lu Chen stood resolute, the azure scale halberd piercing through the scarred man's chest. The claws, capable of rending steel, came to a halt mere centimeters from Lu Chen's throat, unable to advance any further. The Purification Society will not spare you. Black blood trickled from the corners of the scarred man's mouth. His eyes filled with resentment. Lu Chen twisted his wrist, the azure scale halberd violently rotating within the creature's body. Let them come, then. I was just lamenting the lack of bloodshed. Splat! The unleashed force of the halberd tore the scarred man into shreds, flesh and blood raining down like droplets. Thus fell this cadre of the Purification Society. Ding! Killed a silver-tier, strong enemy, earning 200 battle points. Lu Chen exhaled deeply, the fiery essence above his head gradually subsiding. An eerie silence enveloped the area. One strike, merely one strike, had annihilated that terrifying monster. We won. We actually won. It was uncertain who voiced it first, but soon, the surviving students erupted into thunderous cheers. Many embraced each other in tears, mourning both their victory and the loss of their fallen comrades. Chapter 13. The Mythical Awakening Artifact. Lu Qingxuang rushed forward, her ice-blue spiritual energy enveloping Lu Chen, alleviating his fatigue. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant valley. Subsequently, a resplendent rainbow light soared into the sky, painting half of it in vibrant hues. Even from several kilometers away, the onlookers could still feel the surging waves of energy. This was a manifestation of a top-tier awakening artifact. Chu Feng's eyes widened, and his Qing Feng sword trembled slightly in his grasp. It was at least of epic level, possibly even legendary. Qin Hao was surrounded by flickering lightning, uncontrollably revealing his inner excitement. The students were all agitated. They had ventured into the secret realm in search of the finest awakening artifacts, and now, the ultimate opportunity lay before them. Who could remain unmoved? Lu Chen's heart raced as well. He needed a powerful awakening artifact and had a system task to complete. However, when he turned to look around, injured students lay scattered across the ground, and the remaining classmates were utterly exhausted. Although the beast tide had dispersed, a few ferocious beasts still roamed nearby. I'll stay back to watch over everyone. You all, Lu Chen began, only to find everyone gazing at him with complex expressions. Brother Lu, you should go. One person, leaning on a broken sword, stood up, determination shining in their eyes despite having only one arm. We'll handle things here. Indeed, Brother Lu, such a high-level awakening artifact is only worthy of you. A student from class 3 shouted. If it weren't for you, we would have perished long ago, and there would be no chance for us to stand here. Lin Yu, a girl from class 4, leaned against a tree, a faint smile gracing her pale face. Chu Feng stepped directly in front of Lu Chen, thrusting his Qing Feng sword into the ground. I, Chu Feng, swear by the sword path that I will not allow any beast to harm my classmates before your return. And I too. Qin Hao's body surged with lightning. If they wish to harm them, they must first pass through me. One by one, the talented students declared their resolve. Even the ordinary students raised their weapons, battered yet resolute in their gazes. Lu Chen's throat tightened, and a wave of warmth surged within his chest. This opportunity even if they could not utilize it themselves, was a precious treasure that could pave the way to greatness. And these comrades standing shoulder to shoulder with him, at this moment, were entrusting him with their singular chance. This trust was more valuable than any treasure. You all. Lu Chen's voice grew hoarse. No more sentimentality. Chu Feng raised his hand, swinging his sword to slay a lurking demon wolf in the distance. Hurry up. If you're late, I might seize it. Lu Qingxuang nudged her brother, urging, go on. I'm here to cover you. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen nodded solemnly. All right. Thank you all. He cast a final glance at his dear classmates before dashing toward the crimson light. Each step left shallow impressions on the ground, his speed transforming him into a distant black dot in the blink of an eye. In the monitoring room, everyone watched this scene, filled with emotion. Tianbei City had finally produced a leader of unparalleled talent, one who embodied the hopes of the people. Principal Zhou Jinyue's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, his voice brimming with pride. The authority forged in the crucible of life and death proved more substantial than any title. Colonel Li marveled, declaring that this young man was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang fixed his gaze intently on the direction where Lu Chen had departed, a flicker of solace evident in his eyes. At that moment, the door to the monitoring room was abruptly flung open, and a contingent of fully armed soldiers stormed in. Following them was a middle-aged officer adorned with the insignia of a general. General Lu? Colonel Li exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. Without exchanging pleasantries, General Lu pointed directly at a bespectacled young technician seated at the monitoring station. Seize him! Two soldiers lunged forward like ferocious tigers, swiftly pinning the technician to the ground. What are you doing? I was sent by the city council. The technician shouted in a desperate struggle. General Lu scoffed, producing a document from within his coat. According to military investigations, you are an undercover agent planted by the Purity Society, tasked with relaying the students' locations to your accomplices in the secret realm, thereby betraying national information. The technician's face turned ashen, and no. That's nonsense. Where's the evidence? Do I need evidence to apprehend a traitor? General Lu replied with a mocking smile, waving his hand dismissively. Take him away and interrogate him rigorously. The sound of handcuffs snapping shut echoed ominously in the monitoring room. The two soldiers hoisted the technician up, dragging him towards the door. His face was now ashen, devoid of his earlier composure. The stars on General Lu's shoulders glinted coldly under the light as he scanned the room, filled with individuals displaying a spectrum of emotions. His voice low. The infiltration by the Purity Society is more severe than we had anticipated. Colonel Li stepped forward briskly, executing a precise military salute. General, regarding the casualties among the students. General Lu raised a hand to interrupt him, striding directly towards the central monitoring screen. Upon witnessing the numerous lifeless bodies of students strewn across the other monitors, his resolute expression darkened profoundly. The exact numbers, he demanded hoarsely. Principal Zhou Jinyue, suppressing his sorrow, reported, based on our observations, we currently confirm 487 fatalities, 1,033 severe injuries, and nearly all others bare wounds. With a resounding thud, General Lu's fist struck the metallic surface of the table, causing the entire monitoring station to tremble. This iron-willed general shut his eyes, his chest heaving violently. Silence enveloped the room, their breaths held in hushed reverence. They were all good kids, remarked the female principal from the second high school, removing her golden spectacles to wipe away the tears that flowed freely. None of them faltered. Even those who were the most mischievous fought until the end. General Lu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting over the screen, displaying the surviving students, battered yet resolutely supporting one another. His expression softened, imbued with a touch of solace. This generation of youth possesses a fiercer spirit than we ever imagined. The general's voice, rarely trembling, carried a note of hope. The future of Tianbei City holds promise. Old Zhang leaned on his cane and approached General Lu, the four-spirit crystal. General Lu's expression turned grave, signaling the technicians to disable all recording devices and instructing the guards to secure the entrance before he spoke. This matter falls under SSS-level confidentiality. Everyone present is a key figure in Tianbei City. Should our plans falter, it is imperative that today's discussions remain strictly confidential. The attendees nodded in agreement. General Lu operated the control panel, bringing forth an encrypted video. The screen displayed a peculiar crystal suspended in mid-air, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, at times morphing into a blue dragon, then shifting to a white tiger, transforming into a crimson phoenix, and ultimately crystallizing into the form of a black tortoise. In an endless cycle, this is a naturally occurring awakened artifact discovered 5 years ago. We named it the Force Spirit Crystal, General Lu declared solemnly. We are unaware of its true capabilities. However, given its continuous manifestation of the 4 mythical beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, it is at least a mythic-level artifact. A collective gasp echoed in the monitoring room. A mythic-level awakened artifact is a legendary treasure said to have the potential to forge a revered figure among humanity. 5 years ago, following an anomalous energy fluctuation in the Tianhai secret realm, we conducted a covert investigation and uncovered it, General Lu continued. According to protocol, it should have been submitted to the Weiyang Palace immediately, but he paused. Tianhai City has not seen a strong fighter in 30 years. Not to mention a revered figure. We have yet to encounter even one of the falling sun or eclipsing moon level. Zhou Jinyue suddenly realized. So you concealed it, hoping to cultivate a local talent to inherit it. General Lu nodded. Regrettably, over the past 5 years, none of the exceptional students have been able to harness the power of the Force Spirit Crystal. Even when placed before them, the artifact would conceal its essence, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary stone. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the screen where Lu Chen was seen running. Until today, at this moment, all eyes were fixed on the silver-haired youth. Can he truly succeed? Principal Ma of the 3rd High School could not help but inquire. General Lu refrained from answering directly, instead looking towards Old Zhang. Old Zhang subsequently retrieved a set of data that had been prepared at some unknown time. Lu Chen, 18 years old, has reached the silver level without a formal awakening. He has independently comprehended the body refinement martial arts, possesses an SSS-level combat awareness, and an SSS-level adaptability in combat situations. More importantly, Old Zhang pointed to the footage of Lu Chen rescuing his classmates and relinquishing the awakened artifact. His character is beyond reproach. In that moment, no one dared to question it. Chapter 14. The trial of the 4 spirits. Lu Chen stood atop a massive boulder at the entrance of the valley, squinting as he surveyed the scene before him. Despite having endured numerous blood-soaked battles, he felt a tremor of unease ripple through him at this moment. Thousands of monstrous beasts densely encircled the valley's periphery, ranging from the first-tier Ironclaw wolves to the formidable first-tier thunder giants. Their variety, remarkable yet curiously orderly. These creatures did not engage in combat amongst themselves. Instead, they all faced the valley's center, their forelegs kneeling and heads bowed, akin to devoted pilgrims in reverence. What was most disconcerting, however, were their eyes. Unlike the feral beasts previously subdued by the Purification Society's drugs, these creatures gleamed with a fervent light, as if an exalted entity within the valley warranted their lives' protection. Intriguing indeed. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the azure scale halberd, feeling a surge of vitality rise within him. He keenly sensed an ancient and majestic aura permeating the air, causing his blood to simmer with heat. Ding! Emergency quest triggered. The trial of the 4 spirits. Quest objective: break through the beast horde's guardians and acquire the 4 spirit crystals. Base reward: all attributes 30. Combat point. Hidden reward: activate the 5th spirit, the Earth Kirin, forming the awakening entity of the 5 elements, legendary level. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The 5 elements and the legendary status these terms conveyed weighed heavily. It appeared this journey would not be in vain. A cold smirk crept upon his lips as his white hair fluttered in the wind. Just then, the nearest dozen beasts suddenly turned in unison, their icy gazes locking onto him. A saber-toothed tiger king, its size comparable to a truck, slowly rose, unleashing its first-tier might without reservation, while the other beasts assumed combat stances. Roar! With a deafening roar, the tiger king charged, and hundreds of beasts surged forward, The ground trembled violently beneath the stampede. Trees toppled, and dust billowed, the scene reminiscent of a cavalry charge on an ancient battlefield. Excellent. Lu Chen leapt forward instead of retreating, his leg muscles coiling with tension as he jumped down from the boulder. The azure scale halberd sliced through the air, tracing a chilling arc splat. The first charging iron-armored rhinoceros was cleaved in half by the halberd's blade, blood cascading like a waterfall. Without missing a beat, Lu Chen plunged into the heart of the beast throng, wielding the azure scale halberd like a tempest of death. Clear out. A simple yet unadorned horizontal sweep contained the terrifying power of bronze's limits. 3 wolf demons were instantly bisected, their remains flung over 10 meters by the force, toppling a cluster of beasts behind them. The saber-toothed tiger king lunged from the side, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. With a cold chuckle, Lu Chen swiftly altered his attack, transitioning from a sweep to a thrust. Thud! The halberd's tip pierced the tiger king's left eye, penetrating its brain. This minor beast king, a first-tier entity, did not even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Too weak, Lu Chen shook the blood from his halberd. His battle spirit ignited further. The beast horde momentarily faltered, stunned by the brutal spectacle. Yet soon, more creatures surged forth, driven by some unseen force. A colossal thunderous elephant raised its forelegs, massive as pillars, and came crashing down towards Lu Chen. Unflinching, Lu Chen tightened his muscular arms like steel wires and unleashed the azure dragon, breaking the heavens halberd with all his might. Executing the move known as dragon raises its head. Boom! At the moment of impact between the halberd and the elephant's leg, a visible shockwave radiated outward, sending several nearby beasts flying. Astonishingly, the elephant's immense body, weighing over 10,000 pounds, staggered backward from the force of Lu Chen's strike. A deep wound exposing bone appearing on its leg. Roar! The giant beast howled in agony, its long trunk whipping through the air like a steel whip. Anticipating this, Lu Chen executed a swift roll to evade the trunk while releasing the azure dragon halberd, which shot forth like a bolt of blue lightning, piercing through the elephant's other foreleg. The colossal creature collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Combat points 50 as the system notification flashed. Lu Chen had already surged towards the next beast. His fighting style was brutally simplistic, devoid of flashy techniques, embodying a pure amalgamation of strength, speed, and instinct. The bronze-grade physical prowess combined with his epic martial skills rendered these beasts incapable of approaching him, and each swing of the azure dragon halberd assuredly claimed a life. In a monitoring room, everyone held their breath. The figure of the white-haired student wreaking havoc among the beast horde transcended their understanding of what a student could be. Is this truly a prospective warrior? Principal Ma of the 3rd Middle School spoke, his voice trembling. His physical strength had already reached silver grade, and with that possibly rare great halberd and the immense power of his martial skills, he could easily dominate the secret realm. Elder Zhang gripped his cane tightly, a glint of brilliance in his eyes, but the behavior of these beasts seemed highly unusual. General Lu suddenly pulled up an energy monitoring graph. Look, every beast possesses a trace of energy flowing towards the center of the valley. They're being drawn by some force. As the general stated, with every beast that fell, an almost imperceptible wisp of energy drifted towards the depths of the valley. As the number of deaths increased, the crimson light at the valley's center grew ever more intense. On the battlefield, Lu Chen also sensed the anomaly. He had slain over 200 beasts, yet the remaining ones had grown even more frenzied. Strangely, the corpses of the fallen beasts were visibly withering, as if their essence was being siphoned away by some unseen force. It seemed that this prize was not so easily attained. With a cold snort, Lu Chen executed a sweeping motion with the azure dragon halberd, reducing the 10 or so obstructing beasts into mere fragments. He no longer lingered in combat, propelling himself over the remaining horde, charging towards the center of the valley. The beasts emitted reluctant howls, yet dared not step foot into the valley, as if a formidable presence lay within that commanded their reverence. The sight at the center of the valley made Lu Chen's pupils constrict. A crystal, half the height of a person, floated in mid-air, dazzling like a rainbow, with 4 ethereal images of divine beasts swirling within: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Is this the 4 spirit crystal? Lu Chen cautiously approached, the azure dragon halberd poised before him. Just as he drew within 10 meters of the crystal, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! The crystal trembled violently, and 4 spectral beasts simultaneously emerged, rapidly expanding in the air until they transformed into colossal creatures the size of houses, encircling Lu Chen in the center. Detected the trial of the 4 spirits. Defeat the 4 incarnations to gain the crystal's acknowledgement. The system prompt flashed momentarily, and the white tiger lunged forward first. This magnificent tiger, entirely clad in snowy white, moved with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake. Before its sharp claws could reach him, the fierce gust generated by its charge struck Lu Chen's face painfully. Kulme! Lu Chen steadied himself, thrusting his azure-scaled spear toward the tiger's claws. The weapons clashed, resulting in a deafening explosion of sound. To his astonishment, the strike ended in a stalemate. Before he could regain his composure, the cry of the vermilion bird resonated overhead, as torrents of searing flames cascaded down like a waterfall. Lu Chen hastily rolled to evade, barely escaping as the ground beneath him was seared into a 5-meter-wide lava pit. With a roar, the black tortoise charged from the side. Its seemingly cumbersome body moved with remarkable agility. Lu Chen, in a panic, attempted to parry with his spear, but was still sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against a mountain wall, sending rocks tumbling down. The azure dragon circled high above, its eyes glinting with a chilling light, poised to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. For against one, Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning widely. This was precisely to his liking. Chapter 15. The Divine Elephant's Prison-Breaking Technique. He took the initiative, unleashing the azure dragon's piercing heaven spear to its utmost potential. This epic martial art seemed to come alive in his hands, each move imbued with immense force and executed at cunning angles. Azure Dragon's piercing heaven spear, the dragon's tail sweep. The azure-scaled spear traced a flawless arc, akin to a colossal dragon turning in the air, striking heavily against the tortoise's shell. With a resounding clang, the tortoise was pushed back several meters, fine cracks appearing on its protective armor. The white tiger and vermilion bird rushed to assist simultaneously. Lu Chen had been prepared. He suddenly altered his approach to a counterattack, thrusting the spear into the joint of the white tiger's foreleg. The white tiger, in pain, retreated just in time to block the vermilion bird's fiery onslaught. The vermilion bird hastily retracted its flames, which backfired, singeing its feathers. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen struck like a venomous serpent, aiming the spear at the vermilion bird's eyes. The bird ascended swiftly to evade, yet still suffered a gash across its abdomen, showering the ground in crimson droplets. Roar! The azure dragon could no longer contain itself. A bolt of azure lightning descending from above. Lu Chen had no time to evade. He braced himself to endure the strike. With a thunderous crash, the lightning coursed through him, leaving him paralyzed and kneeling on one knee. The 4 spirits seized this moment to pounce, poised to rend him asunder. What a Na'vi, he thought. In a critical moment, Lu Chen fought through the paralysis, using the azure-scaled spear as a pivot, sweeping his legs like a whirlwind, striking the white tiger's jaw. The massive beast was sent staggering backward, colliding with the advancing tortoise. At the same time, Lu Chen leveraged the momentum to leap into the air, narrowly evading the claws of the vermilion bird, and with a swift motion, thrust the spear into the base of its wing. The vermilion bird let out a mournful cry as it plummeted to the ground. Witnessing this, the azure dragon dove straight down, its claws aimed at Lu Chen's crown. "You've kept me waiting." A fierce glint ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he abruptly released the azure-scaled spear, gripping the dragon's claw with hands like iron pincers. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit, and he managed to lift the entire azure dragon, slamming it into the ground. Boom! A massive crater was formed upon impact, the dragon's ethereal form dimming significantly. Lu Chen offered no respite, retrieving the azure-scaled spear for a powerful cleave. River-cutting style, reformed. Crack. The dragon's scales shattered, and the azure dragon let out a tortured roar. The other three spirits attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Lu Chen clung to the azure dragon like a persistent shadow, the azure-scaled spear piercing through its vital points. The final thrust penetrated the dragon's head, causing its ethereal form to shatter with a thunderous crash, dispersing into flecks of azure light that returned to the crystal. The remaining three spirits, witnessing this, intensified their assault. However, without the azure dragon, they could no longer encircle him. Lu Chen grew bolder with each clash, first trading blows to shatter the tortoise's formidable defenses, then orchestrating a conflict between the white tiger and vermilion bird, ultimately defeating them one by one. An hour later, with the last mournful cry, the vermilion bird's form dissipated into thin air. The four spirits' trial passed. The suspended crystal slowly drifted before Lu Chen, suddenly splitting into five. Four ethereal silhouettes of divine beasts returned to the crystal, while a fifth, earthen energy surged into the central blank area of the altar, gradually coalescing into the shape of a Qilin. Task completed. All attributes 30. Combat power 300. Activated 5th spirit Earth Qilin. 5 elements, 5 spirits, legendary awakening material fusion successful. In an instant, colorful beams of light soared into the sky. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. The 5 spirit crystals suspended before him suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless specks of light that surged into his body. The influx of these luminescent particles immediately stimulated the surrounding spiritual energy, creating a vortex of spiritual power with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, engulfing him entirely. Lu Chen barely managed to utter a gasp of astonishment before he felt an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy flood into his body like a bursting dam. The sheer magnitude and ferocity of this energy surpassed all his expectations. His meridians were stretched to their limits in an instant, and his skin erupted with countless tiny bulges, revealing the chaotic movement of spiritual power beneath the surface. Ugh! The intense pain drove Lu Chen to his knees, his hands gripping the rocky ground tightly. He felt as if his body were a balloon being continuously inflated, on the verge of bursting at any moment. The most terrifying aspect was that the influx of energy was accelerating. In the monitoring room, alarms blared piercingly. The readings on the energy monitoring device skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing the red alert threshold. The energy was rising at an alarming rate. The technician's voice trembled, indicating that it had already reached the standards for legendary awakening materials. General Lu slammed his fist onto the control panel. How could this happen? How could the 4 spirit crystals suddenly evolve? Hearing this, old Zhang's expression darkened as he replied, "It may be that the divine artifact is in hiding, but to capture our attention, it has only released a fraction of its power. What should we do now? We need to send someone to rescue." Zhou Zhenyue panicked. It's too late. General Lu fixed his gaze on the screen, realizing that no one could save him now. He had to rely solely on himself to endure this crisis. On the screen, Lu Chen's situation deteriorated rapidly. Blood began to seep from his skin, with blood vessels bursting from his orifices, his white hair stained a deep crimson. Even more astonishingly, amidst Lu Chen's desperate struggle for survival, countless streams of blood and energy erupted from his pores, forming columns of crimson smoke above his head, shooting straight up into the sky for dozens of meters. System. Allocate points. All into Constitution. Lu Chen roared within his consciousness. Consumer 200 combat points. Constitution 20. Consumer 200 combat points. Constitution 20 consumed. Amidst a flurry of notifications, Lu Chen unleashed all his accumulated combat points into his constitution as if money were no object. With each allocation, his muscles swelled slightly, and the density of his bones increased by 10%. Within his body, unseen by anyone, cells were rapidly dividing and reorganizing at an astonishing rate. His meridians were forcibly expanding, and intricate protective patterns appeared on the surface of his internal organs. Boom! When his constitution surpassed the threshold of 300, A muffled sound resonated within Lu Chen's body. His nearly collapsing form stabilized with sheer force. Though energy continued to flood in violently, at least the danger of explosion had been averted. Ding! Awakening material task completed. The reward, epic-level martial art Taikong Barbarian Dragon Force. A hidden reward has been activated due to the completion of the task beyond expectations. The level of the martial art has been elevated. The epic Taikong Barbarian Dragon Force has been transformed into the legendary Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. An influx of information, far more ancient and majestic than the whirlpool of spiritual energy, surged into Lu Chen's mind. Mu, a sound transcending time and space resonated within his soul. In a moment of daze, Lu Chen beheld, amidst boundless darkness, a colossal elephant towering above, its feet treading upon 8 layers of hell, its trunk curling around the galaxy, each strand of hair shimmering with a radiance that suppressed the ages. Boom! In an instant, the 840 million particles within him awakened simultaneously, each particle harboring the essence of a dragon-elephant embryo. Crack, crack! The sound of something grinding within him echoed, not a collapse, but a metamorphosis. Each particle voraciously consumed the tumultuous spiritual energy, transforming it into the purest form of dragon-elephant power. Lu Chen gazed inward, witnessing countless dragon elephants, no larger than specks of dust, galloping through his meridians, healing the cracks and shattered organs at a visible pace. Is this the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique? Lu Chen stared in awe as the attribute panel fluctuated wildly. The energy that once threatened to burst him now appeared insufficient. Those dragon elephant embryos resembled an insatiable abyss, growing and evolving every second. In the monitoring room, everyone stood in stunned silence, observing the energy readings plummet dramatically. Yet, Lu Chen's life signs surge against the tide, quickly surpassing the silver tier threshold. He was devouring energy. President Zhou Jinyue's voice trembled. What kind of martial art is this? How can it absorb energy so voraciously? Zhang Lao paused before responding. This should be a gift derived from absorbing the 5 spirits crystal. Indeed, General Lu decisively stated. This is the opportunity Lu Chen gained from absorbing a legendary grade awakening material. The others were not naive. They understood that the 2 prominent figures were covering for Lu Chen. However, they held no grudges against him and even owed him a significant debt of gratitude. This favor they felt compelled to repay. Chapter 16. The Bronze Realm. At this moment, Lu Chen is undergoing an unprecedented transformation. As the dragon and elephant particles continue to awaken, the density of his bones has multiplied several times, radiating a dark golden hue. His muscle fibers are restructured, with each bundle entwined in dragon and elephant patterns. Most astonishingly, his blood, each droplet now as heavy as mercury, flows with the sound of rushing rivers. Boom! Lu Chen suddenly struck the ground with his fist, without employing any spiritual energy. Relying solely on his physical strength, the ground within 100 meters undulated like waves, and a fissure extended straight to the small hill 300 meters away, cleaving it in 2. Hiss! A gasp resonated through the monitoring room. The force of this punch rivaled that of a silver-tier warrior's full-powered strike. Look at his vitality. The female principal of the secondary school exclaimed suddenly. Within the originally crimson vitality smoke, the forms of the 5 spirit beasts emerged, surrounded by countless tiny phantoms of dragons and elephants. When the last trace of energy was absorbed, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying phantom of a divine elephant flickered momentarily in the depths of his pupils. He had now grown to a towering height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters. His muscular contours sharp as if sculpted by a master, with every inch of his skin shimmering with a dark golden sheen. His once white hair now appeared as if dyed with gold, transformed into a platinum hue. Gently clenching his fist, the air cracked explosively, resonating like thunder. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Agility 1, Mentality 1. The system notification chimed every few seconds, indicating that Lu Chen's attributes were visibly increasing. Huff! Lu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, which shot forth like an arrow for over 10 meters, creating a small crater in the rocky ground. He opened his eyes, and a fleeting, dark golden light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Lu Chen felt that he could effortlessly defeat 10 previous versions of himself. Not only had his physical prowess been comprehensively enhanced, but more importantly, the divine elephant suppression technique was fundamentally a method of chi refinement. The enhancement of his physique was merely a secondary effect. Standing on the cliff at the exit of the secret realm, his platinum hair danced wildly in the wind. He gazed down at his palm, where golden patterns could be faintly seen flowing beneath his skin. With a slight exertion, he could produce a sound explosion in the air. System: display the attribute panel. Name: Lu Chen. Age: 18. Level: bronze 11 stars. Realm: Constitution 355. Strength 348. Agility 337. Mentality 325. Technique: divine elephant suppression technique. Martial skills: basic advancing sword technique. Mastery 97. Gale step proficiency 66. Azure dragon breakthrough spear entry 87. Lu Chen furrowed his brows in confusion. Despite feeling exponentially stronger than before, with all attribute points surpassing the 300 mark, why did his level still display as bronze? Even more perplexing was the notation of 11 stars. In the realm of martial knowledge, each major realm is comprised of only 9 minor star levels, and upon reaching the 9th star, one is expected to ascend to the next realm. Yet, how could I have manifested an 11th star? System: could you elucidate the nature of this level? Host detected to have transcended conventional level limitations. Current status: extreme realm breakthrough. I never anticipated I would become a pioneer. Lu Chen smiled. He decided to return for the time being. With his legs slightly bent, the ground immediately cracked beneath him as he exerted his full strength to leap. The earth within a 10-meter radius collapsed, propelling him towards the direction of the camp like a cannonball, trailing behind him a white wave of energy. At the center of the rescue camp, within a hastily constructed medical tent, Lu Shuang was employing ice-based spiritual energy to lower the temperature of a severely injured individual. Suddenly, she felt an instinctive urge to look up at the sky. "What is wrong?" inquired Chu Feng, who was assisting her. Before Lu Shuang could respond, a tremendous explosion resonated from the camp's perimeter, akin to a meteorite striking the earth. Instantly, everyone grasped their weapons and rushed outside, only to witness a towering figure emerging from the swirling dust. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Wait, what is that? As the dust settled, a giant, standing at 2.5 meters tall, revealed himself. His platinum blonde hair cascaded to his waist, and his bare torso was adorned with dark golden patterns, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step he took. When he lifted his head to reveal his chiseled features, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Chen. Qin Hao's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The camp erupted into chaos. Students surged forward, bombarding him with questions. "Wow, Brother Lu, what have you been taking? You're at least 2.5 meters tall now. That platinum hair is so handsome. How did you break through with such a beauty effect? Those muscle lines. Brother Lu, do you need a boyfriend? Get lost, Nantong." Lu Chen gazed helplessly at his fellow survivors, who still found time for humor amidst their ordeal. He noticed that many were bandaged, some even missing limbs, yet their spirits remained high. "Brother." Lu Shuang squeezed through the crowd, gazing up in awe at her significantly taller brother, her ice blue eyes wide with shock. "What happened to you?" "A minor accident." Lu Chen scratched his head, giving him an unexpectedly endearing appearance, as if he had perhaps overdone it with his breakthrough. Suddenly, Qin Hao punched Lu Chen in the chest, only to recoil, grimacing in pain. Damn, it felt like hitting a steel wall. "Lu Chen, what realm are you in now?" This question silenced everyone, who eagerly awaited his answer. Lu Chen's expression turned slightly peculiar. "You may not believe it when I tell you. I feel capable of defeating low-tier silver warriors, yet in reality, I should still be in the bronze level." "What?" the crowd exclaimed in unison. "To be precise, I am at bronze 11 stars." A profound silence ensued. "How many stars?" Chu Feng rubbed his ears, questioning if he had misheard. Lin Yu frowned. ISNT, there are only 9 stars in each realm. As the crowd stood in bewilderment, a resonant voice emanated from outside the camp. Let me have a look. The crowd instinctively parted, and Elder Zhang, accompanied by several principals and military representatives, approached briskly. Upon witnessing Lu Chen's new appearance, even these seasoned dignitaries were momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable lad! General Lu was the first to regain his composure, heartily patting Lu Chen on the shoulder. This physique surpasses even that of the elite warriors in our military district. However, Elder Zhang's gaze fixated on the golden patterns adorning Lu Chen's skin as he spoke gravely. Lu Chen, could you demonstrate your strength? Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings and replied, it seems there's not much space to showcase my abilities. Come at me. Principal Zhou Jinyue's words had barely left his lips when a massive fist came hurtling toward him. You scoundrel, sneak attacking without honor. Boom! The shockwave generated by the punch instantly created a tempest, uprooting tents for dozens of meters behind. The scene was left in utter disarray, with everyone gaping in astonishment. As Lu Chen observed his principal standing motionless, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. It appeared that the path to becoming a formidable warrior was still a long one. Naturally, Zhou Jinyue noticed Lu Chen's expression and surmised his thoughts, his face darkening. You insufferable wretch. At least I am at the platinum level. Do you understand what platinum level means? If a bronze level like you were to knock me down, what would become of my reputation? Zhou Jinyue bellowed in indignation while gripping Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. The old fellow certainly has quite the temper. And how about it? General Lu inquired. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Zhou Jinyue responded, that punch just now. Chapter 17. The Tianbei Training Camp. That punch just now undoubtedly possessed the caliber of a silver 3-star. However, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him were undeniably at the bronze level. As supplemented by Steward Lu. What? Is this truly considered bronze level? Qin Hao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting shared disbelief. Yet, old Zhang trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. This is the extremity. It must be the legendary breakthrough to extremity. Noticing the confusion among the crowd, the elders swiftly elucidated. Ancient texts record that in primordial times, there existed prodigies capable of transcending limits at each grand realm, achieving the state of extremity. Such warriors are invincible of their kind, capable of defeating foes of higher rank with the ease of breathing. Previously, we speculated how Lu Chen managed to surpass the silver level. I believe it was due to his physical prowess being unrestrained, but now it appears Lu Chen has not truly advanced to the silver level at all. The limit of bronze remains, and he is still at the bronze level. General Lu's eyes brightened. So you mean Lu Chen is currently at the bronze level, yet his actual combat prowess is at least mid-silver? Old Zhang asserted with conviction, declaring that when he truly breaks through to the silver level, there will likely be no rivals within that tier. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, their gazes upon Lu Chen akin to that of a creature of myth. Just as the atmosphere reached a fervent peak, a jarring voice pierced through from the direction of the rescue team. While everyone here is fighting for their lives, someone has the audacity to run off in search of treasure. What a disgrace. The mood instantly soured. All heads turned to see a lean man clad in the rescue team's uniform, his expression rife with disdain. His nameplate read Wang Li, a silver 3-star warrior. What did you say? Chu Feng's eyes narrowed, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Wang Li scoffed. Did I speak incorrectly? This kid. He pointed at Lu Chen. In a time of crisis, chose not to assist, but instead went treasure hunting. And now he has the gall to show off here? The expressions of the students in the camp shifted dramatically. Beside Lin Yu, the ethereal butterfly flickered, while Chu Feng unsheathed his sword by 3 inches. Even the injured were struggling to rise. You speak nonsense. One gravely injured student erupted in anger. If it weren't for Brother Lu, we would have. Lu Chen raised his hand, silencing the impassioned classmates. He strode towards Wang Li, his towering height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters exuding an overwhelming presence, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wang Li instinctively took a half step back, his anger flaring. What? Are you going to resort to violence just because I struck a nerve? You students. First, Lu Chen began, his voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. My endeavor to retrieve the crystal was a collective decision among all students. Second, we have never coveted the chance to survive. On what grounds do you assume we would desire a piece of awakening material? Third, Lu Chen suddenly revealed a gleaming smile, exposing his pearly white teeth. I indeed wish to make a move. Before Wang Li could comprehend, he felt a blur before his eyes. Lu Chen's enormous palm, akin to a fan, had already pressed against his crown, forcefully descending. Bang! Wang Li collapsed to the ground, his knees crashing into the hard earth, creating two deep impressions. He was horrified to discover that his silver-level power felt like that of an infant before this hand, unable to move even a finger. Silver 3 stars? Lu Chen tilted his head, questioning how such weakness dared to make grandiose claims here. Stop! A few warriors from the rescue team rushed out, but were halted by a mere glance from General Lu. Lu Chen released his grip, casting a disdainful gaze upon the crumpled Wang Li on the ground. Given your attempt at rescue, I shall let this slide for now. Should you dare to besmirch my name or that of my classmates again? Lu Chen grinned, effortlessly drawing the long knife from Wang Li's waist. With a firm grip, the razor-sharp blade was instantly crushed into iron dust by his bare hands. This is your fate. Wang Li's face turned pale, and he felt a warm dampness spread in his trousers. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Old Zhang timely stepped in to mediate. It was evident that he was suppressing laughter. Lu Chen, come to the command center. There are matters that require your insight. Before departing, Lu Chen glanced back at his classmates. Chu Feng gave him a thumbs up. Qin Hao made a gesture across his throat. Lin Yu shook his head in exasperation, while Lu Qingxuan cheekily made a cute face at him. These comrades in arms had not distanced themselves due to his transformation. In fact, they felt closer than ever. The sensation of being unconditionally trusted by others was rather pleasant. As Lu Chen stepped into the tent, a soundproof barrier illuminated behind him. Old Zhang promptly pulled over a chair and sat down, the wrinkles on his face deepening under the dim light. General Lu stood before an electronic sand table, fingers gliding swiftly to retrieve a set of encrypted data. Lu Chen, towering at 2 meters and 5 centimeters, felt somewhat confined in the tent, opting to sit cross-legged on the ground, his platinum hair cascading around him. Elders, please speak candidly. Very well. I shall be direct, Old Zhang said with a smile. You are aware of the training camp in Tianbei Province, correct? Lu Chen nodded. As the foremost genius of Tianhai No. 1 High School and the top seed, how could he be oblivious to the Tianbei training camp? At that moment, General Lu displayed a gruesome combat video. This is a live recording from last year's training camp in Tianbei Province. The footage revealed several youths battling ferociously against beasts in the wilderness. Despite their injuries, they fought like wild animals, tearing at the creatures before them. The training camp employed an elimination system. The bottom 3 in weekly assessments lose their resource allocations, and 2 consecutive failures result in expulsion. General Lu's voice was as unyielding as iron. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as the scene shifted to a metallic hall, where a group of dismembered youths stood, faces filled with despair. Last year, 365 participants entered, 19 perished, and 103 were permanently disabled. Fewer than 10 managed to pass the training camp. General Lu concluded the footage, but those who survived had, at the very least, ascended to platinum level. Elder Zhang took over the conversation. During the training camp, each participant is allocated 3 bottles of nutritionally equivalent liquid daily, with the martial arts instructors being at least of diamond rank. It can be said that, apart from the inability to partake, all benefits are maximized. The conditions are indeed enticing. Lu Chen nodded. However, the 2 seniors should be aware that I will certainly participate in the training camp. Thus, their purpose in summoning me must extend beyond mere introductions, correct? Elder Zhang fell silent for a moment before responding. Our city, Tianhai, is on the verge of disqualification. Wait, Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Isn't it stated that the training camp has fixed quotas every year? Why will we face disqualification? A sudden hush enveloped the tent. General Lu quietly retrieved a list detailing the participants sent from Tianhai City over the past 5 years and their fates. Zhao Tianyang, succumbed to mental collapse during the second year of training, currently resides in a psychiatric hospital. Li Fengwu lost both arms to a fierce beast, retired. Zhou Kuang suffered a spinal fracture during the elimination round, now paralyzed. Over 50 names were listed, each accompanied by a staggering outcome. Only 3 individuals returned unscathed, yet they bore permanent disabilities. We are simply too weak. General Lu's voice was hoarse. Weak to the extent that we are not even qualified to be mere mice in a warehouse. Other cities, hungry for these resources, are naturally unwilling to squander them on those destined for elimination. As he spoke, Elder Zhang brought forth a document marked as top secret. Tianbei City had consistently ranked at the bottom of the training camp for 5 consecutive years. According to the latest directives from the recent meeting, this year represents our final opportunity. The document clearly stated, should the representatives from Tianbei City fail to place within the top 200 in the upcoming qualification battle, selection eligibility will be temporarily revoked. Qualification battle? Lu Chen keenly seized upon the key term. 3 months from now, the provincial capital of Tianbei will host the selection competition at the Blood Battle Arena. Elder Zhang let out a bitter laugh. This is a process that occurs annually. Only by succeeding in the selection competition can one gain entry into the training camp. In previous years, the best results from our participants barely managed to reach the 300 mark. This was information that Lu Chen had not previously comprehended. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Father? Given my current capabilities, what would my ranking have been in previous years? Lu Chen posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. General Lu suddenly smiled, his expression reminiscent of an old wolf witnessing its cub's first successful hunt. First, he declared emphatically, in any prior year, you would unquestionably claim the top position. The atmosphere within the tent seemed to thicken momentarily. Lu Chen could hear the rapid thumping of his own heart, but he quickly regained his composure. However, this year is different, Zhang Lao interjected, producing a confidential document from within his coat. Last week, during a meeting of city officials, Zhou, the corpulent man from Qinghai City, spoke hesitantly, while Li, the cunning fox from Huanghai City, was inexplicably subdued. The old man's eyes glinted with sharp intelligence. They are concealing something. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened. Concealing geniuses? At least 3. General Lu held up 3 fingers. No matter how well they hide, my connections are formidable. According to the intelligence I gathered, there is a girl in Qinghai City who reportedly triggered an elemental tide upon awakening. Huanghai City has produced a set of twins capable of combat beyond their level. However, the most concerning situation arises from Tianbei Province. He paused. Not a single genius has been reported this year. That is simply implausible. Lu Chen understood the implication behind General Lu's words. With such stringent secrecy surrounding the information, it was likely that no useful intelligence would surface before the blood battle arena. Thus, targeting them intentionally would prove exceedingly difficult. Ding! The system notification echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Mission released. Blood Battle Arena Ranking Competition. Rewards distributed based on final standings. Top 500. Basic Reward Package. Top 100. Bronze Grade Enhancement Potion. Top 10. Random Rare Scroll. Champion. Mysterious Grand Gift. This wretched system has taken to being cryptic. Lu Chen couldn't help but scoff. What? Are you intimidated? General Lu noticed Lu Chen's unusual demeanor. No, Lu Chen replied, raising his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. I am contemplating what the champion's reward might be. Both elders were momentarily taken aback. And then Zhang Lao burst into hearty laughter, his voice robust and vigorous, entirely unbecoming of a man of his age. Excellent. That's the spirit. Yet General Lu, with a serious demeanor, placed a firm hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Do not underestimate your competition. Those hidden geniuses may possess attributes akin to yours. He glanced meaningfully at Lu Chen's platinum hair. Special bloodlines? Lu Chen felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed these individuals attributed their system-granted rewards to possessing unique bloodlines. This could save him considerable effort. However, direct rewards are non-existent. General Lu stated plainly, the selection competition is merely a selection process. There are no prizes. Yet, Your rankings in this competition will correlate directly with the benefits afforded at the Tianbei training camp. The Tianbei training camp operates on a system of elimination. Zhang Lao squinted his eyes, and your initial ranking will determine your final standing in the blood battle arena. General Lu continued, seamlessly taking the conversation forward. The top 10 contenders will gain direct access to the Heavenly Zone, which boasts the finest training facilities, the most abundant allocation of resources, and he deliberately paused. A tailor-made camp reward. A camp reward? Lu Chen leaned slightly forward, his white hair cascading from his shoulders. Old Zhang smiled mysteriously, the wrinkles on his face resembling the concentric rings of an ancient tree. Each year is different. Last year's champion received an ancient battle technique, and the year before that, a vial of dragon's blood elixir. The old man suddenly lowered his voice, and it is said that the champion from a year before last received a weapon imbued with a spirit. A spirit? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although his azure scale halberd is of rare quality, it evidently lacks the conditions to nurture a weapon spirit. If he could acquire a weapon with a spirit, don't rejoice too soon. General Lu doused the excitement with a cold splash of water. Not everyone is entitled to such treatment. Only the stronger individuals can receive superior cultivation. This point was clear to Lu Chen. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the two dignitaries permitted Lu Chen to depart. As the tent flap was lifted, a cold wind accompanied by light rain greeted him. It rains even in this secret realm? Lu Chen found this rather peculiar. He squinted and saw his sister, Lu Qingxuang, crouched outside the tent like a drenched kitten, a translucent awning of ice-blue spiritual energy forming above her head. Brother, Lu Qingxuang sprang up, and the awning shattered into ice crystals. They haven't given you a hard time, have they? Lu Chen ruffled his sister's hair, feeling the dampness in his palm. This silly girl. She could easily block the rain with her spiritual energy, yet she chose to wait in the downpour. What could possibly happen? Just discussing matters regarding the northern training camp. He instinctively glanced back at the tent. The canvas projected the blurred figures of old Zhang and General Lu, who appeared to be engaged in a heated debate. A flash of lightning illuminated the vast map hanging on the tent wall, densely marked with red dots, each accompanied by numbers and codes. Is it about the quota for the northern training camp? Lu Qingxuang suddenly inquired. Not quite. He was about to continue when he halted abruptly, eyes widening. Wait, how do you know this? Lu Qingxuang tilted her head, raindrops cascading from her ponytail. Didn't Dad tell you? Dad! Lu Chen's voice shot up an octave, attracting the attention of several patrolling soldiers nearby. He quickly pulled his sister under a large tree, incredulously saying, You mean that Dad who daily dons an apron to make us braised pork? The one who is perpetually tugging at his beard and becomes pitifully needy after a scolding from Mom? Lu Qingxuang's expression turned peculiar. Brother, you can't possibly think Dad is just an ordinary house husband, can you? Suddenly, the rain intensified, large droplets pattering against the leaves with a crackling sound. Lu Chen felt as though his worldview was weathering a tempest. No, wait. Lu Chen steadied himself against the tree trunk, striving to clarify his thoughts. What you mean is, Dad knows about the northern training camp. Not just knows. Lu Qingxuang lowered his voice, seemingly recognizing someone within. Last week, when I woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, I saw him conversing with a figure clad in a black trench coat, mentioning terms like Tianbei and quota. Lu Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as memories flickered back. His father always seemed to recommend peculiar yet effective training methods precisely when he encountered bottlenecks in his cultivation. After he first defeated a street thug, his father had chuckled, remarking that his movements lacked decisiveness, and subsequently began ambushing him daily at home. The sharpness of Lu Chen's combat instincts was undoubtedly linked to his father's relentless training. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere coincidence. Now, however, it sent chills down his spine. And what about his mother? Lu Chen's voice trembled. Could she also be some hidden powerhouse? Lu Qingxuang blinked. I'm not so sure about Mom. But do you remember when I had a fever at the age of 10? You were at school, and Mom pressed her hand against my forehead, and I felt a warm flow. Then the fever subsided. Lu Chen's knees buckled, nearly bringing him to the ground. So, am I the only one in the family who is utterly useless? My sister is possibly a reincarnated empress. My father is a concealed master. And my mother might be a healing expert. And here I was, feeling smug about awakening system. Brother? Brother, are you all right? Lu Chen shook the dazed Lu Chen. Noticing his pallor, Lu Chen slowly crouched down, picking up a twig to draw circles in the dirt. I am contemplating the essence of life. Suddenly, Lu Chen burst into laughter, saying, Brother, you look like a husky struck by lightning. Lu Chen raised his head, casting her a resentful glance. What do you know? I am experiencing a philosophical moment of reconstructing my worldview. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Lu Fan. Beep. Abnormal psychological fluctuations detected in the host. System prompt. Background does not equate to strength. The system's alert jolted Lu Chen. Indeed, regardless of whether his family members were celestial beings or monsters, his path must ultimately be forged by his own efforts. The blood-soaked battle arena was the paramount concern at hand. He abruptly rose to his feet, rain cascading down his white hair. Qing Shuang, regardless of my parents' origins, I shall seize the championship in this blood battle arena through my own prowess. Lu Qing Shuang's eyes sparkled, her ice-blue spiritual energy swirling uncontrollably around her, as the raindrops in her vicinity instantaneously crystallized into delicate shards of ice. This is my brother, so formidable. At the exit of the secret realm, a temporary military camp bustled with activity. Finally emerged from that cursed place. It felt as though everyone appeared as an adversary. Qin Hao rubbed his reddened eyes. Chu Feng adjusted his sleeves, chuckling softly at the remark. Indeed, I too find it hard to suppress the urge to draw my sword. Lin Yu disregarded their banter and turned to Lu Chen. Are you truly not joining us? Chu Feng mentioned that his uncle's training grounds are fully equipped, ideally suited for the four of us. Lu Chen shook his head, his white hair shimmering with a faint golden hue under the sunlight. I need to return home for a moment, he paused. There are certain matters I must ascertain before the blood battle arena. The three exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing not to pry further. Very well. We shall meet again in a month. Lin Yu waved her hand. Just don't let us surpass you by then. Chu Feng's gaze was sharp as a sword. I believe this time, my swordsmanship will ascend to new heights. Qin Hao wrapped an arm around Lu Chen's neck. Just so you know, I shall show no mercy if we meet on the arena. Lu Chen flashed a grin, revealing a row of pearly whites. That should be my line. Laughter erupted among the group. Having endured the life and death trials of the secret realm, these youths from various schools had forged profound friendships. Lu Chen exchanged fist bumps with each of them in farewell, and when it came to Lu Qing Shuang, she was surrounded by a few girls from the second high school, whispering secrets. Qing Shuang, let's go. Lu Chen called out. Lu Qing Shuang scampered over, her ice-blue spiritual energy unconsciously crystallizing into tiny ice shards beneath her feet. Since emerging from the secret realm, her cultivation had evidently advanced. However, Lu Chen could not discern her true strength. Could she be employing some cunning technique to conceal her prowess? The siblings boarded the transport vehicle arranged by the military, and the desolate military zone gradually transformed into a vibrant urban landscape. Lu Chen gazed out at the fleeting buildings, his thoughts lingering on the battles within the secret realm. The emergence of the Purification Society, the challenges of the blood battle arena, the system's tasks, and the potentially earth-shattering secrets harbored by his parents. Brother, are you nervous? Lu Qing Shuang suddenly inquired. Lu Chen snapped back to reality. Nervous about what? About going home. Lu Qing Shuang blinked. Father is surely planning another surprise. Lu Chen's lips twitched. Indeed, this was a family tradition. Each time they returned from an outing, their father would devise various methods to test his vigilance. He was accustomed to it. Lu Chen shrugged. Last year, when he hid behind the door and threw flour, he ended up receiving a shoulder throw from me, resulting in flour all over his own head. Lu Qing Shuang stifled a laugh. I remember that. When Mom came home and saw the kitchen looking like it had snowed, she nearly yanked Dad's ears off. Amid the banter, the car had already arrived at their neighborhood. It was an ordinary mid-range community, lush with greenery, completely unassuming for a place that might harbor hidden elites. Standing before the familiar security door, Lu Chen took a deep breath and gestured for his sister to be silent. He gently inserted the key into the lock turning it with barely a sound. The door opened a crack. Lu Chen squinted, keenly detecting the faint sound of breathing from behind the door. Subtly, he nudged Lu Qingxuang aside and suddenly flung the door wide open. "Take this." A large foot clad in flip-flops, adorned with leg hair, shot out from behind the door, aiming directly at Lu Chen's face. A cold smirk crept across Lu Chen's lips as he leaned back slightly, allowing the foot to graze past his nose. With hands like iron clamps, he seized the assailant's ankle and spun. Ouch. Accompanied by a cry, a middle-aged man in an apron was forcefully thrown onto the entrance floor, the back of his head thudding against the shoe cabinet. Lu Chen ignored him entirely and strode into the living room. "I'm back." Lu Qingxuang shook her head helplessly, bending down to help her grimacing father. "Dad, after all these years of ambushing your brother, can't you change up your tactics a bit?" Lu Fan, rubbing the back of his head, stood up, his height slightly exceeding Lu Qingxuang's. The apron emblazoned with the words "family cook" hung from him. He winked at his youngest daughter. "This is called strategy. One day, that kid will let his guard down, and then it will be my turn to win." A loud clatter came from the kitchen as Lu Chen poked his head out, a cucumber he had just retrieved from the refrigerator clutched in his mouth. "Where's Mom?" "Working late." Lu Fan suddenly dashed forward, reaching for the cucumber in Lu Chen's mouth. "You little rascal. That S for tonight, S salad." Lu Chen tilted his head aside, easily dodging him, swallowing a few bites and mumbling. "After training me for so many years, why haven't you trained Qingxuang?" At this, Lu Fan straightened up, justifying himself. "Qingxuang is a girl. It's not the same. Girls need to be pampered." Lu Qingxuang stifled another laugh, icy blue spiritual energy swirling at her fingertips, forming a few delicate ice flowers which she gifted to Lu Fan. His face lit up with delight, thoroughly a doting father. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Double standards. Watching the father-son duo bicker, Lu Qingxuang shook her head in resignation. "I'm going to take a shower. You two continue." Lu Fan turned toward the kitchen. "I'm going to cook now. Your mom gets off work at 6. Do you want braised pork or sweet and sour ribs?" Knowing that further inquiries would yield no answers, Lu Chen simply replied, "Both." "All right." Lu Fan tightened his apron, humming a tune as he began to slice the meat, his movements as deft as a professional chef. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, observing his father's busy silhouette, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. This man, who daily prepared meals for him, engaged in playful banter, and feigned innocence when scolded by his mother, what secrets did he harbor beneath his seemingly mundane exterior? As dinner approached, Lu's mother returned home punctually. Dressed in a sharp professional outfit, she immediately kicked off her high heels upon entering. "Oh, my feet." Ning Xuezhi massaged her ankle, exhausted from a grueling 8-hour surgery. As the head of surgery at the municipal hospital, her demanding job often left her weary. "Mom, you've worked hard," Lu Chen said, taking her bag. Ning Xuezhi affectionately ruffled her son's white hair, then suddenly frowned. "You've grown taller again? Your muscles seem more defined as well. You weren't injured in the secret realm, were you?" "Just minor injuries, all healed now." Lu Chen casually brushed aside the life-threatening battles he had faced. Those events were behind him. Discussing them served no purpose. It would be better to focus on the meal instead, as he was on the verge of starvation. Chapter 20. Tianhao Group's Ning Tianhao. At the dining table, the aromatic scents of braised pork and sweet and sour ribs wafted enticingly through the air. "Darling, do try this braised rib. I stewed it for an extra half hour. And the bones are so tender," Lu Fan said, delicately placing a glistening piece of rib into Ning Xuezhi's bowl with an affectionate gaze that seemed to glisten with warmth. Ning Xuezhi smiled softly, the corners of her eyes crinkling gently. "You should eat too. Don't just focus on me," she replied, playfully tapping Lu Fan's nose with her chopsticks, leaving a smudge of sauce behind. "Oh dear, you truly are." Lu Fan chuckled foolishly, oblivious to the two children seated across from them. Lu Chen and Lu Qingxuang exchanged knowing glances, instinctively lowering their heads to concentrate on their meals. This scene was one they had witnessed since childhood, and they had long since grown accustomed to it. Sometimes, Lu Chen even wondered if he and his sister had been picked out of trash bin by their parents. "Brother, what are your plans for the upcoming month before the blood battle arena?" Lu Chen asked softly, picking up a piece of green vegetable. Lu Chen swallowed his food. I plan to find a place rich in demon beasts to hone my skills. Practical experience is far more effective than solitary meditation. He refrained from adding that combat was the best way to earn combat points, which was significantly quicker than personal training. Ahem. Ning Xuezhi suddenly cleared her throat, pulling herself away from her husband's sweet nothings. You wish to train? Perfect. Tomorrow, I'll have you visit your third uncle. He can assist in arranging a suitable location for you. Lu Chen paused, his chopsticks halting midair, causing a rib to tumble back into the bowl. Third uncle? An image of his third uncle, Ning Tianhao, who always donned flamboyant floral shirts and slick back hair, immediately sprang to mind. Every time that uncle visited their home, he would share drinks with Lu Chen's father, only for both to be punished by Lu Chen's mother with kneeling on a washboard. However, Lu Chen was uncertain about what exactly his third uncle did. Indeed, your third uncle has quite an extensive network, Ning Xuezhi replied casually, wiping a grain of rice from her husband's mouth. Tomorrow, go to this address to find him. She produced a crumpled business card from her pocket, which bore only an address, Tianhao Building, devoid of any company name or contact information. Lu Fan interjected suddenly. Just remember not to be deceived by his appearance. That fellow. His words were abruptly silenced as his wife stuffed a piece of rib into his mouth. After dinner, Lu Chen returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on his bed as he attempted to circulate the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. The spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, compared to Lu Chen's previous training pace. It was akin to a small calf taking a flight. However, in contrast to the immediate enhancements from the system's point allocation, this method of training felt akin to a snail's crawl. System, display the status panel. Host, Lu Chen, level, bronze 11 stars, cultivation method, divine elephant suppressing prison technique, beginner. Combat points, 5,857, current task. When the championship at the blood battle arena, Lu Chen's eyes brightened. A plus sign had appeared next to his level. This indicated he could directly use combat points to elevate his rank. System, how many combat points are required to advance to bronze 12 stars? Bronze 11 stars, 12 stars. Requires 5,000 combat points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Lu Chen did not hesitate to choose yes. In an instant, a surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire being. His bones emitted a faint cracking sound. Muscle fibers restructured, and his total spiritual power more than doubled. Upgrade successful. Current level, bronze 12 stars. Remaining battle points, 857. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The exhilarating speed of his advancement was akin to riding a rocket. Had he relied solely on his own cultivation, it would have taken him at least a month or two to reach this level. It seemed he needed to slay more monsters. Lu Chen licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. The following morning, he donned the black training suit prepared by his father and stepped outside. Be careful, brother, Lu Chen cautioned from the doorway, her ice blue spiritual energy unconsciously swirling at her fingertips. Third uncle can be quite the trickster. Lu Chen ruffled his sister's hair. No one can outsmart dad. Arriving at the address on the business card, Lu Chen stood before a grand skyscraper in the city center. The glass F.A.A. glistened in the sunlight, and the 4 golden characters of Tianhao Group at the entrance dazzled the eyes. Is this third uncle's company? Lu Chen gazed up at the towering structure, bewildered. He had always assumed third uncle was merely a small-time boss, or perhaps even unemployed. The receptionist, noticing Lu Chen's white hair, brightened up. You must be young Master Lu Chen. President Ning has been expecting you. Young Master? Lu Chen's lips twitched at the antiquated term. Taking the exclusive elevator straight to the top floor, Lu Chen was astonished by the scene that greeted him as the doors opened. The entire top floor was a vast open space, half of which was a luxurious office, while the other half surprisingly featured a small training arena, equipped with all manner of high-end training apparatus. Ah, my dear nephew has arrived. A familiar voice called from behind. Lu Chen turned to see third Uncle Ning Tianhao, impeccably dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit, his hair meticulously styled, an image far removed from the disheveled man in floral shirts he remembered. Third uncle, what is this? Lu Chen gestured around, momentarily unsure of how to articulate his surprise. Ning Tianhao laughed heartily, pulling Lu Chen into a shoulder embrace. What's wrong? Don't you recognize your third uncle? Come, let me show you around. For the next half hour, Lu Chen's worldview was utterly transformed. His seemingly carefree third uncle was not only the chairman of Tianhao Group, but also the largest supplier of monster materials in Tianbei Province, owning 3 specialized monster forests for martial artist training. So, those floral shirts. Lu Chen struggled to process this information. Merely a disguise. Ning Tianhao Vinket. Our line of work tends to attract too much attention, but I have nothing to hide from you. Ning Tianhao clapped his hands and led Lu Chen to a nearby sofa, settling down. Now, let's discuss serious matters. Do you want to find a place abundant with monsters for training? Lu Chen nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the system interface. The glaring 3-digit number filled him with urgency. He now suffers from a profound fear of insufficient combat power. Ning Tianhao smiled mysteriously. What a coincidence. I have just received news that the Black Mist Forest to the north has recently shown unusual activity, with a significant emergence of first-tier monsters, and even sightings of second-tier beasts. He approached his desk and activated a holographic map, pointing to an area marked in red. This is the most suitable place for you. With a month remaining until the blood battle arena, you have ample time to hone your skills. Such matters concerning the blood battle arena were nothing unfamiliar to a figure of Ning Tianhao's stature. Just as Lu Chen was about to express his gratitude, the office door was suddenly flung open, and a secretary-like woman hurriedly entered. Mr. Ning, it's bad news. The monitoring station in the Black Mist Forest has lost contact, and the last transmitted images showed unidentified figures in black cloaks. Ning Tianhao's expression changed abruptly. The Purification Society? Upon hearing those 3 words, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. What a cruel twist of fate. In an instant, the system notification chimed once more. Chapter 21. The Black Mist Forest Ding. Mission released. Mission 1. Eliminate members of the Purification Society. Reward. An additional 100 combat points for each member killed. Mission 2. Undermine the conspiracy of the Purification Society. Reward. 5,000 Ash. Combat points based on completion. Rare skill scroll. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. This opportunity for sudden wealth would undoubtedly allow him to break through to another star level. Third uncle, I know. Ning Tianhao suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his expression dark and forbidding. This matter ends here. You cannot venture into the Black Mist Forest. The temperature in the office seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. The once amiable third uncle now exuded an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. The outline of his muscles beneath his suit was distinctly visible, leaving no trace of a businessman. Unfazed, Lu Chen replied, Third uncle, they are merely members of the Purification Society. There is no need to be so anxious. Ning Tianhao approached the window, turning his back to Lu Chen. This is far too dangerous. I will dispatch a professional team to handle it. I have already encountered members of the Purification Society. Lu Chen rubbed his wrist nonchalantly. In the trial's secret realm, I must have killed dozens of them and sabotaged their hunting plans. Besides, your nephew is the top talent of Tianhai City. I am sure I'm already on their hunting list. Ning Tianhao whirled around, his eyes ablaze with intensity. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? It is not too late to say it now. Lu Chen shrugged. Since they have set their sights on me, my appearance in the Black Mist Forest might prove quite advantageous. Ridiculous. Ning Tianhao's forehead pulsed with veins. Do you even comprehend what kind of organization the Purification Society is? I do not care what they are, Lu Chen calmly interrupted. I only know they are a group of traitorous beasts against humanity. Such creatures deserve to be eradicated. That is all I need to know. A heavy silence fell over the office. Ning Tianhao stared intensely at Lu Chen, as if seeing his nephew for the first time. After a long moment, he sighed deeply and approached the desk, pressing a hidden button. The wall slid open again, but this time revealed not weapons, but a sophisticated holographic projection device. Ning Tianhao quickly operated it, and a 3-dimensional map of the Black Mist Forest materialized in the air, with several areas marked in red. These are potential activity zones of the Purification Society, he said in a low voice. I will equip you with the best gear and a guide. But you must promise me one thing. What? Upon encountering enemies of silver rank or above, you must retreat immediately. Understood. Lu Chen nodded, though inwardly he mused. That would depend on the rewards from the system. Ning Tianhao seemed to see through his thoughts and snorted coldly. Do not think that breaking through the bronze limit makes you extraordinary. In Tianhai City, you may be significant, but once you leave Tianhai, even to Tianbei, well, you will understand soon enough. Lu Chen remained impassive, yet inwardly, he began to scoff. He knew this was the trajectory of the story. However, it can be considered reasonable. After all, there is a saying that the precious golden bricks in the eyes of the poor are merely stepping stones that the rich disdain. Ning Tianhao picked up the communicator on the table. Secretary Lin, prepare an armored off-road vehicle, one equipped with a psychic energy shield. Also dispatch a team. No, 2 teams of guards. Lu Chen promptly waved his hand. No need for guards. Too many people might alert the enemy. If we bring that many along, it would only hinder us. At the very least, take this. Ning Tianhao retrieved a metallic bracelet from a drawer. In case of danger, press it 3 times, and it will deploy a protective shield that lasts for 10 minutes, ample time for you to escape. Lu Chen accepted the bracelet, and a prompt immediately appeared. Acquired. Psychic Energy Shield Bracelet. Rare. Effect. Activates a shield capable of withstanding gold tier attacks. Usage count. 3-3. A fine item. Lu Chen unhesitatingly donned it on his right wrist. Thank you, Uncle San. Ning Tianhao waved his hand dismissively and suddenly lowered his voice. Remember, deep within the Black Mist Forest lies an abandoned research facility. If you discover the Purification Society operating there, notify me immediately. Do not act recklessly. A spark of realization ignited in Lu Chen's mind. In this light, it was highly likely that this was the location of the conspiracy mentioned in the second task. However, he merely nodded obediently. Understood. Go now. Secretary Lin will arrange for a vehicle to take you. Ning Tianhao wearily returned to his chair. Remember, safety is paramount. After Lu Chen turned to leave, Ning Tianhao's expression grew stern. Ensure his safety. If even a single hair is lost, you shall be sent to the far north to mine. Strangely, within the empty office, a clear response echoed. Understood. In the corridor, a secretary had been waiting for some time. This capable woman guided Lu Chen to the private elevator, taking him directly to the underground garage while providing an overview of the situation. The Black Mist Forest is approximately a 2-hour drive from the city. We have arranged supply points and safe houses. She handed Lu Chen a tactical backpack containing 3 days' worth of concentrated rations, a medical kit, and simple trapping devices. As the elevator doors opened, they revealed an underground parking lot reminiscent of a military base, with dozens of modified vehicles lined up neatly. Secretary Lin led Lu Chen to a large off-road vehicle adorned with camouflage paint. This armored beast was equipped with a psychic engine and a secondary shield, capable of withstanding attacks from beasts below the gold tier. Secretary Lin patted the heavy door of the vehicle, but before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of mocking laughter erupted nearby. Ha ha ha, am I mistaken? A mere bronze dares to take on the task in the Black Mist Forest? Lu Chen turned to see 5 or 6 fully armed warriors standing not far away. The leader, a bald man with a face full of rough features, scrutinized him with a provocative gaze. Secretary Lin frowned. Captain Zhao, please mind your words. I know, it's just a matter of connections. The bald man, referred to as Captain Zhao, elongated his tone mockingly. No wonder he dares to take on this task. It turns out he is backing, merely observing his demeanor. It was evident that none had anticipated the formidable connections possessed by Lu Chen. His companions joined in the mockery, exclaiming, "Young master, the beasts over there are ferocious and may devour you. Don't end up wetting your pants and crying for your mother. You may earn a living, but you want to live to spend it." Lu Chen maintained a tranquil countenance, sparing not even a glance in their direction as he meticulously examined the equipment in his backpack. Such insignificant characters did not even merit his ire. Captain Zhao, noticing his dismissal, grew visibly displeased. Striding over with intent, he intentionally collided with Lu Chen's shoulder, declaring, "Hey, "You white-haired brat, I'm speaking to you." In a moment before impact, Lu Chen subtly sidestepped and deftly tripped him. Captain Zhao, caught off guard, tumbled to the ground in an undignified manner, eliciting a chorus of laughter. "You!" Captain Zhao scrambled to his feet, his face flushed with rage, fists clenched tightly. Secretary Lin, her expression stern, positioned herself between the two. "Zhao Taizhan, do you wish to be dismissed?" Zhao Taizhan glared at Lu Chen with gritted teeth, ultimately huffing in disdain. "We shall see. There are no nannies in the Black Mist Forest." With that, he stormed off with his companions. Finally, Lu Chen lifted his gaze to observe their retreating figures. Based on his assessment, the fluctuations of their spiritual energy averaged around the 9th star of bronze, with Zhao Taizhan and a few others possessing the strongest abilities, likely at the silver level. However, with such capabilities, they dared to be arrogant? Shaking his head, he entered the driver's seat and opened the door. Such individuals were no match for him. He could handle 10 of them alone within the secret realm. Do not mind the captain. He is a longtime employee of the company with a foul temper, but his strength is commendable, Secretary Lin awkwardly explained. They were also headed to the Black Mist Forest for a mission and might cross paths. Lu Chen started the vehicle, the energy engine emitting a deep, resonant hum. "It matters little, as long as they do not provoke me. This is the communicator and the map." Secretary Lin handed over the final 2 items. "Stay in touch, and seek help immediately should danger arise." Lu Chen nodded and pressed the accelerator. The modified off-road vehicle roared out of the garage, speeding towards the road leading to the Black Mist Forest. In the rearview mirror, Secretary Lin's figure gradually diminished. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, after his departure, 2 shadowy figures cloaked in black robes emerged from the shadows of the garage, silently trailing Zhao Taizhan and his group. "The target has set off," one whispered into the communicator. From the other end, a raspy laugh resonated. "The beasts of the Black Mist Forest are about to feast." In unison, both parties erupted into cruel laughter. Chapter 22. Awakening an immortal realm amidst the roar of the engine. Lu Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor. The modified off-road vehicle surged forth like a steel beast, careening wildly along the rugged mountain path. The interior was remarkably comfortable, filtering the jostling sensation to near insignificance. What a thrill this vehicle provided. With one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel, Lu Chen's white hair danced wildly in the wind streaming through the open window. The scenery on either side raced past in a blur. This was already a desolate area far removed from the city, where abandoned villages and overgrown farmlands occasionally came into view. A mutated wild rabbit, the size of a calf, darted across the road, yet Lu Chen did not slow down. Instead, he excitedly whistled. Alas, it was not a mythical beast, or he could have earned some combat points. Ding! Host's thoughts detected. Notice, no combat points awarded for ordinary mutated animals. Suggestion, quickly enter the high-risk area of the Black Mist Forest. Lu Chen smiled broadly, deftly steering to avoid a landslide. The navigation indicated that the Black Mist Forest was still 20 kilometers away, but the sky had noticeably darkened. It was not merely the time of day. A strange black cloud loomed ominously ahead. As he approached, the air grew increasingly murky, imbued with a putrid scent. Turning around the final bend, the Black Mist Forest finally came into view. Despite his mental preparation, Lu Chen could not help but gasp in astonishment. An endless expanse of black forest sprawled across the land, with towering ancient trees displaying an unhealthy purplish-black hue. Heavy gray-black mist swirled above the forest, moving as if it were alive. Even from several kilometers away, one could feel the oppressive aura emanating from that place. The sole access road to the forest was barricaded with layers of obstacles, and numerous well-equipped soldiers patrolled both inside and outside the warning lines. A dozen vehicles of various types were parked beside a temporary checkpoint, including the modified pickup truck belonging to Zhao Tieshan's team. Lu Chen slowed down as he entered the checkpoint area, noting that the number of Zhao Tieshan's team had dwindled by half. It seemed the advance squad had already entered the forest. Zhao Taizhan himself was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man in a military officer's uniform, gesturing toward Lu Chen as they spoke. The officer turned to look at Lu Chen, his brow furrowing slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Taizhan exchanged a few more words, and upon receiving a slight nod from the officer, he stepped back with a satisfied grin. A malicious smile adorned his face as he swaggered through the checkpoint with the remaining team members, not forgetting to make an obscene gesture toward Lu Chen before entering the forest. Childish. Lu Chen scoffed softly, parked the vehicle, and approached the checkpoint. To his surprise, the officer approached him. The badge on his chest indicated his identity, and a deep scar marred his sun-darkened face, stretching from his forehead to his chin. Yet his gaze was unexpectedly calm. "Greetings," the officer extended his hand. "I am Su Feng, the squad leader of the 16th Team of the 7th Legion, responsible for the perimeter security of the Black Mist Forest." As Lu Chen shook his hand, he remained cautiously alert, but the officer's next words caught him off guard. "You need not regard me with such suspicion." Su Feng smiled, his scar twisting in response. "My relationship with Zhao Taizhan is amicable, but my allegiance lies with Daxia, not with him." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "So, what he just said was merely the usual drivel about connections and how I would undoubtedly hinder progress." Su Feng shrugged. "My ears have grown callous from such chatter." At Su Feng's invitation, the two proceeded to a temporary tent beside the inspection station. Su Feng personally poured a cup of hot tea for Lu Chen, the brew adorned with silver leaves, exuding a refreshing aroma. "This is by Yilingzi tea, a specialty from the Black Mist Forest," Su Feng explained. "It invigorates the mind and accelerates spiritual cultivation, though its effects are rather modest." After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen took a sip and immediately felt his mind clear considerably. "Captain Su is looking for me. What does he wish to discuss?" Lu Chen set down his cup and got straight to the point. Su Feng, eschewing any pretense, revealed his intentions directly. "Zhao Taizhan is not inherently bad, though one might argue otherwise. Over the years, he has participated in numerous rescue missions, performing many good deeds." He touched the scar on his face, a remnant from last year when he was attacked by a second-tier beast while rescuing a group of students. "Had it not been for old Zhao's timely assistance, I would have perished long ago." Lu Chen listened quietly, neither affirming nor denying Su Feng's words. "Of course, I do not seek to persuade you to let him off the hook." Su Feng sighed. Zhao Tieshan's mouth is notoriously foul, a habit he cannot seem to rectify, which has led to many enmities over the years. "I merely wish to ask you to grant him a chance at redemption, if you would." Outside the tent, the sounds of soldiers training and the rumble of vehicles echoed. Lu Chen peered through the tent's flap into the Black Mist Forest, which loomed ominously like a gaping maw, ready to swallow anyone who dared to enter. "I will conduct my own observations." After a brief silence, Lu Chen replied, "To ascertain the truth of your claims." Su Feng nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. He rose and retrieved a map from the filing cabinet, presenting it to Lu Chen. "This is the latest internal map of the forest. The red areas indicate known danger zones, while the blue denote relatively safe supply points. However, several hours have elapsed since this map was drawn, and I cannot guarantee the situation remains unchanged." Lu Chen unfolded the map, noting its meticulous details, including several locations marked with special symbols. However, it conspicuously omitted the abandoned research facility mentioned by Ning Tianhao. "What do these symbols signify?" "The traces of the Purification Society's activities," Su Feng replied in a low voice. "We have detected the presence of the cloaked figures in these areas. Should you encounter them." He paused, advising an immediate retreat and to inform us, rather than engaging in a confrontation. Lu Chen nodded impassively, mentally noting all marked points. These represent potential combat zones and mission rewards. The inspection procedures were swiftly completed. Su Feng personally escorted Lu Chen to the checkpoint, handing him a military communicator. "The frequency is already set. Contact us at any time in case of emergencies. Remember, the nights in the Black Mist Forest are tenfold more perilous than the days. One must find a safe house before the sun descends." "Thank you." Lu Chen stowed away his communicator and turned towards his vehicle. "Lu Chen," Su Feng suddenly called out to him, urging caution. Lu Chen did not look back, but merely waved his hand dismissively. Behind him, Su Feng's expression grew serious as he whispered something to his adjutant, who promptly dashed towards the communication tent. The off-road vehicle roared back to life, this time at a considerably slower pace. After traversing the final checkpoint, the quality of the road deteriorated sharply, soon transforming into a muddy dirt track. The vegetation on either side became increasingly dense, the hues shifting gradually from a standard green to a deep, purplish-black. Lu Chen inhaled deeply and pressed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle surged into the black mist, and in the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the shadows. At the checkpoint, Su Feng gazed intently in the direction where Lu Chen had vanished, remaining motionless. "Captain, who is that young man? What makes him worthy of your personal attention?" The adjutant inquired with curiosity. Su Feng traced the scar on his face, responding, "He is the nephew of Ning Tianhao." The adjutant gasped in shock. "That Ning Tianhao?" "Indeed." Su Feng turned to retrace his steps, instructing the 3rd Reconnaissance Team to be on standby for support should a member of the Ning family encounter trouble on our territory. That smiling tiger could upheave the entire black mist forest. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, within a shadowy recess, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the approaching vehicle. The owner of those eyes licked his sharp fangs and silently followed suit. Chapter 23. A Frenzied Hunt. The piercing screech of brakes echoed through the black mist forest. The modified off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt on a muddy path, its tires splashing through puddles, sending mud flying. Lu Chen swung open the car door, clutching his abdomen as he leapt out, grumbling under his breath. "What kind of wretched tea did Su Feng give me? It must be tainted." Bending over, his face contorted in pain, he trudged towards the thicket by the roadside. "If only I had known better than to drink that concoction." The black mist wove through the trees, visibility reduced to less than 20 meters. Lu Chen stumbled to a crooked tree, fumbling with his belt while muttering incoherently. Just as he turned his back to the forest, a shadow silently descended from the treetops. The figure flowed down the trunk like liquid, making not a single sound. Lu Chen seemed utterly unaware, wholly engrossed in his struggle with his belt. The shadow gradually coalesced into a human shape, 2 scarlet eyes igniting in the darkness, fixated intently on Lu Chen's vulnerable back. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter die. The shadow suddenly lunged, a blood-red dagger sliding from its sleeve, aimed straight for Lu Chen's heart. The blade, entwined with crimson energy, hissed through the air, corrosive in its passage. Just as the tip was about to pierce his flesh, Lu Chen's figure flickered and blurred. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. The dagger, which should have sunk into flesh, was instead firmly held at bay by a formidable azure halberd. Lu Chen turned around, no trace of pain remaining on his face. Beneath his platinum hair, his eyes glimmered like cold stars, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "I've been waiting for you, you fool." The assailant, taken aback, retreated to reveal his true form. He was a gaunt man, his skin a ghostly pallor, revealing the stark, dark veins beneath. With sharp canine teeth and blood-red eyes, he embodied the very image of a vampire from legend. "Why you shootin' tea have discovered me," the blood fiend croaked, his voice hoarse as if parched from a lack of sustenance. "My stealth technique is beyond even silver tier. The foul stench emanating from you has been evident since your arrival." Lu Chen scoffed, shaking his azure halberd, its tip aimed menacingly at the fiend's throat. "Is this what the Purity Society has become, harboring such inhuman beasts?" The vampire's eyes gleamed with rage. "You seek death." In an instant, he vanished, creating 3 afterimages that launched simultaneous assaults from different angles, the blood-red dagger weaving a tapestry of crimson light. Lu Chen remained unfazed, the azure halberd tracing a flawless arc. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike was deftly parried. Meanwhile, his left fist coiled tightly, channeling the might of the divine elephant as suppression. A devastating punch aimed directly at the central afterimage. Boom! The blood fiend was sent hurtling like a rag doll, crashing through 2 great trees before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to rise, disbelief etched across his face. How can a bronze tier possess such strength? This is impossible. Without granting him a moment's respite, Lu Chen swung the azure halberd down with the force of a howling gale. The blood demon hastily raised his sword to block, yet was forced to one knee by an overwhelming force, the earth beneath him sinking 3 inches. What on earth are you doing in the misty forest? Lu Chen loomed above, the blade of his halberd gradually pressing against the demon's neck. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. The blood demon suddenly grinned menacingly. Do you think this is the end? In the next moment, his body exploded with a thunderous sound, transforming into hundreds of crimson bats that scattered in all directions. Each bat emitted a piercing shriek, their cries painfully assaulting the eardrums. They darted in various directions. If even one escaped, the blood demon could be reborn. How extravagant! Lu Chen snorted coldly, his entire being suddenly surging with vitality. Boom! A plume of blood-red energy erupted from above Lu Chen's head, an aura of utmost yang and vigor enveloping the area within several dozen meters. As the bats came into contact with the crimson mist, they ignited like sheets of paper meeting a fierce flame. What is this? A wretched scream erupted from the swarm of bats. No, it's impossible. How could a mere human possess such pure vitality? Lu Chen's arms trembled, intensifying the energy plume. The bats struggled and burned within the crimson haze, ultimately dissipating into wisps of black smoke. When the last bat turned to ashes, a system notification chimed. Ding! Slain Silver 2-star Blood Demon X1. Battle points 300. Lu Chen approached the spot where the blood demon had initially been struck, discovering a blood-red badge on the ground. The back of the badge bore the number 7 and a small inscription, Night Owl Squad. The 7th Night Owl Squad? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed the Purity Society had a significant presence here. Stowing the badge away, Lu Chen returned to his vehicle, continuing deeper into the forest. The roar of the engine shattered the wilderness's silence. Lu Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, the off-road vehicle charging forward like a wild beast across the rugged terrain. The map indicated that the activity zone of the Purity Society squad lay just 300 meters ahead. A wicked smile crept across Lu Chen's lips instead of slowing down. He pressed the accelerator even further. Hiding and sneaking is utterly tedious. Grasping the steering wheel with one hand, he seized the azure-scaled halberd with the other. Fully prepared for confrontation, the jeep barreled through the underbrush, startling a flock of nightboards. In the distance, several harsh shouts rang out. What was that sound? A vehicle is approaching. Prepare for battle. 7 shadowy figures burst forth from an abandoned cabin, clad entirely in black robes. The emblem of the Purity Society, a downward-pointing triangle with an eye, embroidered on their chests. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, wielding a serrated sword. His presence markedly stronger than the other 6. Silver 5-star. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, assessing their strength. They were perfect for honing his skills. When he was 50 meters away, Lu Chen abruptly flung open the car door, leaping out with the azure-scaled halberd in hand. The jeep surged ahead, while in midair, he executed a roll, landing with explosive force as his muscles surged, propelling him like a cannonball towards the Purity Society squad. Ambush! It's a white-haired kid, seeking death. The members of the Purity Society were both startled and enraged. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never such audacity. Charging in solo and leaping from his vehicle to commit murder, he practically wore contempt for others on his face. System, grant me strength. Lu Chen roared inwardly. Cost, 50 battle points, strength attribute 1. Cost, 50 battle points, strength attribute 1. Lu Chen was taken aback. The cost had increased. Yet, he had no time for contemplation, as a surge of power coursed through him, making every muscle in his body exult. The scales on the azure scale halberd shone with a vibrant azure light, as if they had come to life. Azure dragon breaks the sky. Dragon's tail. Lu Chen bellowed, the halberd tracing a perfect azure arc in the air. With a blade passed, the air tore apart with a piercing shriek, revealing a faint phantom of a blue dragon coiling around the weapon. The first target was a tall, gaunt figure clad in black robes, who hastily raised an iron ruler to defend himself. Clang, crack. The sound of metal fracturing mingled with the sound of bones shattering. The azure scale halberd not only severed the iron ruler, but also cleaved the gaunt figure in half from left shoulder to right hip. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall, and entrails spilled across the ground. Kill the silver 1-star enemy. 100 battle points, old 7. The scar-faced brute's eyes bulged with rage. Chop this kid to bits. The remaining 6 scattered into a surrounding formation, their various weapons glowing with spiritual energy. The first to attack was a woman wielding twin hooks. Her movements were ghostly as she aimed for Lu Chen's throat and knee. Simultaneously, a loud whoosh sounded from behind as an 8-foot-long snake spear lunged at his back. Come on. Lu Chen did not flinch. With a sweeping motion of the azure scale halberd, he bisected the woman with the hooks at the waist. He slightly turned, allowing the spear to narrowly graze his side, leaving a trail of blood. Killed a silver 2-star enemy. 60 battle points. The pain only heightened Lu Chen's excitement. He retaliated with a thrust towards the spear wielder's head. The opponent hastily raised his spear to block, only to be sent flying. Both man and spear crashing into a half-collapsed earthen wall. Seeing this, the scar-faced brute finally made his move. The serrated blade, accompanied by a shrill whistle, sliced towards Lu Chen's head, its surface entwined with sinister crimson energy. Lu Chen met the attack with his halberd, the two heavy weapons colliding and erupting in a dazzling burst of sparks. Boom! Lu Chen staggered back 2 steps, his palms tingling. The scar-faced brute, however, merely retreated a step, clearly possessing the upper hand in strength. Not bad, he sneered. Boy, I will shatter your bones one by one. Lu Chen shook his numbed arm and suddenly chuckled. Let me be the one to chop you up first. Chapter 24. Confronting a formidable foe before his words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly crouched low, the azure-scaled spear striking forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at the abdomen of the scarred, burly man. The opponent hastily swung his blade to block, unaware that it was but a feint. Lu Chen swiftly transformed the thrust into a sweeping motion, the spear's blade slicing through the throat of a black-cloaked figure attempting a sneak attack from the left. Eliminated a silver 3-star enemy. Combat points, 400 scum. The scarred man roared in fury, his serrated blade hacking violently, each strike lethal. Lu Chen fought while retreating, deliberately drawing the battlefield towards the 3 black-cloaked figures still in a daze. Just as the scarred man executed a powerful downward slash, Lu Chen suddenly rolled to the side, the large blade grazing his shoulder and crashing into the ground, sending a shower of dirt into the air. This very blow cleaved one of his own in 2. Boss! I! The scarred man was taken aback, and before he could react, Lu Chen's azure-scaled spear thrust upward, launching another black-cloaked adversary into the air. With a fierce chop, the man was severed in midair. Eliminated a silver 2-star enemy. Combat points, 300. Eliminated a silver 1-star enemy. Combat points, 200. In the blink of an eye, only the scarred man and the spear-wielding warrior, who had been smashed into the wall, remained from the 7-man squad. Lu Chen, drenched in blood, both his own and that of his foes, felt his combat fervor intensify. The scarred man, clearly sensing the dire situation, let out a sharp whistle and produced a blood-red pill from his pocket, swallowing it whole. Boom! The scarred man's aura surged violently, his muscles bulging to the point of tearing through his black cloak, his eyes turning crimson. His dark hair lengthened, and his hands transformed into claws, morphing him into a towering werewolf, nearly 6 meters tall. Boy, I shall rip you apart. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Another drug? You members of the Pure World Society are truly pathetic. As his words fell, the scales on the azure spear stood erect, and the weapon emitted a resonant hum. Azure Dragon breaks the heaven spear. Dragon raises its head. This time, the spear was enveloped not by mere illusions, but by an almost corporeal azure dragon. The scarred man roared as he charged forward, his serrated blade clashing once more with the azure-scaled spear. Clang boom! A shockwave, tenfold more intense than before, erupted, causing the surrounding ruins to tremble and collapse. The scarred man's blade flew from his grasp, his arms twisting unnaturally. Clearly, the bones in his arms had shattered. Impossible! His face contorted with disbelief. You were clearly just. Lu Chen did not grant him the chance to finish, as the azure-scaled spear lunged forward, piercing through the scarred man's chest. The spear tip emerged from his back, blood cascading down the scales. eliminated a silver 5-star enemy. Combat points 600 at that moment. The spear-wielding warrior, who had been smashed into the wall, suddenly sprang forth to attack, his spear lunging toward Lu Chen's back like a venomous snake. In a split second, Lu Chen did not turn around, but instead thrust the azure-scaled spear backward. Thud! The end of the spear precisely pierced the warrior's throat. The man's eyes widened, seemingly unable to fathom that he had met his end so swiftly. Defeated a silver 2-star enemy. Combat points 200. Current combat points 3562. The battle concluded. Lu Chen gasped for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. 7 corpses lay scattered across the ruins in various gruesome poses, blood pooling into small streams that soaked into the earth. His combat attire was tattered, revealing his muscular physique beneath, marred by several ghastly wounds. Exhilarating. Lu Chen let out a triumphant howl, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. This was his first encounter with a silver-rank squad, and he emerged victorious. Though aided by the system, his practical combat experience was undeniably authentic. Paupers. Lu Chen kicked aside the last corpse, unable to suppress a sneer. He had turned the bodies of the 7 members of the Purification Society inside out. Yet, aside from a few anonymous bank cards, over 21st-tier beast cores, and 2 crumpled rare martial arts manuals along with several common-level techniques, there was little of value. How dare they emerge as antagonists with such meager spoils? With disdain, he pinched the manual titled Blood Shadow Steps between 2 fingers, flipping through a few pages. They lacked even a single piece of spatial equipment. Their plight was pitiful. He grimaced, stuffing the loot into his backpack. Though unimpressive, even the legs of a mosquito count as meat. Recalling how he had previously slain numerous beasts and Purification Society members without thinking to loot the battlefield, Lu Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How many combat points had he squandered? Ding! Host psychological activity detected. Note: combat points can be directly obtained by defeating enemies. Loot is an additional gain, not a fixed resource exchange. Current combat points 3562. Shut up, Lu Chen muttered irritably, simultaneously calling up the system panel. Allocate points to strength, all of them. Consuming 2,500 combat points, strength 50, current strength 450. Warning: host physical body has reached the current realm's limit. Attribute points can only be added after a full breakthrough. A surge of warmth enveloped him instantaneously, tightening Lu Chen's muscle fibers like steel wires, enhancing his bone density once more. He clenched his fist, the sound of air being crushed resonating like thunder. His towering frame of 2 meters and 5 centimeters seemed to solidify further, his combat gear creaking under the strain. Exhilarating. Lu Chen grinned widely, his platinum hair dancing without wind. With 408 points in strength, every inch of his muscles brimmed with explosive energy. He unfolded the map Su Feng had provided, noting that 3 of the 7 red dots had already been visited. Among the remaining 4, the nearest was marked as an abandoned observation station, located 5 kilometers to the northeast. Time to get back to work. Lu Chen stowed the map, and, wielding the azure scales halberd, strode purposefully toward his objective. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly halted, his ears perked. From the southeast, faint sounds of combat and the roars of beasts reached him, approximately 2 kilometers away. Lu Chen squinted. That direction did not lie within the marked danger zones on the map. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to investigate. What if there were members of the Purification Society present? Deep within the dense forest, 5 figures stood back to back in a circle, surrounded by a dozen snarling silverback demon wolves. These monstrous beasts towered over 2 meters in height, their silver fur bristling, with saliva dripping from their jaws, corroding the ground beneath them with a hissing sound. Damn it! How did so many second-tier beasts suddenly appear? Zhao Taizhan wiped the blood from his face, his serrated blade already bearing several nicks. Old Joe, can you hold on? Beside him, a middle-aged man had a gaping wound in his abdomen, struggling to seal it with his spiritual energy. He won't die, but these beasts are not right. They seem to be under someone's control. Lu Chen crouched atop a 30-meter-tall ancient tree, its dense canopy perfectly concealing his form. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the battle unfolding below. Indeed, it was Zhao Taizhan and his group. Lu Chen grimaced. He held little affection for the foul-mouthed man, yet Su Feng's words compelled him to watch closely. The combat intensified. Suddenly, an extraordinarily large demon wolf reared up on its hind legs, its front claws gleaming with a metallic sheen as it struck at the only female member of the team. "Watch out!" Zhao Taizhan roared, leaping forward to block the blow with his body. With a crack, his left arm visibly contorted, yet he gritted his teeth and thrust his blade into the wolf's eye. "Captain," the female team member gasped. "Quiet. Focus on killing the enemy." Zhao Taizhan grimaced in pain, yet continued to shout, "Damn it, I brought you all out here, and I intend to bring you back safe and sound." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Despite Zhao Tieshan's profane language, he exhibited a commendable sense of loyalty in critical moments. The battle raged on for 10 minutes, the squad utterly exhausted. Old Zhou had lost too much blood and fainted, while Zhao Tieshan's right leg had been bitten, slowing his movements. Only 3 of the 5 remained standing, while 8 demon wolves still prowled. "We're doomed," Zhao Taizhan gasped, leaning on his serrated blade. "Xiao Lu, I'll hold him off. You take old Zhou and go." "No way." The female member, Xiao Lu, shook her head defiantly. "If we die together." "Nonsense. I command you." Zhao Tieshan's words were cut short as the largest of the demon wolves let out a howl, and the others lunged forward simultaneously. At that critical moment, a platinum figure descended from the heavens like a meteor. Chapter 25, The Altar. The 5-colored deer. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, creating a vast pit 5 meters in diameter, sending the oncoming demonic wolves sprawling. From the swirling dust, the imposing figure of Lu Chen, standing at 2.5 meters tall, gradually rose, his azure-scaled spear pointed toward the earth, while his platinum hair danced wildly in the wind. Lu Chen, Zhao Taizhan gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sight of the individual he had once ridiculed as a mere beneficiary of connections. Without turning, Lu Chen's voice was icy. "Take your people back." The lead demonic wolf was the first to recover from the shock, its crimson eyes fixated on Lu Chen, emitting a low, threatening growl. The spiritual energy emanating from this beast clearly reached the level of silver 5 stars, surpassing that of the blood demon Lu Chen had previously vanquished. "Come." Lu Chen beckoned with a flick of his fingers, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Enraged, the demonic wolf's silver fur bristled like steel needles as it launched itself toward Lu Chen with a powerful leap. Its speed was astonishing, leaving a blur in its wake, and its claws sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Lu Chen stood his ground, the azure-scaled spear descending upon the demonic wolf with great force. Azure Dragon breaking the sky spear, Dragon raises its head. The clash of metal rang out through the forest. The wolf's claws met the spear, sparks flying in a dazzling display. To his surprise, the impact resulted in a stalemate. A force of 450 points had failed to overpower this beast. It seemed this demonic wolf was indeed formidable. The wolf was forced back several steps, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Suddenly, it threw back its head and howled, prompting the other 7 demonic wolves to charge simultaneously. "Be careful." Zhao Taizhan could not help but shout a warning. Yet, a cold smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. This was the moment he had been awaiting. With a low shout, Lu Chen awakened 840 million particles within him. An ancient and majestic aura erupted from his being, and an imposing phantom of a divine elephant appeared above him. Boom! Lu Chen's right foot struck the ground heavily, causing the earth within a radius of several dozen meters to ripple like waves. The charging demonic wolves lost their balance, their assault crumbling. The azure-scaled spear transformed into a streak of blue light, instantly piercing the throat of the lead demonic wolf. Lu Chen flicked his wrist, and the massive head of the wolf soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Kill silver 5 stars demonic beast. Combat points 600 upon witnessing this. The remaining demonic wolves turned and fled in unison. Lu Chen would not grant them the luxury of escape. He tightened his leg muscles and pursued them like a cannonball. Bang! 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 In a series of muffled thuds, all 7 demonic wolves met their demise. Lu Chen shook the blood from his spear and returned to Zhao Taizhan and the others. "You!" Zhao Taizhan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He had previously mocked Lu Chen as a mere connection, only to be saved by him in an instant. Lu Chen surveyed the injuries of the squad, retrieving a medical kit from his backpack that he had just looted and tossed it over. Treat your wounds and leave this place quickly. These demonic beasts are behaving strangely, as if they are being controlled. Zhao Taizhan caught the medical kit, his expression complex. Thank you about earlier. No need for that. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, as Su Feng remarked that he did not consider him a villain, but merely wished to verify something. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tieshan's expression grew more intricate. Meanwhile, deep within the black mist forest, in an abandoned observation station, a dozen figures clad in black robes sat encircled around a blood-red array, murmuring obscure incantations. At the heart of the array floated a jet-black crystal, incessantly absorbing the crimson energy that converged from all directions. My lord, the 7th, 9th, and 11th squads have all gone dark, reported a young man in black robes, hastily kneeling on one knee. The towering figure beside the array slowly turned around. He was a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, wearing a black eye patch over his left eye, while his right eye possessed a peculiar slit pupil. Have you ascertained who is responsible? According to the last images transmitted by the 7th squad, it is a young man with platinum hair, approximately 2.5 meters tall. The black-robed man handed over a crystal, from which a hazy image of Lu Chen emerged. The one-eyed man scrutinized the image for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. Lu Chen, one of the prime targets on the genius list. I never expected him to come to us willingly. He turned towards the array, a mad glint flickering in his singular eye. Notify all squads. Capture him alive at any cost. Our ritual requires one exceptional vessel. Yes. The black-robed man bowed and exited. The one-eyed man gazed up at the center of the array, a fervent gleam in his eyes. At the altar's center, a feeble 5-colored deer was ensnared by chains, its dim divine light nearly extinguished. What a perfect medium. Once we acquire that body with such innate talent, the arrival of our Lord will be imminent. Wait, Zhao Taizhan suddenly called out, halting Lu Chen, who was about to turn away. He staggered forward, dragging his injured right leg, and his serrated blade clattered to the ground. Brother Lu, we have something important to tell you. Lu Chen paused, his platinum brows arching slightly. He turned around, his towering height casting a long shadow in the setting sun, enveloping Zhao Taizhan completely. Oh, a hint of amusement laced Lu Chen's voice. Did not Captain Zhao always consider me a mere waste relying on connections? Zhao Tieshan's dark face flushed crimson as he suddenly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. The force was significant, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. I, Zhao Taizhan, have been blind to your worth. His voice was hoarse as he pounded his chest with one arm, producing a dull thud. Brother Lu, your life-saving grace today, I, Zhao Taizhan, shall never forget. Lu Chen squinted, attuning himself to the rhythm of Zhao Tieshan's heartbeat and breath. There seemed to be no sign of deceit. Very well, what is it? Speak your mind. But let me be clear, if it brings trouble, I shall not involve myself. Lu Chen's playful demeanor faded as he planted his azure-scaled halberd into the ground. Crossing his arms, Zhao Taizhan glanced back at his teammates. Old Zhou lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber, while Xiao Lu frantically tended to his abdominal wounds. The other two team members were also injured, leaving their combat capabilities severely diminished. Our mission to the Black Mist Forest ostensibly aimed to eradicate the members of the Purification Society. Zhao Taizhan spoke in hushed tones, revealing that the true purpose was to relocate a legendary 5-colored deer hidden beneath the monitoring station. The mention of the 5-colored deer caused Lu Chen's pupils to constrict, as memories of its descriptions from the record of extraordinary beings flooded his mind. The 5-colored deer, an ancient auspicious creature, possessed antlers that could neutralize toxins, blood that could mend bones, and a divine ability that manifested as a radiant 5-colored light, its power unmatched. 3 years prior, General Ning had discovered traces of this ancient spiritual beast within the Black Mist Forest. Zhao Taizhan continued, revealing that they had recently managed to capture the 5-colored deer. but were astounded to find members of the Purification Society present. General Ning suspected that their plans had been leaked, yet feared it might merely be his overactive imagination. Thus, among all the teams dispatched to the Black Mist Forest, only their small unit was the genuine escort. The others, including you, were mere decoys. However, Zhao Taizan was unprepared for Lu Chen's calm demeanor, which contradicted his expectations of indignation. Unbeknownst to Zhao, Lu Chen had volunteered for this mission under the guise of being a decoy, although he had not anticipated becoming one in earnest. "What do you intend to achieve by telling me all this?" Lu Chen inquired. In response, Zhao Taizan retrieved a metal box from his pocket and cautiously opened it. Inside lay a translucent, azure scale that emanated a faint spiritual glow. This is... Lu Chen's pupils narrowed as he sensed the powerful spiritual energy radiating from a scale. "It is a scale of the five-colored deer," Zhao Taizan whispered. "With this in hand, we can ascertain the general location of the deer. Moreover, as you can see, our current state makes it unlikely we can complete this mission. Your strength is formidable, Brother Lu. Thus we implore you to investigate the situation. Regardless of the outcome, there shall be ample rewards." Beep. Hidden mission triggered. Rescue the five-colored deer. Mission details. Proceed to the abandoned observation station and rescue the ancient spiritual beast imprisoned by the Purification Society. Rewards, combat points 5,000. Blessing of the five-colored deer, all attributes 50. Random legendary item X1. The system notification resonated within Lu Chen's mind, and a glint of determination sparked in his eyes. It appeared that this journey was indeed imperative. Chapter 26. The Reverse Siege. Turning to Zhao Taizan, Lu Chen asked with a smile that was not quite a smile, "Are you not afraid that I might flee with the goods?" "Let be," Zhao Taizan replied weakly. "After all, we are no match for you. With your intelligence, you will surely discern the purpose of this item, and in due time, it will end up in your hands regardless. Rather than this, I might as well hand it over to you directly. At the very least, I believe you are a person of integrity and honor." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smirked. "That is quite a flattering compliment. You certainly possess a way with words. How is it that your tongue is so foul at other times?" Zhao Taizan could only manage a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the others had already bandaged their wounds and were carrying the severely injured. "You all should leave first." "You won't be leaving." A chilling voice echoed from all directions, slithering through the air like a venomous serpent, sending shivers down the spine. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, his grip on the azure scale halberd tightening as his blood surged, his platinum hair billowing without wind. Rustle, rustle. From the thickets emerged a dozen shadowy figures clad in black robes, their triangular insignia glimmering with an eerie red light. Leading them was a burly man with a scarred face, his presence formidable, evidently a silver six-star. "Lu Chen, captain of the Night Eagle Squad of the Purity Society. You are ordered to surrender alive." The scarred man grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, wielding a pitch-black axe that shimmered ominously. "If you comply, you may suffer less." Zhao Tieshan's expression changed drastically, and he growled through clenched teeth, "Brother Lu, we will fight." "Fight? Nonsense," Lu Chen retorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You must flee southeast immediately. My vehicle is parked there. The keys are still in the ignition. You can make your escape." "No way." Zhao Taizan gripped his serrated sword with one arm. "I am no coward." "Enough chatter." Lu Chen stepped forward decisively, cracking the ground beneath him. "If you stay, you will only hinder me." "Ha ha ha. No one is leaving today." The scarred man laughed heartily. "Is that so?" A cold smirk appeared on Lu Chen's lips, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. Bang! The azure scale halberd surged forth like a furious dragon, instantly piercing through the chest of one black-robed figure. Blood sprang forth. "Kill a silver 3-star enemy. 400 battle points move." Lu Chen bellowed, his form like lightning as he charged towards another black-robed adversary, sweeping the halberd horizontally and cleaving the opponent in two. Seeing this, Zhao Taizan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat." The squad members quickly assisted the injured and sprinted in the direction Lu Chen indicated. "Stop them," the scarred man barked. Two black-robed figures lunged forward, intent on intercepting Zhao Taizan and the others. "Get lost," Lu Chen roared, releasing the azure scale halberd. which flew like a blue lightning bolt, pinning one of the black-robed men against a tree. As the other black-robed figure attempted to evade, Lu Chen closed in like a specter, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The overwhelming force shattered the black-robed man's chest, obliterating his heart. Defeated a silver 4-star enemy. Power points 500, seeking death. The scarred-faced man, consumed by rage, wielded a massive axe infused with crimson spiritual energy, striking fiercely at Lu Chen. Clang! Lu Chen parried with his halberd, the immense force numbing his hands and forcing him to retreat 3 steps. System, allocate points. All into Constitution, consuming 3,000 power points. Constitution 60, current Constitution, 435, a warm current surged through his body, enhancing his muscle density and fortifying his bones, while a faint dark golden sheen appeared upon his skin. Come again. Lu Chen smirked, swinging his azure-scaled halberd once more, boldly confronting the scarred face. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their weapons clashing and sparks flying. The scarred man grew increasingly alarmed. As a silver 6-star, his strength was not something a mere bronze could rival. Yet, Lu Chen stood his ground, matching him blow for blow. This kid is peculiar. The scarred man roared, "Let us all attack. Wear him down." The remaining cloaked figures surged forward, their blades raining down like a torrential storm. Lu Chen fought while retreating, deliberately steering the battle deeper into the dense forest. Trying to escape? The scarred man sneered, pursuing him. The cloaked figures relentlessly followed, unaware of the cold smirk curling at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. Almost there. He abruptly halted, embedding his azure-scaled halberd into the ground. With hands outstretched, an ancient and chilling aura erupted. Spear of the underworld. Buzz. The air trembled as a pitch-black spear materialized from thin air. Its shaft was entwined with countless infernal runes, faint echoes of the yellow springs reverberating, reminiscent of the death knells from the depths of hell. What is this? The scarred man's pupils constricted, instinctively gripped by fear. A parting gift for you. Lu Chen sneered, violently swinging the spear of the underworld. Boom! Where the spear's tip passed, reality seemed to tear apart, hellish power surging forth, withering all in its wake. Rocks decaying. One cloaked figure was grazed by the spear's edge, their body instantly shriveling, flesh and blood dissolving, turning to bones in the blink of an eye, which then crumbled to dust. Defeated a silver 4-star enemy. Power points 500, damn it. The scarred man, filled with terror, stumbled back, but it was too late. Lu Chen stepped forward, the spear of the underworld sweeping through like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Thud! The scarred man hastily raised his axe to block. But upon contact with the spear, it shattered like rotten wood. No! He screamed in despair as the spear sliced through his form. Hellish power instantly corroding his flesh and soul. Boom! The scarred man's body splintered like dry bark, dissolving into dust scattered across the heavens. Defeated a silver 6-star enemy. Power points 700. The remaining cloaked figures, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee. Can you escape? Lu Chen sneered, swinging the spear of the underworld once more. The melody of the yellow springs resonating, the force of death sweeping forth like a tide. Boom! 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 Several cloaked figures erupted in explosions, their essence extinguished. Eliminated a silver 3-star enemy X3, battle points 1200, just as the last cloaked figure sprinted 100 meters away. A shadowy spear pierced through its back, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Eliminated a silver 4-star enemy, battle points 500. Lu Chen sheathed the spear of the underworld and exhaled a breath of murky air. System. Display the attribute panel. Host, Lu Chen. Level, bronze 12 stars. Strength, 450, currently at maximum limit. Agility, 337. Constitution, 435. Spirit, 325. Battle points, 5,600, still insufficient. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of the black mist forest. There lies the true battlefield. In the depths of the black mist forest, a platinum figure glided like a specter. With a swift motion, The azure scale trident swept through, sending the heads of 3 silverback demon wolves soaring into the air, their blood splattering against the dark purple trunks, eagerly absorbed by the ravenous bark. Eliminated silver 2-star beasts X3. Battle points 180. Lu Chen flicked the blood off the trident and retrieved a blue-scaled fragment from his bosom. The surface of the fragment glimmered faintly, indicating the northeast direction. He squinted, his platinum hair fluttering subtly in the foul air. It draws ever closer. Chapter 27. The ritual is complete. However, along this journey, Lu Chen has vanquished countless beasts. Simultaneously, for teams from the Purification Society have joined the fray, yet his heart is increasingly shrouded in doubt. Though they are sworn enemies, the cloaked figures refrain from delivering lethal blows, instead uttering bizarre phrases about capturing him alive and referring to him as a perfect vessel. System: display the attribute panel. Host: Lu Chen. Level: Bronze 12 stars, Extreme Realm. Strength: 450, maximum. Agility: 428, Constitution: 450, maximum. Mentality: 435, combat points: 5,870. Gazing upon the panel S data, a cold smirk graces Lu Chen's lips. The combat points amassed through this relentless slaughter have elevated his attributes to astonishing heights. Now, only agility and mentality remain to breach their limits. All points shall be allocated to agility. Consume 2,200 combat points, agility 22, current agility 450, maximum. In an instant, Lu Chen felt his body become extraordinarily light as the world around him seemed to slow. The trajectory of falling leaves, the distant breaths of beasts, and even the flow of spiritual energy in the air became vividly discernible. This is the sensation of having maximum agility. With a casual flick, the azure scale trident left 7 afterimages in the air, its speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. Just as he prepared to continue enhancing his attributes, an unusual disturbance erupted from the dense forest ahead. 5 cloaked figures encircled him in a fan formation, led by a tall, gaunt man wearing a metallic mask, who bore 7 uniquely crafted short blades at his waist. At last, I have found you, white-haired Lu Chen, the masked man rasped. I am a captain of the Purification Society's 7 Blades team. Comply, and you may suffer less. Noise. Lu Chen could hardly be bothered to hear the rest. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. What? The masked man's pupils constricted as he hastily drew his blade. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as the masked man was forced back 7 steps, his short blade severed by a single strike of the trident. Impossible! He exclaimed in shock. My weapon. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen materialized like a specter behind him, the azure scale trident sweeping through with a deadly arc thud. The head adorned with a metallic mask soared into the air, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain. Kill silver 8-star enemy. Combat points 900. Before the remaining 4 cloaked figures could react, Lu Chen transformed into a bolt of platinum lightning. The spear of the underworld manifested, its dark form floating in the air, the sound of the yellow springs reverberating through the forest. Boom! With a thrust, 2 cloaked figures were instantly reduced to mere bones, subsequently dissipating into ashes under the erosion of deathly power. Kill silver 5-star enemies X2, combat points 1,200. The last 2, turning to flee, were impaled by the azure scale trident Lu Chen hurled, skewered together like a shish kebab, falling lifelessly to the ground. Kill silver 6-star enemies X2. Combat points 1,400. System: allocate all remaining combat points to mentality. With the consumption of the last 1,500 battle points, the spirit increased by 15, reaching its limit of 450. Suddenly, Lu Chen froze in place. Boom! 840 million particles within him vibrated simultaneously, and a surge of vitality erupted uncontrollably, tearing a rift in the dark mist above. His platinum hair danced without wind, and dark golden patterns appeared and vanished upon his skin. Ding! The detection showed that all of the host's 4-dimensional attributes had reached the current limit. An unprecedented torrent of power surged throughout Lu Chen's body, making every cell rejoice in exultation. Bone density increased once more, Muscle fibers tightened like steel wires, and his mental prowess became as solid as substance. Bronze 12 stars transformed into bronze 13 stars, conditions met. However, as Lu Chen attempted to break through to bronze 13 stars, an eerie sense of impending doom enveloped him. It felt as if some supreme existence had fixed its gaze upon him. Stepping forward would invite immediate catastrophe. Thunder tribulation? Lu Chen recalled a novel he had read in his past life, his lips twitching at the thought. Though extraordinarily powerful now, he was not yet confident enough to withstand divine retribution. It seemed he needed to prepare further. Suppressing the urge to break through, Lu Chen sheathed his scales and continued onward. As he approached the mountain hollow, the surrounding trees grew increasingly twisted and grotesque, with bark resembling human faces, and the air thick with a nauseating stench of decay. Crack! A sudden crunch echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a bone shattered underfoot, surrounded by more human remains, some still disturbingly fresh. These beasts! Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he slowed his pace, reaching the edge of the hollow. Through the dense brush, he glimpsed a modified, abandoned observation station. The original metallic structure had been transformed into a blood-soaked altar, adorned with bizarre runes. At the center of the altar, a feeble five-colored deer was bound by obsidian chains, its once resplendent coat now dull, the divine hues barely visible. A dozen figures in black robes surrounded it, chanting obscure incantations, led by a one-eyed man wearing a black eye patch, his visible right eye a strange vertical slit. The ritual was nearing completion. The one-eyed man's voice rasped, "Hold on a little longer. Await the arrival of our master." As Lu Chen surveyed the terrain, he suddenly stiffened. "Since you are here, why not show yourself?" The chilling voice resonated clearly in the silent hollow. Lu Chen's heart raced as he gripped his azure-scaled spear, preparing for battle. Rustle! The adjacent thicket stirred, and a disheveled, frail boy tumbled out, covered in dirt. "Oh my!" The boy clumsily got to his feet, brushing off the dried leaves from his tattered clothing. He was as slender as a reed, his face grimy, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. As their gazes locked, the air seemed to freeze. "Hi!" The boy awkwardly waved. "Do you believe I was just passing by to buy soy sauce?" Lu Chen's lips twitched. It turned out there was another unexpected foe. The ambush plan was utterly ruined. Another little mouse. The one-eyed man sneered, "Eliminate them." At once, 5 cloaked figures lunged forward, their weapons glinting ominously. "Damn it!" the youth shouted, suddenly producing a rusted fire poker from his bosom. "I'll fight you." To Lu Chen's astonishment, the seemingly useless fire poker in the boy's grasp radiated blinding golden light, and with a single strike, cleaved the foremost cloaked figure in half. Detected legendary weapon fluctuation. Name: severely damaged. Quality: mythical. Current state: rare. The system notification caused Lu Chen's pupils to constrict. This frail-looking boy was wielding a mythical weapon? "What are you dawdling for, brother?" the boy exclaimed as he fought while retreating. "Help me." Without hesitation, Lu Chen's azure-scale halberd transformed into a streak of azure light, plunging into the fray. With a swift thrust, the halberd effortlessly pierced the throats of 2 cloaked figures, their blood splattering onto the runes at the altar's edge, which were inexplicably absorbed. Killed 2 silver 5-star enemies. Combat points: 1200 spear of the underworld. A pitch-black spear materialized out of thin air, the voice of the Yellow Springs reverberating through the valley. With a single thrust, the remaining 3 cloaked figures were instantly reduced to mere bones. Killed 3 silver 6-star enemies. Combat points: 2100. Wow! The boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother, that move is impressive." Lu Chen had no time to respond, for enemies were already swarming around them. Meanwhile, the boy was leaping about like a monkey, darting in and out of danger. Yet, despite his frantic movements, the members of the Purity Society continued to fall beneath his sword. With a swift motion, the azure-scale halberd pierced the chest of the last cloaked figure, and with a flick of his wrist, the body was flung several meters away, akin to a discarded sack. At Lu Chen's feet lay over 20 lifeless bodies of cloaked figures. Killed 1 silver 6-star enemy. Combat points: 700. Exhaling a deep breath, Lu Chen felt the weight lift as his platinum hair fluttered in the bloody wind. He turned to look at the disheveled boy, who was poking a dead cloaked figure with that rusted fire poker. "Hey, what exactly are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted from the altar. "Useless. All of you are worthless." The one-eyed man's face contorted in rage, his eerie vertical pupil flickering with an unearthly purple light, fixating intently on Lu Chen and the boy. "I had not intended to resort to this, but you are worthy of my sacrifice." Panic gripped the boy's face. This madman intended to summon an evil god. Lu Chen reacted swiftly, hurling the azure scale halberd like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, he leaped forward, his right fist coalescing with his entire life force, aimed directly at the one-eyed man's face. Clang! The one-eyed man's purple light surged, forming a barrier before him that defiantly withstood the azure scale halberd. However, the heavy punch that followed struck him squarely in the face. The sound of his nasal bone shattering resonated clearly, causing the one-eyed man to stagger backward. The youth had somehow circled behind him, and the firewood stick erupted with a blinding golden light, slicing directly towards his neck. With a splatter of blood, the one-eyed man's head tilted to one side, barely held on by a strip of skin connecting it to his neck. Yet he erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "It is too late. The ritual is complete." Chapter 28. The Invocation of the Thunderstorm. The runes upon the altar ignited with an eerie purple luminescence. A black beam of light surged skyward, transforming the night into a canvas of darkness. Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The formation had been activated. Was the five-color deer doomed? Yet, upon glancing back, he noticed that the inky chains entwining the five-color deer had vanished, and it appeared to be in a state of less torment than before. This creature had sacrificed itself. The youth quickly remarked, "The life force of the five-color deer is remarkably resilient. Now that the formation no longer drains it, it should be safe from death." Lu Chen gazed at him with a hint of surprise, realizing this individual possessed considerable knowledge. However, before he could inquire further, the furious roar of the one-eyed man resonated through the air. "I shall serve as the vessel. I welcome my master's descent." The one-eyed man's body unnaturally levitated as the black beam of light surged into his battered form. The chilling sound of cracking bones echoed ominously as his body began to contort and reshape. With a series of sickening cracks, a pair of black-scaled wings erupted from his torn back. Two twisted horns pierced through his forehead, his fingers elongated into sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, a demon, nearly 4 meters tall and shrouded in dark scales, manifested upon the altar. A demon?" Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Fear not," the youth replied confidently. "Such a creature could hardly summon a formidable demon to arise." Wait. As he sensed the overwhelming aura of the demon, his voice faltered. "Silver. Peak." The youth swallowed hard, a look of fear finally gracing his grimy face for the first time. The demon stretched its newly formed body, its vertical pupils swirling with purple light. It inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy washing over its visage. What sweet vitality from his feeble world. Suddenly, it turned its gaze towards Lu Chen and the youth, as well as the five-colored deer lying not far away, its mouth splitting into a grin that revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. "I did not anticipate such exquisite fare. This visit has indeed borne fruit. Run!" The youth suddenly shouted, pivoting to flee. "Trying to escape?" The demon sneered, its wings flaring as it swiftly blocked the youth's path. Its claws, slicing through the air, lunged towards the youth's head. Clang! In a moment of desperation, the youth raised a firewood stick, colliding with the claws and sending forth a shower of blinding sparks. Under the immense force, he was propelled backward several meters. The demon's eyes gleamed with interest. "Is that a celestial sword embryo?" Yet before the demon could utter another word, Lu Chen charged from behind. The terrifying spear of the underworld was suddenly swung, accompanied by the haunting melody of the underworld's symphony. However, this strike was caught in the demon's grasp, firmly held within its hand. Gazing at the spear that emanated the familiar essence of home, the demon became increasingly exhilarated. "This is the essence of hell. I never imagined I would encounter such pure, supreme scripture of the underworld. This visit has truly been worthwhile indeed. Ha ha ha, as the demon laughed maniacally towards the heavens. The flames of battle ignited in Lu Chen's eyes as he commanded, "Hey, you over there, cooperate with me." The youth paused momentarily, then nodded in understanding. The demon's laughter gradually subsided as it watched them with keen interest. The struggles of mere insects are always so entertaining. Lu Chen ceased to engage in idle chatter and channeled his full strength into the divine elephant's prison suppression technique. 840 million particles trembled simultaneously, and the surging vitality erupted like a volcano, soaring into the sky. With his legs slightly bent, the ground beneath him cracked instantly. Boom! He shot forth like a cannonball. The azure-scaled trident aimed directly at the demon's heart. At that very moment, the youth wielding a burning stick radiated golden light, slashing towards the demon's neck from the side. Too slow. The demon smirked derisively, its flesh wings fluttering lightly as its form twisted in an uncanny manner, deftly evading both attacks. Its claws struck like lightning, leaving 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes across Lu Chen's back. Its tail whipped like a lash, sending the youth flying over 20 meters, crashing into several ancient trees. Coughing, Lu Chen spat out blood, his gaze sharpening further. Is this the power of a silver pinnacle? The speed and strength utterly overwhelmed him. Brother, how about a strategic retreat? The youth crawled out from the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The demon licked the blood from its claws, revealing an expression of rapture. What delectable blood! I shall crush your bones one by one and savor them slowly. Lu Chen wiped the blood from his lips and suddenly smiled. Hey, what is your name? Huh? The youth was taken aback. I am Yi Xiaofan. Very well. Yi Xiaofan. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the azure scale trident. I have a plan. Before he could finish, the demon lunged at them. Lu Chen stood firm, his trident colliding harshly with the demon's claws. Clang! The terrifying recoil left his arms numb, yet he held his ground resolutely. Meanwhile, he covertly activated the spear of the underworld, the dark spear silently coalescing behind him. The demon's other claw lunged towards Lu Chen's heart. Now, Lu Chen suddenly withdrew and sidestepped, the demon propelled forward by inertia. The spear of the underworld, imbued with the sounds of the underworld, surged forth, piercing directly toward the demon. Thud! The spear tip embedded itself 3 inches into the scales, but was firmly caught by its muscle. The demon howled in pain and fury, turning to shatter the spear of the underworld with a swipe. You, seek death. It was utterly enraged, its scales bristling, and purple-black energy coalescing in its mouth. Just then, look out! Yi Xiaofan, standing nearby, boldly intervened, the burning stick erupting with unprecedented golden light as he struck the demon's left wing root. The demon let out a pained howl, its flesh wing severed significantly, purple-black blood raining down. It swung its claws wildly, but grasped at nothing. Well done. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen thrust the azure-scaled trident like a dragon emerging from the sea, aiming for the demon's throat. Clang! The demon blocked with its sharp horns, while simultaneously sweeping its tail like a steel whip. Lu Chen was struck at the waist, the sound of his ribs fracturing distinctly audible. Coughing, he spat blood as he was flung backward, yet adjusted his posture mid-air to land steadily. The demon was also in a poor state, blood gushing from its severed wing, its breath becoming unstable. It fixed its gaze on the two, suddenly grinning maliciously. Very well, splendid. Allow me to unveil the true essence of power. It violently tore open the scales on its chest, revealing a peculiar purple rune. The rune radiated a blinding luminosity, causing the demonic aura to surge once more. This is dire. It is igniting its very core. Yi Xiaofan's countenance turned ashen. This truly spells doom. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Yi Xiaofan, buy me 3 seconds. What are you planning? To break through. A mere 2 words, yet they left Yi Xiaofan wide-eyed in astonishment. Nevertheless, he refrained from further inquiry, gritting his teeth and nodding. Let us gamble everything. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Xiaofan assumed a peculiar stance. The golden light upon the fire stick suddenly retracted. Yi Xiaofan's entire demeanor transformed. The grime on his face faded to reveal an aura of divine majesty. He held the sword upright against his chest with one hand, while his left hand gently caressed the blade. With this motion, a rusted fragment the size of a fingernail gently flaked off. The ancient and arcane patterns on the blade re-emerged into the light. One sword to open the heavenly gate. In an instant, the rusted sword erupted with blinding golden radiance, unleashing a fierce and domineering sword aura that soared into the heavens. Where the sword aura traversed, the air erupted with a piercing roar, as if even the fabric of space were being cleaved asunder. The demon's expression shifted dramatically, and in a flurry, it folded its wings protectively in front of itself. The sword aura collided with its fleshly wings, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Now is the moment. Lu Chen closed his eyes, unleashing all his strength to shatter the bottleneck of the bronze 13 stars. His internal energy surged like the mighty Yangtze River, summoning 840 million particles to emit a deafening resonance akin to the trumpeting of elephants. In this very instant, both spiritual energy and physical form simultaneously pressed against the limits of their realms. Boom! In the night sky, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens. Dark clouds began to gather at a visibly rapid pace, with lightning swirling within Chapter 29, Sacrifice, Rebirth. A deep rumble echoed through the air as ominous dark clouds churned in the sky, and violet golden lightning danced like a dragon within the layers of the storm. The entire black fog forest lay shrouded beneath this celestial might, with countless beasts of the wild cowering in terror, emitting heart-wrenching wails. Yi Xiaofan gazed skyward, his dirt-streaked face turning pale in an instant. Good heavens, what kind of misfortune is this? Who among the righteous ascends to a new realm only to face a heavenly tribulation? Not far away, the demon's face twisted in agony. Its tattered wings flapped anxiously, and its violet vertical pupils were filled with dread. Damn it. Of all things, it had to be a thunderous tribulation. As a denizen of the underworld, not all such beings feared the overwhelming force of thunder. Yet, he was clearly not among those demons. You wretched creature. Lu Chen grinned widely, his platinum hair swirling in the tempest. Prepare to meet your end. With a sudden surge of power, the ground beneath him cracked open. He launched himself toward the demon like a cannonball, and the thunderclouds above seemed to be drawn along with him. You madman! The demon shrieked in a high-pitched wail and turned to flee. Its broken wings flapped desperately, leaving behind a dark afterimage. Yi Xiaofan fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled yellow talisman, muttering curses under his breath. I must have drawn the short straw to encounter you. The talisman ignited spontaneously, enveloping him in a radiant golden light. Yet, just as the teleportation was about to commence, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel crashed down. Boom! The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck the demon squarely in the back, causing its scales to shatter and eliciting a chilling scream. The shockwave surged forth, abruptly severing Yi Xiaofan's golden light of teleportation and hurling him through the air. Lu Chen, damn you! Yi Xiaofan's curses were drowned out by the roar of the second bolt of tribulation lightning. Lu Chen, too, was not spared. As the primary recipient of the tribulation, he bore the brunt of the celestial trial. The violet golden lightning coursed through his body, every muscle convulsing as his bones creaked under the unbearable strain. Not enough. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the lightning as he pursued the demon. He understood that this tribulation had intensified due to the involvement of multiple parties. To withstand it alone would be nearly impossible. He needed the demon to share the burden. Get away. Don't come near. The demon was utterly terrified, wildly swinging its claws. Yet, every strike was parried by Lu Chen with the spear of the underworld. The third and fourth bolts of tribulation lightning struck in quick succession. One of the demon's wings was utterly shattered, leaving half of its body scorched and blackened. Lu Chen suffered grievously too. His skin cracked extensively, and before blood could even seep out, it evaporated in the searing lightning. Let us perish together. The demon, driven to madness, lunged toward Lu Chen in a desperate attempt to drag him down with it. Thud! The spear of the underworld pierced the demon's heart with precision, the echoes of the underworld resounding. Simultaneously, the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning descended, completely engulfing both beings. The demon let out a final, anguished cry as its body disintegrated inch by inch amidst the lightning, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Defeating the Silver Pinnacle Demon. PowerPoints 1500. Lu Chen's mind had begun to cloud, leaving him unable to heed the system's notifications. Yet, the heavenly tribulation was far from over. The sixth and seventh bolts of tribulation thunderstruck in succession, all crashing down upon Lu Chen. He knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his bones shattered to the point of near oblivion, and his internal organs marred with fractures. Yi Xiaofan, watching from a distance, felt a surge of panic. He yearned to assist, but any intervention at this moment would only provoke an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. The rusted sword in his grasp trembled slightly, as if grappling with a profound choice. Boom! The eighth bolt of tribulation thunder descended, the most formidable of them all, with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Lu Chen was utterly engulfed in the radiance of the thunder, his form becoming nearly indistinguishable. It was over. Truly, he was doomed. Yi Xiaofan was at a loss, uncertain whether to rejoice in his survival or lament the impending demise of a genius at the hands of the heavenly tribulation. However, in this precarious moment of life and death, a sudden, ethereal deer call resonated through the air. From the ruins of the altar, the multicolored deer stirred to life, seemingly awakening from slumber. Though weakened, it radiated a resplendent, 5-colored divine light. The divine light flowed like a river toward Lu Chen, where it touched the scorched earth, causing new life to sprout from desolation and reviving withered trees. At the instant the divine light made contact with Lu Chen's body, a miracle unfolded. The fissured skin began to mend, shattered bones rejoined seamlessly, and even the nearly collapsing organs experienced rapid restoration. More astonishingly, the 5-color divine light intertwined with the tribulation thunder, establishing a wondrous equilibrium within Lu Chen. Ding! Mission to rescue the 5-colored deer completed. Rewards. PowerPoints 5000. Blessing of the 5-colored deer. All attributes 50. 5 elements primordial spirit embryo. Legendary. The 5-colored deer ambled toward Lu Chen, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Gradually, its form became translucent, ultimately transforming into a radiant sphere of multicolored light, merging entirely with Lu Chen's being. This was a sacrifice? Yi Xiaofan's eyes widened. In its final moments, the 5-colored deer chose self-sacrifice, bestowing all its primordial power upon Lu Chen. Boom! The 9th bolt of tribulation thunder finally struck, but this time, Lu Chen was no longer a passive recipient. He threw back his head and roared, the 5-color divine light swirling around him as he boldly faced the thunder. The intertwining of the thunder and divine light created a breathtaking spectacle. Lu Chen's body underwent continual metamorphosis amidst destruction and rebirth, every inch of flesh brimming with terrifying vitality. As the thunder's radiance dissipated, a completely transformed Lu Chen emerged at the heart of the ruins. He stood over 3 meters tall, with platinum hair cascading to his waist, and vibrant colors coursing beneath his skin. Most astonishing were his eyes, now resembling the 5-colored deer's vivid vertical pupils. Breakthrough successful. Current level, bronze 13 stars. The sacrifice of the 5-colored deer bestows the talent ability, 5-color divine light. Mission exceeded completion. Reward. Great freedom 5 elements incarnation technique, legendary. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Now, with his physical prowess alone, he could easily crush an ordinary silver pinnacle. Pervert. Yi Xiaofan murmured softly, yet he still approached. Hey, are you all right? Lu Chen turned, his resplendent but slightly eerie multicolored vertical pupils causing Yi Xiaofan to instinctively take a half-step back. Thank you, Lu Chen said sincerely. Without your delay, I wouldn't have been able to endure until the 5-color deer awakened. Yi Xiaofan waved his hand, about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed dramatically. "Watch out behind you." Lu Chen did not turn around. Instead, he swiftly reached out. A black claw, lunging from the shadows, was firmly grasped by him and crushed to dust with a gentle squeeze. "The remnants of the pure world society truly are tenacious spirits," Lu Chen scoffed, his multicolored pupils gazing towards a particular shadow. "Come out." The shadow twisted, revealing a figure in black robes who stumbled forth, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Lu Chen. How could you possibly have discovered?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen sent a punch through the air. With a flow of spiritual power within him, the black-robed figure was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood. "Let us go," Lu Chen said, turning to Yi Xiaofan. "Shall we find a place to converse?" Yi Xiaofan gazed at Lu Chen and suddenly smiled. "Interesting. This trip was not in vain. Then let us have a chat." The two figures gradually faded into the depths of the black fog forest, leaving behind scorched earth and an altar shattered by divine punishment. Moments later, a black figure emerged in the air, his eyes filled with horror. He quickly retrieved his communicator and dialed a number. "Speak. Mr. Ning, your nephew has obtained the sacrifice of the five-colored deer. A trivial matter. The fat waters do not flow to outsiders. He even withstood the heavenly tribulation." "What?" After a piercing scream, the communication was abruptly severed. Chapter 30. That's my mother. The two traversed the black mist forest for nearly half a day, and gradually, the trees around them returned to their natural hues. Lu Chen's iridescent aura had diminished, yet his striking heterochromatic eyes remained conspicuous, causing him some discomfort. His platinum hair was already sufficiently unconventional, and now he possessed a pair of resplendent, colorful vertical pupils. Would he need to don sunglasses whenever he ventured outside? "Hey, what is your name?" "Yi Xiaofan Inwidit." "Lu Chen, from Tianhai City," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Tianhai, huh?" "Yi Xiaofan Pondititoy." Lu Chen casually sliced through the vines obstructing their path. "What about you? Where are you from?" "The provincial city of Tianbei," Yi Xiaofan responded. Lu Chen glanced at him in surprise. The provincial city was not particularly close to Tianhai. "Yeah." Yi Xiaofan kicked a pebble aside, nonchalantly inserting the rusty firewood stick into his belt. "However, as an orphan whose parents are absent, it's all the same wherever I go." Lu Chen paused momentarily, turning to regard the frail youth. The dirt-streaked face bore an indifferent expression, yet there lay an imperceptible trace of melancholy in his eyes. "I'm sorry," Lu Chen said, gently patting Yi Xiaofan on the shoulder. "It's nothing," Yi Xiaofan shook his head. "I do have a question." Lu Chen promptly inquired. "The resources in the provincial city are far superior to those in Tianhai. If you wish to grow stronger, it would undoubtedly be better to remain in the provincial city. Why would you choose to come to Tianhai?" At this, Yi Xiaofan fell silent, halting his steps. "During the awakening trial, I originally acquired an epic-grade awakening item. However, it was snatched away by a group, and I was forcibly given a mundane awakening item, compelling me to awaken without any physical enhancement or additional abilities." Yi Xiaofan chuckled bitterly. "In school, even the janitor is superior to me." Lu Chen frowned slightly. Yi Xiaofan's experiences were indeed tragic, yet the astonishing sword he wielded earlier suggested otherwise. And then, a flicker of resentment crossed Yi Xiaofan's eyes. "I once had decent talent, which made me the envy of many scions. After my awakening, several of those privileged students began to harass me daily, and the school's resources were cut off. Even when I ventured out to hunt beast materials to sell for food, no one dared to accept my wares." As he spoke, Yi Xiaofan's expression contorted slightly. "If it were merely that, I could have simply relocated and left Tianbei behind. But they actually hired a ruthless bronze-tier mercenary." He did not finish his sentence, yet Lu Chen comprehended the unspoken implications. Such a narrative was all too familiar from the novels he had read in his past life. A classic tale of a seemingly useless protagonist. "So you killed them all?" he asked. "Just the one who led the bullying," Yi Xiaofan replied with a disdainful glance. "But that fellow had some influence in the provincial city and insisted I pay with my life." Lu Chen inhaled sharply. The name and the plot are strikingly reminiscent of a popular novel he had read in his past life. Why not run away to another province? Flee to Tianhai? Lu Chen expressed his confusion, stating that Tianhai is still within the boundaries of Tianbei Province. Although there is some distance, it is not insurmountable. Yi Xiaofan's expression suddenly turned complex. My mother said before she passed, for me to seek refuge with my second aunt in Tianhai. He paused, adding that she insisted once I arrived at my aunt's, any grave matter could be resolved. Lu Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. Is there really such an influential figure in Tianhai City? Why was he unaware of this? What is your aunt's name? Perhaps I know her. Yi Xiaofan hesitated. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity in Lu Chen's features, reminiscent of the blurred memories of his mother. Ning Xueji, he murmured. My second aunt's name is Ning Xueji. Lu Chen was struck as if by lightning, abruptly halting his steps. Who? Ning Guethe. Yi Xiaofan was startled by his reaction. What's wrong? My mother's name is Ning Xueji. The two stared at each other in shock, the atmosphere suddenly growing still. Lu Chen was completely bewildered, his mind struggling to comprehend. Just then, a sudden rush of sound pierced the air from afar. Lu Chen, Ning Tianhao's sword on a flying sword, hastening towards them, followed closely by a dozen fully armed warriors. Lu Chen, Ning Tianhao called from a distance. Are you all right? That calamity just now. Before the flying sword had settled, Ning Tianhao leaped down. Upon seeing Lu Chen standing there unscathed, he visibly sighed in relief. Third uncle. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, saying he was fortunate and had narrowly succeeded. Ning Tianhao, not merely accepting Lu Chen's word, grasped his shoulder firmly. A terrifying force surged through Lu Chen's body. Wei confirmed that Lu Chen was not only unharmed but exuding an extraordinary aura. He burst into raucous laughter. You truly overcame the heavenly tribulation at the bronze level. Ning Tianhao's voice trembled with excitement. Ha! Ha! No doubt you are my nephew. He exuberantly patted Lu Chen's shoulder, pride shining in his eyes. To pass through the thunder tribulation at the bronze realm, the first in history, this is the true dragon among men. Observing Ning Tianhao's triumphant demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but tease. Third uncle, there's no need to boast. I'm feeling quite chilled. What is there to hide? Ning Tianhao shot Lu Chen an annoyed glare, stating that they were not powerless or insignificant. So what was there to be afraid of? Only after he finished speaking did Ning Tianhao notice Yi Xiaofan standing nearby. Upon seeing the rusty firewood stick in the boy's hand, his pupils constricted sharply. This sword. Third uncle. Lu Chen interrupted his train of thought. He mentioned that his second aunt's name is Ning Xueji. Ning Tianhao was struck again, freezing in place. He stared intently at Yi Xiaofan's grimy face, suddenly reaching out to wipe away the dirt, scrutinizing him closely. Are you the child of the fourth? Ning Tianhao's voice quivered, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Is your mother named Ning Xuewei? Yi Xiaofan winced in pain, but nodded nonetheless. Do you know my mother? Lu Chen, standing nearby, felt utterly bewildered. He knew little about his mother's relatives. Apart from his third uncle Ning Tianhao, he had never encountered any others. His mother had only mentioned a falling out with the family, the specifics of which remained shrouded in mystery. Third uncle, what on earth is happening? Do I really have a fourth aunt? Lu Chen could not restrain his curiosity. Ning Tianhao let out a long sigh, casting a complex glance at the two young individuals, particularly focusing on Lu Chen. It's all because your mother set a fine example by eloping. Your fourth aunt, Ning Xuemei, followed suit 20 years ago. He gritted his teeth and added, the most infuriating part is that rascal was quite capable. With the Ning family's influence in Tianbei Province, they nearly turned the entire region upside down, yet they failed to uncover even a trace. By the way, where's your mother? Yi Xiaofan's expression darkened as he replied softly, my mother, she passed away 3 years ago. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Tianhao's eyes reddened. What about your father? Yi Xiaofan hesitated before saying, that man went missing when I was very young. Scoundrel. Ning Tianhao's furious punch unleashed a massive trench spanning hundreds of meters, appearing from thin air. There was no outward display of energy or fluctuation. Yet the force of that blow was undeniably potent. Child, you have suffered over the years. Ning Tianhao said with a twinge of sympathy. Lu Chen stood by, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He observed Yi Xiaofan's frail frame and tattered clothing. Suddenly understanding the source of the inexplicable familiarity he felt upon their first meeting. So, you were my cousin? Lu Chen scratched his head, his platinum blonde hair dancing in the breeze. Yi Xiaofan wiped his face, reverting to his nonchalant demeanor. What, don't you recognize me? Of course I do, Lu Chen grinned, suddenly reaching out to tousle Yi Xiaofan's messy hair. From now on, I've got your back. Get lost. Yi Xiaofan swatted his hand away. Just don't bring any lightning calamities to strike me down. Ning Tianhao watched the two young men bicker, a glimmer of solace flashing in his eyes. Chapter 31. The rebellious tradition of the Ning family. As they journeyed back to the city, the ominous shadows of the black mist forest gradually faded into the distance. Lu Chen brushed off the remnants of soot from his attire, his silvery blonde hair glimmering softly under the sunlight. He turned to glance at Yi Xiaofan, the frail youth who was poking at the wild grass by the roadside with a rusty fire poker. Third uncle, Lu Chen suddenly spoke, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his vibrant vertical pupils. What truly happened with my mother back in the day? Ning Tianhao, momentarily pausing in mid-air on his flying sword, revealed a complex expression. He descended, walking alongside the two young men. Your mother. Ning Tianhao sighed, a hint of nostalgia illuminating his eyes. She was the most brilliant genius of our Ning family's generation. Yi Xiaofan lifted his head, surprise etched across his grimy face. Was Aunt really that impressive? Impressive doesn't even begin to cover it. Ning Tianhao's voice rose suddenly. Your second aunt, Ning Xueji, fused with the mythic-level awakening item of the healing system, 9 turns life-reviving lotus, at the tender age of 18. A top-tier genius that is scarcely encountered in the entirety of Tianbei Province for 5 centuries. The old man was so elated that he couldn't sleep for 3 days, hosting a grand banquet for 7 days straight. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. In his memories, his mother had always tenderly healed his wounds, yet she had never mentioned such past events. And then, he inquired eagerly. Yi Xiaofan, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed further. Ning Tianhao's expression suddenly turned resentful. Then, that scoundrel with the surname Lu appeared. Lu Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward as he cleared his throat. Your father, Lu Fan. Ning Tianhao pointed at Lu Chen. His finger, trembling with emotion, was nothing more than an obscure wild brat at the time. I don't know what means he employed, but somehow, he seduced your mother during a secret realm trial. Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan exchanged glances, both sensing a shared intrigue in each other's eyes. When the old man found out, he was furious. Ning Tianhao continued. He immediately arranged for your mother to marry the second son of the Nangong family. That was a union between the top families of Tianbei Province. Yi Xiaofan whistled in astonishment. And then, did Aunt run away from the wedding? Even more thrilling. A peculiar smile flickered in Ning Tianhao's eyes. On the day of the wedding, your father stormed into the Ning family ancestral home all by himself, single-handedly taking down 18 guardians of the Nangong family with just one spear. He even trampled their genius beneath his feet. Finally, in front of all the guests in the province, he snatched your mother away from the altar. Lu Chen's eyes widened, his multicolored vertical pupils narrowing slightly. He had never imagined that his parents had such a tumultuous past. Did that old man nearly die from rage? Yi Xiaofan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. To him, that old man was hardly a virtuous character. The old man was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Ning Tianhao shook his head, but he couldn't truly harm his own daughter and son-in-law. Could he? In the end, he had no choice but to drive them out of the house, preferring not to see them. Yi Xiaofan suddenly interjected, and then my mother followed suit? Ning Tianhao's expression instantly soured. Indeed, your mother, Ning Xuewei, our family's 4th child, idolized her second sister from a young age. Upon witnessing her elder sister elope for love and thrive, she too, at the tender age of 20, ran away with a mysterious swordsman. Lu Chen could not suppress a laugh. Thus, Xiao Fan and I are cousins. Our mothers, well, they are both quite the rebellious spirits. Ning Tianhao declared with a hint of indignation. though his eyes betrayed a fondness. During that time, the old man nearly demolished the ancestral home of the Ning family. Yi Xiaofan suddenly squinted, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Third uncle, have you married? Ning Tianhao immediately puffed out his chest, a look of pride on his face. Who among the respectable would marry? ISNT earning more appealing? With wealth, what woman is beyond reach? Women merely impede my pursuit of riches. Both Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan rolled their eyes in unison. However, Ning Tianhao suddenly lowered his voice. Your eldest uncle is indeed getting married soon. Eldest uncle? Lu Chen was taken aback. He was somewhat familiar with this person, having heard mention from his mother. A perfect heir. Was he chosen by the old man? Ning Tianhao displayed an odd expression. If only it were so. The old man nearly tore down the ancestral home over this matter. Yi Xiaofan grew intrigued. Why? Is the eldest uncle snatching a bride as well? Not quite. Ning Tianhao shook his head. Your eldest uncle Ning Tianqi has always been the old man's pride and joy. His aristocratic demeanor is impeccable, and his leadership skills are unparalleled. Furthermore, his awakening artifact is of mythic caliber, ensuring his future prowess will be formidable. Most importantly, throughout our lives, he has consistently prioritized the family's honor. What no one anticipated was that he now intended to marry an ordinary person devoid of power or influence. What? Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in unison. Ning Tianhao chuckled with schadenfreude. That woman possesses only an ordinary awakening artifact and has merely attained a silver 2-star strength, utterly incapable of benefiting your eldest uncle. Yet, he insists he fell in love at first sight and is adamant about bringing her home. The old man is breaking things daily at the ancestral house. A flicker of shock passed through Lu Chen's multicolored vertical pupils. He glanced at Yi Xiaofan, who appeared equally dumbfounded. This the old man hasn't disowned him? Indeed, he wishes to. Ning Tianhao scoffed. But your eldest uncle is the designated heir of the family, and over the years, the old man has gradually transferred authority. He now manages nearly 70% of the Ning family's assets. No matter how furious the old man gets, he cannot hand the family business to outsiders. Yi Xiaofan suddenly appeared contemplative. Third uncle, do you think this could be a tradition of the Ning family? What tradition? Ning Tianhao frowned. Rebellion. Yi Xiaofan counted on his fingers. Second and eloped, my mother followed suit, and now the eldest uncle is set to marry a beggar third uncle. You want to suddenly bring home a wife one day, will you? Ning Tianhao's expression darkened. Nonsense. In this lifetime, I only cherish wealth. However, Lu Chen suddenly pondered. Third uncle, do you think that the fiancé of the eldest uncle could be a disciple of some reclusive expert? Or perhaps possesses a special identity? It was not surprising that Lu Chen harbored such thoughts, for he had experienced far too much. Enough. Ning Tianhao waved his hand dismissively. The old man has sent people to investigate her lineage thoroughly. She hails from an ordinary family. Her parents long perished at the jaws of a beast. Thus, Lu Chen hesitated momentarily. Are you suggesting that I and Xiaofan should visit the Ning family to see the old man? Ning Tianhao halted his steps, looking intently at the two young men. You both bear the blood of the Ning family, and that will never change. Although the old man is stubborn, you are, after all, his beloved grandchildren. As the old saying goes, elders tend to favor their grandchildren. Even if the old man cannot see your parents, he would not vent his frustrations on you. And besides, Ning Tianhao suddenly made a jest. The old man possesses many treasures. If you do not go in person, how can you reap the benefits? Lu Chen grimaced. What a load of nonsense about reaping benefits. This is clearly just a ruse to get them to entertain the old man. Yi Xiaofan lowered his head, idly tracing patterns on the ground with a stick. Lu Chen noticed that his hand, which gripped the sword, trembled slightly. By the way, Ning Tianhao suddenly fixated on the rusted sword in Yi Xiaofan's hand. His brow furrowing. Where did you acquire that sword? Yi Xiaofan was taken aback, instinctively hiding the sword behind him. I found it. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Ning Tianhao's eyes, yet he refrained from pressing further. Lu Chen, perceptively sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere, hurriedly redirected the conversation. Third uncle, where are we headed now? First, we shall go to Tianhai City to regroup, and let Xiao Fan meet your mother, Ning Tianhao replied, retracting his gaze. By the way, would you two care to accompany me back to the ancestral home of the Ning family? Both Lu Chen and Yi Xiao Fan froze simultaneously. Fear not, Ning Tianhao grinned broadly. With me around, the old man will not treat you poorly. Moreover, he added with a knowing tone, a grandson who can endure the tribulation at the bronze level, and another who has received a special inheritance, would surely delight the old man. Yi Xiao Fan mumbled quietly, I can't shake the feeling that this is a trap. Yet Lu Chen laughed, sure, I would like to meet the old man as well. But perhaps not just yet. I am rather pressed for time. Maybe after the training camp or the college entrance exam. To Lu Chen, it mattered little what strange entities lurked in the shadows. As long as they could converse amicably, he would not mind humorously appeasing the old man. For he could see that despite her silence, his mother still deeply missed her father. If that proved impossible, then he would not hesitate to confront the situation head-on. Ning Tianhao laughed heartily, clapping the shoulders of the two young men. Come, let us return to Tianhai. Your third uncle will treat you to a splendid meal. Chapter 32, Abnormal Evolution. Bang! The door was flung open with great force, and Ning Shuji stood breathlessly at the threshold, having not yet changed out of her white coat. Where is Xiao Fan? She scanned the surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting on a frail young boy in the corner. Yi Xiao Fan was seated by the window, fiddling with a fire poker. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and met Ning Shuji's eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother's. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his knuckles turning white. The child of my fourth sister. Ning Shuji's voice trembled as she took a few steps towards Yi Xiao Fan, gently cradling his face in her hands to scrutinize him closely. The features of his brows and eyes were strikingly similar to those of Xiuwei. A tear fell onto Yi Xiao Fan's hand, searing his heart with its warmth. Lu Fan, wearing an apron, peeked out from the kitchen, a spatula in hand. Dear, you're back. I'm making chicken soup for Xiao Fan. His gaze shifted to Yi Xiao Fan, filled with compassion. This child is as thin as a reed. He needs to be nourished properly. Yi Xiao Fan felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, Ning Shuji's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Child, where's your mother? Why hasn't she come? She left a year ago, Yi Xiao Fan murmured, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his garment, vitality drained and beyond remedy. An eerie silence enveloped the living room. Ning Shuji covered her mouth, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Lu Fan struck the wall with his fist, causing the solid brick to crack and splinter like a spider web. Damn it! Lu Fan's voice was hoarse. I searched the entire Tianbei Province back then. If only I had found you sooner. Father, please calm down. Lu Chen entered from outside, his towering frame having to stoop slightly to pass through the doorway. Lu Qingxuang peeked from behind Lu Chen, curiously assessing the sudden appearance of her cousin. She trotted over to Yi Xiao Fan and handed him a handkerchief. Cousin, wipe your face. Yi Xiao Fan was taken aback, but soon accepted it with a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of ingratiation. Stop standing around. Lu Fan suddenly slapped his thigh, regaining his cheerful demeanor. Tianhao, hurry, book a private room at Tianhai Grand Hotel. Get the most expensive one. Today, we shall welcome Xiao Fan with a feast. Weren't you going to prepare a good meal for the child? Ning Tianhao rolled his eyes. Why does it suddenly become my treat? Of course, Lu Fan retorted confidently. You are the child's uncle. Besides, your Ning family is wealthy. You shameless. Ning Tianhao glared in frustration, but still pulled out his phone to make the call. An hour later, atop the Tianhai Grand Hotel in a private room, Yi Xiao Fan, now dressed in a completely new outfit, sat somewhat uneasily at the dining table. The crystal glass before him was filled with freshly squeezed juice, marking the first time in 3 years he had tasted anything other than wild water. Come, try this lobster. Lu Fan enthusiastically placed a lobster, nearly as long as his arm, onto Yi Xiao Fan's plate. Especially ordered for you to nourish your body. Ning Tianhao scoffed from side. You are rather adept at leveraging the generosity of others. Silence yourself, wealthy man. Lu Fan remained unfazed, serving another bowl of bird's nest soup to Yi Xiao Fan. From now on, this is your home, Xiao Fan. Feel free to tell your uncle what you wish to eat. Yi Xiao Fan lowered her head, poking at the lobster with her chopsticks, when suddenly a tear plopped onto her plate. "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Ning Xuezhi asked anxiously. "And no." Yi Xiaofan vigorously shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. "It's just, I've never had anything this exquisite before." The dining table fell silent once more. Ning Xuezhi turned away to wipe her tears, while Lu Fan, with reddened eyes, served her an abalone. Lu Qingxuang obediently offered a tissue, while Lu Chen, Lu Qingxuang suddenly noticed her brother's peculiar state. "Brother, what's wrong with your eyes?" All attention shifted to Lu Chen. Indeed, his vibrant, multicolored pupils were undergoing subtle changes, morphing from an oval shape to a slender diamond, their hues becoming more vivid. "I don't know." Lu Chen frowned. "Ever since I had something to eat earlier, they felt a bit itchy. Let me take a look." Ning Xuezhi rose, a vibrant green energy enveloping Lu Chen. Moments later, she withdrew her hand in astonishment. "Strange. Your eye structure is changing. This is not pathological. It feels more like evolution." Curious, Lu Fan leaned closer, pondering aloud. "Son, can you now see things we cannot?" Lu Chen blinked, his multicolored pupils narrowing slightly. "Well, I can see the flow of energy in the air, and..." He suddenly turned to Yi Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, your right leg has a muscle strain, your left shoulder has not healed from an old injury, and the energy within you is mainly concentrated in your dantian and right hand." Yi Xiaofan's head shot up, her face etched with shock. "Wow, you can see all that?" Ning Tianhao's chopsticks snapped in his hand. "Is this X-ray vision?" "Not quite." Lu Chen shook his head. "It's more like seeing the flow of energy and the state of the body." And he suddenly focused intently on Yi Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, you're about to reach for a napkin." Indeed, her hand was moving towards a tissue box. Startled, Yi Xiaofan withdrew her hand. "Can you foresee the future?" "Not foresight." Lu Chen contemplated. "It's based on the flow of energy within you and muscle contractions, predicting your actions." The room fell into a hushed silence. This ability was extraordinary. In combat, being able to anticipate an opponent's moves would render one nearly invincible. This must be a transformation brought about by the sacrifice of the multicolored deer, Ning Tianhao said solemnly. Legend has it that the five-colored deer is a celestial beast, favored by nature and harmonious with all things. Thus, possessing the ability to perceive all things seems quite reasonable. Lu Chen's current ability resembles a weakened version of Heavenly Eye. Suddenly, Lu Chen clutched his chest, grimacing in pain. "Wait, something inside me seems to be glowing." Lu Chen unfastened his clothing, revealing his muscular chest. A collective gasp echoed through the room. At the location of his heart, a faintly visible, multicolored crystalline bone shimmered through the flesh, emanating a gentle glow. Ning Xuai trembled as she reached out to touch the unusual bone, exclaiming, This is a newly formed sternum, entirely composed of crystallized energy. Could it be the divine light of the five colors?" Ning Tianhao suddenly stood up, causing his chair to crash to the floor. The innate divine ability of the five-colored deer. It can obliterate all, rendering anything vulnerable. Lu Fan swallowed hard, inquiring, "Son, how do you feel now?" Lu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the changes within him. "I can feel the immense energy contained within this bone. Yet I am unable to harness it, as if restricted by something. It must be a limitation of rank." Ning Tianhao calmly analyzed. "You are still at the bronze level. Your body cannot withstand the power of the five-color divine light. Once you break through to the silver level, you should be able to grasp it initially." "But why the sudden change?" Yi Xiaofan asked in confusion. "It's almost been a day. It should be related to energy." Lu Qingxuang interjected, placing a platter of large bones before Lu Chen. "These are top-tier monster ingredients, rich in potent energy. When consumed, this energy will be digested within your body. The lack of change previously was likely due to your brother's insufficient energy, which prevented the full manifestation of this evolution." The group nodded in agreement with Lu Qingxuang's hypothesis. Lu Chen understood and began to feast heartily. Indeed, as he ate, the pace of his extraordinary evolution accelerated. Ning Tianhao said nothing, but began to order a continuous supply of high-energy ingredients. As Lu Chen ate, he remarked, "In truth, I feel I've already reached the limit of the bronze level. With a bit more accumulation and refinement, I can break through to silver. However, but what? Ning Shuezhai asked with concern. I'm worried about triggering the heavenly tribulation again, Lu Chen replied with a wry smile. That experience nearly cost me my life. Yi Xiaofan sputtered soup from his mouth, exclaiming, You want to go through that again? I have it the worst. If it weren't for a bit of fortune, I would have been struck down by the thunder long ago. Ning Tianhao pondered thoughtfully. The five-color divine light is said to resist all forms of calamity. If you can master it, perhaps the next heavenly tribulation won't be as perilous. I doubt it, Lu Fan replied calmly. Your breakthrough to the bronze level at 13 stars is an unprecedented feat, so encountering a tribulation is to be expected. In comparison, your breakthrough to the silver level will be relatively trivial. It's of no concern, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. I feel wonderful now. He stretched his shoulders, feeling unprecedentedly good. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all multiplied several times, though he awkwardly glanced at the ceiling. The doorframe at home is a bit low. Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Come, let us toast to the addition of a new member to our family. Lu Fan raised his glass, celebrating Lu Chen's transformation into a dragon. Cheers! The group clinked their glasses together. Yi Xiaofan, grasping a cup of juice, gazed at the harmonious family before him, and a genuine smile finally graced his face. He discreetly glanced at the towering figure of Lu Chen beside him, who was watching him with his gentle, multicolored vertical pupils. Welcome home, cousin, Lu Chen softly uttered. A wave of emotion surged through Yi Xiaofan, causing his nose to tingle, and he hastily lowered his head to shovel rice into his bowl, concealing the redness that threatened to spill from his eyes. In the midst of the meal, Yi Xiaofan excused himself to the restroom and quietly slipped away to the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the dazzling city lights below, lost in thought. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Yi Xiaofan turned to meet Lu Chen's captivating gaze. Not accustomed? Lu Chen inquired. Yi Xiaofan shook his head, then nodded slightly, murmuring, It just feels somewhat unreal. Just yesterday, I was a fugitive, and today I suddenly have family, home. Lu Chen remained silent, merely tightening his embrace around Yi Xiaofan's shoulders. Hey, you two! Lu Qingxuang shouted from the doorway. Come back and eat. Uncle just ordered some incredibly expensive desserts. Yi Xiaofan wiped the corners of his eyes and revealed a sincere smile. Coming. Chapter 33. Invincible with my presence. Deep within the beast forest, a platinum figure glided like a specter amidst the towering ancient trees. Lu Chen, wielding a blue-scaled spear, moved with astonishing agility through the dense foliage, his 3-meter-tall frame defying the constraints of the underbrush. His multicolored vertical pupils glimmered with an otherworldly radiance in the dim forest light. Suddenly, a silver 3-star armored rhinoceros burst forth from the thicket, its charge snapping tree trunks as thick as a bowl like mere twigs. Lu Chen stood his ground, the spear radiating a faint, iridescent glow as he thrust forward. With a piercing sound, the spear blade penetrated the rhinoceros's supposedly impenetrable hide as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, striking true to its heart. The colossal beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, and before the dust had settled, Lu Chen had extracted its crystal core. Kill silver 3-star armored rhinoceros. Combat points 300. Lu Chen flicked the blood from his spear and glanced at the system prompt. This marked the 137th silver-tier beast he had slain that day. Over the past month, he had nearly made the beast forest his home. A specially crafted alloy tent was pitched in the most perilous area, and each day began with hunting and ended with reflections on combat techniques. When hunger struck, he roasted beast meat. When thirst arose, he sipped on energy drinks, truly a wildling existence. System, display attribute panel. Host, Lu Chen, level, silver 1-star, strength, 600, current limit reached, agility, 600, current limit reached, constitution, 600, current limit reached, mentality, 600, current limit reached, combat points, 38,500, details omitted. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The frenzied slaughter of the past month had elevated all his attributes to the limits of silver 1-star. Had he not deliberately restrained himself, he would have long since ascended to silver 3-star. It was prudent to retain some combat points as a safeguard. He murmured to himself. The lesson from the last heavenly tribulation had instilled in him a fear of insufficient combat points. He preferred a slower ascent to ensure absolute security. After gathering his spoils, Lu Chen was preparing to seek his next target when his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. The holographic image of Principal Zhou Jinyue materialized, his expression grave. Lu Chen returned to the city immediately. Proceed directly to the Education Department's conference room. There is an urgent matter. Before Lu Chen could inquire further, the communication was abruptly severed. The unusual urgency tightened his brow. He swiftly packed up his camp and vanished into the depths of the forest with a few agile leaps. In front of the Education Department building in Tianbei City, Lu Chen's towering figure attracted numerous curious glances from passers-by. As he ascended the steps, a familiar voice called out, "Lu Chen, over here." Chu Feng stood in the hall, waving, accompanied by Lin Yu and several elite students from No. 1 high school. After a month apart, Chu Feng's aura had sharpened considerably, and the sword at his waist had been upgraded to a more formidable version. "You were called here too?" Lu Chen approached with purposeful strides, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Lin Yu looked up at the now even taller Lu Chen, her mouth forming an A shape. "Lu Chen, if you keep growing like this, you'll have to bend down to enter doors." "I can't help it. I don't want this either." Lu Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. "Is it about the secret realm?" Chu Feng lowered his voice to inquire. Lu Chen nodded, affirming the sentiment. Just as he spoke, a staff member hurried over. "Students, please follow me. The meeting is about to commence." In the top-level conference room of the Education Bureau, the atmosphere was so tense one could almost wring water from it. Elder Zhang sat at the head of the table, flanked by the principals of several prestigious high schools in Tianbei City. Upon spotting Lu Chen, Zhou Jinyue immediately gestured for him to sit in the designated area. Lu Chen bent down to occupy the specially enlarged seat, noticing that, aside from Chu Feng and a few others, there were over 20 elite students from various schools in the conference room, many of whom he had encountered during the Secret Realm trials. Even Yi Xiaofan, who had just joined Tianbei No. 1 High School, was present, though he was huddled in a corner, lacking any notable presence. "Now that everyone is here, let us begin." Elder Zhang rapped on the table, and a holographic projection unfolded in the center, displaying a topographical map of a valley. 3 days ago, our exploration team discovered a newly opened rift in the Black Wind Valley, 70 kilometers west of the city. Elder Zhang's voice was hoarse and weighted with gravity. Preliminary investigations reveal that this is a stable secret realm with an A-level concentration of spiritual energy. A collective gasp echoed throughout the conference room. An A-level secret realm signifies that the resources within could elevate an entire city's overall strength by a significant tier. However, Elder Zhang's tone shifted. The news has leaked. Representatives from other cities in the province have come forward, demanding joint development. Nonsense. Zhou Jinyue slammed his hand on the table, clearly incensed. They're trying to seize our secret realm. Old Zhou is right. Principal Ma from No. 3 High School sneered. What joint development? It will certainly result in them feasting while we merely sip the broth. Silence. Elder Zhang raised his hand to quell the uproar. We are well aware of this. However, we are too weak to negotiate terms. At this, the faces of the attendees turned ashen, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, after our earnest arguments, a fair solution has been proposed. The young generation will determine the ownership of the secret realm through a blood battle arena. The holographic display shifted, revealing the imposing figures of 3 young individuals. The young lord of Lianghe City, Xiao Tiance, a silver 5-star, possessed the epic awakening artifact known as the Heavenly Gang Battle Body. The image showcased a golden-haired youth standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a faint golden aura, his gaze contemptuous as if regarding mere ants. The top genius of Yinjiang City, Yin Wushuang, a silver 4-star peak, had cultivated the family's heavenly flame technique to a minor success. A red-haired girl wielded a flaming whip that shattered a boulder the size of a house with a single strike. The twin stars of Huanghe City, Yu Wuhan and Yu Wuk, both silver 4 stars, excelled in combined strike techniques. The pair, nearly identical in appearance, stood back to back, their curved blades glinting with a cold, lethal sheen. In addition to these four, there were individuals from Qinghe City and Tianbei Province, though their confidentiality was remarkably stringent. Aside from knowing that the girl from Qinghe City had triggered an elemental tide, no further information was divulged. These individuals will serve as your most formidable adversaries in the blood battle arena. Elder Zhang shut off the projector, casting a sweeping glance over the assembled students. As per the agreement, each city was to send forth 20 young martial artists under the age of 18, engaging in a tournament to determine the allocation of rights to develop the secret realm. The conference room was enveloped in an almost palpable silence, as everyone was acutely aware that, given Tianbei City's current capabilities, facing the CR of the province presented a daunting challenge. When is the blood-soaked arena set to commence? Lu Chen inquired suddenly, his voice steady and commanding. In 7 days, General Lu interjected, taking the lead in the discussion. However, the training camp in Tianbei Province has already decided to host the event within this new secret realm. The prodigies from various regions will arrive in Tianbei City 3 days prior, and moreover, they're likely to seek a friendly exchange with you. Chu Feng let out a derisive laugh. Friendly exchange? More like an attempt to intimidate us. Indeed, Elder Zhang replied gravely. In previous years, the best performance from our representatives at the training camp barely reached the top 300. This time, they are well prepared. Lu Chen abruptly rose, his towering figure casting a substantial shadow across the conference room. Elder Zhang, General Lu, esteemed principals, he spoke, though his tone was measured, every word resonating clearly. I, Lu Chen, am willing to lead the charge. His multicolored vertical pupils swept over each individual present as he continued, not only for the secret realm, but also for the dignity of Tianbei City. Our generation shall not succumb to oppression any longer. Well said, Qin Hao exclaimed, springing to his feet, his body crackling with electric energy. Count me in. Me as well, Chu Feng declared, unsheathing his sword by 3 inches, its cold gleam foreboding. Lin Yu remained silent, yet the ethereal butterflies of her mental energy, fluttering at her fingertips, signified her resolve. In no time, the roster of 20 was finalized. Lu Chen was appointed as the captain, with Chu Feng, Qin Hao, Lin Yu, and other elite selections from various schools forming the backbone of Tianbei City's representative team. Excellent. Elder Zhang's eyes sparkled with determination. Now that we have made our decision, we shall fight with all our might. From this day forth, the Department of Education will launch the Tianbei Secret Realm for your specialized training. All resources will be provided without limitation. General Lu added, the military will assign 3 golden-level instructors to guide you. Remember, in 7 days, not only does the ownership of the secret realm hang in the balance, but also the future development of Tianbei City for decades to come. After the meeting concluded, Lu Chen was retained for a private discussion. Elder Zhang erected a soundproof barrier, his expression serious. Lu Chen, what is your true combat strength at present? Lu Chen pondered briefly. In one-on-one combat, I fear no silver-level opponents. If all my trump cards are revealed, I could even vanquish a silver pinnacle. I have yet to test myself against a golden level, but I believe I could hold my own. Stop. Don't say any more. Elder Zhang gasped, taken aback. Continuing further might overwhelm his aging heart. He exchanged a glance with General Lu, both astonished by the revelation. Lu Chen, the future of Tianbei City may well rest entirely upon your shoulders this time, Elder Zhang stated solemnly. Rest assured, Lu Chen replied with a confident smile. With me, victory is assured. Chapter 34. The unexpected guest has finally arrived. At the entrance of the Tianbei secret realm, the space shimmered with a subtle distortion. Lu Chen emerged from the luminous barrier, accompanied by Yi Xiaofan, whose platinum hair sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, standing at an imposing height of 3 meters. Lu Chen was particularly striking among the crowd. In stark contrast, Yi Xiaofan appeared as slender as a bamboo shoot, clutching a rusted firewood stick in his hand. Together, they formed a vivid juxtaposition. This is my cousin, Yi Xiaofan, whom I mentioned to you all, Lu Chen announced, giving Yi Xiaofan a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he introduced him to Chu Feng and the others. Qin Hao was the first to step forward, his fingertips crackling with lightning energy. "Ha! Lu Chen's brother is my brother too," he exclaimed, enthusiastically slapping Yi Xiaofan on the back, nearly toppling the frail youth. Lin Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Chu Feng remained silent, his gaze piercingly fixed on Yi Xiaofan, or rather, on the firewood stick he tightly grasped. As a prodigy in swordsmanship, he sensed an unsettling sword intent concealed within that seemingly battered stick. "You practice swordsmanship?" Chu Feng's voice cut through the air, as cold and sharp as ice. Yi Xiaofan scratched his head, a simple smile illuminating his face. "I suppose, just practicing aimlessly." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Feng's sword suddenly unsheathed 3 inches, unleashing a fierce sword energy that surged towards Yi Xiaofan's face. The onlookers were caught off guard. Even Lu Chen's pupils constricted in surprise. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as, unbeknownst to anyone, Yi Xiaofan had raised a firewood stick in front of him, deftly blocking the oncoming sword energy. A faint glimmer flickered across the rusted blade. The two locked eyes, and an invisible sword intent seemed to clash in the air between them. "Excellent sword," Chu Feng remarked, slowly retracting his sword, his eyes alight with fervor for battle. "Yours is no less impressive," Yi Xiaofan replied, still grinning, though his gaze had sharpened like a blade. Watching this exchange, Lu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. In this circle, one must always fight to earn their place. There is no room for those who crawl in on their knees. Hey. If you want to fight, take it to the training ground," Qin Hao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together excitedly. "I'll be the judge." Lin Yu rolled her eyes. "Idiot. The instructor is coming." 3 golden tier warriors clad in military uniforms strode forward, the lead bald instructor's face a mask of sternness. His voice boomed like thunder. "Gather. What are you all dawdling about? The new student training officially begins. Discipline is paramount in the military. Obedience." The bald instructor Wang Ming bellowed from the high platform. "You students, your first lesson is to learn how to listen." Below, 20 prodigies selected from Tianbei City stood in a haphazard formation. While Lu Chen's team maintained a semblance of seriousness, the others appeared lackadaisical. "You," Wang Ming pointed at a student with dyed red hair. "Step forward. 500 weighted push-ups." The instructor casually tossed a seemingly simple weight, which crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater. The weight of this object was undoubtedly beyond imagination. The red-haired student pouted. "Why should we? We're here to enhance our strength, not to become soldiers." With a sinister grin, Wang Ming proclaimed, "What can you do against me, a golden 3-star? When you are merely a novice who hasn't even reached silver." In an instant, he appeared before the red-haired student, his hand like an iron claw reaching for the student's shoulder. This grasp contained the formidable strength of a golden rank, potent enough to make an ordinary silver rank warrior beg for mercy. Bang! A larger hand intercepted Wang Ming. Lu Chen had positioned himself in front of the red-haired student without anyone noticing, his towering height of 3 meters allowing him to look down upon the instructor. "Instructor, I too have my own methods of training. I do not wish to submit," Lu Chen stated calmly. Yet his multicolored vertical pupils shimmered with a dangerous glint. Wang Ming's expression shifted. Although he had only exerted 50% of his strength in that grasp, it was effortlessly caught by Lu Chen. Even more alarming was the sense of pressure emanating from this student, rivaling that of a golden rank. "Interesting," Wang Ming said as he released his grip and took 2 steps back. "So you're Lu Chen? I've heard you are the greatest prodigy of Tianbei City. Cool, me. Let me see what you are capable of." The training ground instantly cleared, everyone eagerly anticipating the showdown. A student challenging an instructor was always a spectacle. Lu Chen, silver 1-star. "I humbly request your guidance, instructor," Lu Chen said, clasping his fists in respect before suddenly vanishing from his spot. So swift, Wang Ming's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Lu Chen's fist struck forcefully against Wang Ming's arm, sending shockwaves that uprooted the earth within a 10-meter radius. Wang Ming staggered back 7 steps, each step leaving deep imprints on the alloy floor. Hiss! The 2 observing instructors gasped in astonishment. Wang Ming, renowned for his defensive skills, was actually pushed back by a mere student? Good lad. Wang Ming laughed instead of getting angry. Come again. The two were soon engulfed in a flurry of combat. Though Lu Chen's rank was inferior to Wang Ming's, his physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable. Having cultivated the divine elephant suppression technique, Lu Chen's every punch resonated with the roar of dragons and elephants. As Wang Ming gradually unleashed his full capabilities, the golden rank energy fluctuations caused the entire training ground to tremble. After 30 exchanges, Lu Chen suddenly altered his approach, executing a series of intricate steps that created multiple afterimages surrounding Wang Ming. Perfect Gale step. This was one of Lu Chen's achievements over the past month. What? Wang Ming gasped, unable to discern which was the real body. Instructor, I apologize. Lu Chen's voice echoed from all directions, before a precise hand chop gently landed on the back of Wang Ming's neck. Although he had tempered his strength, it still caused the golden-ranked instructor to momentarily lose his vision, nearly collapsing to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. I concede, Wang Ming admitted candidly, patting Lu Chen's arm. You are truly a monster. The other two instructors exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation. They understood that conventional training was futile for such a prodigy as Lu Chen. However, they soon realized it was not just Lu Chen. Even Chu Feng Yi Xiaofan and several others exhibited the same extraordinary potential. Yu Fu, Wang Ming pointed at Lu Chen, Yi Xiaofan, Chu Feng, Qin Hao, and Lin Yu. Lu Chen could train independently, while others practiced with us. To the others, I commanded, push yourselves to the limits. The 5 individuals named exchanged knowing smiles, while the remaining students lamented in despair. Over the ensuing days, Lu Chen and his companions ardently honed their skills within the secret realm, while the other students, under the nurturing guidance of their instructors, experienced swift improvements in their abilities. On the evening of the 6th day, as training concluded, an urgent communication from Zhou Jinyue reached Lu Chen's wristwatch. Lu Chen, bring your team back immediately. The people from Lianghe City have arrived early and are provoking our students. A glimmer of cold fury flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Understood. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen's team arrived at Tianhai No. 1 High School. The scene before them ignited their rage. In the center of the square stood a golden-haired youth, hands clasped behind his back, with his foot planted on the face of a Tianhai student. Scattered around lay a dozen Tianhai No. 1 students in disarray. Is this the extent of your talent? The golden-haired youth scoffed. Indeed, Tianhai City seems to decline year by year. Chapter 35. Yi Xiaofan establishes his authority. Crack. Xiao Taiyan's boot ground against the face of a high school student, the bones emitting a sound of unbearable strain. Blood gushed from the student's mouth and nose, yet he clenched his teeth, stifling any cries of agony. A waste is merely a waste. Xiao Taiyan, with his golden hair flowing, looked down with utter disdain, deeming even a warm-up unnecessary. Surrounding the square, a dozen high school students lay scattered, some with broken ribs, others with twisted arms. The most grievous was pierced through the shoulder, blood staining the ground in large patches. Stop! A bellow rang out like thunder. Lu Chen, towering at 3 meters, strode from the school gate, his platinum hair billowing without wind, and a murderous intent boiling in his colorful vertical pupils. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, as if an ancient giant elephant was charging forth. Xiao Taiyan squinted, finally releasing his foot and turning to face the newcomer. Ah, finally someone decent has arrived? Lu Chen's fists cracked ominously as he prepared to advance. But a slender yet strong hand suddenly blocked his path. Cousin, there's no need for you to intervene with such insignificant characters. Yi Xiaofan had appeared at the forefront, a rusty firewood stick casually resting on his shoulder. Let me stretch my limbs. Lu Chen paused momentarily before understanding dawned upon him. He recognized the suppressed battle intent in Yi Xiaofan's eyes. This cousin, new to the scene, required a bout to validate himself. Be careful, Lu Chen murmured. That fellow's Tian gang battle body is likely a physical enhancement type. Under Lu Chen's 5-colored vertical pupils, Xiao Taiyan's was nearly transparent. Yi Xiaofan grinned, revealing his small tiger teeth. Just the opportunity to test the sharpness of my sword. Xiao Taiyan's face darkened with rage. 2 ignorant fools. A faint golden light suddenly enveloped him, a powerful aura erupting forth. Today, you shall learn what a true genius is. Oh my, how terrifying! Yi Xiaofan exaggeratedly patted his chest, his face brimming with mockery. Is this the extent of the lesser lord of Lianghe's city, boasting about defeating a few copper-level students? A flash of cold light appeared in Xiao Tian's eyes, sharp-tongued. He abruptly raised his hand, a golden palm print slicing through the air, aimed directly at Yi Xiaofan's face. Boom! With a palm print passed, the ground was plowed into a deep trench. Yet, Yi Xiaofan merely sidestepped lightly. The palm print that could shatter boulders brushed past the edge of his clothing, exploding into a large pit behind him. Is that all you've got? Yi Xiaofan casually dug at his ear. Are the martial arts of Lianghe's city merely for developing real estate? Xiao Tian's expression darkened like water. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail youth possessed such elusive agility. Seeking death, Xiao Tian's figure flickered, instantly closing the distance. His right fist enveloped in piercing golden light, crashing toward Yi Xiaofan's chest. This punch was as swift as lightning, the air even crackling with sonic booms. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resonated throughout the venue. All eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Xiaofan unexpectedly used that rusted fire stick to effortlessly block this lethal strike. The force was adequate. Yi Xiaofan tilted his head slightly, though the accuracy was somewhat lacking. Xiao Tian's pupils constricted. How could his full-powered heavenly gang battle body be thwarted by such a piece of scrap metal? How is this possible? Before he could react, Yi Xiaofan suddenly changed his attack. The rusted sword thrust upward at a peculiar angle, the blade grazing Xiao Tian's arm and drawing forth a stream of blood. Xiao Tian's recoiled in pain, incredulously staring at his bleeding arm. His heavenly gang battle body, renowned for its physical enhancements and unparalleled defense, had been breached by a mere rusted sword? So you can bleed after all? Yi Xiaofan feigned surprise, having boasted so arrogantly earlier. I thought you were made of iron. You. Xiao Tian's trembled with rage. He tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular torso, golden patterns spreading across his skin. I will have your life. The full power of the heavenly gang battle body unleashed. Xiao Tian's aura surged dramatically, his entire being seemingly coated in a layer of gold. Even his hair transforming into a dazzling golden hue. Now, this is getting interesting. A glimmer of seriousness crossed Yi Xiaofan's eyes as the rusted sword trembled slightly in his grip. In an instant, the two clashed together. The golden and gray figures moved rapidly across the square, leaving cracked ground and flying debris in their wake. Each of Xiao Tian's punches carried the might to shatter mountains, while Yi Xiaofan's rusted sword consistently targeted his vulnerabilities at the most cunning angles. Bang! After a fierce collision, the two separated. Xiao Tian's gasped for breath, revealing numerous small wounds across his body. In contrast, Yi Xiaofan merely had his sleeve torn, his breath still steady. Impossible! Xiao Tian's roared. How could a nameless nobody inflict harm upon me? Yi Xiaofan shook his sore wrist and grinned. Do you think it's possible that you're simply too weak? This statement ignited Xiao Tian's fury. He formed a fist seal with both hands, golden light coalescing into the sinister phantom of a ferocious tiger. Heavenly Gong Tiguru War Feast. The tiger phantom let out a deafening roar, the sound waves causing nearby students to wince in pain. This strike contained all of Xiao Tian's power, vowing to obliterate Yi Xiaofan on the spot. Yet, in the face of this terrifying blow, Yi Xiaofan remained remarkably calm. He slowly raised his rusted sword, the seemingly ordinary rust suddenly glowing faintly. One sword, Yi Xiaofan murmured, thrusting the rusted sword forward with an unremarkable motion. Breaking all laws. Whoosh! A grayish sword energy silently sliced through the air. The once mighty golden tiger phantom was effortlessly torn apart before this sword energy as if it were made of paper. The sword energy continued unabated, heading straight for Xiao Tian's chest. What? Xiao Tian's was horrified, hastily crossing his arms to shield his chest. Thud! Blood erupted. Xiao Tian's was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Deep, bone-visible wounds marred both his arms, blood gushing forth. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment, witnessing the scene unfold before them. The young lord of Lianghe City, a prodigy adorned with a silver 5-star rank, had been vanquished by an obscure youth with a single strike of his sword. Young lord, Xiao Xiao. Several students from Lianghe City rushed forward to assist the gravely injured Xiao Tianbei. His complexion was ashen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Who are you? Yi Xiaofan, having sheathed his sword, stood tall, casting a long shadow under the sun upon his slender frame. Yi Xiaofan, from Tianbei No. 1 High School. Just then, a commotion erupted at the school gate. A dozen young individuals, clad in various attires, approached with measured steps, each exuding a formidable aura. Yin Wushuang from Yinjiang City. Greetings to you all, announced a red-haired girl wielding a fiery whip. Her interest piqued as she scrutinized Yi Xiaofan. How intriguing. It seems this year Tianbei City has produced quite the character. Beside her stood two boys, strikingly similar in appearance. Yu Wuhun and Yu Wuqing from Huanghe City. Here to test Tianbei's prowess. In the distance, several other groups were drawing near, evidently attracted by the spectacle of the battle. Yin Wushuang cast a glance at the injured student on the ground, her brows knitting slightly. Xiao Tianbei, employing such excessive force against a mere bronze-level opponent is rather beneath you. None of your business. Xiao Tianbei retorted darkly as he was helped to his feet. His expression grim. Let us see your true abilities on the arena. Yu Wuhan chuckled softly. It seems Tianbei City is indeed different this year. His gaze swept over Lu Chen and the others. I hope you can maintain this level of intimidation during the competition. Stepping forward, Lu Chen's towering figure cast a vast shadow. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. The tension in the air crackled as their eyes met, charged with animosity. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Principal Zhou sipped his tea leisurely. Mr. Chen, your students have been rather excessive in their approach. Chun Feng, the leading teacher from Lianghe City, slammed his hand on the table. If anything were to happen to young Lord Xiao, could you bear the consequences? Zhou Jinyue replied calmly. Isn't it your Lianghe City that initiated the provocation? Indeed, chimed in Principal Ma from No. 3 High School with a sarcastic tone. Resorting to complaints when faced with defeat, the educational standards of Lianghe City are truly commendable. Chen Feng's face turned ashen with fury. Very well. We shall see who prevails in the arena. With a fierce glare directed at Zhou Jinyue, he stormed out, leaving behind a palpable tension. I hope you can maintain your bravado when that time comes. Chapter 36. A meeting of rivals. A surge of hatred. In the plaza, the talented individuals from various cities had gradually dispersed, leaving behind a scene of chaos and injured students. Yi Xiaofan approached the student whose face had been trampled and extended a hand to help him up. Are you all right? The student wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with admiration. I'm Fine. Brother Yi, you are truly magnificent. That sword strike was nothing short of divine. Other students gathered around, chattering excitedly to express their admiration. Yi Xiaofan found himself somewhat flustered by their unexpected enthusiasm. His ears tinged with a faint blush. Lu Chen observed this scene, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He realized that from this day forward, Yi Xiaofan had truly integrated into the community of Tianbei No. 1 High School. Let us go, Lu Chen said, patting Yi Xiaofan on the shoulder. It's time to prepare well. The real battles are yet to come. Stop. A sharp voice echoed from the school gate, laced with deep-seated hatred. As Lu Chen and the others turned to leave, they found themselves rooted in place by the sound. Yi Xiaofan's body stiffened abruptly, his grip on the rusted sword tightening. Knuckles turning white. He slowly turned around, his pupils constricting. Standing at the school gate were 7 or 8 elegantly dressed young men. At the forefront was a boy clad in a luxurious purple robe, a translucent jade sword hanging at his waist, its scabbard adorned with 7 resplendent stars. The young man's countenance was dark and forbidding, his eyes radiating a palpable murderous intent. Lu Chen keenly sensed his cousin's distress. His multicolored vertical pupils narrowed slightly as he discerned the turbulent energy waves within the opponent. Peak silver 6 stars, even stronger than Xiao Tianbei. Yi Xiaofan. You truly have thrown yourself into the lion's den. Nangong, you step forward, the jade sword still sheathed, but an ominous sword aura already permeating the air. You dare to show your face in Tianbei Province after killing my brother? You must be tired of living. This statement resonated like a thunderclap. The remaining talented individuals from other cities, still loitering about, halted in shock. The Nangong family was a colossal presence in Tianbei Province. This seemingly frail youth had actually dared to kill a member of the Nangong clan. Nangong? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something his uncle had mentioned. Wasn't it the second son of the Nangong family that their father had once attempted to abduct? Cousin, you mustn't involve yourself in this matter, Yi Xiaofan urged, lowering his voice as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The Nangong family is a top-tier family in the provincial city. You cannot afford to provoke them. Nonsense. Lu Chen slapped the back of Yi Xiaofan's head, his platinum hair billowing without wind. If you call me cousin, then I shall certainly involve myself. Nangong, you sneered, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chen's unusual physique and his striking multicolored pupils. Another fool unaware of his own mortality. None of you will leave here today. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, its blade aimed directly at Yi Xiaofan. I will take your head as a tribute to my brother's spirit. With a resounding clang, the jade sword was unsheathed, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The temperature in the entire plaza plummeted, and a layer of frost formed upon the ground. The 7 stars on the sword's blade illuminated sequentially, each star causing the sword aura to surge with intensity. The 7-star cold jade sword. A gasp of astonishment escaped from the knowledgeable onlookers. The treasured heirloom of the Nangong family. Yi Xiaofan's expression grew grave as he brandished the rusted sword before his chest. He could sense that this blade was far more formidable than Shao Tian's celestial battle body. A magnitude of terror tenfold. Death. Nangong, you did not afford anyone a moment to react, thrusting his sword forward. 7 streaks of cold light descended like falling meteors, sealing off every possible escape route for Yi Xiaofan. The speed of this strike was unfathomable. Those below the silver tier couldn't even discern the sword's brilliance. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Xiaofan moved with a ghostly agility, weaving a dense net with his rusted sword. With each collision, fragments of rust fell away, revealing the dark golden blade beneath. Yet, it was evident to any discerning eye that he was barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Blood was already seeping from his palms. Clang! In a moment of dire peril, a rusty firewood stick intercepted, sparks flying. Yi Xiaofan was forced back 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. With such meager skills, you dare to slay my brother? The murderous intent in Nangong Yu's eyes intensified. Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. He altered his sword's momentum, and the azure light of his blade cascaded down like a torrential rain. Yi Xiaofan hastily defended himself, instantly accruing numerous bloodied lacerations, with the most perilous cut nearly severing his carotid artery. Xiaofan, Lu Chen roared, about to surge forward, only to be obstructed by 4 or 5 prodigies from the provincial capital. Get out of my way. Lu Chen unleashed a punch that fractured the air. However, these individuals demonstrated remarkable teamwork, forming a peculiar battle formation that absorbed the impact of his blow. The Nangong family is conducting affairs. Outsiders should retreat. A sharp-featured youth shouted, waving a folding fan, unleashing dozens of slicing winds. This is a matter of the provincial capital. It is not for you, denizens of Tianhai City, to meddle. A boy wielding twin blades sneered, asserting that Nangong's private vendetta did not concern them. Damn it, they dare to bully us? Qin Hao crackled with lightning. The first to charge forward. Let's take them down. With a swift draw, Chu Feng unleashed his long sword. Its dazzling light aimed directly at the throat of the twin-bladed youth. Lin Yu conjured a psychic butterfly to form a battle array, distorting the enemy's line of sight. Even the injured high school students struggled to rise, seizing a weapon to join the fray. Brothers of Tianhai City, let's advance. Are the talents of the provincial capital so formidable? Let us vanquish these arrogant scoundrels. Once ignited, the fervor of youth disregarded any consequence. The square erupted into chaos, a tapestry of spiritual light intertwining and clashing, the cries of battle resounding through the air. Observing the escalating conflict, the prodigies from other cities retreated to a safer distance. Yan Wushuang furrowed his brow, watching the tumultuous crowd, the fiery whip in his hand writhing restlessly. "Shall we assist?" "Do not interfere," Moon Wuhan replied, shaking his head. "We cannot provoke the Nangong family." In the heart of the battlefield, Yi Xiaofan's situation deteriorated further. Each strike from Nangong Yu's 7-star cold jade sword pierced with a bone-chilling coldness, his movements growing sluggish as a thin layer of ice formed upon his right arm. "Kneel and accept your death. I can grant you a swift end." Nangong Yu altered his sword's intent, the 7 stars illuminating simultaneously, 7 stars converging on the moon. A brilliant flash of sword light cascaded like the Milky Way, freezing the very air in its wake. Yi Xiaofan hurriedly raised his sword in defense, yet was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the surrounding wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Nangong Yu was about to step forward when he witnessed Lu Chen kick aside those who obstructed him. In a single stride, he appeared before Yi Xiaofan. "I shall ask you once more," Nangong Yu declared, his jade sword glimmering with an icy transparency, exuding a chilling aura. "Are you truly willing to offend the Nangong family for the sake of a mere Yi Xiaofan?" Lu Chen suddenly let out a laugh. His towering figure leaned slightly forward, his platinum hair dancing as if in an unseen wind, and a dangerous glimmer sparkled in his multicolored eyes. "The Nangong family? Is that truly something to be revered?" He leisurely drew forth the azure scale halberd, declaring, "Years ago, my father was able to tread upon the face of a Nangong family to seize a bride, and today, I, Lu Chen, can likewise step upon your face to protect mine." This statement detonated like a bomb among the crowd. While others may have been bewildered, Nangong Yu understood its significance. This was a forbidden topic within the Nangong family. Nangong Yu's complexion turned ashen Yu. "You are the son of Lu Fan and Ning Xueji." "Indeed, I am your father," Lu Chen replied, thrusting the azure scale halberd down with force, causing the stone slabs within a 10-meter radius to crack simultaneously. "What? Do you intend to kill me as well?" The murderous intent in Nangong Yu's eyes solidified into something palpable. "Very well. Today, I shall avenge my family's honor by slaying both of you." As his words fell, Nangong Yu had already made his move. The jade sword traced a haunting arc through the air, the atmosphere crystallizing into ice as a 3-meter-long frost sword energy surged towards Lu Chen's throat. Chapter 37. Suppressing Nangong Yu, a mere display of skill. Lu Chen bellowed as he brandished the azure-scaled halberd, positioning it defiantly across his chest. The clash of metal against ice produced a resounding echo. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly neutralized Nangong Yu's assault. "Not bad," Nangong Yu mused, momentarily taken aback before sneering, "but this is where it ends." With a shift in his sword's momentum, the 7 stars adorning the jade sword ignited anew. As the 7th star flared to life, a frigid glare capable of freezing one's very soul tore through the air, aimed directly at Lu Chen's heart. The swiftness and ferocity of this strike left onlookers convinced that Lu Chen could not withstand the blow. In a critical moment, the azure-scaled halberd swept forth, infused with the power of the dragon and elephant, colliding fiercely with the icy sword aura. The shockwave erupted, shattering the stone pavement within a 100-meter radius. Lu Chen's towering figure remained steadfast, the halberd shimmering with iridescent light, dissipating the residual chill entirely. "You are not so formidable after all," Lu Chen grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "The genius of the Nangong family, wielding a divine weapon, possesses only this much power?" Nangong Yu's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief. He had not anticipated Lu Chen's strength to be so terrifying. The aftershock from that strike still left his sword hand tingling. "Very well. Since you seek your demise, I shall first eliminate you, and then deal with Yi Xiaofan." Nangong Yu roared, 7 stars frost sword. The 7 stars upon the jade sword blazed simultaneously, aligning like the Big Dipper, radiating an aura of frost that sought to strangle Lu Chen. Unflinching, Lu Chen wielded the azure-scaled halberd, unleashing a flurry of halberd shadows. channeling the full might of the divine elephant's prison-breaking power. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens. Dragon's tail sweep. Terrifying multicolored energy coalesced into a dragon's phantom along the halberd shaft, resembling a resurrected dragon, clawing and roaring with ferocity. Each swing shattered the seven-sword auras with a thunderous roar. Suddenly, Nangongyu shouted, "Ice Sword Domain." The seven stars detached from the sword, levitating in the air to form an enigmatic array. In an instant, the temperature of the entire plaza plummeted. Thick layers of ice forming visibly on the ground, and the air grew thick and viscous. A domain? Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he sensed his movements slowing. Nangongyu truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Within my ice domain, your speed will diminish, Nangongyu sneered as he advanced, while I shall glide effortlessly. In a flash, he glided across the icy surface, leaving several afterimages, his jade sword piercing towards Lu Chen's throat. Clang! Lu Chen barely raised the halberd to block, but the impact of the domain indeed affected his speed, leaving a gash on his arm. More alarmingly, the wound froze instantly, the icy tendrils of cold spreading through his veins toward his heart. Ha ha ha! Nangongyu laughed triumphantly. The son of Lu Fan is but this. Today, I shall let you experience the taste of bloodline freezing. The talented observers from afar changed countenance. Yen Wushuang gripped his fiery whip tightly. The Nangong family's 7 stars frosted jade sword truly lives up to its reputation. Cousin, Yi Xiaofan cried out anxiously, attempting to rush forward to assist, only to be intercepted by 3 followers of the Nangong family. Do not rush, little wretch. One individual let out a chilling laugh, remarking that once Brother Nangong dealt with Lu Chen, it would soon be your turn. Just as everyone anticipated Lu Chen's imminent defeat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Nangongyu and Lu Chen's voices suddenly became ethereal and haunting. Did you think you were the only one with a trump card? From his chest, a vibrant, multicolored bone radiated an intense brilliance. The divine light of 5 colors cascaded over his body, dissipating all frost in its wake. What? Nangongyu gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What is this? This is impossible." Lu Chen did not grant him a moment to react. The scales on the azure-scaled halberd suddenly stood erect, coalescing into a 3-foot-long, resplendent blade of myriad colors. Except this strike. This attack, though unadorned, was as swift as lightning. Nangongyu hastily raised his sword to block it, yet he could not withstand Lu Chen's terrifying blow. With a piercing sound, the halberd's force did not relent, carving a gaping wound down to the bone across Nangongyu's chest. He coughed up blood and was sent hurtling back several meters, crashing heavily onto the icy surface. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The followers of the Nangong family stood dumbstruck, even ceasing their assault on Yi Xiaofan. Brother Nangong has fallen? One murmured, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Lu Chen strode toward the injured Nangongyu, dragging the azure-scaled halberd across the ice, leaving a glaring mark in its wake. 20 years ago, my father was able to step on the face of your Nangong family to seize a bride. Lu Chen looked down upon Nangongyu, declaring, "Today, I, Lu Chen, can similarly tread upon your face to protect my own." He raised his foot, poised to stomp on Nangongyu's face. "Stop!" A thunderous voice echoed from afar, followed by a golden palm imprint hurtling through the air, aimed directly at Lu Chen's back. Without turning, Lu Chen struck the palm imprint with his halberd, shattering it. Upon turning, he beheld a golden-robed elder suspended in midair, exuding a terrifying pressure of golden-level dominance. "How dare you, young one?" The elder's eyes widened with fury, having harmed my Nangong family's direct line. "I shall surely take your life today." "The old dog of the Nangong family has arrived?" Lu Chen remained unperturbed, pointing the azure-scaled halberd at the elder, bringing the young to face the old. "Your Nangong family truly has remarkable audacity." Seeking death, the golden-robed elder roared, unleashing his golden-level aura, suffocating all the students present. Just when the situation seemed dire, a languid voice suddenly emerged. "You scoundrel, what skill is there in bullying the young?" A beam of sword light descended from the heavens, as Ning Tianhao landed gracefully on his flying sword, positioning himself protectively before Lu Chen. If a fight is what you seek, I, Ning Tianhao, shall indulge you. Ning Tianhao. The golden-robed elder's expression shifted dramatically, as though someone had grasped his throat. You. How could you be here? Ning Tianhao lazily dug at his ear, the flying sword beneath him resonating with a soft chime. My nephew is in a brawl. As his uncle, I've come to witness the excitement. Is there a problem? His words were nonchalant, yet the aura emanating from him was as profound as the abyss, causing beads of sweat to form on the golden-robed elder's forehead. While there are distinctions within the golden level, it is regrettable that Ning Tianhao does not belong to that category. It was evident that Ning Tianhao was among the elite few at the pinnacle of power. Ning Tianhao, do not take advantage of your position to bully others. The elder in the golden robe exclaimed with a fierce demeanor, yet his heart trembled with fear. This young man has harmed the direct lineage of the Nangong family. Today, we must demand an explanation. Explanation? Ning Tianhao appeared to have heard a joke. Old ghost Nangong, have you grown senile? When the younger generation fights, the loser merely returns home to weep. It is absurd to expect the elders to intervene. He turned to Lu Chen and winked. Nephew, wouldn't you agree? Lu Chen understood, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his multicolored vertical pupils. Uncle is indeed correct. However, this so-called genius of the Nangong family seems rather unwilling to accept this. With that, he lifted his right foot and, before the eyes of all, slowly placed it upon Nangong Yu's handsome face. Oh! Nangong Yu let out a heart-wrenching roar, struggling desperately yet unable to move. Lu Chen's foot felt like a mountain, suffocating him. You little beast, how dare you? The elder in the golden robe's eyes bulged with rage, his entire being surging with spiritual energy as he prepared to strike. Chapter 38, Striking the Old, and Yet Older Ones. Ning Tianhao merely emitted a soft grunt, and the elder clad in golden robes stood frozen in place as if ensnared by an invisible spell. An intangible sword intent locked onto him. Any movement on his part would invoke a fierce retribution. Ning Tianhao. The golden-robed elder ground his teeth. Does your Ning family truly wish to wage war against my Nangong clan? Ning Tianhao scoffed. Vagava? Do you truly think you are worthy to represent the Nangong family? He continued. Moreover, 20 years ago, when my brother-in-law seized the bride, did your Nangong clan dare to act? This statement pierced the hearts of the Nangong family like a sharp blade. That incident of elopement was indeed the greatest disgrace of the Nangong clan. You, the golden-robed elder, trembled with rage, yet could not muster a retort. Lu Chen ground his foot against Nangong Yu's face, his platinum hair shimmering under the sunlight. Nangong Yu, is it? Remember this. Yi Xiaofan is under my protection, Lu Chen. Should you wish to harm him, first consult the Qinglin halberd in my grasp. Nangong Yu's eyes blazed crimson, tears of humiliation mingling with the dirt on his face. Lu Chen, I, Nangong Yu, vow to slay you and Yi Xiaofan. The Nangong family shall not be humiliated. As soon as Nangong Yu uttered these words, Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his multicolored vertical pupils narrowing to the size of a pinprick. An unprecedented killing intent erupted from him, his platinum hair swirling without wind, and radiant multicolored light enveloped him like flames. Then you shall meet your demise. Lu Chen's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. The scales on the Qinglin halberd stood erect, and a 3-foot-long multicolored blade of light coalesced at its tip, aimed directly at Nangong Yu's throat. The thrust was as swift as lightning, imbued with a lethal resolve, the air resonating with a piercing shriek. Nangong Yu's eyes widened in terror, the shadow of death engulfing him. He yearned to evade, yet found himself immobilized by the overwhelming killing intent, unable to budge. How dare you, Junior? A thunderous roar reverberated like a clap of thunder. Suddenly, a skeletal hand emerged from the void, gently pressing down upon Lu Chen's Qinglin halberd. Bang! What appeared to be a casual push sent Lu Chen hurtling backward as if struck by lightning, his 3-meter-tall form crashing against a wall 30 meters away. The solid concrete wall cracked instantly, and Lu Chen spewed a mouthful of blood, his multicolored vertical pupils filled with shock. Cousin. Yi Xiaofan's eyes widened in fury. You old ghost, you seek death. Ning Tianhao erupted with rage, his flying sword emitting a dragon's roar as it soared into the sky. With his right hand shaped into a sword, a brilliant beam of light shot toward the heavens, cleaving the clouds asunder. The younger generation of the Ning family is still as tempestuous as ever. In the void, an elder clad in gray robes slowly materialized. His visage was gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled like stars. With a mere wave of his hand, the sword light capable of cleaving mountains dissipated like mere foam. Nangong Mingjing. Ning Tianhao's complexion paled dramatically. You have personally taken on the role of protector? The elderly man in the gray robe smiled faintly, and with a flick of his sleeve, he enveloped the severely injured Nangong Yu within it. Though this child may lack promise, he remains a member of the Nangong lineage. His gaze swept over the blood-spitting Lu Chen, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. To still be standing after my strike indicates he possesses potential. Ning Tianhao stood protectively in front of Lu Chen, his flying sword humming beneath his feet. Nangong Mingjing, as a prominent star-ranked powerhouse. Do you not feel shame in attacking the younger generation? If I truly wished to strike, he would already be dead. Nangong Mingjing replied coolly, this is merely a lesson. The Nangong family cannot be dishonored. With that, he waved his sleeve, and the space rippled like water, causing him to vanish without a trace. Only a distant voice lingered in the air. At the arena, someone will take care of you. It was not until Nangong Mingjing's presence had completely dissipated that Ning Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to assess Lu Chen's injuries. Third uncle. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, only to cough up blood again. That old man. Do not speak. Ning Tianhao's expression turned grave as he pressed his palm against Lu Chen's back, channeling pure spiritual energy into him. That old man's strike, even if merely a casual gesture, was enough to cause you severe suffering. Yi Xiaofan and the others gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Qin Hao's fists crackled ominously. This is utterly intolerable. Chu Feng unsheathed his sword by 3 inches, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The Nangong family. Lin Yu's spiritual energy manifested as dancing butterflies, landing on Lu Chen's wounds to help stabilize his condition. I am fine. Lu Chen managed to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I won't die. After examining him, Ning Tianhao confirmed that Lu Chen had only sustained internal bruising and no fatal injuries, allowing him to relax. Consider that old man had shown mercy. He gazed at Lu Chen with a complex expression. You are quite bold. Even your father did not dare to strike back in his day. In Lu Chen's multicolored vertical pupils, the murderous intent lingered. He intends to kill Xiaofan. Just those 4 simple words sent a shudder through Yi Xiaofan, her eyes instantly turning red. Ning Tianhao shook his head. Let's return to recuperate. Since Nangong Mingjing has mentioned resolving matters at the arena, he should not trouble us again in the near future. At the Tianhai Grand Hotel, in a top-floor suite, Ning Tianhao ordered an extravagant feast featuring rare beast delicacies to entertain Lu Chen's classmates. All those who had stepped forward this time were treated graciously by Ning Tianhao. Amidst the clinking of glasses and a lively atmosphere, Lu Chen was gnawing on a leg bone of a golden-grayed beast, mumbling indistinctly, third uncle. Just who is this Nangong Mingjing? Despite his injuries being somewhat severe, Lu Chen felt that dining was of utmost importance. Moreover, these dishes were highly nourishing. Simply eating made him feel his wounds healing. He is an elder of the Nangong family, a 3-star star-ranked powerhouse. Ning Tianhao sighed. 20 years ago, he was the second son of the Nangong family, whom your father abducted for marriage. Lu Chen's eyes widened. No wonder he was so furious. You dare to speak. Ning Tianhao shot him a glare, remarking that if it weren't for that old fool's concern for his status today, you would have been long gone. I understand. Lu Chen interrupted, but I cannot simply stand by and watch Xiaofan being threatened. Just like your father, stubborn as a mule, Ning Tianhao retorted, shifting the topic. The old geezers of the Nangong family are all about face. After you publicly humiliated Nangong Yu today, it would be strange if they didn't seek retribution. As Lu Chen prepared to tackle a crab the size of a basin, he looked up at the mention of the arena. Would they resort to underhanded tactics during the tournament? They shouldn't dare to do so openly. Ning Tianhao wiped his mouth, acknowledging the scrutiny of the provincial education department. However, what happens behind the scenes remains uncertain. He pondered for a moment, lowering his voice suddenly. I've received word that this generation of the Nangong family has produced a true prodigy named Nangong Wentian. It is said he has reached the pinnacle of silver 9 stars and could break through to gold at any moment. Silver 9 stars? Yi Xiaofan gasped. Isn't he several tiers stronger than Xiao Tian's? Not just strong. Ning Tianhao's expression grew serious. That fellow, like Lu Chen, only broke into the silver rank after reaching the peak of the bronze extreme. Moreover, his awakened artifact is a mythical ancient blade acquired from a battlefield. Overbearing and unstoppable. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Is he also vindictive? The crowd fell silent. While they discussed strategy, he brought up character. Indeed, Ning Tianhao nodded. And it's said that he's the designated heir of the Nangong family this generation. After you humiliated Nangong Yu today, he will undoubtedly retaliate. Zhu Fang Sudili in Dazet. Will Nangong Wentian participate in the tournament? Most likely, Ning Tianhao shook his head. A prodigy of his caliber would normally be directly admitted to the provincial training camp. Yet, with today's incident, his words trailed off, leaving the implication clear. The room fell into silence, punctuated only by the bubbling of the hot pot. What are we afraid of? Tianhao suddenly slammed the table. Let them come. We will face them head on. Worst case, we fight together. Fool. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. With a genius of that caliber, numbers become irrelevant. Lu Chen set down his chopsticks, his multicolored vertical pupils sparkling with battle intent. I am eager to see just how formidable this Nangong Wentian is. Cousin. Yi Xiaofan hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Do not worry, Lu Chen grinned. If a fight breaks out, who will prevail remains to be seen. Ning Tianhao, observing Lu Chen's confidence, suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. Such spirit. He raised his glass. Gulme. Let us toast to the tournament in 3 days. Let the people of other cities know that we, the people of Tianhai, are not to be trifled with. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses rang clear and melodious, as the youthful aspirations of the boys spread with the aroma of the wine. No one knew what would transpire at the tournament 7 days hence. Yet, in this moment, they were unafraid. Chapter 39. The slipper-wearing god of war. Noble young master. The night wind howled above the skies of Tianhai City. Nangong Mingjing was on the verge of tearing through the fabric of space to depart when, suddenly, he halted. His murky, old eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the void ahead. A middle-aged man, clad in an apron and donning slippers, was yawning as he obstructed the path. Lu Fan. Nangong Mingjing spat those 2 words through clenched teeth, his withered hand tightening into a fist. Memories from 20 years ago surged forth like a tidal wave. It was this disheveled man, before the guests of the Ning family ancestral residence, who had humiliated his most cherished son. Old Nangong, it's been quite some time. Hasn't he it? Lu Fan scratched his unruly hair, bits of vegetable leaves clinging to his apron. I must say, how is it that you, old man, seem to be regressing with age? A dignified celestial tier practitioner bullying my son? The space around Nangong Mingjing began to twist. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy causing the clouds within a 1,000-meter radius to evaporate instantaneously. Do you still have the audacity to appear before me? The humiliation from that year shall be settled today. Calm down, calm down. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a cigarette from his apron pocket and lighting it. I merely came to inquire which hand you used to strike my son earlier. Nangong Mingjing, filled with rage, laughed bitterly. What? Do you wish to avenge that little wretch? With a flick of his sleeve, the unconscious Nangong Yu was suspended nearby by spiritual energy. Today, I have spared his life, which is already a courtesy to the Ning family. Lu Fan took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly releasing a smoke ring. Old man, are you truly mistaken about something? Suddenly, he grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I am not here to seek retribution. I am here to thrash you. As the last word fell, Lu Fan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously disheveled and languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a fearsome pressure that altered the very essence of the heavens and earth. He gently pressed down with his slipper, causing the entire void to tremble. Nangong Mingjing's pupils constricted. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fan had already appeared before him. The oil-stained apron flapped in the night wind, and his right fist, devoid of any flourish, struck towards Nangong Mingjing's face. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the hastily erected spiritual barrier shattered like paper. The punch landed squarely on his nose, sending the celestial tier powerhouse flying hundreds of meters, blood gushing from his nostrils. That first hit was for my son. Lu Fan shook his fist, casually strolling through the air in his slippers. Old man, I shall ask you once more, which hand did you use to strike him? Nangong Mingjing steadied himself, his face flushed with rage. Lu Fan, you seek death. He formed hand seals, 7 icy crystal stars emerging behind him. The ice soul mysterious heaven formation. The temperature plummeted, the very air freezing into crystalline ice. The 7 stars formed a profound array, ensnaring Lu Fan within. Yet Lu Fan merely scratched his ear. After all these years, still playing the same old tricks. With a casual flick of his wrist, a leaf of vegetable gracefully soared from his apron. The moment it made contact with the icy crystal array, boom, the leaf exploded, and a terrifying shockwave instantly shattered the formation. Nangong Mingjing let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. You. The next strike was for my wife. Lu Fan, having appeared before Nangong Mingjing once more, raised his left leg high and brought the sole of his slipper crashing down upon the old man's face. That account from 20 years ago has yet to be settled. Crack! The crisp sound of the slipper resonated through the night sky. Nangong Mingjing was sent spiraling through the air, his face swelling on one side. His teeth loosened from the impact. Lu Fan! Nangong Mingjing's fury boiled over, his white hair standing on end. Today, I shall not rest until one of us is dead. He bit his tongue, a mouthful of essence blood splattering onto his palm. In an instant, the heavens shifted in hue, and a moon of ice rose behind him, its chilling aura freezing even the very fabric of space. The profound ice soul illuminating the 9 provinces. This was a forbidden technique of the Nangong family, and once unleashed, the surrounding 100 miles would transform into an icy wasteland. Nangong Mingjing was prepared to risk everything. Lu Fan finally relinquished his nonchalant demeanor. He flicked away the cigarette, but his hands gradually forming a vague, elongated shadow, soon to take shape. Old man, you are finally willing to get serious. Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice as warm as jade suddenly resonated. Disturbing the peaceful night is unbecoming of a gentleman. Under the moonlight, a young noble clad in a moon-white robe descended gracefully. His features were as stunning as a celestial being, exuding elegance and composure with every gesture. A time-worn long sword hanging from his waist, its scabbard entwined with 9 golden dragon motifs. Ning Tianqiong. Nangong Mingjing's expression shifted dramatically. Ning Tianqiong offered a gentle smile, one capable of enchanting countless maidens. Elder Nangong, it has been many years. Your charm remains undiminished. He turned to Lu Fan, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Brother-in-law, you're a tire. Lu Fan grinned broadly. Brother, I was merely preparing soup for Shuiji and rushed here upon receiving the news. Nangong Mingjing's expression wavered between dark and light. The two before him, one already a diamond 8-star for 2 decades, and the other having broken through the falling star realm a decade ago, were forces he could not contend with alone. Young Master Ning. Nangong Mingjing suppressed his rage, stating this matter does not concern you. I implore you. Not concern me? Ning Tianqiong shook his head gently. You struck my nephew. How could it possibly not concern me? His words were polite, yet Nangong Mingjing felt an icy chill. This seemingly benevolent young master of the Ning family was known for his domineering ways. Ning Tianqiong. Nangong Mingjing declared sternly. Are you truly willing to oppose the Nangong family over a mere Lu Fan? Elder Nangong Zhao, you do not represent the Nangong family. Ning Tianqiong maintained his smile, though his gaze carried an air of condescension. In a fit of rage, Nangong Mingjing summoned 7 ice crystal stars to hover behind him. The ice soul profound heaven formation. Ning Tianxiong sighed, his slender fingers gently flicking. A golden sword aura surged forth, shattering the nascent icy formation into fragments. Nangong Mingjing's lips bled, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Ning Tianxiong's prowess had reached such heights. Enough! Ning Tianxiong's voice remained elegant, yet bore an undeniable authority. Take your people and leave. Let tonight's events be forgotten. Nangong Mingjing's face turned ashen, yet he dared not confront 2 formidable opponents simultaneously. He hoisted the unconscious Nangong Yi, casting a venomous glare at the pair before departing. This matter is not over. Once Nangong Mingjing had left, Ning Tianxiong turned to Lu Fan, shaking his head in resignation. After all these years, you still remain unrefined. Lu Fan chuckled, rummaging through his apron pocket for a crumpled cigarette. Brother, would you like one? Ning Tianxiong gracefully waved his hand. No, Fei Xue would disapprove of the smoke. He paused, then added, I've heard about Xiao Chen's situation, a bronze-level tribulation, unprecedented. Quite impressive. Indeed. Of course. Lu Fan puffed out his chest, oblivious to the lineage he hailed from. He was aware that his proud brother-in-law seldom acknowledged anyone. So to hear him commend 2 things was a rare occurrence. A flicker of amusement danced in Ning Tianxiong's eyes. By the way, Fei Xue asked me to remind you to bring Xueji and the child back for my wedding. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan scratched his head. Will the old man agree? He must comply, whether he wishes to or not. Ning Tianxiong replied, elegantly sweeping his sleeve. The Ning family now operates under our command. With that, his figure gradually faded like moonlight, leaving behind a remark. The young man from the Nangong family is not to be underestimated. Let Xiao Chun exercise caution. Lu Fan stood rooted, gazing in the direction where Ning Tianxiong had vanished, muttering softly, what a pretentious fellow. It seems his strength has grown yet again. Thankfully, I'm not weak either. As the night breeze blew, the silhouette of the apron-clad uncle also began to dissipate. The night sky over Tianhai City returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 40. The embodiment of the 5 elements. In the Tianhai secret realm, training ground. It was peculiar, exceedingly strange. Qin Hao scratched his head, lightning flickering at his fingertips. Why had those fellows suddenly become so docile today? I was still hoping to thrash a few more from Lianghe City. Lin Yu, manipulating her mental energy into a phantom butterfly dancing in the air, rolled her eyes at his words. Are you addicted to being beaten? Xiao Tian has already been knocked down by Lu Chen. Who would dare to seek trouble now? Chu Feng stood with his sword in hand, a rare smile gracing his usually stern countenance, with Lu Chen's character of being soft to those who are gentle and hard on the strong. Anyone who provokes him now might end up bedridden until the arena contest concludes. Ha ha! Qin Hao laughed heartily. Precisely. That group of cowards must be frightened. In the corner, Yi Xiaofan was peeling an apple with a rusty sword, lifting his head upon hearing the banter. But where has my cousin gone? I haven't seen him around. He said he would return with some supplies. Chu Feng glanced towards the entrance of the secret realm, as if he was going to cultivate some secret technique. At the top suite of Tianhai Grand Hotel, Ning Tianhao placed an exquisite jade box on the table, his expression filled with distress. You little brat, do you have any idea how expensive these items are? Lu Chen eagerly opened the jade box, revealing 5 spiritual objects neatly arranged within. A fiery red crystal, a vibrant green branch, a deep blue droplet, a shining golden metal, and a heavy earthen-colored light mass. Liu Yan Jing, Zhan Mukuizi, Xuan Ming Zenshui, Tai Bai Jing Jin, and Wu Tuji Jing. Seeing Ning Tianhao recite the names as if they were treasured jewels, Lu Chen's multicolored vertical pupils sparkled with excitement. Just hearing the names, one could tell these were extraordinary items. Third uncle, you're truly impressive. Ning Tianhao huffed. No kidding. These are all mythic-grade spiritual objects, my lifeblood. He leaned closer to Lu Chen and lowered his voice. What exactly are you planning to do? Lu Chen smiled mysteriously. Cultivation. With that, he directly assumed a cross-legged position and began circulating his energy according to the method of the Great Freedom 5 Elements embodiment technique. Had it not been for the slap from that old ghost yesterday, prompting him to hasten his power enhancement, Lu Chen might have nearly forgotten about this treasure. 5-color divine light surged from within him, enveloping the 5 spiritual objects. The 5 elements revolved, embodying myriad forms. With a low shout from Lu Chen, the 5 spiritual objects transformed into 5 streams of light, merging into his internal organs. The fire crystal entered his heart, the branch into his liver, the true water into his kidneys, the golden essence into his lungs, and the earth essence into his spleen. Boom! A brilliant 5-colored radiance erupted around Lu Chen, causing the entire suite to tremble. Ning Tianhao quickly set up a barrier to prevent energy leakage. This kid, Ning Tianhao, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What kind of wicked technique is he practicing? Amidst the brilliance, Lu Chen's body began to undergo peculiar changes. It appeared as if 5 small dragons were writhing beneath his skin. With each circuit they made, his aura grew stronger. Within the suite of the Tianbei Grand Hotel, the 5-color divine light gradually receded. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with 5 colors, as if countless worlds were being born and extinguished within. The 5 avatars hovering before him had fully materialized. Each bore an identical visage to Lu Chen, yet possessed distinctly unique characteristics of divine beasts. The crimson avatar sprouted twin wings of the vermilion bird, its eyes resembling molten lava, enveloped in searing flames. The emerald avatar boasted verdant dragon horns and hair resembling the intricate veins of the world tree, teeming with vitality. The azure avatar concealed a phantom of the black tortoise behind it, with its skin adorned in water-patterned scales. The platinum avatar's fingers resembled the fierce claws of the white tiger, exuding a sharp brilliance. And the earthy yellow avatar had a visage as regal as an emperor, standing upon a cloud of Qilin. This is... Lu Chen gazed in astonishment at his avatars, as a fragment of memory suddenly detonated in his mind. He had forgotten. The 5 spirit crystals he had fused contained the essences of the 5 elemental divine beasts. Moreover, his great freedom 5-element avatar technique had entirely unleashed the powers of these elemental spirits. The 5 avatars simultaneously bowed, "Your Excellency." In the next moment, they let out a harmonious roar of divine beasts, each assuming an enigmatic stance. In an instant, 5 distinct martial arts techniques surged into Lu Chen's mind like a tidal wave. The crimson avatar executed the vermilion bird's fiery step, stepping forth like fire, incinerating mountains and boiling seas. The emerald avatar unfolded the azure dragon's eternal life technique, a ceaseless cycle of vitality. The azure avatar demonstrated the black tortoise's sea-settling fist, overcoming rigidity with softness, calming the raging tides. The platinum avatar unleashed the white tiger's sky-splitting claw, its sharpness unparalleled and utterly destructive. And the earthy yellow avatar practiced the Qilin's cloud armor, as steadfast as a mountain, dominating the 8 directions. "So this is how it is," Lu Chen murmured, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He finally realized how he had long relied too heavily on the system's enhancements, neglecting to delve deeply into the development of the spirit crystals. At that moment, an unprecedented clarity sparkled in his multicolored vertical pupils. "It seems I have been traversing the wrong path all along." With a flick of his hand, the 5 avatars simultaneously withdrew, transforming into 5 streams of light that returned to his body. In an instant, he felt his power surge exponentially, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Simultaneously, the quintessence of the 5 divine beast techniques seamlessly merged in his mind, forming an entirely new comprehensive treatise of the 5 elemental divine beasts. The system is ultimately but a supportive external tool. Lu Chen sensed the vibrant 5-color divine light surging within him, alongside the 5 elemental avatars cultivating within his organs. The spirit crystals are indeed my foundation. Meanwhile, Ning Tianhao was rendered speechless in astonishment. He could distinctly feel that each of these 5 avatars possessed 80% of Lu Chen's strength, each with differing attributes, truly extraordinary. Ning Tianhao swallowed hard, "You rascal, are you aiming for the heavens?" With 5 avatars plus his true self, who could possibly contend with him in the arena? A thought crossed Lu Chen's mind, and the 5 avatars returned once more to his core. It was not enough. Lu Chen clenched his fist, recalling that Nangong Wentian from the Nangong family had already reached the pinnacle of silver 9 stars. He needed further preparation. Suddenly, Ning Tianhao remembered something. "All right. I just received news that Nangong Wentian has confirmed his participation in the arena competition." A fierce battle intent ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. "Perfect. Let me see just how strong he is." In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Chen diligently familiarized himself with the application of the 5 elements avatars. He discovered that each avatar possessed a distinct personality and combat style. The fire avatar was impetuous and combative. The wood avatar was gentle and meticulous. The water avatar remained calm and composed. The metal avatar was sharp and decisive, and the earth avatar exuded stability and weightiness. More remarkably, the 5 avatars could cultivate independently. Upon their return to his true form, all the cultivation achievements would be cumulatively bestowed upon Lu Chen. It felt akin to cheating. Standing deep within the black mist forest, Lu Chen observed the 5 avatars as they each hunted magical beasts, and he couldn't help but marvel. Slain Silver, 3-star Windwolf. Combat points, 300, Fire Avatar. Slain Silver, 4-star Poison Vine Demon. Combat points, 400, Wood Avatar. Slain Silver, 5-star Ice Python. Combat points, 500, Water Avatar. Notifications from the system flooded the screen, and his combat points surged at an astonishing pace. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in his cultivation, the communicator suddenly chimed. It was an urgent announcement from Principal Zhou Jinyue. All participating students are to assemble at the Education Department immediately. The rules of the arena competition have changed. Lu Chen recalled his avatars, a flicker of confusion crossing his colorful vertical pupils. A change in rules? He instinctively sensed that this arena competition would likely not unfold as simply as he had imagined. Chapter 41. A twist of fate. When Lu Chen pushed open the door to the Education Department conference room, all eyes turned towards him in unison. His towering figure, standing at 3 meters, had to bend slightly to pass through the doorframe. His platinum hair cascaded loosely behind him, and his vividly colored vertical pupils stood out strikingly in the dimly lit room. "I apologize for my tardiness," Lu Chen declared as he strode towards an empty seat, the specially designed alloy chair groaning under his weight as he sat down. Seated at the center of the room, Elder Zhang wore an expression so grave it seemed capable of squeezing out tears. A projector before him was looping a video of a newly discovered mystic realm, labeled as the Black Wind Valley. "Now that everyone is present, I shall be forthright." Elder Zhang rapped the table, silencing the room instantly. This year's Blood Battle Arena will witness significant changes in its rules. The projected image shifted to reveal the new competition regulations. 1. The competition venue will be relocated to the new mystic realm, Black Wind Valley. 2. A point system will be adopted, where points are earned by hunting beasts of varying ranks. 3. Contestants may compete for points, with the victor able to seize 60 of the loser's points. 4. The entire event will be broadcast live across the province, providing real-time updates on contestants' point standings. What? Qin Hao was the first to leap to his feet, exclaiming, "Isn't this encouraging us to turn against one another?" Chu Feng restrained the agitated Qin Hao, replying coolly, "Let Elder Zhang finish." With a sigh, Elder Zhang continued, "The Provincial Education Department believes that a mere arena battle fails to accurately reflect a martial artist's comprehensive capabilities. The ability to hunt beasts in a wild environment, respond to sudden crises, and even guard against ambushes from others are essential survival skills for a martial artist." The conference room erupted in chaos. The faces of weaker students paled, while top talents like Lu Chen appeared contemplative. Silence. Elder Zhang raised his voice. "I understand your concerns regarding safety. The Provincial Education Department has considered this as well." The projector switched again, displaying several safety measures. 1. Each contestant will wear a specialized wristband that will automatically trigger teleportation in life-threatening situations. 2. 10 gold-level referees will be stationed within the mystic realm to monitor the event at all times. 3. Intentional harm or fatality is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and held accountable. Lin Yu murmured, "It's easy to say that. But if someone truly intends to harm, will the referees be able to intervene in time?" Her words echoed the fears of many. Lu Chen surveyed the room and noticed several students beginning to sweat profusely. It was no surprise. Previous arena battles had at least been one-on-one, where one could concede if overwhelmed, with referees nearby to intervene easily. This new set of rules felt like a predatory arena tailored for strong teams. Moreover, Elder Zhang's expression grew more somber. This competition will be the first to implement province-wide live broadcasting. Each of your performances will be witnessed in real time by millions of viewers throughout the province. What? Even the typically composed Chu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The conference room erupted once more, students chattering animatedly. Are they treating us like mere spectacles? What should we do if the members of the Pure World Society use live streaming to pinpoint our location? Those prominent families must already be well aware of the secret realm's terrain. This is woefully unfair to us. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. A province-wide live broadcast means that everyone's abilities and hidden cards will be laid bare before the public eye. For the prodigies who have been relentlessly pursued by the Pure World Society, this is tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Old Zhang, Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice low yet managing to silence the room. Is there any room for negotiation on this decision? Old Zhang offered a bitter smile and shook his head. The orders come directly from the office of the Provincial Department of Education. It matters not who is here. It would be futile for anyone to intervene. A heavy silence enveloped the meeting room as everyone understood the gravity of the situation. It was already set in stone. However, Old Zhang shifted his tone. Tianbei City is not entirely unprepared. He pressed a button on the remote, and a detailed map of the Black Wind Valley secret realm was projected. This holographic map, created by the military using drones, might lack precision, but it was certainly better than nothing. Lu Chen scrutinized the map closely. The Black Wind Valley secret realm was funnel-shaped, with a relatively safe forest area surrounding it. The deeper one ventured, the higher the level of the monsters encountered. The innermost region was even marked with warnings indicating the presence of suspected gold-level beast nests. According to the intelligence, the scoring system is as follows. Old Zhang continued to explain. Bronze-level beasts yield 1 to 10 points. Silver-level beasts grant 50 to 100 points. And gold-level beasts start at 500 points. Additionally, the secret realm may harbor special treasures, the collection of which would also earn extra points. Yi Xiaofan suddenly raised his hand. Old Zhang, how will the points be calculated if we form a team? A pertinent question. Old Zhang nodded. Points obtained from team hunts can be distributed freely, but when it comes to stealing points, it must be one-on-one. Group attacks are prohibited. Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan exchanged glances, already formulating a plan in their minds. One last point. Old Zhang's expression turned unusually grave. According to reliable sources, Nangong Wentian has confirmed his participation. The mere mention of this name seemed to chill the air in the meeting room. Nangong Wentian, the most prodigious genius of the Nangong family's current generation, a peak silver 9-star, a myth-level awakener. The terror of Nangong Wentian had long since seeped into the hearts of many through countless rumors. What are we afraid of? Qin Hao shouted, attempting to muster courage. We have Lu Chen on our side. Yet this time, even the most optimistic among them could not manage a smile. Well, we said all that needs to be said. Old Zhang concluded, turning off the projection. The competition begins tomorrow. You all have one night to prepare. Remember, he scanned the crowd. This competition is not only about personal honor, but also concerns the resource allocation of Tianbei City for the next decade. I hope everyone give their all. After the meeting, Lu Chen's team gathered together. What should we do? Qin Hao raked his fingers through his hair. That Nangong Wentian is clearly targeting Lu Chen. Zhu Feng, holding his longsword, replied coldly, "Let them come. We will meet them head-on." Lin Yu's mental energy manifested as a restless butterfly, fluttering anxiously. I still think the live broadcast poses the greatest danger. Revealing our own capabilities is a trivial matter. The primary concern lies in the fact that the live broadcast will continuously disclose our location, akin to a tracking device. Should any rats from the Purity Society infiltrate our ranks, it could spell disaster. The sudden appearance of the Purity Society during the last trial has already cast a significant shadow over these individuals. Yet, I perceive this as an opportunity. Lu Chen suddenly declared, his multicolored vertical pupils glimmering with brilliance. No matter who they are, strike them down one by one, or two for one. Since we are broadcasting live, let the entire province witness the true strength of Tianbei City's prodigies. Yi Xiaofan toyed with a fire stick, grinning widely. Cousin is right. If we are to play, let's play grandly. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Nangong family in Tianbei City, Nangong Yu, his face still bandaged, knelt in a training room. Before him stood a young man clad in black, barely 20, with a countenance as sharp as a knife. At his waist hung an ancient dagger, entirely black, its blade faintly adorned with flowing crimson patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Cousin, you must avenge me. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth, referring to Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan as mere waste. Nangong Wentian's voice was as cold and hard as iron. They cannot even handle a couple of country bumpkins. His right hand caressed the hilt of the dagger, which emitted a low hum, causing the temperature in the training room to plummet. This mythical bloodthirsty blade, acquired from an ancient battlefield, thirsts for blood each time it is unsheathed. Lu Chen. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Nangong Wentian's eyes. The five-colored divine light, it shall be your blood that serves as the blade's offering. In a darker corner, the scum of the Purity Society were busily plotting. A live broadcast across the province? For them, this was nothing short of a divine opportunity. Chapter 42. The trials begin. At dawn, the entrance of Haifeng Valley on the eastern outskirts of Tianbei City was abuzz with excitement. Dozens of drones hovered overhead, transmitting live footage to major streaming platforms across the province. Lu Chen leaned against a massive stone at the entrance of the secret realm, his towering 3-meter frame standing out amidst the crowd, his platinum hair gently tousled by the morning breeze. Brother, I really wish I could go too, came Lu Qingxuang's voice through the communicator, her tone laced with frustration. Dad rushed to the provincial education office last night and secured a guaranteed admission spot for me. I don't want it all. You can have it if you don't want it. Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly. So you're currently. I'm lounging on the couch at home, munching on chips while watching a live stream. Lu Qingxuang replied with a triumphant chuckle. Dad says it's unbecoming for girls to engage in such violent activities, insisting I stop. Lu Chen rubbed his temples and urged her to get to the point. Oh, finally. Lu Qingxuang continued. Uncle said to watch out for that arrogant guy with the last name Nangong, and he asked Tian to, curse him. Anything else? Lu Chen's expression darkened. Who had influenced his sister to become like this? Also, Dad mentioned that someone from a Ning family seems to have arrived. But that person might not be very friendly towards you. Anything else? That's all. Bye. After ending the call, Lu Chen heard Qin Hao chattering beside him. Good heavens. What a scene. Qin Hao exclaimed, gesturing towards the towering holographic leaderboard in the distance. All the provincial television stations are broadcasting this. If we don't perform well, it would be utterly embarrassing. Lin Yu nervously fiddled with the live stream receiver on her wrist. I just checked the data. The viewership has already surpassed 30 million. Oomph. Chu Feng, clutching his sword, fixed his gaze with intensity, ready to show the entire province who the true genius was. Lu Chen's imposing figure, with his platinum hair shimmering in the sunlight, drew the attention of numerous competitors who were casting furtive glances his way, some filled with curiosity, others with envy, and many more with a deep-seated apprehension. Look over there. Yi Xiaofan suddenly nudged Lu Chen with her elbow, pointing to the most conspicuous spot in the square. The people from the provincial capital have arrived. A team of 10 approached slowly, parting the crowd as they advanced. Leading them was Nangong Wentian, clad in black, his imposing figure accentuated by a massive ancient blade that appeared even darker and redder in the morning light. Not far behind him stood a stern-faced young man in a blue robe, the emblem of the Ning family embroidered on his chest. That is, Lu Chen squinted. As if sensing their scrutiny, Ning Wuqing suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze slicing through the air. His lips moved, and although no sound emerged, Lu Chen deciphered the 3 words through lip reading. Bastard. Lu Chen's pupils constricted, a flicker of anger flashing through his colorful vertical irises, but he quickly regained his composure. He gently restrained Yi Xiaofan, who was eager to charge forward. Don't rush. Once we enter the secret realm, there will be plenty of opportunities. Yi Xiaofan nodded resentfully. At that moment, an exhilarating melody resonated through the square. A luxurious airship descended gracefully upon the podium, from which the director of the Provincial Education Department, Zhou Qinquan, emerged alongside a cadre of high-ranking officials. Silence. Zhou Qinquan's voice echoed throughout the venue via a loudspeaker. I trust you are all familiar with the competition rules. He continued. First, this competition employs an individual point system, ranking participants based on their scores. Second, in the event of life-threatening danger, the wristbands will automatically transmit a distress signal, albeit with a 30-second delay. Third, the central area of the secret realm contains nests of golden-tier demon beasts. I advise competitors below silver 5 stars to maintain their distance. Fourth, the competition will last for 48 hours, concluding with a ranking based on points. With a sweeping gesture, the light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm gradually opened. Now, the competition begins. Nearly 100 prodigies surged towards the entrance like arrows released from a bow. However, Lu Chen remained unfazed, bringing up the rear with the people of Tianbei City. No rush, Lu Chen murmured. Let those eager for points scout the way. Yet, reality diverged slightly from Lu Chen's expectations. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and Lu Chen felt the world spin around him. Upon regaining his vision, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar dense forest, the silence around him almost deafening. Random teleportation? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, his platinum hair gently swaying in the damp air. He raised his wrist, and the specially designed competition watch projected a holographic map prepared by Zhang Lao. After a brief assessment, Lu Chen discovered he had been teleported to the northwestern edge of the secret realm, a staggering distance of over 100 kilometers from the central area. Meanwhile, the leaderboard on his watch had already updated. 1. Nangong Wentian, Provincial City, 320 points. 2. Yin Wushuang, Yanjing City, 280 points. 3. Ning Wuqing, Provincial City, 250 points. 15. Lu Chen, Tianbei City, 0 points. Interesting, Lu Chen smirked coldly, his multicolored vertical pupils glimmering with an otherworldly light in the dim forest. With a mere thought, the azure-scaled halberd materialized in his hand, the scales along its blade rising sharply, emitting a metallic rasp. Since he could not locate his teammates for the time being, he resolved to unleash a massacre. Roar. As if sensing Lu Chen's murderous intent, a silver 3-star gale leopard suddenly leapt from the nearby thicket. This beast was the size of a truck, its fangs dripping with fresh blood, evidently having just finished a hunt. You shall be my first target. Lu Chen did not flinch or evade. Stepping forward with the vermilion bird's blaze technique, his form instantly transforming into an afterimage. The gale leopard barely had time to react before the azure-scaled halberd pierced through its skull. Points 50. Lu Chen did not even glance at the fallen demon beast. Withdrawing his halberd and moving on, his multicolored vertical pupils narrowed slightly, allowing him to discern the flow of spiritual energy in the air 300 meters to the southeast. A denser aura of demonic energy awaited. 3 minutes later, in a swampy area, a silver 4-star iron crocodile demon had just poked its head above the surface when it spotted a platinum figure descending from the sky. The azure-scaled halberd swept across, and 5 columns of blood erupted into the air. Score 250, too weak. Lu Chen flicked the blood from his spear and suddenly sensed something. Raising his gaze to the sky, a miniature drone hovered above, its lens trained on him. A live broadcast, perhaps? Lu Chen grinned at the camera, his platinum hair billowing as if caught by an unseen breeze. Let them witness this. He leaped into the air, a blinding streak of golden-white light transforming into a ferocious, celestial tiger, roaring with fury. White Tiger, skyrending claw. Boom! A terrifying attack descended, ruthlessly tearing apart the 5 iron crocodile demons on the ground. This strike shone like a beacon in the night, not only showcasing Lu Chen's prowess to the provincial audience, but also declaring to all competitors within the secret realm, Tianhai, Lu Chen has begun his hunt. The live broadcast hall outside the realm erupted in excitement. My heavens! Is that the kind of destructive power one can possess at the silver level? One strike to annihilate 5 beasts of equal rank. Look at his score. He surged from 15th to 5th place. The audience in the Tianhai City section erupted in thunderous cheers. Principal Zhou Zhenyue beamed with delight, while Ning Tianhao, seated in the VIP section, elegantly crossed his legs, his face radiating pride for his nephew. Merely low-level beasts, scoffed the leading teacher from Yanghe City. Just wait until he encounters a true powerhouse. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen's score surged once again on the big screen. In the brief span of their conversation, Lu Chen had already slain 2 silver 6-star tree demons. Scored 200, old Zhou remarked the principal of Yinjing City with a tinge of envy. It seems someone remarkable has emerged from your little Tianhai. Zhou Zhenyue stroked his beard, modestly replying, "Oh, it's just a child making a fuss." Yet, despite his words, the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. In the VIP section of the provincial capital, Nangong Mingjing's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. Beside him, a stern middle-aged representative from the Ning family fixated on Lu Chen's figure on the screen, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Elder Ning," Nangong Mingjing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Your Ning family's bloodline has indeed found a fine abode." Elder Ning snorted coldly. "Nangong Mingjing, mind your own business. That boy, Wentian, may be strong, but he is not necessarily Lu Chen's match." As the two exchanged sharp words, the rankings on the big screen refreshed once more. 1. Nangong Wentian, 680 points. 2. Lu Chen, 650 points. 3. Yin Wushuang, 620 points. The crowd gasped in astonishment. In less than an hour, Lu Chen had soared from 0 points to 2nd place, rapidly closing the gap with Nangong Wentian. Chapter 43, A Fateful Encounter. Within the secret realm, Lu Chen stood atop a mound of beastly corpses, his Qinglin halberd untouched by blood. His multicolored vertical pupils shifted slightly, suddenly locking onto 2 directions. Each direction emanated an extraordinarily potent aura, at least that of a silver 9-star. At long last, he had encountered worthy opponents. Lu Chen licked his lips. Phoenix Avatar! With a resounding cry, his crimson avatar, adorned with fiery wings, erupted forth, transforming into a blazing streak of red light that surged toward the central area with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen advanced with heavy steps toward the nearer of the 2 auras. The live broadcast director astutely captured this moment, immediately splitting the screen to showcase both Lu Chen's true form and his avatar in action. What kind of technique is this? A duplication technique? But how can the duplicate act independently? Look, that avatar moves even faster than the original. The audience in Tianhai City leapt to their feet in excitement, while representatives from other cities exchanged bewildered glances. This ability to create duplicates had entirely surpassed their understanding of silver-level capabilities. Ning Tianhao, the deputy director of the provincial education department, could not help but inquire, "What exactly is your nephew?" Ning Tianhao smiled mysteriously. "Just watch. The best is yet to come." Indeed, at the very moment his words fell, Lu Chen's true form abruptly halted. Before him loomed a golden-grayed, raging ape, its size comparable to a small mountain, thundering and pounding its chest in fury. Silver 9-star, rather than fear. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement as he tightened his grip on the Qinglin halberd. How many points is this worth? The raging ape, seemingly incensed by the provocation of this diminutive human, brought its colossal fist crashing down with a resounding whoosh. In that critical instant, Qilin cloud armor, a radiant yellow light enveloped Lu Chen, transforming into a magnificent suit of armor that absorbed the earth-shattering blow. The shockwave uprooted trees within a 100-meter radius. Yet Lu Chen stood his ground, unyielding. "Now it's my turn." Lu Chen grinned, the 5-color divine light swirling upon his Qinglin halberd. Azure Dragon breaking the heavens halberd, Grand Dragon breaking the army. With a mighty roar, a 5-color divine dragon, over 30 meters in diameter, soared into the sky, instantly engulfing the golden raging ape-esque form. When the brilliance subsided, Only a massive pit, 50 meters in diameter, remained where the raging ape once stood. That silver-level beast had been reduced to ashes. Points 1,000. An eerie silence fell over the arena. Moments later, the audience in Tianbei City erupted in thunderous applause, their cheers resembling a tidal wave. Lu Chen's name surged to the top of the leaderboard like a rocket, leaving Nangong Wentian far behind. And, at this moment, only 2 hours had elapsed since the competition began. "Look over here," a voice cried out in astonishment, prompting the crowd to turn their attention to yet another breathtaking scene unfolding. Boom! The crimson streak formed by the phoenix avatar streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into a lava lake at the heart of the secret realm. The searing shockwave swept outward, igniting the surrounding rocks to a fiery red. Roar! From the depths of the magma lake, a crimson-scaled dragon, exceeding 20 meters in length, surged forth, its scales shimmering with blinding flames. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a fire column several meters in diameter, targeting the avatar of the vermilion bird. A peak silver 9-star crimson-scale dragon. In a broadcasting studio, the commentator's voice quivered with excitement. This was a top-tier beast of the dragon lineage, its power rivaling that of golden-tier entities. Yet, facing this terrifying assault, the vermilion bird avatar merely smiled disdainfully. With hands clasped behind him, he unfurled his fiery wings, traversing the void with each step. As the raging flames morphed into a crushing vermilion bird, descending upon the crimson-scale dragon. Vermilion bird's celestial step. Boom! The collision of the fire column and the vermilion bird erupted in a thunderous roar. A searing energy storm swept forth, melting the surrounding rocks into molten lava. My goodness! He is withstanding the attack of a fire-type beast using fire-based skills. In the audience, a martial artist who had awakened fire abilities sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. This defies logic. By the magma lake, the figure of the vermilion bird avatar slowly emerged from the flames, a proud smile curving his lips, battle intent surging within his crimson gaze. "Is this all you can do?" He scoffed, his right hand forming a fist, summoning a long spear entirely forged from flames into existence. "Allow me to demonstrate what true fire is." Azure Dragon's piercing spear, Furious Dragon's heart. Roar! With a deafening dragon's roar, the flame spear thrust forward. A lifelike fire dragon soared into the air, distorting the very fabric of space. The crimson-scaled dragon let out a terrified roar, hastily unleashing dozens of firewalls in a desperate attempt to defend itself. However, these walls crumbled like paper before the fire dragon, instantly pierced through. Splat! The fire dragon precisely penetrated the vital point of the crimson-scaled dragon, the searing heat vaporizing its heart. Points 900. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment. On the large screen, Lu Chen's total score soared past 2,000, leaving the second-place Nangong Wentian far behind. This is impossible. In the VIP section of the provincial city, Nangong Mingjing abruptly stood, his face ashen. How could a mere avatar possess such combat prowess? Ning Tianhao leisurely sipped his tea, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. "Old man, this is just the beginning. The real spectacle lies ahead." Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Nangong Wentian severed the head of the last silver 8-star beast with a single stroke, casting a cold glance at his wristwatch. Upon seeing Lu Chen's terrifying score, his dark pupils narrowed slightly. How intriguing. He gently caressed the blade, the blood drinker blade humming with excitement. It seemed this encounter would not be tedious after all. As he finished speaking, he abruptly turned his gaze towards a certain direction, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. "Found you, little mouse." In the northwest corner of the secret realm, Yi Xiaofan was engaged in a fierce struggle against a silver 8-star ironback kangbear. Clang! The rusty sword clashed against the bear's paw, sending sparks flying. The impact forced Yi Xiaofan to stagger backward, his palms splitting open, blood trickling down the sword's hilt. Roar! The ironback kangbear seized the opportunity to press the attack, its massive paw descending with a howling wind. At that critical moment, a brilliant beam of sword light descended from the heavens, piercing precisely into the bear's eye. Chu Feng, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed joyfully. Do not lose focus. Chu Feng replied coldly, wielding his long sword with precision, leaving dozens of wounds on the ironback Kang bear in an instant. Lin Yu's spiritual force manifested as enchanting butterflies, skillfully disrupting the beast's senses. Qin Hao, shrouded in crackling lightning, launched a surprise attack from the side. Thunderous might. Boom! Through the seamless cooperation of the four, this formidable silver 8-star beast finally collapsed. .60 few. Yi Xiaofan exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thanks to your timely arrival. Qin Hao grinned. We, the Tianhai team, cannot fall behind. That guy Lu Chen has already charged to the front. Be cautious. Lin Yu's expression suddenly changed, sensing a strong enemy approaching. The group immediately fell into a defensive stance, spotting a shadow emerging slowly from the nearby thicket. Nangong Wentian, dressed in ink-black attire. His blood-drinking mad blade glinted ominously red in the sunlight, each step resonating with the beating hearts of the onlookers. I haven't found Lu Chen, but finding you will suffice. Nangong Wentian spoke coldly, his voice as chilling as the depths of hell. Yi Xiaofan, it is time to settle the score for my brother. Nangong Wentian. Yi Xiaofan tightened his grip on the rusty sword, knuckles turning white. Do you intend to violate the rules? Rules? A mocking smile curved at the corner of Nangong Wentian's lips. Those are for the weak. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his blade, blood-drinking, severing the mountain. A scarlet blade aura tore through the air, snapping trees in half along its path. Quickly evade. Chu Feng shouted urgently, pulling Yi Xiaofan to retreat rapidly. However, the strike was too swift and powerful. Although the four managed to avoid a lethal blow, they were still knocked back by the residual force, spitting blood. The pinnacle of silver 9 stars. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, lightning flickering all over his body. This gap is too vast. Nangong Wentian advanced slowly, his blood-drinking mad blade dragging along the ground, leaving a glaring crimson streak. Rest assured, I want to kill you immediately. His icy gaze swept over the four. I shall use your screams to lure Lu Chen here. You shall not succeed. Yi Xiaofan scoffed, his internal spiritual energy beginning to operate along a peculiar pathway. It seems I must reveal my trump card, the ant shaking the tree. Seeing Yi Xiaofan prepare to resist, Nangong Wentian snorted disdainfully, raising the blood-drinking mad blade once more. Just at that moment of peril, boom, a 5-colored stream of light descended from the heavens, crashing heavily between the two parties, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, Lu Chen's towering figure, 3 meters high, stood majestically, his azure-scaled spear pointing directly at Nangong Wentian. It was said you were searching for me? Inside the broadcasting room, staff members were frantically switching between screens. Quick, shift the camera over there, the director shouted excitedly. The clash of two prodigies is bound to be a rating sensation. On the large screen, the intense standoff between Lu Chen and Nangong Wentian instantly captivated the audience's attention. Viewers in Tianhai City clenched their fists in anticipation, while those in the provincial capital erupted in cheers. At last they faced off. The commentator's voice quivered with exhilaration. The top-ranked Lu Chen was set to clash against the Nangong family's strongest genius, Nangong Wentian. This confrontation would determine. His words abruptly halted, for the figures on the screen had already launched into action. Blood drink. 1,000 mountains at dusk. Azure dragon piercing the heavens. Dragon rising. Boom. Chapter 44. The end of the game. Boom. The bloodthirsty blade clashed violently with the azure-scaled halberd, unleashing a deafening roar. A terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings, uprooting trees within a 100-meter radius. Nangong Wentian staggered back 3 steps, each footfall fracturing the ground like a spider's web. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Such formidable power. This is just the beginning? Lu Chen's platinum hair danced wildly, and his multicolored vertical pupils burned with fighting spirit. Roar! With a thunderous sound, an ancient elephant phantom materialized behind Lu Chen, the overwhelming force distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. His muscles bulged instantly, veins rising like coiling dragons. His 3-meter-tall, figure resembling a titan. With a single step, the ground erupted beneath him. Azure dragon breaking heaven halberd, dragon's tail. The azure-scaled halberd swept forward, its scales standing erect, transforming into the tail of a true azure dragon, striking towards Nangong Wentian with the force to shatter mountains and split stones. Excellent. Nangong Wentian did not flinch or evade. The blood-red patterns on the bloodthirsty blade glowed fiercely. Bloodthirsty. Broken river. Clang. The weapons collided, sparks flying. The ground beneath them instantly collapsed, forming a vast pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. Lu Chen's assault did not wane. His left hand suddenly grasped. Spear of the underworld god. A pitch-black spear appeared out of thin air, and as it was swung, the resonant hymns of the underworld god echoed in Nangong Wentian's ears. Go! The spear of the underworld god shot forth, creating minute cracks in the space it traversed. What? Nangong Wentian's pupils constricted as he hurriedly crossed his blade to defend. Although the spear of the underworld god was deflected by the bloodthirsty blade, it still left a deep, bone-revealing wound on Nangong Wentian's shoulder. In the next instant, the flesh around the injury began to dissolve. A soul-wrenching pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. Nangong Wentian was injured. In the broadcast room, the commentator's voice trembled with excitement, declaring that Lu Chen had the upper hand. Online, the fervor erupted. Tianhai City netizen, Chun family army, Xiaofan. Did you see that? This is the power of our Tianhai's #1 genius. Provincial city netizen, Nangong's guard. It was merely a sneak attack. Nangong Wentian has yet to show his true strength. Yinjiang city netizen, onlooker. Let the fight commence. Best if they both suffer, allowing our Yin Wushuang to reap the benefits. In the audience, the leaders were abuzz with conversation. Old Zhang, your Tianhai has truly produced an extraordinary talent this time, laughed the lord of Yinjiang city. Lu Chen's prowess is likely comparable to some of the golden ranks. Old Zhang grinned widely. The young man is merely fooling around, hardly worth mentioning. Nangong Mingjing slammed his hand down in agitation, merely having seized the initiative. And he dares to boast here? He scanned the room, sneering. Since you all hold Lu Chen in such high regard, how about we place a bet? I wager that Wentian will undoubtedly win, with a diamond-grade spiritual material as the stake. All right, I will take your bet. Ning Tianhao was the first to respond, wagering on his nephew's victory, adding a piece of diamond-grade spirit armor to the stakes. Observing this, other city lords eagerly joined the betting, and in the blink of an eye, the wagers piled up into a small mountain, their worth sufficient to purchase a modest city. On the battlefield, Nangong Wentian emerged from his agony, his eyes now ablaze with murderous intent. Very well, Lu Chen. He slowly raised his bloodthirsty blade, declaring, You are about to witness my true prowess. Bloodthirsty secret technique. Mad Warrior S. 9 Heavens. Boom! A torrential wave of bloodlight erupted from Nangong Wentian's body, his aura soaring as he swiftly transcended the limits of the silver rank, reaching the threshold of the golden realm. Now, the second round begins. With a sinister grin, he vanished from his original position. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his multicolored vertical eyes spinning wildly as he barely caught a glimpse of a crimson afterimage. To the left, clang! The azure scale halberd barely blocked the bloodthirsty blade, yet the force behind this strike was several times greater than before. Lu Chen was sent staggering back 7 steps, his palms splitting apart. The increase in speed and strength was astonishing. Lu Chen marveled inwardly, but his fighting spirit only intensified. This was what made it interesting. 5 elements incarnation, manifest, swish, swish, swish. 5 streams of light erupted from Lu Chen's body, transforming into 5 avatars, each embodying a different elemental attribute, surrounding Nangong Wentian completely. A group assault? Nangong Wentian sneered. Do you think this will guarantee your victory? Kill. The vermilion bird avatar struck first, its fiery wings unleashing a torrential rain of flames. The azure dragon avatar followed closely, brandishing a verdant spear that lunged like a venomous serpent towards Nangong Wentian's back. The black tortoise avatar formed hand seals, enveloping the battlefield in a curtain of water, restricting Nangong Wentian's movements. The white tiger avatar's claws slashed like blades, each strike accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being torn. The Qilin avatar stood steadfast, its robust earth-based spirit energy continuously reinforcing the battleground, shielding allies from the ensuing shockwaves. Faced with the onslaught of 6, Nangong Wentian felt the pressure multiply. Despite his newfound strength, he found that his fists could not contend against multiple opponents, and soon he bore several wounds. Ha ha! Lu Chen laughed heartily. Is this all the talent from the Nangong family? The online community erupted once more. Tianhai City netizen, Qinjiao Army, Xiaoya, 6 against 1. So unfair. But I love it. Provincial City netizen, first in questioning heaven. Despicable. If you have the ability, face him one-on-one. Lianghe City netizen, professional instigator. Isn't the Nangong family claiming to be the first family of the provincial city? Is this all they can do? In the audience, Nangong Mingjing's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Old Nangong, Ning Tianhao, leisurely sipped his tea. It seems that diamond-grade spirit material will belong to me. Shut your mouth. Nangong Mingjing bellowed. Wentian has not yet lost. As if in response to his words, Nangong Wentian on the battlefield suddenly let out a long howl. Lu Chen, though drenched in blood, he grinned even more malevolently. I must thank you. What? A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Chen. Were it not for your pressure, I would not have been able to swiftly transcend that barrier. Nangong Wentian spread his arms wide and let out a resounding cry towards the heavens. Today, allow me to demonstrate the might of the golden rank. Boom! A golden pillar of light ascended into the sky, drawing forth an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy from the surrounding area, spanning hundreds of meters. His aura surged dramatically, and in an instant he broke through that chasm, officially stepping into the realm of gold. This is dire. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically, commanding everyone to retreat. Too late. With his breakthrough complete, Nangong Wentian let out a hearty laugh and swung his blade. Blood drink, celestial collapse. A blood-red blade of energy, over 100 meters in diameter, swept forth. Descending upon the ground, 5 avatars were instantly sent, flying several dozen meters, and Lu Chen's true form was also struck by this blow, causing him to spit blood. The difference between the golden and silver ranks is but a single word, yet they are worlds apart. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All were left astounded by this sudden turn of events. Nangong Mingjing was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Did you see that? This is the genius of the Nangong family. A breakthrough in the heat of battle, turning the tide. Ning Tianhao crushed the teacup in his hand with a resounding crack, his face paling to an extreme. Online, the netizens from the provincial city instantly gained the upper hand, flooding the comments with various taunts. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Nangong Wentian hovered in the air, looking down upon Lu Chen with utter disdain. Now, it is time for the game to conclude. Chapter 45. The 5 Elements Sealing Heaven Formation. Nangong Wentian stood suspended in midair, the overwhelming pressure of his golden rank akin to a tsunami engulfing the arena. In his grasp, the bloodthirsty blade vibrated ominously, the crimson patterns upon its blade seeming to come alive, exuding an aura of dread. Lu Chen, your ability to compel me to transcend the golden rank is commendable, Nangong Wentian declared from his elevated position, his voice as frigid as ice. But this is where it concludes. Before his words could dissipate, he vanished in a flash, traversing 100 meters in an instant. With a bloodthirsty blade raised high, he summoned a blood-colored blade aura, extending dozens of meters, resembling a divine executioner's weapon, as it struck down upon Lu Chen. Bloodthirsty, divine execution. Before the blade aura could reach its target, the ground could no longer withstand the tremendous force. Collapsing with a thunderous roar, countless stones reduced to dust. This strike was sufficient to slay an ordinary golden rank adversary. Boom! As Nangong Wentian brought his blade down, the crimson glare tore through the earth. Lu Chen was sent hurtling back several hundred meters, crashing into a cliffside, dust and debris swirling around him. Ha ha! Is this all you are capable of, Lu Chen? Nangong Wentian remained suspended, his golden aura dominating the battlefield, the crimson patterns on his blade writhing as if alive. I expected you to entertain me more. On the internet, the discourse erupted instantaneously. Provincial city netizen, Nangong invincible. This is the gap. Brother Wentian is invincible. Tianhai netizen, Chun family army, Xiao fan. Nonsense. My cousin hasn't lost yet. Yanjing city netizen, loving the chaos. Well done. It would be best if both suffered, allowing our Yin Wushuang to seize the opportunity. In the VIP section, Nangong Mingjing laughed heartily, while Ning Tianhao's expression darkened ominously. With a confident smile, Nangong Mingjing said, Ning Tianhao, it appears that your diamond-grade spirit armor shall belong to me. Old Nangong, do not rejoice too soon. Ning Tianhao gritted his teeth. What? Is it possible for your nephew to turn the tide? Nangong Mingjing mocked. The golden rank utterly crushes the silver rank. In this moment, nearly everyone believed Lu Chen's defeat was inevitable. In the heart of the battlefield, amidst the rubble, Lu Chen rose slowly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained sharp, detected the emergence of an unexpectedly formidable foe. Temporary mission, defeat Nangong Wentian. Rewards, 5 Spirit Beast Blood X5, 50,000 battle points, and 1 epic grade equipment. However, at that moment, Lu Chen was too preoccupied to heed what the system was proclaiming. The golden rank? Indeed formidable. He wiped the blood from his lips, his multicolored vertical pupils brimming with resolve. But do you think this is the end? Nangong Wentian scoffed, a futile struggle. With the next strike, I shall claim your life. He raised the bloodthirsty blade high once more, the crimson patterns on its blade spreading wildly, painting the entire sky a deep scarlet. Bloodthirsty, divine execution. A blood-colored blade, aura, spanning 100 meters, thundered down, twisting the fabric of space as if even heaven and earth would be cleaved asunder by this strike. Everyone held their breath. How could Lu Chen possibly withstand this blow? A sudden smile broke across Lu Chen's face, the blood trickling from his lips, not rendering him a pitiable sight, but rather augmenting his fierce battle spirit. Nangong Wentian, do you truly believe that merely breaking through to the golden level will grant you victory over me? 5 Spirit Divine, Beast General. Seal the heavens, subdue the demons. Boom! 5 resplendent beams of light erupted from within Lu Chen, soaring into the heavens. To the east, the azure dragon's mighty roar echoed as the emerald beam pierced the skies. To the west, the white tiger unleashed a fierce growl, its platinum radiance rending the firmament. To the south, the vermilion bird flapped its wings, engulfing the world in crimson flames, sealing all escape routes. To the north, the black tortoise let out a deep bellow, its true waters sweeping across the land. In the center, the Qilin stomped the ground, the weighty earth spirit suppressing all around. The phantoms of the 5 divine beasts coalesced at the pinnacle of the light beams, while Lu Chen's 5 avatars stood resolutely atop their heads, their auras surging. What? Nangong Wentian's pupils constricted, a sense of alarm ringing in his heart. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. You are stalling for time. He growled, his expression darkening. Exactly, Lu Chen sneered. The reason for my incessant chatter was to set up a combined battle formation. The 5 elements' heavenly seal array cannot be broken without 5 warriors of equal rank. Before Nangong Wentian could respond, Lu Chen issued a low command. Activate the formation. Instantly, the 5 avatars simultaneously formed seals. The phantoms of the 5 divine beasts roared as they dove down, transforming into 5 streams of light that instantly sealed off all space around Nangong Wentian. Vermilion bird, burn the heavens, sealing the retreat. Azure dragon, entwine and bind. Black tortoise, suppress the spiritual power. White tiger, shatter defenses. Qilin, stomp the earth, subduing the soul. Booming, the unity of the 5 spirits trembled the very heavens and earth. Before Nangong Wentian's blood-red blade, aura, could descend, it was forcibly crushed by the quintessence of the five spirits. His golden-level spiritual power was wildly suppressed, rendering him akin to a sinking figure in quicksand, unable to move even a finger. Impossible, Nangong Wentian roared, desperately channeling his spiritual power in a frantic attempt to break free from the restraints. The blood-red blade slashed against the light beams, yet it vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea, obliterated by the power of the five elements. Futile, Lu Chen sneered, a frigid glimmer flashing in his multicolored vertical pupils. Under the five elements' heavenly seal array, unless five warriors of equal caliber join forces to break it, defeat is inevitable. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly raised his hand. Azure Dragon's piercing heaven spear. Furious Dragon pierces the heart. The azure-scaled spear transformed into a colossal, five-colored divine dragon, lunging fiercely toward Nangong Wentian's chest. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth. Nangong Wentian let out a muffled groan as the azure-scaled spear pierced through his torso. His body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Golden Level defeated. Silence enveloped the arena. In the following moment, wow! The audience in Tianhai City erupted into fervor. Tianhai netizen, Chun family army, Xiaoyu. Did you see that? This is the strength of Tianhai's #1 genius. Provincial city netizen, Nangong bodyguard team. Impossible. How could brother Winian lose? In the virtual realm of Lianghe City, a user known as Professional Firestarter expressed amusement, noting the South Palace clan's bluster only to be met with unexpected defeat. Another user from Yinjiang City, identified as Rational Party, remarked on the irony of silver triumphing over gold, claiming such a victory was worthy of eternal bragging rights. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Nangong Mingjing's countenance darkened as he rose abruptly, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. You dare to harm my Wentian? He seethed, just as he prepared to act. A languid voice interjected, Old man, do you intend to disrupt the rules? Ning Tianhao had positioned himself before Ming Jing, his sword humming ominously, its intent fixed upon Nangong Mingjing. You! Ming Jing ground his teeth, yet hesitated to make a rash move. Nearby, the seemingly innocuous director of education, Zhou Qianquan, remarked coolly, the South Palace has overstepped its boundaries. Instantly, Mingjing's imposing aura diminished. Despite the strength of the South Palace, it dared not oppose the machinery of the state. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lu Chen showed no inclination to relent. With the grace of a primordial beast, he leaped into the swirling dust, executing the Zhuke burning heaven step. Qinglong breaks the sky spear. Dragon raises its head. The live stream could not capture the chaos within the dust, yet Lu Chen's thunderous roar resonated through the air. In an instant, a fearsome, multicolored dragon surged forth from the haze, soaring skyward and letting out a primal roar. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Nangong Mingjing sprang to his feet. He intends to kill, he bellowed. Zhou Qianquan and others adopted a grave demeanor. While private matters could be resolved discreetly, the overt execution of a human genius in such a public forum would undoubtedly stir public outrage. Old man, refrain from speaking recklessly. Ning Tianhao replied steadfastly. Battle demands unwavering commitment. What fault lies with Lu Chen? Was it not Nangong Wentian who refused to concede? Just as Ming Jing was about to retort, a blood-soaked figure staggered into view. The wretched countenance belonged to none other than Nangong Wentian. Wentian! Ming Jing exclaimed in alarm, seizing him and departing the scene, anxious that any delay would jeopardize his treatment. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief. The young man was alive, after all. As for the rest, it was common for youth to act with reckless abandon. Acknowledging one's mistakes and amending them was all that was needed. Nevertheless, Lu Chen's fierce assault had ignited considerable controversy. Chapter 46, The Five Spirits Town Demon Halberd. On the battlefield, Lu Chen knelt on one knee, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood. The divine light in his colorful vertical pupils had dimmed considerably, and his 3-meter-tall figure slightly hunched over. He cast a glance at his hands. The flesh around his tiger-esque mouth had already split open, and the palm was a gruesome sight, mangled from the recoil. The spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Truly, the golden tear is formidable. He grimaced, feeling waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Were it not for the 5 spirits sealing heaven formation, he would have truly struggled to subdue his opponent. Lu Chen, Yi Xiaofan, Qin Hao, and the others quickly surrounded him, with Lin Yu being the first to unleash her mental power, manifesting a phantom butterfly to assess his injuries. "You're gravely injured," Lin Yu said, her brow furrowed. "Your internal organs have suffered minor ruptures, and your spiritual energy is severely drained. Immediate treatment is necessary." "I'm fine," Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a bottle of high-grade healing potion from his storage ring and downing it in one go. "Don't worry about me. Continue hunting for points." "What nonsense!" Qin Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You're in this state. How can we possibly leave you behind?" Chu Feng, gripping his long sword, said coldly, "Points can be earned again, but life is singular." Lu Chen shook his head, scanning the group before his gaze finally settled on Yi Xiaofan. "Xiaofan, you lead them." Yi Xiaofan blinked. "Shouldn't I stay to accompany you?" "Enough with that." Lu Chen smacked him lightly on the back of the head. "I'm well aware of your little schemes. Hurry up, don't pretend to be a hero. If I survive my tribulation, surely you can handle these weaklings. Slay a few more beasts, and don't let those fools in the provincial city mock us." Yi Xiaofan rubbed the back of his head and chuckled, twirling his rusted sword in a beautiful flourish. "Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Upon hearing this, the group turned to Yi Xiaofan with peculiar expressions. "This fellow, he actually has more tricks up his sleeve?" "Enough. Off you go," Lu Chen waved his hand. "I need a rest. Your presence here would only hinder my recovery." Seeing Lu Chen's resolute attitude, the group felt it best not to press further. Yi Xiaofan picked up his rusty sword and gestured for the others to follow. "Let us go. Time to earn some points." Qin Hao wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Chu Feng. "Trust him." In the end, the team departed, leaving Lu Chen alone, seated in the center of the battlefield. Once he confirmed that they had moved far away, Lu Chen finally relaxed, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and chuckled bitterly. Damn it. A strike from the golden tear is truly no easy feat to withstand. Though he was heavily injured, his composure could not falter. Despite the victory, the final few strikes from Nangong Wentian had indeed inflicted serious wounds upon him. The 5 spirits sealing heaven formation, while powerful, had also drained his spiritual energy at an alarming rate, nearly exhausting it completely. "I must recover swiftly." He took a deep breath and pulled over the corpse of a silver tear beast nearby, the ironback songbear previously hunted by Yi Fan and others. This creature's flesh was tough, yet it contained an abundance of spiritual energy, making it an excellent source for restoring vitality. Sizzle. The azure-scaled trident sliced through the air, deftly severing the most succulent portion of the hind leg meat. Lu Chen, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a sphere of flame, erecting a makeshift grill to commence the leisurely roasting process. The savory aroma soon wafted through the air as fat dripped onto the fire, producing a satisfying sizzle. While he turned the meat, he examined his internal injuries. His organs were damaged, and his meridians were somewhat obstructed, yet the situation was not dire. With a thought, he summoned the system interface. Mission complete. Defeat Nangong Wentian. Rewards: 5 drops of divine beast blood, 50,000 combat points, 1 random epic equipment claim. With a flash of golden light visible only to Lu Chen, 5 drops of vividly colored divine beast blood hovered before him. The blood of the vermilion bird glowed a fiery red, the azure dragons a deep emerald green, the black tortoise a profound navy blue, the white tigers a striking golden sheen, and the cheilants a weighty earthy hue. Such treasures. Lu Chen licked his lips, and with another thought. 5 avatars separated from his body. Though somewhat lethargic, upon seeing the corresponding divine blood, their eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Go forth. The 5 avatars each consumed a drop of blood, and instantly, their radiance intensified. The wings of the vermilion bird avatar became more resplendent. The horns of the azure dragon avatar grew 3 inches longer. The ancient patterns emerged upon the shell of the black tortoise avatar. The claws of the white tiger avatar gleamed with a chilling sharpness, and the clouds surrounding the Qilin avatar became increasingly substantial. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring epic equipment. 5 spirits demon suppressing trident. Evolution of azure scale trident. A piercing azure light erupted from the system space, as Lu Chen's azure scaled trident trembled violently, its surface scales shedding to reveal an underlying dark golden shaft. 5 divine beast phantoms flew from Lu Chen's body, entwining around the trident's handle. Vermilion bird fire patterns etched into the blade. Azure dragon scales adorned the shaft. White tiger claws transformed into barbed hooks. Black tortoise patterns flowed along the trident's body, and Qilin clouds spiraled around the tail. Upon grasping the newly transformed battle trident, an immense surge of power coursed through Lu Chen. The elemental energies within him automatically formed a perfect cycle. The blade radiated with 5-color divine light, and with a gentle sweep, it left a lingering multicolored trail in the air. With a casual flick, the 5-colored trident beam swept forth, effortlessly reducing a massive boulder 100 meters away to mere powder. What a marvel! Lu Chen could hardly contain his excitement as he caressed the flowing 5-colored patterns on the trident's surface. This was indeed a remarkable upgrade. As the 5-color divine light soared skyward, the entire livestream room was suffused with a brilliant array of colors. The drone camera zoomed in rapidly, clearly presenting the transforming battle trident in Lu Chen's grasp to millions of viewers. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. What the heck is that? Look at Lu Chen's weapon. This special effect is utterly outrageous. In the commentary booth, seasoned commentator Wang Yan abruptly rose, his voice quivering with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a miracle. This is an exceedingly rare phenomenon of harmonization of man and weapon evolution. The director swiftly cut to a data screen, and the commentary continued to resonate. When a warrior achieves a perfect synergy with their weapon, it may, under exceptional circumstances, trigger an evolution of the weapon itself. According to historical accounts, 13 years prior, during the national competition, the online community erupted in astonishment. Ordinary spectators craned their necks and widened their eyes before the screen, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Chen's 5 spirits demon subduing halberd. Meanwhile, representatives from various factions displayed solemn expressions. "Old Zhang, your Tianhai has truly stumbled upon a treasure this time," remarked the mayor of Yinjiang with a touch of envy. Such a level of weapon evolution may not be witnessed even once in a decade. Old Zhang's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Yet he feigned modesty. The child is merely fortunate, just fortunate. Zhou Qianquan, the director of the provincial education department, nodded gently and commented into the microphone. Indeed, quite impressive. To reach the realm of unity between man and weapon at the silver level is a rare talent. He then added, with profound implication, such individuals hold significant importance for Tianhai and indeed for the entirety of Tianbei. His words were unmistakably clear. No one was to lay a hand on this individual. On the other end of the VIP section, Ning Tianhao sat with his legs crossed, basking in the accolades of those around him. He deliberately raised his voice. "Ah, my nephew just loves to show off. Even a casual brawl can cause such a stir." The live stream's barrage of comments continued unabated. Tianhai City netizen, Chun family army, Xiaoyu, haha, look at the expressions of those from the provincial city. Provincial city netizen, when Tian fan. What are they so proud of? It's merely a stroke of luck. Provincial city netizen, one Tian fan. Indeed, a disgrace to humanity. Unworthy of wielding such a weapon. Hand it over. Professional commentator, Wang Yan. Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain the decorum. Any discordant remarks will result in a ban. Within the secret realm, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the fervor outside. He was entirely engrossed in the resonance with his new weapon, even forgetting to turn the skewers of meat. With the 5 spirits demon subduing halberd in hand, the elemental energies within him began to circulate flawlessly, hastening the recovery of his injuries. Chapter 47. The Slaughter of the Thunderwing Golden Eagle. Crack! Lu Chen bit down on the exquisitely roasted rhinoceros leg. the rich juices flowing down the corners of his mouth without a hint of concern. The moment the flesh of the demon beast entered his stomach, the Qingmu eternal life technique activated within him. Lush green, spiritual energy, akin to countless delicate tendrils, meticulously extracted the essence of life contained within the meat. What a delight! He could distinctly feel this pure vitality coursing through his meridians, reaching every limb and bone. The gash on his chest, inflicted by Nangong Wen Tian's blade energy, healed at a visible pace, and the once depleted ocean of spiritual power began to swell anew. Ding! Proficiency in Qingmu Eternal Life Technique 50, current realm. Minor accomplishment 1255,000, such a rapid cultivation speed. Lu Chen finished the remaining roasted meat in a few bites, licking his fingers. Although it was slightly slower than adding points, it was still more than 10 times faster than mindless, arduous training. He decided to pull over another roasted hind leg and devoured it with the fervor of a starving ghost reborn. As more demon beast meat filled his belly, he suddenly heard a light crack within his body. Was it a sign of a breaking bottleneck? Was he about to make a breakthrough? Lu Chen quickly turned his gaze inward, only to discover that it was not a breakthrough in cultivation. Surrounding the 5-colored glazed bone, the surface of the originally ordinary bones began to reveal intricate, colorful patterns, gradually enveloping the primal skeletal structure like silk spun by a silkworm. What was this? Refining the bones? Lu Chen felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain whether this transformation was beneficial or detrimental. Yet, he noticed that in the areas where the bones were glazing, the activity of the 5 elemental spiritual powers was significantly heightened, and their intensity seemed to far surpass that of normal bones. Perhaps, once all 206 bones in his body achieved complete glazing, he would not only gain a body strength comparable to divine weapons, but also allow the 5 elemental spiritual powers to circulate within him, a perpetual cycle of vitality. However, Lu Chen pinched the newly formed colorful patterns on his arm bone, frowning slightly. The consumption was quite extravagant. The recently consumed silver-gray demon beast was equivalent to at least 3 bottles of nutritional supplements. Yet, the energy converted had only resulted in less than one of his bones showing signs of glazing. At this rate, to refine all 206 bones, he might have to devour half a secret realm's worth of demon beasts. System, can you provide me with my bone refining progress? Current glazing degree, 3. 2. Estimated energy required for full transformation, 100 gold-grade demon beasts or 10 diamond-grade spiritual materials. Good heavens. Lu Chen's lips twitched. Was this to turn him into a human-shaped glutton? Just as he pondered where to procure such abundant resources, his 5 spirits' demon-suppressing halberd suddenly emitted a low hum. The vermilion bird patterns on the halberd glimmered faintly, seemingly alerting its master to something. Lu Chen followed the sensation and caught sight of a glimmer of golden light flickering atop a distant mountain peak. With his enhanced vision, he quickly discerned that it was a gigantic thunderwing golden eagle, a bona fide gold-grade demon beast. Ha ha ha! He laughed heartily, rising to his feet, his platinum hair dancing wildly in the wind, elated at the perfect opportunity to test the halberd. The 5 spirits' demon-suppressing halberd appeared to sense its master's fighting spirit, the tip bursting forth with a 3-foot blade radiance. With a forceful step, Lu Chen propelled himself towards the mountain peak like a cannonball. Disregarding the countless ancient trees, he shattered along the way. The howling wind at the summit stirred up debris as Lu Chen landed firmly on the platform outside the nest of the thunderwing golden eagle. This majestic beast, whose wingspan exceeded 20 meters, was preening its feathers, each golden plume shimmering with tiny arcs of lightning. Humans? The golden eagle, having refined its rib bones, was capable of human speech, and a flicker of surprise passed through its sharp, eagle-like eyes. A mere silver-ranked dared to challenge. Before the thought could fully form, Lu Chen thrust his spear. The azure dragon breaking the heaven spear, dragon raises head. The spear tip erupted with blinding azure light, and a phantom of a dragon roared forth, charging towards the golden eagle. This strike was as swift as lightning, seemingly destined to hit its mark. Crack! The thunderwing golden eagle flapped its wings, instantly shifting 10 zhang away. The rock where it had stood was obliterated by the dragon's phantom, leaving only a few golden feathers drifting softly to the ground. Intriguing. The eagle's eyes sparked with lightning, eager to engage in this contest. With a powerful flap of its wings, dozens of golden bolts of lightning cascaded down like a torrential rain, each bolt as thick as a barrel, illuminating the entire sky with a blinding golden glow. The Xuanwu ocean-settling fist. Unperturbed, Lu Chen separated his azure avatar from his body, forming a water curtain with a series of hand seals. The lightning struck the water curtain, creating countless ripples, yet failing to breach his defense. But that was not the end. The golden eagle suddenly dove down, its claws enveloped in searing lightning. The lightning storm rending claw. This strike was astonishingly swift, and Lu Chen barely had time to raise his spear in defense. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the skies. The rocks beneath Lu Chen shattered, his legs sinking into the ground up to his knees. The lightning coursed along the spear shaft, numbing his arms. Such immense power. Lu Chen was secretly alarmed. Yet he noted that this strength was still somewhat inferior to Nangong Wentian's. Seizing the advantage, the golden eagle soared back into the air, only to dive down once more. Now completely enveloped in lightning, resembling a golden meteor plummeting from the heavens. The vermilion bird ascending flame step. In a critical moment, Lu Chen stepped upon the fiery clouds, launching himself into the sky. The two figures crossed paths in midair, the five spirits demon-subduing spear leaving a crimson gash on the eagle's left wing, while Lu Chen's right shoulder was grazed by the lightning, instantly charred black. Roar! The golden eagle cried out in pain, its wound flickering with lightning as it rapidly healed. It suddenly opened its massive beak, rapidly condensing a lightning sphere over 3 meters in diameter. The surrounding air became ionized, crackling with explosive sounds. Heavenly punishment of lightning. The lightning sphere shot forth with unparalleled speed. Lu Chen had no time to evade, and could only summon all his strength to activate the Qilin Cloud armor to withstand the blow. Boom! The blinding lightning completely engulfed Lu Chen. The terrifying explosion flattened half the mountainside, countless fragments being propelled into the air. The golden eagle let out a triumphant cry, preparing to return to its nest, when suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the dust. Is that all you've got? As the smoke dissipated, Lu Chen stood majestically, enveloped in a myriad of divine lights. The Qilin Cloud armor, though marred by numerous cracks, swiftly regained its former glory under the nurturing vitality of the Azure Dragon's transformation. Now it was my turn, the cycle of the 5 elements, sealing the heavens and suppressing the demons. 5 incarnations emerged simultaneously, forming an intricate and arcane formation. The golden eagle suddenly felt a weighty sensation, as if it were sinking into a quagmire. In a frenzy, it flapped its wings, striving to escape, only to find Lu Chen's true self already soaring high above. The 5-color divine light on the 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd intertwined to create a resplendent vortex. The 5 spirits breaking the heaven strike. This halberd descended like a celestial meteor, bearing the momentum to obliterate all in its path. In a moment of panic, the golden eagle conjured a lightning shield for defense, which, upon impact, crumbled into dust. With a piercing thrust, the blade effortlessly pierced through the golden eagle's chest, causing blood to cascade forth like a torrential waterfall. The golden-tiered beast emitted a final mournful cry before its colossal body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Kill. Golden 2-star, Thunderwing, Golden Eagle. Combat points, 2,000. Lu Chen, panting heavily, withdrew his halberd and gazed at the massive beast's carcass, lost in contemplation and silence. Although consuming it would be swift, the time spent on the act was considerable. How long would it take to devour such a large creature? After some reflection, Lu Chen turned and delved into the marketplace, eager to discover something useful. Soon, he stumbled upon a remarkable item. Fully automatic compressed biscuit machine. Simply place the beast or magical plant inside, and it will be transformed into convenient, easy-to-eat super biscuits. designed to cater to your on-the-go snacking needs, alleviating the hassle of cooking. Price, 30,000 combat points. Is that all? Without hesitation, Lu Chen confidently clicked to purchase. Chapter 48, The Suicide Trap. With a satisfying crunch, Lu Chen savored a bite of the compressed golden eagle meat biscuit, the crisp texture bursting forth with a rich, meaty aroma in his mouth. Remarkably, this palm-sized biscuit contained energy rivaling that of an entire roasted rhinoceros leg. What a treasure! He glanced at the fully automatic biscuit machine stored within the system space, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, a fine product from the system. This combat point expenditure was worthwhile. Casually, he popped the last half of the biscuit into his mouth. Ding! Degree of glassification increased to 7. 3. Bone strength 35. Feeling the increasingly crystalline structure of his bones, Lu Chen lifted the 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd. The beast blood that had once stained the weapon had long been incinerated by divine fire, now shimmering with a vibrant 5-colored glow, eager for action. His next target. He unfurled the map, his gaze locking onto the lake area marked with 3-headed demon serpents. At that moment, his wristwatch vibrated, an automatic refresh of the leaderboard. Current score ranking 1. Lu Chen, Tianbei City, 6,800 points 2. Ning Wuqing, provincial capital, 4,700 points 3. Yin Wushuang, Yinjiang City, 3,200 points 4. Huanghe City, Yuwuhan, 3,100 points 0. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. These fellows were rather competent. However, this Ning Wuqing, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Yet now was not the time to squander on finding that scoundrel. Unless a handsome reader leader were to bless him and have that mutt come rolling in. Outside the arena, the atmosphere in the live broadcast hall was particularly strange. On the large screen, Lu Chen was seen indulging in the beast biscuit, causing many viewers to swallow hard. In stark contrast, a sudden surge of malicious comments flooded the screen. Cold-blooded butcher, Nangong Wentian, is still lying in the emergency pod, resorting to any means for points. Does such a person deserve to be first? Is this the kind of killing machine Tianbei City cultivates? Even more peculiar was that most of these IDs were newly registered accounts, their comment formats strikingly similar. Just as the Tianbei City audience was about to retort, they were drowned out by a deluge of insults. Something was amiss. Ning Tianhao narrowed his eyes, ripples forming in his teacup. This was an organized smear campaign. Zhang Lao's expression darkened. Is the Nangong family unable to afford defeat? Perhaps not. General Zhou Qinkuan shook his head. The Pure World Society had been quite active in the realm of public opinion lately. As he spoke, the screen suddenly shifted. There appeared an entrance to a canyon, where Yin Wushuang was leading over a dozen talented individuals from various cities, fighting their way backward. They were besieging a 3-headed demon serpent. This is bad, the commentator exclaimed. It is a mutated species of golden one-star. Boom! The tail of the 3-headed demon serpent swept through, Yin Wushuang narrowly evading by rolling away. The rock where she once stood shattered to pieces. Her red hair billowed, the fiery whip in her hand taut and straight, its tip coiling around the serpent's neck. Yet it felt as futile as an ant shaking a tree. "You Wuhan!" To the left, Yin Wushuang shouted fiercely, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The twin stars of Huanghe City leaped simultaneously, their curved blades carving 2 arcs of silver light. Yet, the head of the demonic serpent suddenly pivoted, unleashing a plume of dark green poison mist. Yuwak, caught off guard, found his entire right arm corroded to a bloody mess in an instant. Brother, Yu Wuhan's eyes widened in horror, only to see the right head of the demonic serpent open its gaping maw, poised to bite down on the fallen Yuwak. In a moment of peril, get back. A thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder as a platinum figure descended from the heavens. Lu Chen's towering 3-meter frame fell like a meteor. The 5 spirits, suppressing demon, halberd radiating with blinding 5-colored divine light, crashing down upon the serpent's head. The clang of metal on metal reverberated painfully in the ears of those present. The demonic serpent howled in pain, its assault momentarily halted. Lu Chen, Yin Wushuang's pupils constricted as he gazed at the giant who had suddenly appeared. To his astonishment, in just a few days. This individual had grown even stronger since their last encounter. Without looking back, Lu Chen's colorful vertical pupils locked onto the demonic serpent. "Withdraw with the injured," he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. Yan Wushuang instinctively grasped Yu Wuk and retreated, while the others hurriedly distanced themselves from the battlefield. The three-headed serpent's 6 crimson eyes fixated on Lu Chen, with each blood-soaked mouth gathering poison mist, frost, and flames. 3 distinct attributes? A smile crept across Lu Chen's face, his platinum hair billowing in an unseen wind. Just the perfect opportunity to test my new weapon. The 5 spirits, suppressing demon, halberd suddenly buzzed and vibrated, its 5 beastly patterns illuminating simultaneously. Vermilion bird flames, azure dragon scales, white tiger claws, black turtle armor, and Qilin clouds. These 5 divine traits swirled upon the halberd, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Roar! The demonic serpent struck first, all 3 heads launching an assault at once. Poison mist darkened the sky, frost froze the earth, and flames incinerated everything. The 3 disparate attribute attacks intertwined to form a storm of death, enveloping Lu Chen completely. "Lu Chen, be careful!" Yan Wushuang could not help but exclaim. She had witnessed this very serpent obliterate a small mountain with this move. Yet at the center of the storm, Lu Chen remained unyielding. The 5 spirits, suppressing demon, halberd crossed before his chest, its blade radiating a swirling 5-colored divine light. "Break for me!" With a low command, 5 beastly phantoms soared into the sky from the halberd. The azure dragon's tail dispelled the poison mist. The vermilion bird's wings incinerated the frost. The black turtle inhaled the flames. The white tiger's claws tore through the storm, and the Qilin stomped the ground, shattering the residual force. The demonic serpent's lethal strike was effortlessly neutralized. "Now it's my turn." With a powerful stomp, the ground erupted violently. Lu Chen moved like lightning, instantly appearing above the demonic serpent. The 5 spirits, suppressing demon, halberd raised high overhead. 5 spirits breaking the heavens. As the blade descended, the 5 beastly phantoms merged into one, transforming into a radiant 5-colored beam piercing through heaven and earth. The demonic serpent let out a piercing howl as all 3 heads exploded, its massive body cleaved in 2 by the radiant pillar. "Kill the golden 1-star, 3-headed demonic serpent." As the system notification echoed, indicating a power gain of 1,500 points, the corpse of the monstrous serpent collapsed with a resounding thud, sending dust soaring to a height of 10 meters. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Yan Wushuang's crimson lips parted slightly, the flame whip in her grasp drooping lifelessly. She had previously allied with her brother, Yan Wudi, to confront golden-tier beasts, yet she had never witnessed such an overwhelming display of might. Is this the strength of the top-ranked on the leaderboard? Yu Wuhin cradled his injured brother, his voice trembling. Lu Chen flicked the blood from his spear, turning to the crowd. "Is everyone all right?" His gaze swept over the injured, and upon spotting Yu Wuqing's corroded right arm, he frowned slightly. Just as he intended to approach, a sharp sound sliced through the air behind him. "Be careful!" Yan Wushuang's warning coincided with the ambush. Without turning, Lu Chen swept his spear backward. With a sharp clang, a dark-tipped arrow, seemingly poisoned, was sent flying. However, a second and then a third arrow followed swiftly, seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as his figure blurred. In the next instant, he stood before the assailant, the spear tip poised menacingly at the intruder's throat. Only then did he discern the assailant's appearance. A gaunt, sullen-faced boy adorned with the emblem of Qinghe City. "Is this the treachery of your Qinghe City?" Lu Chen questioned coldly. Yet the boy displayed a sinister smile, not retreating, but lunging forward instead. With a sickening squelch, the spear pierced through his chest effortlessly. Lu Chen was taken aback. His battle-hardened instincts recognized that the boy had deliberately thrown himself into harm's way. As the boy lay dying, his lips moved, uttering 3 words in a voice only Lu Chen could hear. "You are finished." He then succumbed to death. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Lu Chen slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the terrified, furious faces of those around him. "Lu Chen, how dare you kill someone?" A student from Huanghe City barked, his sword aimed directly at Lu Chen. This was merely a competition. How could you stoop so low? Are the lives of Qinghe City's people not worth anything? Accusations flew thick and fast, while Yin Wushuang furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. The sudden appearance of the crossbow bolt and the boy's suicidal act seemed too peculiar. Wait, she attempted to explain. It was clearly the live stream captured everything. Someone interrupted, pointing at the drone hovering above. Lu Chen committed murder. Lu Chen silently withdrew his spear, blood dripping from blade. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Yin Wushuang. You saw it. He threw himself at me. I saw it, but Yin Wushuang's words trailed off just then, as everyone's wristwatches vibrated simultaneously. The leaderboard refreshed. But what drew greater attention was the sudden holographic announcement. Emergency notice. Tianbei City contestant Lu Chen is suspected of deliberately killing another contestant. The organizing committee has initiated an investigation. All contestants are urged to remain calm. Lu Chen remains stationary and await adjudication. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flashing through his multicolored vertical pupils. His reaction speed was astonishing, as if he had been fully prepared. The online livestream had erupted into chaos. Beast, openly committing murder. Is this the kind of scum cultivated in Tianbei City? Disqualify him. Deliver him to justice. The barrage of comments from the internet trolls surged like a tidal wave, drowning out the voices of ordinary viewers. In a medical room somewhere, Nangong Mingjing wore a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, please calm down, Yin Wushuang shouted. He collided with it himself. It was not Lu Chen who killed him. You're talking nonsense. Do you think we're blind? Yin Wushuang, are you truly defending this murderer? Fury clouded everyone's judgment, rendering them incapable of listening to reason. Yin Wushuang's face flushed with anger, while Lu Chen frowned slightly. Among them were certainly some naive fools who believed the narrative. Yet he was utterly unconvinced that no one was pretending to be ignorant. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen turned and approached the corpse of the demon dragon, commencing the process of handling the spoils under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This action further incited the anger of others, but in the face of overwhelming strength, none dared to step forward to impede him. Soon, members of the organizing committee and judges arrived on the scene. Chapter 49. The Fault-Finding Referee. Detected urgent task. Crisis of trust. The referees from the organizing committee seem to hold certain views about you. Please address the concerns of this individual in your own manner. Reward: 80,000 battle points. Body crystallization progress 30. An enhancement of the 5 elements divine beast to a minor success level. Just as Lu Chen finished reading the task details, he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the sky. 3 golden streaks of light pierced the heavens, descending upon the battlefield with an overwhelming aura. The leading middle-aged man bore a grim expression, a badge of the organizing committee pinned to his chest, emanating the unmistakable presence of a golden 3-star level. Lu Chen. Chun Feng landed with a fierce shout, laying down his weapon and demanding, "Submit to the investigation." The 2 referees behind him exchanged glances, one of whom, the elder Judge Zhang, frowned and said, "Judge Chun, the matter is not yet clear. There is no need for such urgency. The facts are quite evident." Chun Feng interrupted his colleague, pointing at the corpse of the Qinghe City student on the ground. The live broadcast clearly shows this fellow committing murder in public. Lu Chen leaned against an ancient tree, the 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd resting on his shoulder, his multicolored vertical pupils narrowing slightly. He noted that Chun Feng's right hand was firmly gripping the hilt of his dagger, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. 3 referees. Lu Chen's voice was eerily calm. He attacked me first, and then collided with my halberd. Nonsense. Chun Feng bellowed. The live broadcast clearly shows you initiating the attack. Elder Judge Zhang stepped forward. Lu Chen, please elaborate on the sequence of events. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Chun Feng interrupted abruptly. Why waste words with him? Disarm him first. He reached out to seize the 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd. How dare you? Lu Chen sharply angled the halberd, leaving a bloody mark on Chun Feng's hand. Is this how the organizing committee conducts investigations? The crowd erupted in a clamor. Chen Feng's complexion turned ashen, while Judges Zhang and Li exchanged bewildered glances at Chen Feng. Their usually composed friend was behaving unusually today. What a sharp-tongued little beast. Chen Feng sneered coldly. Judges Zhang and Li, you have witnessed this. He not only resisted arrest, but also assaulted a referee. Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. Judge Chen, may I ask you, if I truly intended to commit murder, why would I do so in front of a live camera? Why would I choose to kill an unfamiliar student from Qinghe City? And why, after the act, would I remain here waiting for you to apprehend me? 3 questions were fired off like a barrage, leaving Chen Feng momentarily speechless. Murmurs began to ripple through the surrounding students. Clearly some were starting to ponder these inconsistencies. Moreover, Lu Chen produced a crossbow bolt, one of those he had previously severed. Have you examined the crossbow bolts he used? The poison on them is potent enough to incapacitate a golden-level powerhouse. Where would an ordinary student acquire such contraband? Upon hearing this, Judge Zhang immediately crouched down to inspect the scene, and indeed, he discovered a finely crafted crossbow case hidden at the waist of the corpse, its arrowhead emanating an eerie blue glow. His expression changed abruptly. It was the spirit-sealing powder circulated in the black market. And so what? Chen Feng scoffed. Perhaps it was you who brought it, deliberately framing me. Lu Chen's multicolored vertical pupils gleamed with a chilling light. Judge Chen, from the moment you arrived, you have adamantly asserted my guilt, turning a blind eye to obvious discrepancies, and now you dare to slander me. His finger suddenly pointed accusingly at Chen Feng. I must inquire, what is your relationship with the deceased? Or perhaps, there lies another conspiracy behind you. This accusation pierced Chen Feng's heart like a sharp sword. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by rage. Arrogant. Does the organizing committee permit you to dictate proceedings? Today I shall, on behalf of the Tianbei City Education Bureau, teach you a lesson, you ignorant wretch. Before his words had fully escaped, Chen Feng's long knife had already been drawn. A golden blade of energy tearing through the air, aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. Chen Feng, you. Judge Zhang attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Teach me a lesson? You dare. Lu Chen was well prepared, the 5-spirit demon-subduing halberd blocking in front, its 5-color divine light swirling into a shield. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the forest, shockwaves snapping nearby trees in half. Lu Chen was forced back 3 steps, the ground beneath him cracking, while Chen Feng was also pushed back half a step by the recoil. How is this possible? Chen Feng's pupils constricted. Though this strike had not been executed with full force, the suppression of a golden 3-star against a silver rank should have been absolute. Yet Lu Chen not only withstood it, but also pushed him back. The scene fell into stunned silence. All present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Yin Wushuang's lips parted slightly, her fiery whip instinctively tightening in her grasp. This Lu Chen, having already slain a golden 1-star, could actually withstand a direct confrontation with a golden 3-star? Zhangli, Chen Feng suddenly bellowed. This boy has revealed his murderous nature. If we do not subdue him today, he will become a great threat in the future. Zhang and Li, the 2 judges, hesitated for a moment but ultimately drew their weapons. The authority of the organizing committee could not be challenged. Regardless of the truth, Lu Chen's resistance to investigation had indeed crossed the line. Lu Chen, Judge Zhang spoke solemnly. This is your final warning. Lower your weapon and submit to investigation. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his platinum hair swirling in an unseen wind. He discerned that these 2 judges were relatively fair, yet they were now in a predicament. If a fight were to ensue, he slowly assumed a combat stance. Yet I, Lu Chen, have a clear conscience. Stubborn and unyielding. Chen Feng roared. Everyone attacked together. 3 golden figures lunged simultaneously towards Lu Chen. The gleam of blades and swords momentarily enveloping the entire area. The aura of the golden-level experts surged like a tsunami, forcing the distant onlookers to retreat repeatedly. Azure Dragon breaking the heavens halberd, Dragon's tail sweep. Lu Chen advanced rather than retreating, the the five-spirit demon-subduing halberd sweeping outward, 5 beastly patterns on the halberd glowing simultaneously. An enormous, multicolored dragon phantom materialized out of thin air, its tail sweeping through the ranks of enemies, effectively blocking the combined assault of the 3 golden-level fighters. Boom! The explosive shockwave uprooted trees within a 100-meter radius. The ground scraped away to a depth of 3 feet. Blood trickled from Lu Chen's lips. Yet he fought with increasing fervor, his spear techniques becoming ever more formidable. This young man must not be allowed to escape. Chen Feng's heart raced in terror as he unleashed even more vicious attacks, aiming directly for vital points, clearly intent on seizing the opportunity to eliminate Lu Chen. Seeking death, Lu Chen roared in fury, the murderous intent surging within his multicolored vertical pupils. He had discerned the truth. Chen Feng was not here to investigate, but rather to ensure his demise. The battlefield had descended into a stalemate. 3 golden-tier powerhouses were momentarily unable to subdue a mere silver-tier student. Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. Although Lu Chen found himself at a disadvantage, he employed the 5 spirits suppressing demon spear in conjunction with the 5 elements avatar technique, defending flawlessly. Formed the triad formation. Chen Feng suddenly shifted tactics, and the 3 judges immediately positioned themselves to embody heaven, earth, and humanity, their spiritual energies merging into a singular force. This was a combination combat technique they had trained specifically for, amplifying their power manifold. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Chen's multicolored eyes. Since you relish overwhelming the few with your numbers, 5 spirits avatar, manifest, with a resounding declaration. 5 streams of radiant light erupted from Lu Chen's body. The crimson vermilion bird, the verdant azure dragon, the azure black tortoise, the platinum white tiger, and the earthy yellow qilin appeared simultaneously, each exuding an aura slightly weaker than Lu Chen's true form. Everyone be cautious. Chen Feng's pupils constricted. This young man's avatar technique was no simple matter. You enjoy brawling, do you? Lu Chen grinned, his platinum hair billowing without wind. Let us see who truly possesses the greater numbers. Before his words had fully escaped, the 5 avatars surged forth like arrows released from a bow. The vermilion bird and black tortoise lunged at Judge Zhang, while the azure dragon and qilin ensnared Judge Li. The most menacing of the avatars, the white tiger, charged alongside Lu Chen's true form, targeting Chen Feng directly. Arrogant. Chen Feng, furious yet mocking, faltered mid-sentence. For Lu Chen's true form and the white tiger avatar had already converged upon him. White tiger rending sky claw. Azure dragon breaking heaven spear. Furious dragon pierces heart. Lu Chen wielded the 5 spirits suppressing demon spear, its blade transforming into the head of the azure dragon. The white tiger avatar's fingers became razor-sharp, slicing through the air. One on the left, one on the right, the combined might of the dragon and tiger unleashed a cataclysmic force. Chapter 50. Let us descend into hell together. Chen Feng hastily raised his sword in defense, yet a deafening clang resonated as his prized golden-grade spiritual blade was marred by a crack. The terrifying recoil shattered his grip, forcing him to stagger back 7 paces before he could regain his balance. This young man, Chen Feng, was filled with astonishment. He was a golden 3-star. How could he be repelled head-on by a silver-grade student? Before he could ponder further, Lu Chen and the white tiger avatar relentlessly pursued him like a relentless parasite. The main body wielded its spear with grandiose flair, each strike accompanied by the roar of dragons and elephants. The avatar, with its claws, executed vicious and cunning maneuvers, targeting vital points with precision. Their synergy was impeccable, leaving Chen Feng with no choice but to defend himself, utterly powerless to counterattack. Meanwhile, Judge Zhang found himself in dire straits as well. Faced with the vermilion bird avatar, which sported fiery wings, a torrential rain of flames cascaded upon him. The black tortoise avatar unfurled a curtain of water, entirely sealing off his retreat. "Watch out, old Zhang," Judge Li shouted, intent on providing assistance. But he was ensnared by the azure dragon and qilin avatars. The azure dragon spear darted like a swimming dragon, aiming straight for his throat. The Qilin, treading on auspicious clouds, shook the ground with each step, causing it to fissure. The three talents formation was utterly fragmented, its power significantly diminished. Boom! Lu Chen struck down with his spear once more, sending Chun Feng hurtling away, crashing through three ancient trees before he finally came to a halt. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, disbelief etched in his eyes. Judge Chun, Lu Chen drew closer, his multicolored vertical pupils glinting with cold light. Now, can we speak of this? Why do you target me at every turn? Chun Feng sneered, wiping away the blood. You little beast, do you think this means victory? Suddenly, he produced a black pill from his bosom and swallowed it whole. Ack! Chun Feng let out a scream that was far from human, his veins bulging, and strange black patterns emerged beneath his skin. His aura surged wildly, shattering the confines of golden 3-star and ascending to golden 5-star in an instant. More terrifyingly, wisps of black mist seeped from his 7 orifices, coalescing into a grotesque phantom around him. This is... Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The malevolent aura was instinctively repulsive upon mere contact. You little beast, forcing me to resort to forbidden drugs. You truly have reason to be proud. Chen Feng's voice grew hoarse and unpleasant. I shall take your life today. In an instant, he vanished, his speed multiplied several times over. Lu Chen barely managed to sidestep, yet was still grazed on the ribs by a blade, blood instantly staining his robes. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lu Chen's multicolored vertical pupils locked onto Chun Feng with unwavering intensity. In the sight of the 5-color divine eyes, the flow of spiritual power within Chun Feng was strikingly clear. It was not the result of normal cultivation, but rather a sinister energy forcibly infused through forbidden means. Chun Feng, as a judge of the organizing committee, you conspire with the Purity Society. Lu Chen suddenly bellowed. This declaration struck like thunder. Judges Zhang and Li were taken aback, their offensive momentum faltering. Nonsense. A flicker of panic crossed Chun Feng's eyes, but his assault only intensified. You seek death. The long knife, shrouded in black mist, descended upon him. Lu Chen raised his spear to meet it. With a resounding clang, Lu Chen grunted in pain, dropping to one knee, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha! Chun Feng laughed maniacally. What a farce. The so-called genius of Tianhai is nothing remarkable. System, grant me an upgrade. Lu Chen bellowed inwardly. 20,000 battle points consumed. Upgraded to silver 3 stars. 30,000 battle points consumed. Upgraded to silver 4 stars. 40,000 battle points consumed. Upgraded to silver 5 stars. In the instant the system's notifications ceased, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within Lu Chen. Radiant 5-color divine light enveloped him, akin to a blazing inferno, as his aura soared to new heights, accompanied by the crisp sound of his crystalline bones colliding. The shackles of silver 2 stars were shattered in an instant, propelling him 3 levels higher. His attributes surged dramatically. What? Chun Feng's ghastly expression froze upon his face. Breaking through 3 levels at once? Who has ever upgraded in such a manner? Have you taken something illicit? Old Zhang this. Li, the referee, who had been observing Chun Feng, was rendered speechless. They had witnessed prodigies before, but never one capable of continuous breakthroughs in the heat of battle. At that moment of astonishment from the 2 referees, a brilliant light ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. Now is the moment. 5 avatars suddenly disengaged from combat, transforming into 5 streaks of light that encircled Chun Feng. The vermilion bird to the south, the azure dragon to the east, the white tiger to the west, the black tortoise to the north, and the Qilin at the center. The 5 elements heaven-sealing array activate. With a thunderous roar from Lu Chen, the 5-color divine light intertwined into an impenetrable net, completely enveloping Chun Feng. By the time the 2 referees regained their composure, the formation was complete, and the intricate patterns spun, isolating the interior from the exterior. As Lu Chen declared, only 5 equally matched powerhouses could breach it. You little beast. Chun Feng howled amidst the black fog, his long blade completely corrupted, its surface crawling with crimson veins. Do you think this pitiful array can contain me? He swung his blade towards the luminous barrier, and the black-red energy clashed with the five-color divine light, producing a deafening, corrosive sound. The formation trembled violently, yet remained unbroken. Lu Chen chuckled coldly and leaped into the array. Within it, a new realm unfolded. Chen Feng, now enveloped in a tangible suit of black energy, sprouted two twisted horns from his forehead, entirely losing his human form. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, he grinned with a gaping maw. Seeking death, the blade's radiance surged like a river of blood, and wherever it passed, even the array's luminous barrier began to crack. Yet Lu Chen, employing the vermilion bird's divine step, transformed into a streak of fire, swiftly maneuvering behind Chen Feng. Azure Dragon Spear, Dragon Ascending. The five spirits' demon-subduing spear pierced upward, its tip coalescing with a glimmer of azure light, precisely penetrating the gap in Chen Feng's back armor. With a splatter, black blood gushed forth as Chen Feng howled in agony, tumbling forward. But it was not yet over. Lu Chen's left hand shifted suddenly, the white tiger's rending claw sweeping out with blinding golden brilliance, tearing away a large piece of black armor with a resounding rip. Furious, Chen Feng pivoted, yet his blade strike fell short once more. Lu Chen had already transitioned to the black tortoise's ocean-subduing fist, surrounded by a curtain of water and celestial light. Gracefully retreating 10 paces, the seamless transition between three combat techniques left the two referees outside the array utterly astounded. To transform oneself into such a grotesque form, and yet possess only this level of prowess? Lu Chen deliberately provoked, lightly flicking the tip of his spear to discard the torn black armor upon the ground. As the fragment fell to the ground, it instantly transformed into a pool of pus and blood, eroding a pit of considerable depth. Chen Feng's eyes surged with a crimson light. I want you to suffer more than death. He struck his chest fiercely, expelling 3 jets of vital blood onto the blade. The demonic sword, upon absorbing this blood, sprouted menacing barbs, and its aura surged threefold. Blood Demon Slash. With this strike, the entire 5 elements' great array trembled violently. Lu Chen dared not confront it head-on. He activated the vermilion bird's burning sky step to its utmost, his form becoming a fleeting shadow as he evaded. The blade's aura grazed his arm, instantly corroding it down to the bone. Hiss! Lu Chen inhaled sharply. The Azure Dragon's longevity technique surged within him, and 5-color divine light immediately rushed toward the wound. The glazed bones shimmered faintly, providing support as flesh and blood regenerated at a visible pace. Seeing this, Chen Feng became even more frenzied, completely forsaking defense, striking with deadly intent. Within the array, black gas and divine light clashed furiously, the sounds of explosions echoing incessantly. Yet, Lu Chen gradually discerned a pattern. Whenever Chen Feng prepared to unleash a powerful move, black gas would first coalesce around his right shoulder. Now was the moment. Lu Chen suddenly changed his strategy. As Chen Feng raised his shoulder again, Lu Chen's left hand executed the Xuanwuxi subduing fist to neutralize the blade's momentum, while his right hand wielded the Azure Dragon's breaking heaven spear, aiming directly for the throat. Simultaneously, his left hand launched a surprise attack with the white tiger's rending claw from an unconventional angle, targeting the ribs. Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds resonated in succession. Chen Feng was struck in the throat, heart, and dantian, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. He staggered backward, fear finally manifesting in his eyes. No, it's impossible. But Lu Chen would not grant him a moment's respite. The 5 spirits' subduing demon halberd was raised high overhead. 5 avatars simultaneously channeling energy to the main body. The halberd's blade radiated with 5-color divine light, transforming into a dazzling beam. 5 spirits breaking the heavens strike. The light beam descended with thunderous force, and Chen Feng desperately raised his sword to meet it. The demonic blade shattered inch by inch within the divine light, while the black gas armor melted away like snow. As the brilliance faded, he knelt at the center of the array, his body riddled with wounds, even one of his horns broken. Speak. Lu Chen pressed the tip of the halberd against Chen Feng's throat, demanding, "What other schemes does the Purification Society have? Why target me?" Suddenly, Chun Feng grinned wickedly, his mangled body beginning to swell unnaturally. "Let us descend into hell together." A grim realization washed over Lu Chen as his expression changed dramatically. He understood instantly that Chun Feng intended to self-destruct. The 5 avatars frantically reinforced the array while the main body exerted all its strength to uphold the Qilin cloud armor. Boom! Under the terrifying explosion, Lu Chen was hurled like a kite severed from its string by the shockwave, crashing through 3 rock walls before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 51. Are these people masochists? Crunch, crunch. Lu Chen voraciously devoured the compressed biscuits. The energy contained within the flesh of the demonic beast swiftly transforming into a surge of spiritual power that coursed through his meridians to invigorate his limbs and bones. The wound on his ribcage healed at a visibly rapid pace, and his pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. These biscuits are remarkably effective. He licked the crumbs from the corner of his mouth and cast his gaze around. The 2 judges, Judge Zhang and Judge Li, stood frozen in place, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and dismay. Chun Feng's self-detonation had been utterly unexpected. The eerie black mist and the sudden surge of power were unmistakably the handiwork of the Pure World Society. Yet, despite having collaborated with Chun Feng for many years, they had failed to realize he had been infiltrated. Judges, Lu Chen's voice shattered the silence. Do you believe it now? Judge Li regarded him with a complex expression. Judge Zhang hesitated, finally letting out a long sigh. Lu Chen, regarding Chun Feng, we will report the matter truthfully. However, your public defiance of a law still constitutes a violation of the rules. Rules? Lu Chen scoffed, lifting the poisoned crossbow bolt from the ground with the tip of his weapon. When that thing was used to ambush me, why was no one concerned about the rules? Judge Li furrowed his brow as he glanced at the students around them. Yin Wushuang was supporting the injured Yu Wuqiu when the red-haired girl suddenly spoke up. I can testify that it was that student from Qinghai City who struck first. We can also attest to that. The students from Tianbei City began to stand in solidarity. However, the prodigies from other cities displayed visible fear, with someone whispering, "But he killed a judge." Nonsense. Someone roared, their voice echoing like thunder. That guy is clearly a lackey of the Pure World Society. Are you blind? Some others struggled to rise, arguing. If it weren't for Lu Chen's formidable strength, he would be the one lying on the ground now. The debate grew increasingly heated, and the chat room exploded with comments. Tianbei netizens, Chun Feng is suspicious. His last date was clearly off. Provincial city netizens, nonsense. Does Lu Chen have a reason to kill? Rational faction, everyone be quiet. That black mist is definitely a tactic of the Pure World Society. My cousin has seen it in the military. In the director's room, commentator Wang Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced himself to remain composed. Dear viewers, the incident is still under investigation. Please remain calm. Both online and in the venue, the crowd continued to argue incessantly. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had no interest in engaging in such meaningless disputes. He addressed the 2 judges. Do you have nothing to say about that bizarre surge of power we just witnessed? Judge Li's expression changed, and he hesitated before saying, that thing resembles the demonic spirit pills used by the Pure World Society. As expected, who but those lunatics would resort to such life-draining abominations? Lu Chen flicked his arm, the joints emitting a crisp crack. Furthermore, you heard his last words. The 2 judges exchanged a grave glance, their expressions serious. Chun Feng's final utterance about descending into hell was clearly a declaration of mutual destruction. The Pure World Society had indeed infiltrated. Lu Chen chuckled coldly, remarking that the officials of Tianbei City resembled a sandglass, allowing members of the Jiangshi Society to infiltrate from every corner. His words were not whispered in secrecy. They were broadcasted live for all to hear. Outside, Elder Zhang felt his face flush with embarrassment. This was the 3rd time such an incident had occurred, and he found it increasingly difficult to face the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianquan from the Provincial Education Department stated, indeed, there seemed to be an excessive number of rats in Tianbei City. The oversight has been rather lax. He continued, After this event concludes, we shall promptly initiate a thorough investigation to eradicate the Jing Shi society. Elder Zhang gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting that the culprits from the last attack were still unidentified, only to be faced with yet another disturbance. At the military base in Tianbei City, General Lu was seething with rage. Investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. I will obliterate them. However, at that moment, none of this concerned Lu Chen. Cousin, we caught a big fish. Yi Xiaofan's voice echoed from the dense forest as he emerged, dragging a bloodied man in a gray robe. Qin Hao and Chu Feng flanked him, escorting the captive, while Lin Yu vigilantly commanded her illusion butterfly to keep watch in the surroundings. This scoundrel has been stealthily following us, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed, forcefully throwing the man to the ground and pressing a heated rod against his throat. It was then that Lin Yu's illusion butterfly detected something amiss. Lu Chen narrowed his colorful vertical pupils, lifting the man's chin with the tip of his weapon. A member of the Jing Shi society? The gray-robed man grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloodied teeth. You must be Lu Fan's son. Your perception is commendable. Before he could finish, Qin Hao landed a punch squarely on his face. Enough with the nonsense. Don't kill him, Lu Chen interjected, halting the enraged Qin Hao. He coldly inquired, aside from Qin Feng, how many of you infiltrated? What are your plans? The gray-robed man suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you fools! Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall graciously inform you. Among the prodigies participating in this trial, at least 20 are our people. What? The expressions of the two judges shifted dramatically. Yin Wushuang's fiery whip cracked against the ground. Nonsense. The talents from each city undergo rigorous scrutiny. Scrutiny? The gray-robed man mocked. Can you uncover those corrupt mentors and replace students? His sinister gaze swept over each person present. Perhaps the very individuals you trust the most are already in league with us. This statement fell upon the crowd like a bucket of icy water, causing several students to instinctively step back, eyeing their companions with suspicion. Stop sowing discord, Yi Xiaofan shouted, delivering a kick to the man's back. Get to the point. What do you intend to do? The gray-robed man suddenly displayed a peculiar smile. You fools have unwittingly brought me to a gathering of prodigies. His muscles began to swell unnaturally. This grand gift is for you to keep. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Judge Zhang shouted sternly. Lu Chen reacted swiftly, his towering 3-meter frame standing like a fortress before the crowd. Everyone retreat, he commanded. The two judges and the formidable Yi Xiaofan promptly advanced, forming a barrier alongside Lu Chen. The less powerful students were shielded behind them, while Lin Yu enveloped the injured, including Yu Wuqing, in a protective mental barrier. With a thunderous explosion, the body of the man in the gray robe detonated like a bomb. Within the blood mist swirled an eerie black energy that withered flora and corroded rocks in its wake. Lu Chen bore the brunt of the blast, wielding the 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd to intercept the onslaught as the vibrant divine light clashed violently with the dark mist. The shockwave from the explosion forced him back several paces, causing a surge of blood to rise in his chest. Cough, cough. This is the second time today. Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress his frustration. Are the members of the Pure World Society all masochists? They keep resorting to self-detonation. As the smoke cleared, the scene was chaotic. Despite the protection of the powerful, several students were injured by the residual shockwaves. Yin Wushuang's crimson hair was matted with dust, and the freshly bandaged wound on Yu Wuqing reopened. Is everyone all right? Yi Xiaofan emerged from the rubble, appearing somewhat disheveled. Just as the group was regaining their composure, the situation escalated once more. Boom! 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 A series of blood-red pillars of light surged skyward from various points within the secret realm, piercing the clouds. Between the pillars, faint crimson threads connected them, swiftly weaving a colossal blood net across the firmament. Chapter 52. The game has just begun. Boom! A blood-red beam soared into the sky, weaving into a colossal web of crimson that enveloped the entire secret realm. An invisible pressure suddenly descended, causing everyone to feel an instant heaviness in their bodies. and the flow of their spiritual energy became sluggish. What is happening? My spiritual power is being suppressed. Qin Hao's expression changed as the lightning flickering around him dimmed. It's a formation. Judge Zhang's face grew serious. The ascetic society could actually deploy such a formidable formation, capable of suppressing even golden-tier individuals to the level of silver. Judge Li attempted to channel his spiritual energy, and indeed found his power forcibly reduced by an entire major realm. His expression darkened as he remarked, "This is troublesome. My combat strength within the secret realm is likely reduced to the peak of silver." However, Lu Chen merely glanced at the blood web, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suppressed realms? It matters not. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Mission completed. Acquired 80,000 combat points. Body crystallization progress 30. 5-element divine beast compendium upgraded to minor completion level. Having just completed the mission, he not only received an impressive reward of 80,000 combat points, but also saw his body crystallization progress soar by 30. Coupled with the enhancement of the 5-element divine beast compendium to minor completion, the power of his combat skills doubled, meaning that even when his realm was suppressed, his strength still far surpassed what it had been before. Roar! Just as everyone was filled with confusion, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the distant mountains and forests. Immediately after, the ground trembled violently, as if some colossal creature were approaching. That sound. Judge Zhang's pupils constricted. This is bad. It's the golden 5-star beast kings of a secret realm. How could they appear here? In the next moment, boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifyingly massive beasts burst forth from the dense forest, each radiating a suffocating aura of power. On the far left stood a blazing inferno lion, engulfed in crimson flames, its size comparable to a small mountain, melting the ground into magma with each step. In the center loomed a jet-black abyssal demon ape, its arms like towering pillars, muscles rippling with overwhelming brute strength. And on the far right was a thunder celestial rock, its wings spanning nearly 100 meters, crackling with wild lightning. 3 golden 5-star beast kings. Judge Li's face turned pale. This is the end. Even if we weren't suppressed, we might not stand a chance against beasts of his caliber. Yet, what was even more despairing was that atop each of these beast kings stood a member of the ascetic society, clad in black robes. They formed hand seals, their eyes flickering with eerie blood-red runes, clearly using some secret technique to control the beast kings. Ha ha ha! The figure atop, the inferno lion, cackled maliciously. "You accursed human prodigies. Today marks your demise. Damn it, these scoundrels." Qin Hao cursed angrily. Unable to defeat us, they resort to underhanded tactics, using beast kings to hunt us down. Yin Wushuang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This is troublesome. How are we to confront the 3-headed beast king?" However, Lu Chen merely cast a fleeting glance, followed by a cold chuckle. "They're merely 3 beasts. They shall be slaughtered." "Lu Chen, do not act rashly," Judge Zhang urged. "Even with your extraordinary combat prowess, it is impossible to simultaneously contend with 3 golden 5-star beast kings." "Who said I intend to confront all 3 at once?" Lu Chen replied with a grin, his platinum hair swirling in the tempestuous wind. "You 2 restrain 2 of them, and the strongest shall be mine." Before his words faded, he suddenly stomped his foot, Zhuke, burning heaven's step. Boom! Fiery flames erupted beneath him, and Lu Chen transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the thunder sky phoenix. Arrogance! The robed figure controlling the phoenix sneered. "A mere silver rank dares to challenge a golden 5-star beast king? He seeks his own demise." With his hands clasped, the thunder sky phoenix flapped its massive wings, unleashing torrents of lightning like a torrential downpour. Rumbling. Where the lightning struck, the ground shattered, and trees splintered. The terrifying destructive force sending shivers down everyone's spines. Yet Lu Chen did not flinch. He swung the 5 spirits suppressing demon halberd, Xuanwu suppressing sea fist. A brilliant blue water curtain unfurled instantaneously, absorbing the thunderous assault, neutralizing it entirely. What? The robed figure's pupils constricted. he could actually withstand the Beast King's attack. Lu Chen smirked, accelerating rapidly, swiftly closing the distance to the phoenix. White tiger, rending the heaven's claw. His right hand morphed into a platinum claw, viciously slashing at the phoenix's wings. Splat! Blood splattered as the phoenix let out a piercing shriek, one of its wings brutally torn apart. Roar! In agony, the phoenix erupted in rage, its wings thrashing wildly, a massive sphere of lightning, over 10 meters in diameter, coalescing and hurtling towards Lu Chen. The robed figure barked. The lightning sphere crashed down, distorting the very fabric of space itself. Lu Chen merely grinned. Is that all? 5 spirits breaking the heaven strike. The 5 spirits, suppressing demon, halberd radiated with 5-color divine light, the blade colliding with the lightning sphere. Boom! A blinding brilliance illuminated the entire secret realm. The horrifying shockwave upturning the ground within 100 meters. As the dust settled, a massive blood hole was revealed in the chest of the Thunder Sky Phoenix. While Lu Chen stood firmly atop its head, the halberd embedded deeply into its skull. Puffed. The robed figure had no time to react as Lu Chen launched him away with a single strike, sending him crashing to the ground. You! His face twisted in horror. How could a silver rank? Remember this in your next life. Do not provoke those who are untouchable. Crack! The blade fell, sending the robed figure's head soaring into the air. Old John, hold on. Meanwhile, Judge Li spat blood, battling alongside Judge Zhang against the Xianming demon ape. The strength of this golden 5-star beast king was utterly terrifying. Each punch sent tremors through their bones. This cannot continue. Judge Zhang began to speak, but the ape's colossal fist was already hurtling towards them. At a critical moment, a platinum figure descended from the heavens. The 5 spirits town demon halberd forcefully cleaving into the arm of the demon ape. The resounding clash of metal echoed as the demon's onslaught was abruptly interrupted. Lu Chen? The 2 judges were taken aback, their surprise mingled with joy. Elders, take a moment to rest. This beast is mine to handle. Lu Chen cracked his neck, his colorful vertical pupils ablaze with combat fervor. Enraged, the demon ape pounded its chest, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that resonated painfully through the air. It leaped forward, bearing down upon Lu Chen like a mountain. Come me. Lu Chen stood his ground, his foot striking the ground fiercely. Qilin cloud armor. A golden yellow radiance enveloped his form, bracing for the full force of the demon ape's assault. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly, Lu Chen's legs sinking into the rock yet remaining steadfast. Now it's my turn. A grin spread across his face as his left hand suddenly shifted tactics. Azure Dragon breaks the heavens. Dragon raises its head. With a roar, the halberd transformed into the head of a blue dragon, piercing upward through the demon ape's throat. The beast's roar was abruptly silenced, its colossal body crashing to the ground. Hold on. Yi Xiaofan was drenched in blood, the rust on his sword thoroughly soaked. Behind him, Qin Hao, Chu Feng, and others were equally battered. The flames of the burning sky flame lion had nearly turned the entire battlefield into a purgatory, while Yen Wushuang's fiery whip lay in tatters. And Lin Yu's spiritual illusion butterflies were nearly exhausted. Damn it, let's go all out. Qin Hao roared, his body crackling with lightning as he recklessly charged toward the flame lion. Come back. Yi Xiaofan urgently attempted to intervene, only to see the flame lion's massive claw descending upon Qin Hao's head. In that moment of imminent peril, a single sword, Yi Xiaofan's gazes sudendi sharpenit, the blood on his rusted sword eerily seeping into the blade, revealing the hidden dark golden patterns beneath, breaking 10,000 laws. With a silent hum, a grayish sword energy sliced through the air. The flame lion's movement froze, and then, sizzle, its enormous body split in two, crashing to the ground. The figure in the black robe, controlling the flame lion, barely had time to react before being torn to shreds by the residual force. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, staring at the frail youth and the seemingly tattered, rusted sword in his hand. Exhaling deeply, Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt his legs weaken and knelt upon the ground, cursing, I've overdone it. All three Beast Kings have been vanquished. Yet before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, the blood net in the sky abruptly constricted violently, a chilling voice resonating throughout the secret realm. Very well. You have done exceptionally. However, the game has only just begun. Chapter 53. The Chaotic Blood Crystal. The Nine-Nether Demonic Energy. Amidst the vigilant gazes of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged. A horde of shadowy rats from the depths of the earth. What other tricks could they possibly employ? Lu Chen disdainfully raised his spear, pointing it at the man in black robes, and coldly remarked, "Do not make it so easy for me to end your life." Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools. Do you truly believe this is a mere trial of the secret realm? The suddenly appearing figure in black laughed maniacally, standing atop a blood-red stone tablet, surrounded by an eerie black and red aura. As his laughter echoed, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently, the ground splitting open with countless fissures, and a crimson light surged forth from beneath. What does this mean? Judge Zhang suddenly sensed an ominous turn of events. This secret realm was discovered by my Purification Society long before its inception. The man in black sneered. We have been secretly laying our plans for years, waiting for this day, to use the blood of countless extraordinary beasts and your talents to activate the ancient restrictions within this secret realm. What? Judge Zhang's face changed dramatically as he suddenly looked skyward. He beheld the vast blood net that had enveloped the secret realm, now retracting like a spider's web. Countless crimson threads converging towards a single point. At that center, a crystal, entirely crimson and seemingly filled with flowing liquid, was gradually taking shape. Could it be the chaotic blood crystal? Judge Li's voice trembled, said to contain the essence of ancient ferocious beasts. Correct. The man in black spread his arms wide, fervently exclaiming, "This blood crystal seals the remnant soul of an ancient ferocious beast. And you, especially you, Lu Chen." He abruptly pointed at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with avarice. "The most powerful genius shall become the prime vessel for the beast's rebirth." Seeking death, Yi Xiaofan shouted furiously, drawing his rusty sword, unleashing a gray sword energy aimed directly at the man in black. However, before the sword energy could draw near, it was devoured by the sanguine radiance emitted by the blood crystal. Futile. The man in black cackled madly. The blood crystal has been formed. The ritual begins. Boom! The blood crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light, instantly enveloping the entire secret realm. Everyone felt their bodies grow heavy, as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon their shoulders, rendering their spiritual power sluggish. My spiritual energy has been suppressed again. Qin Hao's expression darkened. The lightning flickering around him extinguished completely. This is domain suppression. Judge Zhang gritted his teeth, at least a pressure of peak golden level. Yet, an even more terrifying event unfolded. A blurred phantom gradually emerged from within the blood crystal, resembling a colossal beast with 9 eyes and bony wings sprouting from its back. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers through the soul. Ha ha ha! The man in black trembled with excitement, welcoming the awakening of the esteemed one. A cacophony of insects echoed in everyone's minds, followed by a raspy voice. In the next moment, the man in black exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Wasn't he here to awaken it? Yin Wushuang was also bewildered. How could have killed him instead? He was never asked to awaken himself. It is merely a case of unrequited affection. It would be more fitting to say he brought this upon himself. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, alleviating the tension that hung in the air. The phantom gradually opened its 9 blood-red eyes, casting its gaze over the assembly before finally fixing on Lu Chen. Accommodable physique. In the next moment, a crimson thread shot forth from the blood crystal, ensnaring Lu Chen in an instant. Cousin, Yishaofang gasped in astonishment, attempting to rush forward, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Lu Chen, Yin Wushuang's fiery whip lashed out, yet it too was obstructed by the blood light. A horde of insignificant insects. The raspy voice echoed once more. To be chosen as the vessel for my essence is a privilege you should be grateful for. The blood thread suddenly constricted, and Lu Chen's figure was instantaneously drawn into the blood crystal. Outside, everyone was left in shock. Its overjudge Li's face turned ashen. Being dragged into the crimson realm by the remnants of a ferocious beast meant no one could emerge alive. Inside the blood-red space, Lu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself enveloped in a scarlet world. The sky was crimson, the ground was crimson, and even the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. "Welcome to my domain." The raspy voice resonated from all directions. Lu Chen looked up to see the nine-eyed phantom hovering not far away, its cold gaze fixated on him. "Your flesh, I shall claim." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the phantom lunged forward, instantly merging with Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen let out a pain scream, feeling a violent force assailing his soul, attempting to erase his very existence. "Surrender your resistance." The voice of the ferocious spirit reverberated in his mind. "Your struggle is futile." Lu Chen knelt on one knee, veins bulging on his forehead, blood vessels spreading within his multicolored vertical pupils. His consciousness began to blur, as if plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Yet, just as he was on the brink of complete consumption, buzz! The five-colored glazed bone in his chest suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. "This is..." The ferocious spirit's voice turned alarmed. "The supreme five spirits bone? How could you possibly possess such a treasure?" Lu Chen jolted awake, sensing a warm power surging from the glazed bone, immediately safeguarding his soul. "The supreme five spirits bone? Now that is an unfamiliar name." Lu Chen grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze intensified with resolve. "You wish to usurp my body? That depends on whether you possess the capability." He straightened his posture, the divine light within his multicolored vertical pupils surging. The five elements revolved, sealing the heavens and subduing the demons. Boom! 5 embodiments burst forth simultaneously from within him, forming a grand formation that temporarily suppressed the ferocious spirit's power. The ferocious spirit roared in fury. "A mere insect dares to resist. Do not think that possessing the supreme five spirits bone grants you the power to defy me." The blood-red space trembled violently. An endless torrent of crimson energy surged toward Lu Chen. Crack! As Lu Chen's skeletal arms shattered inch by inch, blood erupted from his pores, exploding into a mist of crimson within the blood-soaked expanse. The 9 blood-red eyes of the malevolent spirit simultaneously ignited with a scarlet glow, and the terrifying pressure from its presence caused the barrier of the 5 spirits sealing heaven array to creak ominously. Ding! Ancient ferocious beast. The remnant soul of the 9 nether demonic evil detected. Ultimate mission issued. Devour the remnant soul. Reward: minor achievement in the divine elephant subduing prison technique. 50 evolution of the 5-colored glazed bone, 200,000 combat points. 50% evolution, 200,000 combat points. Lu Chen's pupils convulsed in shock. The system had never before offered such bounteous rewards. The origins of this remnant soul were likely far more terrifying than he had imagined. Ants, to perish at the hands of an ancient ferocious soul is your honor. The malevolent spirit suddenly materialized, taking the form of a 9-eyed demonic ape with skeletal wings sprouting from its back. With a single punch, the 5 spirits sealing heaven array was instantaneously shattered. Lu Chen's chest caved in, and he was sent hurtling through the air like a broken sack. Puff! The blood he spewed transformed into ice crystals midair. To his horror, he realized that the spirit's attack carried an icy chill capable of freezing souls. Chapter 54. The transformation of yin and yang through the 5 elements. The blood-red expanse trembled violently, and Lu Chen knelt upon one knee, blood oozing from his 7 orifices in serpentine trails. The luminous barrier of the 5 spirits sealing heaven array emitted a cacophonous shatter under the relentless grip of the 9-eyed demon ape, as 5 avatars simultaneously expelled a mist of crimson. How dare mere ants defy my presence? The 9 blood-red eyes of the demon ape ignited with a ferocious scarlet glow, its skeletal wings unfurling to obscure the sky. It crushed the head of the azure dragon avatar beneath its foot, then seized the wings of the vermilion bird, tearing them apart with brutal force. This five-spirit supreme bone shall be claimed by me. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The shield forged from the Xuanwuxi suppressing fist was obliterated by a single punch from the demon ape, shattered droplets of water instantly freezing into crystalline ice in midair. The claws of the white tiger avatar grazed the demon ape's chest, leaving mere white streaks upon its bone armor. 5 elements, seal the heavens, suppress. Lu Chen bit his tongue, releasing a torrent of vital blood as the 5-color divine light surged dramatically. Yet, the demon ape grinned wickedly, its cavernous maw opening wide as a blood column infused with dark energy pierced through the grand formation. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound the size of a bowl was blasted into Lu Chen's chest. He glanced down to see his translucent ribcage exposed to the air, cracks visibly spreading across it. System, allocate vitality points. Lu Chen commanded, consuming 10,000 battle points, vitality 20. Consuming 15,000 battle points, vitality 30. The system interface rapidly depleted battle points, and as his vitality surged, Lu Chen's injuries began to mend swiftly. However, the demon ape's second strike was already upon him. As its bony claw pierced his dantian, Lu Chen suddenly laughed. His bloodied fingers traced the 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd, igniting the 5 divine beast patterns upon its shaft. Damn it, do you really think I want to fight to the death? 5 spirits demon suppressing halberd, explode for me. Though this epic weapon had yet to warm in his grasp, it mattered not. If it was to explode, then so be it. In a cataclysmic explosion, the blood-red space was rent asunder by a burst of 5-colored radiance. The demon ape howled in agony, half of its skeletal wing obliterated into fragments. Yet, Lu Chen had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the explosion's power, one that he could not withstand. Damn, this has gone awry. Lu Chen felt numb. As his body disintegrated within the tempest of energy, the last image he beheld was the furious visage of the demon. It had not expected its prey to self-destruct. Beep. Host life signs are about to vanish. 5 elements vermilion bird bloodline hidden passive triggered. Nirvana rebirth. Consuming 20,000 battle points. Commencing Nirvana rebirth. When Lu Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing amidst a sea of blood. His shattered body had been restored. Yet the system's inventory of battle points lay utterly depleted. In the distance, the demon ape was consuming the energy of the blood sea to heal its wounds, suddenly turning its head upon sensing Lu Chen's presence. You're not dead. Surprised, are you? Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This time, he unleashed all his battle power, the aura of his silver 5-star ascension climbing steadily, stepping into the vermilion bird's heavenly destruction stride. The white tiger's rending claw cleaved through the surging waves of blood. Now it is the second round. This shall be a clash of pure power. Abandoning all defensive techniques, Lu Chen compressed the 5 elements' spiritual energy to its utmost limits. Each clash between bare hands and bone claws unleashed a tempest of energy, tearing the crimson sky asunder with web-like fissures. Spear of the underworld. Lu Chen abruptly altered his tactics, accompanied by the resonating melodies of the underworld. A spear suffused with an aura of hellish dread materialized in his grasp. As the spear swept through the air, it struck the jaw of the demon ape from below. Yet its 9 eyes emitted a fierce red light, instantly carbonizing Lu Chen's entire right arm. Racked by excruciating pain, Lu Chen pressed forward rather than retreat. His left fist, imbued with the might of the black tortoise, struck the demon ape's heart. Black tortoise, sea-subduing fist. The demon ape staggered back 3 paces, cracks appearing in its ribcage. Lowering its head to inspect the wound, it suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. So, it is. Your body is in the process of transforming into the 5 elements Tao body. The bony wings flapped violently, unleashing a torrential rain of blood blades. Regrettably, you shall never complete that transformation. Amidst the storm of blood blades, Lu Chen maneuvered with agility, suddenly sensing something amiss. as the vermilion bird's flames were extinguished by the blood blades and fell into the sea of blood. The tainted crimson water shimmered with an unusual green light. This detail sparked a flash of insight in his mind, yet the demon ape's lethal strike was imminent. Let your true form be reduced to ashes. The demon ape clasped its claws into a hammer and brought them crashing down. Lu Chen raised his spear to block, but was overwhelmed by the sheer force, collapsing to his knees. The glazed bone emitted a distressing groan, as though it might shatter into dust at any moment. Just as the bone seemed on the verge of breaking, Lu Chen suddenly ceased his resistance. He allowed the demon ape's attack to pierce through his chest, yet his hands clutched tightly to the creature's wrists. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he laughed with abandon. "I've got you now." 5 shattered avatars suddenly leapt from the sea of blood, embracing the demon ape's limbs in a self-destructive maneuver. The vermilion bird avatar transformed into a stream of fire, plunging into the sea of blood, and the true water of the underworld followed suit. Amidst the eruption of the 5 elements' power, the terrifying forces of mutual restraint tore at one another, nearly ripping the demon ape apart. However, amidst the explosion of water and fire, an emerald-hued silhouette of the world tree surged forth. The synergy of the 5 elements, the convergence of water and fire. In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment illuminated Lu Chen's eyes. Within his shattered chest, the 5-colored glazed bone radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Branches of the world tree entwined around the demon ape, while the power of the azure dragon blossomed in a dazzling display. The demon ape, in horror, realized that its underworld power was being devoured and transformed by these blossoms. Impossible. How can a mere human comprehend the cycle of the 5 elements? The demon ape's roar abruptly ceased. It was struck with terror as Lu Chen's silhouette was graced by an ethereal Taiji image, with the remnants of the 5 avatars reconstituting within the yin-yang fish's eye. The 5 elements transforming into yin and yang. It was already astonishing for a mere human to embody the cyclical nature of the 5 elements. But how could he also comprehend the transformation of the 5 elements into yin and yang? Is this truly a mere silver-grade being? Surely, this cannot be the reincarnation of some ancient entity. Within the Taiji yin-yang fish, the claws of the white tiger became a blade. The armor of the black tortoise served as the shield. The azure dragon's long cry transformed into the spear shaft. The vermilion bird's fiery feathers entwined the spear's edge. And the Qilint's auspicious clouds formed into battle attire. Clad in this battle robe and wielding the yin-yang battle spear, Lu Chen felt the entirety of the blood sea boil and roll. "I must express my gratitude to you." Lu Chen stood tall, his feet firmly planted on the celestial phoenix, gazing down upon the demonic ape. "Had it not been for your relentless attempts to annihilate me, I would still be uncertain of when I could reach this pinnacle. You wretched creature." The demon ape bellowed in fury, utterly unable to fathom that the prey he thought he had devoured had miraculously returned to life. Not only had it survived, but appeared to be intent on turning the tables and consuming him instead. This was nothing short of an affront to the heavens. "With this spear, I shall bury your schemes that have spanned millennia." Lu Chen soared into the sky, propelled by the mythical tree. The demon ape frantically unleashed the energy of its blood crystal, as 9 eyes simultaneously emitted beams of annihilation. Yet, wherever the war spear passed, the crimson light melted away as if it were ice confronting the fierce sun. No! In the midst of the demon ape's desperate cries, the yin-yang war spear pierced through its brow. Without losing momentum, it penetrated the high-altitude blood crystal, causing web-like fissures to instantly spread across its surface. With a single hand, Lu Chen formed seals, and 5 spectral beasts materialized behind him, the cycles of the 5 elements, sealing the heavens and subduing the demons. Crack! At the moment the blood crystal shattered, those outside witnessed a brilliant 5-colored beam of light piercing through the heavens and the earth. The blood web of the secret realm's dome disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into a cascade of luminous rain. As the brilliance faded, Lu Chen stood suspended in the air, his war spear poised, the tip bearing a fragment of a still-struggling soul crystal. To the members of the Purification Society, he smiled at the void and suddenly crushed the crystal. This splendid gift I shall graciously accept. Chapter 55. The Fierce Tiger Walks Alone. Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. I knew this lad wouldn't perish. Ning Tianhao exclaimed, his laughter resounding with uncontainable joy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Elder Zhang, brimming with excitement, trembled with glee, his wrinkles unfurling in delight. Meanwhile, in the medical chamber where Nangong Mingjing resided, a teacup shattered with a resounding crack in his grip. Useless. This bunch from the Pure World Association is utterly incompetent. His face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. They couldn't even eliminate a mere silver-tier creature. Yet they claim invincibility. He abruptly turned to gaze at Nangong Wentian, still unconscious within the treatment pod, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Lu Chen. You must die. Lu Chen. The recording device in the hands of referee Zhang clattered to the ground. The experienced golden-tier powerhouse stood agape, resembling a stranded fish. Beside him, referee Li could not bear the shock and collapsed onto the ground, his finger trembling as it pointed skyward. Impossible. Referee Li's voice quivered. Once the blood-colored space is formed, no one has ever escaped alive. His words faltered, for at that moment, Lu Chen in the sky suddenly turned, his multicolored irises casting a cold gaze across the crowd. With a mere glance, both golden-tier referees felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Stand guard. Everyone, be on high alert. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, referee Li abruptly rose, his voice sharp and commanding. Lu Chen may have been possessed by a ferocious beast. Everyone, retreat immediately. The once exuberant throng fell silent in an instant. With a rustling sound, the astonished talents from various cities scattered in haste. Yin Wushuang unfurled his fiery whip, while Qinhao erupted with crackling lightning. Even the severely injured Yu Wuqing struggled to grip his curved blade tightly. Meanwhile, the online community erupted in chaos. Heavenly Sea Netizen, wow. My brother Chun is invincible. Provincial City Troll. He has definitely been possessed. Official records state that no one has ever escaped the blood-colored space. Rational Analysis Party, let us not jump to conclusions. Let us observe his subsequent actions. Lu Chen stood amidst the blazing flames, suspended in midair, slightly furrowing his brow, a hint of exasperation flickering in his eyes. He tilted his head, his platinum hair cascading over his shoulders. Is this how you welcome a hero's return? Stop pretending. Referee Zhang barked, a bronze ancient mirror suddenly appearing in his hand. The blood-colored space has never allowed even golden-tier powerhouses to escape. What makes you think you can survive? Unless I have been possessed. Lu Chen scoffed, suddenly diving from the sky. His speed reached its zenith, and before anyone could react, he was already before referee Zhang. The tip of the yin-yang battle halberd was a mere 3 inches from referee Zhang's throat. Then let me ask you this. Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet every ear present heard him clearly. If I were truly possessed, why wouldn't I eliminate all of you right now? Cold sweat beaded on referee Zhang's forehead, for the ancient mirror soul detection array had shown no response. Yet he still dared not to relax, perhaps. Perhaps the malevolent spirit had not fully seized control of his body. Possession? Lu Chen scoffed disdainfully. That beast. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with an undeniable authority. I, Lu Chen, shall not be possessed by anyone. However, his words did not entirely allay the crowd's apprehensions. After all, that was a place officially recognized as a realm of certain death, from which no one had ever emerged alive. Lu Chen, it is not that we do not trust you, Judge Li spoke solemnly, but the malevolent spirits within the blood-red space can overwhelm even those at the pinnacle of golden strength. How can you prove that you have not been possessed? Before Lu Chen could respond, a slender figure suddenly stepped forward from the crowd below. I believe in my cousin. Yi Xiaofan, wielding a rusted sword, advanced resolutely to the forefront. Xiaofan? Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile graced his lips. At that moment, the ancient consciousness within Yi Xiaofan awakened, and an aged voice echoed in his mind. This lad, has indeed not been possessed. Really? Yi Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Master, Yi Xiaofan inquired softly in the realm of the spirit. Can you discern my cousin's current state? His soul is stable, his aura pure, even stronger than before. The elder's voice conveyed a hint of astonishment. What has this lad experienced within? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaofan felt a surge of confidence and called out, I stake my life on it. Lu Chen absolutely has not been possessed. His voice rang with conviction, and for a moment, the entire venue fell silent. As Yi Xiaofan stepped forward, the students from Tianbei City gradually lowered their weapons. Qin Hao scratched his head, dissipating the lightning that surrounded him. It seems there's no issue? Lu Chen's gaze toward me remained as infuriating as ever. Yin Wushuang sheathed her fiery whip, her crimson hair billowing in the wind. I trust my instincts. Had he been possessed, he would not have saved us just now. The atmosphere gradually eased, yet the crowd's eyes still held a measure of caution towards Lu Chen. After all, the information from the judge was undeniably authoritative. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu Chen chuckled coldly, no longer willing to explain. In a flash, he descended to the ground. I do not require teammates, for a fierce tiger always walks alone. He surveyed his surroundings with an indifferent gaze. If a solitary tiger falls, it only signifies this tiger is not yet strong enough. With that, he strode towards the depths of the secret realm, disregarding the complex gazes of the crowd. Think as you will. I, Lu Chen, need not prove anything to anyone. His silhouette appeared particularly proud against the backdrop of the blood-red sunset, resembling an unyielding war god. This lad truly embodies boundless arrogance. In the VIP section, Ning Tianhao laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Nonetheless, I like it. Elder Zhang stroked his beard, nodding slightly. Indeed, if he were truly possessed, the malevolent spirit would not be so subdued. On the other side, Judges Li and Zhang exchanged a glance before slowly taking their seats. Perhaps we have been overly concerned. Cousin, wait for me. Yi Xiaofan hurriedly caught up with Lu Chen, grinning widely. I knew you would be just fine. The two walked side by side, soon disappearing into the depths of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the comments erupted with fervor. Tianbei netizen. Lu Chen remains the same Lu Chen, utterly unrestrained. Provincial city netizen. What are you trying to show off? He might have already been possessed. Rational party. Possess my foot. The first thing a malevolent spirit does upon taking over is to eliminate everyone. How could they be so discreet? Yin Jiang netizen. Regardless, Lu Chen's performance was truly spectacular. A lone tiger on the prowl, no explanations needed. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the minds of all. For those who doubt, come and challenge me. I, Lu Chen, shall engage to the very end. Chapter 56. The Tactics of Yi Xiaofan. Lu Chen stood on a cliff within the secret realm, arms crossed, surveying his surroundings. Where could Ning Wuxia have vanished to? He squinted his colorful vertical pupils, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. Throughout the trial, as a prodigy from the provincial city, Ning Wuxia should have shone brightly. Yet, he seemed to have evaporated without a trace. Had he perhaps been eliminated by someone from the Purity Society? Lu Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation, but quickly dismissed the thought. With Ning Wuxia's strength, even if he were outmatched, escaping would surely be within his capabilities. After all, he hailed from a Ning family. He was certainly not someone to be underestimated. Impossible. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, Yi Xiaofan had approached, clutching a weathered talisman that emitted a faint spiritual glow. That fellow is remarkably resilient, and, he chuckled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I've already locked onto him. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Did you tamper with him? I discreetly placed a tracking talisman on him, Yi Xiaofan declared proudly, waving the talisman in his hand. This fellow is sneaky. He must be up to no good. Lu Chen's lips twitched. When did you manage to pull that off? Just when he was insulting us the other time. Yi Xiaofan replied with righteous indignation. His words were so harsh. If I didn't leave a little memento, wouldn't that be disrespectful to myself? Lu Chen. Well, this rascal certainly has a knack for underhanded tactics. Outside, the audience in the live stream erupted upon hearing their conversation. Tianbei netizen. Yi Xiaofan's maneuver was brilliant. Provincial city netizen. Despicable. sneaking in a tracking talisman. Yinjiang city netizen, dying of laughter. Ning Wuxia probably has no idea he is being watched, right? In the VIP section, Ning Tianhao, hearing Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan's exchange, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but quickly regained his composure. Lord Ning, are you not worried that your nephew is being targeted? Someone nearby teased. Ning Tianhao smiled faintly, his tone detached. Ning Wuxia knows how to conduct himself. There is no need for my concern. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged thoughtful glances. The relationship between Ning Tianhao and Ning Wuxia seemed less close than it appeared on the surface. Under Yi Xiaofan's guidance, the two swiftly arrived at a secluded valley. The air was rich with spiritual energy, nearly condensing into mist, and countless rare, medicinal herbs flourished around. The aroma of healing herbs wafting pleasantly through the air. Wow, this place is splendid. Yi Xiaofan's eyes sparkled. If I could dig up a few plants to take back, they would surely fetch a handsome price. However, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on a steep cliff deep within the valley. There a figure was stealthily climbing, moving with the agility of a monkey. It was none other than Ning Wuxia. Just as I suspected, Lu Chen sneered coldly. What is this fellow up to? Yi Xiaofan followed his line of sight and gasped in astonishment. Wow, cousin, look at that. Before them stood Ning Wuxing's objective, a rare herb flourishing upon the precipice. Its body shimmered like jade, adorned with faint golden veins, enveloped by a halo of ethereal light. The 9-turn golden vein ginseng. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. Hiss! Yi Xiaofan inhaled sharply. This treasure could propel a peak silver tier individual to the golden tier. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. No wonder Ning Wuxing had been hiding until now. He was awaiting the maturation of this herb. However, just as the two were taken aback, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the valley. Roar! The ground trembled slightly, and two massive golden tier beasts, the diamond demonic apes, slowly emerged from the valley's depths. Their fur was as resilient as steel, muscles bulging, each step causing the ground to sink slightly. What was even more astonishing was that these two demonic apes were reproducing. What the hell? Yishaofan iklemet uterli shokut. Lu Chen remained expressionless. The livestream audience erupted in confusion. Tianhai netizen, is this something I can watch? Provincial city netizen, is the secret realm live stream so uncensored? Yuanjiang city netizen, help. My eyes. Qinghe city netizen, where's the director? Why is there no censorship? At the commentary desk, Wang Yan's face stiffened as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Dear viewers, this is part of natural ecology, and we should observe it through a scientific lens. Yet, the audience had completely lost their minds. Tianhai netizen, science my foot. I want to see this. Provincial city netizen, director, quickly change the camera. Within the secret realm, Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Yi Xiaofan's lips twitched. Cousin, did we arrive at an opportune moment? Lu Chen's face remained impassive. No. We arrived at the perfect moment. His gaze fixated on a shadow, not far away. Ning Wuxing was stealthily concealed, intently watching the two diamond demonic apes, evidently waiting for an opportunity to snatch the herb. At this moment, Ning Wuxing had silently climbed to the precipice's summit, mere steps away from the 9-turn golden vein ginseng. His movements were exceedingly cautious, even his breathing light, fearful of disturbing the two demonic apes below. This guy truly dares. Yi Xiaofan murmured softly. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across his face. Heh, cousin, what do you say? Shall we give Ning Wuxing a little surprise? Lu Chen shot him a glance. What are you planning? Yi Xiaofan pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket, his smile becoming increasingly sinister. This is Supreme Harmony powder. Just a pinch can make the beasts. Well, you understand. Lu Chen. Livestream. Tianhai netizen. What the hell? Yi Xiaofan. You're truly a genius. Provincial city netizen. Ning Wuxing is in danger. Yuanjiang city netizen. I absolutely adore this plot twist. However, on the other side, just as Ning Wuxing was about to touch the spiritual herb, crack, a loose stone shifted beneath his feet and tumbled down. Roar. The two golden-armored demonic apes simultaneously lifted their heads, their crimson, beastly eyes fixated intently on Ning Wuxing. This is bad. Ning Wuka's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, one of the demonic apes let out a furious roar, leaping violently, its colossal fist crashing down towards the cliff. Boom! The entire mountainside crumbled. Ning Wuka's figure flickered as he narrowly evaded the strike, yet the spiritual herb swayed violently, nearly plummeting. Damn it! Ning Wuka gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He ceased to conceal himself, his form darting like lightning as he charged directly toward the 9-turn golden pattern ginseng. Roar! The other demonic ape, witnessing this, bellowed in rage, pounding its chest, and an overwhelming golden-level pressure erupted instantly. Ning Wuka's face paled, yet he did not hesitate, continuing his dash toward the spiritual herb. In the next moment, the situation shifted once more. Chapter 57. The dark 3 minutes of Ning Wuqiu as Ning Wuqiu fought desperately. Lu Chen and his companion had silently circled behind him. With a flick of his finger, Yi Xiaofan sent a wisp of spiritual wind carrying fine powder, deftly drifting towards Ning Wuqiu. Ning Wuqiu furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss. Yet before he could react, the powder had silently integrated into his robes. Roar? The two frenzied King Kong demon apes, who had been relentlessly attacking, abruptly halted their movements, their nostrils flaring. Then, with a fierce turn of their heads, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on Ning Wuqiu. What is happening? Ning Wuqiu's expression changed dramatically. His instincts warned him that the gaze of the two demon apes was decidedly off. He decisively opted to abandon the spiritual herb and attempted to retreat. But one of the apes let out a thunderous roar and lunged straight at him. Damn it! Ning Wuqiu cursed, retreating swiftly while drawing his long sword to unleash a sharp wave of sword energy. However, the other ape had already flanked him from the side, its massive paw crashing down. Boom! Ning Wuqiu barely managed to block the attack, yet he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Roar! The two apes were utterly enraged, their focus solely on Ning Wuqiu as they pursued him with wild abandon. Ning Wuqiu fled in disarray, shouting, "Who the hell set me up?" In the distance, Yi Xiaofan and Lu Chen perched on a tree, munching on seeds while enjoying the spectacle. Yi Xiaofan remarked, "Cousin, how long do you think you can last?" Lu Chen replied, 3 minutes, perhaps. Yi Xiaofan shook his head. "I bet 1 minute. If I lose, I'll treat you to roasted beast meat." Lu Chen agreed, deal. The audience in the live stream was in stitches. Netizen from Tianhai, Ning Wuqiu, who the hell did I provoke? Netizen from Shengchen, Yi Xiaofan, you truly are a dog. Netizen from Qinghe City, this maneuver deserves to be called a masterpiece. Ning Wuqiu, pursued relentlessly by the two frenzied apes, finally reached his breaking point and crushed a teleportation talisman in desperation. Just as he shattered the talisman and transformed into a streak of light, intending to escape. At the very moment he was about to burst forth from the canyon, whoosh, a pitch-black spear, as dark as ink and imbued with a chilling intent to kill, hurtled through the air, embedding itself directly into the rock wall before him. Boom! The spear of the underworld erupted, unleashing a violent aura of death that instantaneously sealed off the entire area. Ning Wuqiu's teleportation was abruptly interrupted, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. Lu Chen, Yi Xiaofan, are you seeking death? Ning Wuqiu's eyes widened with rage, his handsome features contorted in fury. Oh dear, Ning the great genius. Why the rush to leave? Yi Xiaofan chuckled from his perch atop the treetop, waving cheerfully. The real show has only just begun. Lu Chen, arms crossed, stood on the opposite cliff, a cold smile gracing his lips. Don't you enjoy calling others bastards? Today, I shall help you solidify that title. Just as Ning Wuqiu was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly felt a peculiar warmth spreading across his body. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that his robe had inexplicably become dusted with a layer of pale pink powder, which now emanated a cloying sweetness. He abruptly looked up, meeting the mischievous grin of Yi Xiaofan. The boy's fingertips still gleamed with spiritual energy as he formed a gesture. Explode. Boom! The powder on Ning Wuxia erupted in an instant. The terrifying energy shattered his garments, scattering droplets of blood across his body. However, the pink smoke that ensued enveloped him entirely. More ominously, the two golden primordial demonic apes, upon catching the scent, exhibited an intensified bloodlust in their eyes. Roar! The female ape let out a piercing howl, its muscular arms pounding its chest as it lunged toward Ning Wuxia. The male ape, panting heavily, flanked him from the other side, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. You two wretches! Ning Wuxia was utterly panicked, wildly swinging his longsword and unleashing dozens of fierce sword energies. Yet, the formidable physique of the golden-grayed beast was astonishing. The sword energies merely left a few faint scratches upon its skin. The female ape shattered the sword light with a single swipe, and with her other hand, she grasped Ning Wuxia's ankle, lifting him as one would a small chick. "Let me go, you brute!" Ning Wuxia struggled desperately, but in the next moment, the female ape sat down heavily, grasping Ning Wuxia firmly in her grasp. The live stream chat exploded. What the hell? Is this really happening? Where's the moderator? Why isn't this being censored? Ning Wuxia, I'm freaking losing it. Ning Wuxia emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his face turning beet red. Even worse, the male ape joined in, engaging in a brutal double team. Get away, you filthy beasts. Ning Wuxia's curse morphed in pitch, eventually tinged with a strange tremor. From a distance, atop the treetops, Yi Xiaofan covered his eyes, though his fingers were splayed wide open. Oh my goodness, it seems we've inadvertently given this fellow quite the thrill. Lu Chen, expressionless, retrieved his phone and activated the recording mode. No witties. I'll capture this moment. Later, when I'm feeling low, I can revisit it for a good chuckle. The audience in the live stream was in hysterics. Lu Chen, are you a devil? Ning Wuxia, I sincerely thank your entire family. Though it's tragic, why do I find this so hilarious? After enduring this merciless torment for a full 3 minutes, Ning Wuxia finally snapped. Enough! With a furious roar, blinding golden light erupted from his body, the power of his bloodline boiling to the surface. Clang! A brilliant sword beam shot skyward, eliciting a pained scream from the male ape as blood gushed forth from its loins. Its manhood had been severed by Ning Wuxia's blade. Thud! A second strike followed, piercing through the rear of the female ape. The female shrieked as she leaped up, providing Ning Wuxia the opportunity to break free. His clothes tattered and his complexion ashen as he stood in the open space. His eyes blazed with an inferno of rage as he pointed his longsword at Lu Chen and the other, his voice a terrifying rasp. You shall all perish. Ning Wuxia, you are truly a scoundrel. Lu Chen crossed his arms, shaking his head in disdain. After you've had your fun, you cast them aside, turning your back faster than one can flip a book. Yi Xiaofan nodded vigorously beside him, earnestly adding, indeed, it's one thing to kill a man, but you've even taken advantage of a married woman, and yet you still seek to kill? What a beast! Lu Chen shot him a sidelong glance. Do not speak nonsense. One should not slay either man or woman, except for beasts. Yi Xiaofan slapped his forehead. Cousin, you are absolutely right. The two harmonized in their earnest tone, as if they were deliberating a matter of moral ethics, rather than having just schemed against Ning Wuxia. Ning Wuxia stood not far away, his garments tattered, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his complexion shifting from green to purple, and then to a deep black, resembling a man forced to swallow a mouthful of dead flies. The live stream comments erupted instantaneously. I can't stop laughing. Ning Wuxia, what on earth have I done to deserve this? Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan's teamwork is incredible. Ning Wuxia now resembles a wronged woman, deceived and battered by a scoundrel. Lu Chen, Yi Xiaofan. He enunciated each name with a grinding intensity, each syllable seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ning Wuxia's longsword erupted with a blinding cold light, the aura of golden rank unleashed without restraint. I shall have your lives. Chapter 58. The situation unfolds. Ning Wuxia moved like lightning, instantly covering dozens of meters, his sword aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. A mere waste is still a waste. Incapable of even varying his taunts, Lu Chen let out a cold snort, too lazy to wield a weapon. With a swift extension of his right hand, a blinding platinum gleam coalesced instantaneously. White tiger rending sky claw. Clang! The jarring sound of metal colliding echoed, as Ning Wuqia's sword was forcibly blocked, even causing his palm to tingle from the recoil. His pupils constricted, evidently taken aback by the sheer strength Lu Chen possessed. Is that all? Lu Chen scoffed, his left hand suddenly lunging forward, firmly grasping Ning Wuqia's wrist. How dare you call yourself a genius? You, Ning Wuqia, both startled and enraged, attempted to withdraw. Yet Lu Chen had already closed the distance, delivering a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. Ning Wuqia coughed up a mouthful of blood, his form flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Cousin, don't kill him, Yi Xiaofan reminded. After all, he was from the Ning family. Incapacitating him was sufficient. Lu Chen nodded. A valid point. If he disregards humanity, we cannot treat him as one. Ning Wuqia, struggling to rise, his eyes were filled with venom, yet even more astonishment. He was a bona fide Silver 8 star, yet he had not lasted 3 exchanges against Lu Chen. Ning Wuqia, you have lost. Lu Chen approached steadily, the yin-yang battle halberd having appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him. Withdraw from the trial using your own hand ring. Do not force my hand. Ning Wuqia glared intensely, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin. Lu Chen, do you think this is the end? Lu Chen's brow furrowed, still processing, when the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Boom! The earth cracked, debris flying, as a terrifying aura awakened from the depths below. What is happening? Yi Xiaofan's expression shifted, hastily jumping to Lu Chen's side. In the next moment, roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal claw burst forth from the earth. Its razor-sharp claws, half a meter long, effortlessly tore through the rugged rock. Following this, a second claw emerged, along with a grotesque head. The golden 3-star Beast King, the earth-walking dragon. As this enormous creature fully emerged, it towered over 10 meters, its body encased in thick, earthy yellow scales, its tail sweeping like a steel whip, shattering the mountains and stones in its wake. Most striking were its eyes, blood red like the deepest crimson. What the heck? Yi Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was this behemoth also in heat? Lu Chen's lips twitched as he glanced at the earth-walking dragon's exaggerated appendage, then at the prostrate Ning Wuqia, and suddenly came to a realization. Xiaofan. He began slowly. Huh? Did you perhaps overdo it with that supreme ecstasy powder? Yi Xiaofan. Livestream audience. Ha! Ning Wuqia. I thank you all and your families. The size of this earth-walking dragon, Ning Wuqia, is in peril. As the earth dragon scanned the surroundings with its fiery red eyes, they ultimately fixated on Ning Wuqia. The aura emanating from this human was enough to drive it into a frenzy. With a thunderous roar, it lumbered forward, its heavy steps echoing ominously as it advanced toward Ning Wuqia. Just moments ago, Ning Wuqia had been coldly threatening Lu Chen, but his complexion turned ashen in an instant. No, don't come near. He struggled to flee, yet his severely injured body could not outpace the earth dragon. In the blink of an eye, the colossal creature loomed closer, its labored breath washing over him, the stench nearly inducing him to retch. Lu Chen, save me. Ning Wuqia finally broke down, crying out in terror. I concede. I withdraw from the trial. Please save me. Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan stood frozen, their expressions grave as they deliberated. Cousin, should we intervene? We ought to. After all, it's a matter of life and death. But he just tried to kill us. Perhaps we should wait 3 seconds before helping? A splendid idea. Ning Wuqia. I curse you all. The earth dragon paid no heed to their conversation. Its powerful tail coiled around Ning Wuqia's waist, lifting him effortlessly. No, let me go. Ning Wuqia thrashed in desperation, but before the earth dragon. His strength seemed utterly laughable, akin to that of an infant. As the terrifying weapon drew nearer, he closed his eyes in despair. Bracing for the darkest moment of his life, whoosh! A flash of black light suddenly pierced the air, striking precisely into the earth dragon's eye. Roar! The earth dragon howled in agony, releasing its grip on Ning Wuching. Lu Chen sighed. Well, if you had been killed by this beast, my mother would surely not be pleased back home. Yi Xiaofan scoffed. That would be too generous for him. Ning Wuching crumpled to the ground, his pants dampened. His gaze vacant, clearly overwhelmed by the immense psychological shock. Roar! The earth dragon emitted a deafening roar. Black blood gushed from its eye socket, pierced by the spear of the underworld god. Yet instead of retreating, it charged at Ning Wuching with even greater ferocity. The monstrous weapon carved deep furrows into the earth, debris flying as Ning Wuching's handsome face contorted into a masterpiece of anguish, screaming, Lu Chen, I curse you all. Ning Wuching's invectives were cut short as Lu Chen soared into the air, delivering a precise kick to his rear. The talented scion of the Ning family was sent spiraling like a kicked ball, tracing an elegant arc toward the distant thicket. Go! What was chilling was that the blinded earth dragon plunged headfirst into the ground. A mound of earth surged forth, racing after Ning Wuching with astonishing speed. The ground heaved like tumultuous waves, trees collapsing in its wake. Is it truly this insane? Yi Xiaofan exclaimed, dumbfounded. When I used it before, I never felt it was this formidable. Lu Chen's eyes twitched, suddenly narrowing. An opportunity. At the moment the earth dragon erupted from the ground, its snow-white belly, adorned with fine scales, was fully exposed to the air. In an instant, Lu Chen summoned the Yin-Yang battle halberd. With the ethereal silhouette of the azure dragon coiling around its shaft, emitting a resounding dragon's roar. Azure dragon breaks the heavens. The dragon raises its head. With a sharp slice, the 3-meter-long blade cleaved upwards, eviscerating the earth dragon. The foul-smelling entrails mingled with a torrential downpour of blood, drenching the freshly risen Ning Wuchia in a crimson hue. Gagging, Ning Wuchia knelt on the ground, violently retching, expelling nothing but the mangled innards of the earth dragon. Lu Chen performed a graceful flip in midair, the weapon carving a perfect arc. With a crack, the massive dragon head rolled to a stop before Ning Wuchia, its blood-red eyes wide open, glaring at him defiantly. Lu Chen nonchalantly flicked the droplets of blood from the halberd, stating, Now we can have a proper conversation. I shall speak of your mother. Ning Wuchia spat, his face contorted in rage. You two bastards dare to insult me. The Ning family will not let this go unpunished. A sudden hush fell over the scene as Yi Xiaofan, seemingly appearing from nowhere, produced a small pink paper packet, gently swaying it at his fingertips. Utter another word, and I shall stuff this ecstasy harmony powder, plus addition into your trousers. Ning Wuchia's curses abruptly ceased, his face turning a deep shade of purple, as if he had swallowed a live frog. The live stream chat erupted. From the heart's path, Ning Gongzi's endurance. This is chemical castration. Lu Chen sheathed his halberd and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Ning Wuchia, do you even comprehend what you're doing? Without waiting for a response, he gestured toward the dissipating crimson sky in the distance. While the Pure World Society laid down their lethal trap, you hid in the underbrush. While the talents of various cities united against the enemy, you were pilfering spiritual herbs. Under such circumstances, is it not fair for me to call you a coward? At these words, Ning Wuchia's body began to tremble. Yet, Lu Chen continued his admonition. If you were an ordinary person, I would not address you thus. But you are a member of the Ning family, a renowned genius of the province. Your actions bring disgrace upon your clan. Yi Xiaofan seamlessly joined in. My cousin could have chosen to ignore you, letting the earth dragon give you a thorough cleansing. Do you know why we saved you? Not waiting for an answer, Lu Chen continued, because in this wretched world, the death of one human genius means one less hope for the rest. The emergence of a single genius can spare countless ordinary lives. Today, I grant you a chance at survival out of respect for our shared humanity. Should you betray this kinship in the future, there will be those who will cast you down into the depths of despair. A suffocating silence enveloped the secret realm. Even the live stream chat experienced a brief stillness. Ning Wuchia opened his mouth, but ultimately collapsed onto the ground in despondence. No one could discern if he was swayed by Lu Chen's words or simply terrified of the pink packet in Yi Xiaofan's grasp. Well said. The director of the education department, Zhou Qianquan, suddenly rose, striking the table with fervor, startling Elder Zhang beside him, nearly causing him to drop his teacup. This is the vision that our human prodigies should embody. The large screen timely switched back to the previous battle scenes. Lu Chen valiantly fought against the malevolent spirits in a blood-soaked realm. Yi Xiaofan wielded his sword to slay the fiery lion, and the prodigies of various cities tended to each other's wounds, all starkly contrasting with the figure of Ning Wuk stealthily harvesting spiritual herbs. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. The commentator Wang Yin interjected at an opportune moment. These are the freshly compiled statistics from the organizing committee. In this trial, Lu Chen has rescued a total of 187 students from other cities, while Ning Wuk. He deliberately paused, maliciously stating that he had robbed his own kin 7 times and failed to assist 9 times in the face of death. The public opinion swiftly turned. The audience, who had previously harbored some sympathy for Ning Wuk, now flooded the comments with remarks such as, "How delightful! Let us pop the champagne. I suggest the Earth Dragon be revived for another battle." Chapter 59. The Pinnacle of Tianhai. Ultimately, Ning Wuqie departed from the secret realm. TSK. That fellow's gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent. Yi Xiaofan rubbed his arms and remarked, "Cousin, we must be wary of him in the future." Lu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Enough of him. Let us continue hunting the beasts." Yi Xiaofan was taken aback. "Cousin, your points have already put you in first place. Why continue to slay?" Lu Chen remained silent, gripping the spear of the underworld tightly, his gaze sweeping over the undulating mountains in the distance. His multicolored divine eyes could clearly perceive the presence of beasts concealed deep within the thickets. "Proceed." As the words left his lips, Lu Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow and dashed forward. Yi Xiaofan scratched his head, perplexed, yet still followed suit. The materials from the beast were valuable. He needed to gather as much as possible to earn some coin. Although the Lu family treated him well, he could not take their hospitality for granted. In the live stream, viewers reacted explosively. Wow, does Lu Chen have a deep-seated grudge against beasts? What kind of hatred could compel him to continue hunting even while in first place? I get it. Lu Chen must have lost his parents to the beasts, driving him to fight so fiercely. The truth is revealed. No wonder he is so formidable. He embodies the tragic hero narrative. In Tianhai City, at Lu Chen's residence, Lu Qingxuang was engrossed in watching the live stream on her tablet when she suddenly spat out her juice. Puffed. What happened? Ning Shuizhi elegantly wiped the juice splatter from her skirt. "Mom, look at the comments." Lu Qingxuang laughed, slapping the sofa. Someone said brother hates the beast so much because he lost both parents. Lu Fan poked his head out from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. "What? I'm dead?" Ning Shuizhi calmly sipped her tea. The netizens have quite the imagination. Lu Fan approached to glance at the comments and burst into laughter. "You're looking at the wrong one." The insightful commenter clearly stated he lost both kings. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan continued their relentless slaughter of the beasts. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, he had been reimagined by netizens as a tragic orphan. Boom! A golden tear flame frenzy lion was cleaved in two by Lu Chen's spear, its carcass carelessly tossed into the system's space, instantaneously transformed into compressed provisions. "Cousin, you're being too ruthless," Yi Xiaofan squatted beside him, poking the lion's corpse with a fire stick. "How many is this now?" Lu Chen glanced at the system panel. The 30-second golden tier. Haven T counted the silver tier. Yi Xiaofan. In the live stream, viewers reacted. "Is this even human?" Others require a team to slay a golden tier. Yes, single-handedly mowing them down. Lu Chen, if I don't clear this secret realm today, I'll consider it a loss. Time swiftly passed, and the trial finally approached its conclusion. As the final bell tolled, all participants' wristbands illuminated simultaneously, and the exit of the secret realm slowly opened. The trial is over. All students proceed to the exit. Lu Chen ambled out of the light gate, carrying his battle spear. The sunlight cascaded upon his towering figure, 3 meters high, as his platinum hair danced in the wind. Resembling a god of war descending from the heavens. "Lu Chen, Lu Chen, Lu Chen." The audience in Tianbei City was already in a fervor, the jubilant cheers resonating throughout the city. Students from other cities gazed at him with complex expressions, some filled with reverence, others with envy, but most overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. The disparity was insurmountable. Cousin, our score should be secure this time, right? Approachit. Clutching a skewer of grilled meat, presumably from some unfortunate beast. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, it should be fine. Yi Xiaofan's lips twitched. You've practically annihilated the secret realm. Is that what you call fine? The live stream's comments exploded. Wow. Lu Chen's expression is so composed. What do you mean by fine? Your score is about to exceed the limits. Is this the ease of a true powerhouse? At the trial square, officials from the education department were diligently tallying the final scores. The chief judge, holding a list, cleared his throat and began announcing the rankings. 10th place, Lianghe City. Xiao Tiance, 9,200 points. Somewhere, a golden-haired Xiao Tiance wore a look of utter dissatisfaction. 5th place, Yinjing City, Yin Wushuang, 6,800 points. The red-haired girl pouted, clearly displeased with her score. But when she spotted her brother Yan Wudi fervently waving from the audience, a smile broke through. 3rd place, the provincial capital, Ningwuchia, 31,000 points. Outside, Ningwuchia, struggling to remain conscious, finally succumbed to darkness. 2nd place, the provincial capital, Nangong Wentian, 32,000 points. In the medical room, freshly healed Nangong Wentian's complexion turned ashen. When the chief judge announced the 2nd place, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Taking a deep breath, the chief judge's voice suddenly soared. 1st place, Tianbei City. Lu Chen. He deliberately prolonged the announcement, as the numbers on the big screen fluctuated wildly before settling on a staggering figure. 450,000 points. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire square erupted. How much? 450,000. The 2nd place only had 32,000? That's more than a tenfold difference. Has Lu Chen exterminated all the beasts in the secret realm? Zhou Qinkuan inhaled deeply, his voice booming. Confirmed by the organizing committee, Lu Chen from Tianbei City has secured the 1st place in this trial with an absolute advantage. From character to unparalleled strength, he, without a doubt. Boom! The audience from Tianbei City waved flags wildly, many overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. The spectators from other cities, though envious, could not deny this man's performance was nothing short of crushing. In the VIP section, Ning Tianhao leaped about like a monkey, unable to maintain his facade of a successful magnate. Ha ha ha! Truly my nephew, absolutely impressive. Elder Zhang was already overwhelmed with tears of joy. After many years, our Tianbei City has finally produced a remarkable talent capable of dominating an era. In the military base, General Lu slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Excellent! This young man, Lu Chen, has brought honor to Tianbei City." Principal Zhou Jinyue of a prestigious school leapt up in excitement. "Did you see that? That's my student. My student." The other principals, filled with envy, grumbled, "Old Zhou, you've struck gold." The livestream comments flooded the screen. Tianbei City rises. Lu Chen is incredible. From today onward, the heavens of Tianbei Province have changed. Lu Chen stood quietly at the back, his expression serene, as if none of this pertained to him. However, when the camera focused entirely on him, the genius who had made history furrowed his brow. "Is this all the points I've earned?" he thought with disappointment. Shaking his head, he had expected to surpass 1,000,000. The entire venue fell into an abrupt silence. Yi Xiaofan beside him covered his face, whispering, "Cousin, you might get hit for saying that." Lu Chen, oblivious, continued, "Moreover, I have seen comments online claiming that my parents are deceased, and my family was annihilated by demonic beasts." He flashed a warm smile. "To clarify, my parents are very much alive, and I have a lovely younger sister. We are a happy family. There is no need for envy. Thank you." Netizens reacted with confusion. "Did I ask you? What about your supposed tragic past? Why do you fight so fiercely against the demonic beast then?" Of course, it was to enhance his combat power for easier victories. Lu Chen silently mused. He knew he could not voice that truth. So he decided to deliver one final blow. Actually, there's no special reason for killing demonic beasts. It's just, he paused, when one is idle. Well, might as well take a swing. Didn't you all enjoy hitting the bushes with sticks when you were children? Puffed. Yi Xiaofan, in the midst of drinking water, spluttered. Nangong nearly choked on his drink. As for Ning Wuqiu, he had long since left the scene, reportedly undergoing psychological therapy. Chapter 60, Your packages have arrived. After the awards ceremony, the director of the Education Bureau, Zhou Qinquan, stood upon the platform. His gaze swept over the talented individuals selected for the Tianbei training camp, and a knowing smile graced his lips. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for securing your place in the Tianbei training camp, he declared in a resonant voice. Next, you shall be afforded a 3-day period of rest. After 3 days, you must assemble punctually at the entrance of the secret realm. Failure to arrive on time will be considered a voluntary forfeiture of your qualification. As his words echoed, staff members approached, pushing a metallic box forward, ready to distribute specialized black mobile phones to the trainees. The individual handing out the phones was a bespectacled man, his gaze sharp as a blade behind his lenses. Your success in reaching the training camp hinges on how you utilize these devices, he remarked. Lu Chen received the phone, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy. Raising an eyebrow, he scanned the device, discovering that aside from basic communication functions, it contained only an application labeled task system. Interesting, he murmured softly to himself. Yi Xiaofan leaned closer, shaking his own phone. Cousin, this thing doesn't even have a game. Poor rating. Lu Chen shot him a glance. Do you think this is meant for your amusement? Hey, just kidding. Yi Xiaofan chuckled, scratching his head. However, observing the situation, he pondered whether the trials before entering the camp had already commenced. Lu Chen remained silent, but his multicolored vertical pupils flickered slightly. Under his scrutiny, he discerned that the phone was inscribed with a miniature formation and furthermore tracking capabilities, vital sign monitoring, and he narrowed his eyes, a task release system. Upon leaving the trial square, Lu Chen and Yi Xiaofan returned directly to the Lu residence. As Lu Chen pushed open the door, a petite figure launched toward him like a cannonball, leaping into his arms. Brother, you're so handsome. Lu Qingshuang clung to Lu Chen's neck like a koala, her eyes sparkling with excitement. There are videos circulating online of you thrashing Ning Wuqiu. I've watched that segment with the Earth Dragon 20 times. Lu Chen supported his sister with one arm while using the other to ruffle her hair. Get down, you're heavy. I'm not heavy. Lu Qingshuang made a face but obediently hopped down, then tugged at his arm, leading him to the dining room. Dad has prepared an abundance of delicious food. Just waiting for your return. In the dining room, Lu Fan donned a pink apron emblazoned with the words family chef, carrying in the last dish to set on the table. The dining table was laden with sumptuous offerings, golden-grade thunder python steaks sizzling with oil, fragrant spiritual ginseng soup wafting rich aromas, and even a small dish of translucent, diamond-grade beast bone marrow. Wow! Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Is today a feast of fortune? Lu Fan chuckled heartily. Your third uncle brought these, he said, of course. It's a celebration for our young heroes of Tianhai City. Ning Tianhao's booming voice resonated from the kitchen as he emerged, carrying a cake the size of a basin. On top of the cake, for grand characters Lu Chen is awesome were inscribed with cream, alongside a crooked Q version drawing of an earth dragon. Lu Chen. Lu Qingshuang was already laughing uncontrollably on the ground. Third uncle, your drawing resembles a moving pile of dung. You little rascal. Ning Tianhao feigned anger. I spent 3 hours crafting this with my own hands. Lu Fan quietly added a jab, 2 hours and 50 minutes of which were spent figuring out how to handle the cream. Yi Xiaofan, unbeknownst to anyone, had crept to the dining table and stealthily dipped his finger into the cream, popping it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up. Third uncle, this cream is delicious. Ning Tianhao beamed with pride. No, what I meant to say, Yi Xiaofan said earnestly, is please don't make it again next time. I fear for my life. You little rascal. Ning Tianhao grabbed a spatula, ready to strike, and Yi Xiaofan hurriedly hid behind Lu Chen, observing the chaotic scene before him. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. He reached out, scooped a dollop of cream from the cake, and suddenly smeared it on Lu Qingshuang's nose. Brother, you ambushed me. Ha, you had it coming. Ning Shuizhai emerged from the kitchen and was met with this spectacle. Her husband bouncing around like a black-haired gorilla, her brother wielding a spatula in pursuit of his nephew, while her son and daughter engaged in a playful cream fight, turning the entire dining room into a frenzy. Everyone, cease this madness. She bellowed like a lioness, and instantly, all motion froze. The next moment, Mom, brother struck first. Wife, I am wronged. Sister, please discipline Xiao Fan. Ning Shuizhai rubbed her temples. Are we even going to eat this meal? In unison, the crowd responded, yes. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Chen returned to his room and began to tally the rewards from his system. Ding. Trial task, original blood battle arena task, completed. Rewards, 10 drops of divine beast blood, 200,000 combat points, 1 random legendary equipment claim. With the system notification, 10 drops of differently colored divine beast blood floated in the air, each containing astonishing energy fluctuations. The legendary equipment caught Lu Chen's eye. Eternal Ring Legendary. Effect 1. Infinite storage space. Effect 2. Automatically generates 1 random potion daily. Effect 3. Unlocked. What a marvelous item. Just as Lu Chen slipped the ring onto his finger, suddenly, the mobile phone issued by the training camp vibrated violently. He opened the screen, and the task system app automatically displayed an urgent message. Emergency task, midnight hunt. Location, abandoned chemical plant in the west of the city. Target, eliminate lurking members of the Purification Society. Golden 3 stars. Time limit, 2 hours. Reward, earn 10 training camp credits in advance. Note, solo task. Team formation prohibited. Just as expected. A slight smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Such sudden tests indeed filter out those lacking adaptability. He quickly sent a message to Yi Xiaofan. Their essay task, be careful. The reply came swiftly. I received it too. East City Garbage Processing Plant. Target golden, 2 stars. A tearful emoji followed closely behind. Lu Chen put away his phone and cast a glance out the window. The night had deepened. A prime time for murder. In the abandoned chemical factory of the western city, the rusted iron gate emitted a disconcerting creak in the wind. Lu Chen silently descended upon the rooftop, his 5-colored pupils glimmering faintly in the darkness. Everything lay bare before his gaze. 1 golden 3-star, 2 silver peaks. Lu Chen murmured. In the next moment, he moved through the shadows like a wraith, swiftly locating the staircase leading underground. As he turned the corner, he overheard a conversation below. This batch of blood demon pills must be dispatched before dawn, a hoarse male voice asserted, urgency palpable. Master Steward, the selection at the Tianbei training camp has just concluded, and there are many experts in the city recently. Another voice expressed concern. What is there to fear? The hoarse voice scoffed. Those little brats are likely still celebrating. Before the words could fully escape, a radiant 5-colored spear beam suddenly descended from above. Boom! The iron door of the laboratory was cleaved open entirely, and Lu Chen, wielding the yin-yang battle spear, strode in, his platinum hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Apologies for interrupting your celebration. He grinned. Your delivery has arrived. Death is direct, payment upon delivery. Chapter 61. Mission Upgrade. The expression of the steward of the Purification Society changed drastically. Lu Chen, how could you? He did not have the chance to finish his question. Lu Chen had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing forward with his weapon aimed directly at the steward's throat. Stop him. As the steward retreated in panic, 2 silver pinnacle subordinates bravely lunged forward. Get lost. With a swift motion of his left hand, Lu Chen's white tiger-rending claw instantly tore through one man's chest, while a spinning kick from his right foot sent the other flying several meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Seizing the opportunity, the steward took out a crimson pill and swallowed it, his aura surging violently to a golden 5-star level. You little beast. You seek death. Another one of those forbidden drugs? Lu Chen scoffed. Does the Purification Society have no new tricks? The two engaged in a fierce battle, the laboratory collapsing around them amidst the chaos. The steward grew increasingly alarmed. This youth, clearly only at the silver level, was overpowering him, a golden 5-star. Suddenly, Lu Chen changed his tactics, the weapon enveloped in 5-color divine light intertwining into a vortex of destruction. 5 spirits breaking the heavens. In a moment the weapon pierced the steward's chest. The last sound he heard was Lu Chen's mockery. With such skill, you dare to cause trouble in Tianbei City? After casually taking a photo to submit the task, a notification chimed on his phone. Task completed. Reward, 10 training camp credits. It's still a point system. Nothing new at all, Lu Chen remarked in disdain. At the same time, at the eastern city's waste processing plant, Yi Xiaofan squatted atop a pile of scrap. Gazing at the golden 2-star powerhouse he had bisected with a single sword strike, scratching his head. Master, did I go too hard? The ethereal figure of an elder manifested within him. Responding with annoyance, I told you to use one, sword breaking 10,000 laws, not to cleave the factory in two. I couldn't control my strength. If you can't even manage this little power, you still have much to practice. Meanwhile, Yin Wushuang was engulfed in flames. Reducing his target to cinders, Nangong Wentian's blade glimmered like snow, triumphing in the silent urban warfare. The moonless siblings eliminated a small team from the Purification Society back-to-back. As dawn broke, 5 out of 30 selected candidates had failed to complete the task. Some were severely injured, some chose to give up, and one was so inebriated that he was completely oblivious to the mission. All of this was merely the beginning of the Tianbei training camp. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in his room, toying with the specially crafted phone, his brow slightly furrowed. Strange, why is there no response? He had expected this phone to issue new tasks at regular intervals, forcing the students to constantly confront unexpected situations under extreme conditions. However, since completing the midnight hunting task, the phone had remained as inert as a hunk of iron, devoid of any reaction. Outside the window, the sky gradually lightened, the faint light of dawn filtering through the curtains. Lu Chen yawned, yet his gaze remained sharp. Could I have misjudged? Just as he prepared to stand and stretch, the phone suddenly vibrated violently. Buzz. Lu Chen swiftly unlocked the screen, revealing a new message from the task system app. Emergency mission, dawn raid, location, abandoned subway station in the north of the city. Objective, eliminate the lurking members of the Clean World Society, golden 4 stars. Time limit, 1 hour. Reward, 15 training camp credits. Note, solo mission. Teaming prohibited. So it is. A smirk played at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. Tasks are issued when individuals are most likely to let their guard down. Unfortunately, for Lu Chen, the concept of complacency did not exist. With a swift motion, he leaped from the window, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the darkness before dawn. Deep within a concealed monitoring room, dozens of screens flickered with dim light. Each screen displayed varying data, vital signs, spiritual energy fluctuations, real-time locations. A group of middle-aged individuals clad in standard combat attire gathered around the central control console, their gazes constantly scanning the screens. 3 more eliminated, remarked a burly man with a crew cut, shaking his head. 1 gravely injured, and 2 voluntarily surrendered. As expected, a bespectacled woman next to him stated coolly, those capable of executing a midnight hunt without preparation are hardly ordinary. We still have more than half remaining, another interjected, noting that the elimination rate was lower than anticipated. As they conversed, their eyes converged on the central screen. Student, Lu Chen, Tianbei City. Status, active, task completion rate, 100, current task, dawn raid in progress. This young man, the burly man, squinted, noting that since the trial began, his vital signs had never exhibited any drastic fluctuations. Of course, the bespectacled woman adjusted her glasses. Have you ever seen a silver-level individual capable of single-handedly taking down a golden 5-star? After a brief silence, the man seated at the head of the table slowly spoke. If he is indeed the strongest, then let us present him with the highest difficulty. His fingers danced across the console, quickly bringing up a hidden option. Special command, difficulty increased to S level. Are you certain about this? The burly man frowned. S-level tasks are typically reserved for the pinnacle of gold. The man at the head smiled. If he can accomplish even this, then the regular curriculum of the training camp would be far too mundane for him. At the moment the command was dispatched, the task details on Lu Chen's phone abruptly updated. Objective change. Clean World Society Action Team. Golden 5-star X1. Golden 3-star X2. Additional condition. Engineer hostages X5. Failure conditions. Hostage death self-destruct protocol initiated. Time limit. 1 hour. Reward. 50 training camp credits. The difficulty has escalated? Rather than panic, a hint of excitement graced his features. This is what makes it interesting. As he stepped into the subway station, a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the decaying air. Crouched in the shadow at the entrance of the subway station, his platinum hair fluttered gently in the night breeze. He narrowed his multicolored vertical pupils, and the divine light within his eyes pierced through the darkness, illuminating the situation within the station. Something was amiss. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, his fingers instinctively rubbing together. The mission description clearly stated 3 members of the Purification Society, yet his kaleidoscopic eyes detected at least 20 fluctuations of spiritual energy. The station's corridors branched out in all directions, with a fully armed guard stationed every 10 meters. Even more bizarrely, each of these individuals bore an inverted triangle emblem on their chests and sported a peculiar black box at their waists, resembling a detonator. Damn it, I've been played. Lu Chen spat, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. This was no covert team. It was evidently a miniature military base. He leaped lightly, his form gliding along the wall like a specter as he slipped into the station. The damp air was suffused with the sense of rust and blood, while distant, fragmented conversations echoed. The third patrol has concluded. No anomalies in Area B. The control room is due for a shift change, and the engineers are causing a ruckus again. Lord Bloodhand has decreed that if they persist, one shall be executed. Lu Chen's ears perked up, catching the crucial information. The engineers were confined to the control room, and that so-called Lord Bloodhand was likely the target of the Golden 5 stars. He silently advanced along the ventilation ducts, his multicolored eyes continuously scanning the situation below. The deeper he ventured, the denser the guards became. At the corner leading to the control room, even spiritual energy sensing minds were laid. Damn, what a setup. Lu Chen licked his lips, a fervent determination igniting in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would devise a plan and strike one by one. However, upon witnessing the engineers bound like dumplings and the surrounding explosives, he felt a throbbing at his temples. Why overthink it? Suddenly, Lu Chen broke into a grin, his platinum teeth glinting ominously in the darkness. Let's just go for it. Chapter 62. Just do it. Lu Chen forcefully kicked open the vent cover, his towering figure plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. An enemy assault. The alarm reverberated throughout the subway station. The nearest guard had just raised his weapon when he was cleaved in two by the Inyang war halberd. Blood splattered against the mottled wall, creating a grotesque, abstract painting. Lu Chen afforded them no time to react. With a sweeping strike of his halberd, a torrential rain of blood ensued. The 5-color divine light traced brilliant arcs through the dim corridor, scattering severed limbs in its wake. Control room. Control room. Area A has fallen. Requesting assistance. A guard's desperate plea was abruptly silenced as his head soared into the air, his face frozen in a mask of terror. Lu Chen advanced relentlessly toward the control room, leaving a bloody path paved with corpses behind him. The hastily organized defensive line crumbled before him like paper, the meticulously laid traps failing to activate in time. Stop him. Quickly, stop him. At the entrance to the control room, from members of the Silver Pinnacle of the Purity Society formed a battle formation, a spiritual barrier encasing the entrance like an eggshell. Lu Chen let out a cold chuckle, showing no signs of slowing down. His right arm's muscles bulged, veins protruding like worms, as the 5-color divine light on the Inyang war halberd surged dramatically. Break! The instant the tip of the halberd pierced the barrier, a piercing shatter echoed through the corridor. The spiritual barrier, reputed to withstand golden-level attacks, shattered like glass under Lu Chen's full-force strike. The 4 guards were hurled back by the recoil, crashing against the wall and transforming into mere puddles of flesh. The iron door of the control room stood as nothing before Lu Chen. He kicked open the heavy metal door, revealing 5 engineers shackled to the control console and surrounded by a myriad of explosives. Don't move. One member of the Purity Society brandished a knife at the throat of the eldest engineer, threatening, "If you come any closer, I will." His threat was left unspoken. With a flick of his left hand, Lu Chen unleashed the spear of the underworld, which accurately pierced through the man's forehead. The corpse thudded to the ground, disbelief lingering in its eyes. The remaining guards in the control room panicked. Some lunged for the detonator, while others attempted to harm the hostages. Yet, in Lu Chen's presence, their movements appeared sluggish, akin to a snail's crawl. Too slow. Lu Chen flickered into action, the yin-yang war halberd forming a radiant curtain around him. 3 seconds later, no enemy remained standing within the control room. The 5 engineers stared in shock at the celestial reaper who had descended upon them. The youngest among them even wetting his pants. "Why, you're from the military?" The eldest engineer stammered. Lu Chen did not respond. Instead, he hurriedly inspected the explosives surrounding him. Upon seeing the rapidly counting red digits on the timer, his pupils constricted sharply. Only 3 minutes and 12 seconds left. Lu Chen dashed forward, seizing the bomb and tossing it into the eternal ring. Disarming it is futile. Let explode. He shook the wires in his hand, gazing at the engineers. "Who among you knows where Bloodhand is?" The eldest engineer struggled to sit up, pointing toward a corridor behind control room. "There exists a clandestine laboratory over there, where their leader resides. They have also captured numerous children for experimentation." Lu Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. Without uttering a word, he wielded his spear to sever the chains binding the engineers. "Find your own way out. Do not look back." Having spoken, he strode purposefully toward the shadowy passage, his silhouette reminiscent of a death-dealing Azura. At the end of the passage stood a formidable metallic door, adorned with enigmatic runes. Lu Chen sensed 3 powerful presences beyond the door, one at the pinnacle of 5 stars and 2 at 3 stars. "I've found you," he sneered, the divine light of his yin-yang war spear igniting like flames. Taking a deep breath, his muscles tensed, his towering figure leaning slightly forward, akin to a taut bowstring. With a thunderous crash, the metallic door warped and collapsed under Lu Chen's might. Amidst the swirling dust, he beheld the interior of a laboratory. Dozens of transparent incubation chambers lined the walls, each harboring a comatose child. In the center of the laboratory, a tall man robed in crimson slowly turned, his face obscured by a grotesque metallic mask. Lu Chen, Bloodhand, his voice rasped like sandpaper. "I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Behind him, 2 aides of 3-star rank brandished their weapons, and a blaring alarm of the laboratory pierced the air. Lu Chen cast a glance at the children within the incubation chambers, his murderous intent almost palpable. "Today, none of you shall survive." The yin-yang war spear hummed in his grasp, its tip flickering with black and white luminescence, while his 5 spirits battle-gar billowed without wind, exuding an oppressive aura. "Stop him!" Bloodhand retreated a step, issuing a hoarse command from beneath his mask. 2 shadows surged forth from either side simultaneously. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he recognized them. 2 identical youths, their pale faces and black combat attire mirroring each other. Even the curvature of their crescent-shaped blades was perfectly aligned. "The Shadow Moon Twin Killers, come to end you," they declared in unison, their voices echoing like a haunting refrain. Lu Chen scoffed, sweeping the yin-yang war spear with a flourish. "You think to intimidate me?" Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. To Lu Chen's surprise, the twins did not falter. Instead, they used the momentum to spin, their curved blades entwining around the spear shaft like venomous serpents. They executed their assault with seamless coordination. A combined attack technique? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, the soil-colored light of his 5 spirits battle garb illuminating, transforming into the defensive form of the Qilin cloud armor. The twins escalated their offensive. The laboratory's light distorted as countless crescent-shaped blades surged from all directions. These luminous slashes were not illusions, but residual images created by their rapid movements. Azure Dragon breaks the sky spear. Dragon's tail sweep. Lu Chen roared, a blue dragon silhouette emerging from the spear, sweeping through and shattering most of the incoming blades. Bloodhand observed from a distance, his eyes narrowing beneath the mask. Indeed, a formidable opponent. In the heart of the battlefield, Lu Chen abruptly changed tactics. Conjuring the spear of the underworld in his left hand, the sound of the yellow springs reverberating throughout the laboratory. One of the twins suddenly slowed in movement, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity, piercing his shoulder with a spear. Beneath the divine melody of the underworld, the individual was instantly reduced to ashes. "Brother!" the other twin cried, his eyes wide with rage as blood suddenly stained the crescent blade in his grasp. "Blood ignition's secret technique?" Lu Chen sneered, white tiger-rending claw. His left hand transformed into a claw, 3 blades of platinum light tearing through the air, aimed directly at his opponent's throat. The twin hastily defended, but the curved blade was cleaved asunder, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes across his chest. It was over. Lu Chen swung his spear back, severing the head cleanly from a body. Blood sprayed onto the incubation chamber, staining the transparent glass of vivid crimson. The blood hand, upon witnessing this, did not flinch. Instead, he applauded with glee. "Marvelous. Truly, Lu Chen is worthy of suppressing even the likes of Nangong Wentian from the provincial capital." Without further ado, Lu Chen pointed his spear directly at the blood hand. "You're next. Is that so?" The blood hand suddenly tossed aside his cloak, revealing rows of incubation chambers behind him. Each chamber housed a child, the youngest barely 5 or 6, the oldest perhaps 12 or 13. They lay with closed eyes, their bodies riddled with tubes. "These are all my masterpieces," the blood hand said, caressing the incubation chambers. "Picked from the slums. These little scraps could be transformed into perfect weapons after modification." Alas, the experiment remains incomplete. Lu Chen's grip on the spear trembled slightly, the light on his battle robe flickering ominously. He beheld the sutured scars on the children, the grotesque contortion of their bones, and the ravages inflicted upon them by drugs. They were already dead, yet, even in death, they found no peace. "Beasts!" Lu Chen spat the words through clenched teeth. The blood hand shrugged dismissively. "It's merely the law of the jungle. These children suffer even in life. They might as well contribute to my research." Chapter 63. The Final Strike Boom. The laboratory floor shattered beneath Lu Chen's feet as the yin-yang battle halberd surged forth, entwined with the energies of black and white, aimed directly at the throat of Bloodhand. This strike was as swift as lightning. The air twisted in its wake, producing a piercing shriek. Excellent. Bloodhand did not flinch nor evade, as his arms glowed with a crimson light, bracing to meet the halberd with his flesh and blood. Clang! The clash of metal resounded, and the sleeves of Bloodhand's attire burst apart, revealing arms adorned with grotesque crimson patterns. These patterns writhed like living entities, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. "You wretched rats lurking in the sewers, reveling in such repulsive abominations." Lu Chen sneered as the halberd spun in his grasp, transitioning from a thrust to a sweeping strike. Bloodhand cackled maniacally, leaning back as the crimson pattern surged, transforming his fingers into vicious claws that lunged towards Lu Chen's wrist. Slash! Lu Chen hastily retreated, yet his 5 spirits battle robe was still torn open with 3 gashes. He cast a glance at the damaged robe, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Do you think the golden 5 stars are merely for show?" Bloodhand flicked his bloodied claws, droplets of crimson falling forth. "I have perfected this blood-fiend sorcery, precisely to deal with scum like you." Before he could finish, Lu Chen vanished from sight. The vermilion bird's flaming heaven step. 7 blazing afterimages appeared around Bloodhand, each delivering strikes from different angles. Bloodhand's claws hastily defended, yet one halberd managed to sweep across his midsection, sending him flying. Bang! Bloodhand crashed through 3 walls before halting his descent. He spat a mouthful of blood as the crimson patterns on his body swelled, coalescing into a pair of blood-red wings behind him. Blood wings ascend. With a powerful flap, Bloodhand's speed surged, transforming into a shadow of blood that lunged at Lu Chen. Wherever he passed, the ground was gouged into deep ravines. Lu Chen planted his halberd into the earth, his 5 spirits battle robe instantly turning pure white. As he launched a punch forward, Xuanwu's suppressing sea fist, a massive curtain of water materialized, and the blood shadow collided against it, creating a piercing sound of friction. Seizing the moment, Lu Chen hurled the spear of the underworld, its sound piercing into Bloodhand's mind. Bloodhand screamed in agony, clutching his head as his blood-red wings faltered and dissipated. Lu Chen closed in, aiming the halberd directly at his heart. However, Bloodhand suddenly grinned, as the crimson patterns on his chest converged into a ghastly visage. Blood demon devours heart. The demonic face opened its gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying pull that drew Lu Chen's halberd towards it. Yin-yang reforçal. At the critical moment, the black and white light upon the halberd abruptly inverted. The suction was momentarily disrupted, allowing Lu Chen to seize this fleeting opportunity, driving the halberd into Bloodhand's chest. Thud! The halberd pierced through, and Bloodhand looked down in disbelief at the blade lodged within him. Yet, Lu Chen had no intention of granting him a swift death. Kneel! Lu Chen bellowed, sweeping the halberd to sever Bloodhand's legs. Ah! Bloodhand shrieked as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth from his severed limbs. Lu Chen pressed his foot upon Bloodhand's chest, dragging him before the lifeless forms of the children. Look at them. Behold the children whose lives you have taken. The bloodied hands writhe in anguish, fear finally dawning in their eyes. No. Do not kill me. I bow. Lu Chen presses down harder with his foot, the ribs of the bloodied hands groaning under the unbearable strain. I bow. I bow. The bloodied hands desperately struggle to support their body with broken limbs, repeatedly bowing before the corpses of the children. I am sorry. I am sorry. Their forehead strikes the ground, producing a dull thud. Blood oozes from the wounds, mingling with the blood of the children. Not loud enough. Bow harder with all your might. Lu Chen delivers a kick to their back. The bloodied hands wail, bowing even more fervently. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I can be your dog. Lu Chen coldly observes this once mighty demon now reduced to a pitiful creature, pleading like a lost dog. He raises the yin-yang battle spear, its tip aimed at the nape of the bloodied hands. The spirits of these children demand your life as tribute. No. The bloodied hands' anguish scream is abruptly silenced. The spear descends, severing the head. Lu Chen gazes at the head that rolls on the ground, its eyes still reflecting terror. He sheathes the spear and turns towards the lifeless bodies of the children. Rest in peace, he whispers softly as the radiance of the 5 spirits' robe gradually dims. Outside the laboratory, the wail of police sirens grows closer. Lu Chen casts one final glance at this hell on earth, departing without a backward glance. In a monitoring room of the secret realm, the air feels as though it has solidified. A dozen high-ranking officials from the training camp are gathered before the holographic projection. The screen frozen on the moment Lu Chen slays the bloodied hands, capturing the completed task. The blood-soaked youth stands amidst the carnage, eyes as sharp as blades. The yin-yang spear still dripping with blood. Completed ahead of schedule, Chief Instructor Lai strokes the stubble on his chin, his brow furrowed. Beside him, the data analyst swiftly retrieves the figures. 37 minutes elapsed, 63 shorter than the estimated time. The target, the 5-star bloodied hands, and their 2 aides were all eliminated, with 0 casualties among the hostages. A collective intake of breath fills the monitoring room. This young man's prowess is extraordinary. Tactical Instructor Lin Yu adjusts his glasses, a stream of data flickering across the lenses. According to the historical data of the training camp, no newcomer has ever individually completed an S-level task prior to formally joining the camp. Lai fixates on Lu Chen's frigid gaze on the screen, suddenly smiling. Interesting. He rises, his towering figure casting a shadow across the monitoring room. It appears our conventional training regimen is far too lenient for this little monster. He turns to his team. Assemble all core instructors. We will convene in 1 hour. We need to tailor a training plan specifically for this little monster. A glimmer of excitement flickers in Lin Yu's eyes. Are you suggesting hell mode? A dangerous milikurvs lei lies lips. Even more exhilarating. 2 days later, abandoned factory district on the outskirts of the city. Boom! A golden tier armored rhinoceros was sent flying by a single punch from Lu Chen, its massive form crashing through 3 walls before coming to a halt. It struggled to rise, only to be pierced through the skull by a descending war spear. Lu Chen withdrew the spear, flicking off the blood with an expression devoid of emotion. Over the past 2 days, he had either been engaged in missions or traversing the wilderness to hunt monstrous beasts. In this brief span, He had nearly scoured every gathering place of these beasts surrounding Tianbei City, leaving a trail of vanquished foes in his wake. Notification: killed a golden tier armored rhinoceros. Battle points 3,000. Current battle points 215,000. Progress towards skeletal crystallization 99. 8, just a little more. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. He sensed that his bones were on the brink of a transformative change, needing just one final push. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from Yi Xiaofan. "Cousin, are you still hunting beasts? We're heading to the training camp tomorrow. Uncle San said there's a family dinner tonight." Lu Chen replied succinctly. "Understood, I'll return shortly." He stowed his phone and cast his gaze towards the distant mountains. There lay the last known lair of beasts, rumored to be home to a peak golden tier thunder-patterned leopard. "It's you." A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips as he vanished from sight with a swift motion. Chapter 64. The indestructible body of the five elements. Lu Chen dashed forward, initially intent on a swift resolution. However, to his dismay, the thunder-patterned leopard was not at home. With no other option, Lu Chen began to scour the surroundings. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from afar, causing Lu Chen to halt in his tracks. He had found it. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he moved like a specter through the dense forest. With each step he took, a faint image of the vermilion bird materialized beneath his feet, enhancing his speed by nearly 30%. As he emerged from the last thicket, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. Two colossal beasts were locked in a fierce battle in the clearing. One of them was the thunder-patterned leopard he had been tracking. Stretching over 5 meters in length, the leopard's sleek black body was adorned with vivid blue lightning patterns, each pounce accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Opposing it was an even larger crimson behemoth, its body cloaked in magma-like scales, continuously exhaling searing flames. A golden peak lava giant lizard. Excitement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. It was a 2-for-1 opportunity. The two monstrous creatures had evidently been engaged in combat for quite some time. The thunder-patterned leopard bore a deep, bone-revealing wound on its left hind leg, while the lava giant lizard's abdomen was torn open, blood gushing forth. Lu Chen silently concealed himself behind an ancient tree, the yin-yang battle halberd gradually coalescing in his grasp. He narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the unfolding battle, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Roar! The thunder-patterned leopard suddenly darted aside, evading the lava giant lizard's fiery breath, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it lunged for the lizard's throat. In a panicked response, the giant raised its foreleg to block, but the leopard clamped down on it, electric currents surging through the lizard's body, eliciting a pained howl. Now, a spark of determination ignited in Lu Chen's gaze as the muscles in his right arm tensed. A pitch-black spear, shrouded in the aura of death, materialized in his palm. The spear of the underworld. Whoosh! The dark spear sliced through the air, striking the already wounded abdomen of the lava giant lizard with pinpoint accuracy. Terrifying energy surged into the lizard's body, shattering its internal organs and soul fragments alike. You have slain a golden peak lava giant lizard. Battle points 80. 0, 0, 0. The lava giant lizard emitted a thunderous wail as its massive form collapsed to the ground. The thunder-patterned leopard released its grip on the lizard's foreleg, scanning the surroundings warily, clearly aware of a third party's presence. Thinking of fleeing? Lu Chen scoffed as he observed the leopard's sudden turn to escape. The vermilion bird's image beneath his feet blazed alive, igniting with fervor. The vermilion bird's heavenly step. Boom! Lu Chen propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the air around him warping from the intense heat. The thunder-patterned leopard was swift, but Lu Chen was swifter. In the blink of an eye, the distance between man and beast shrank to less than 10 meters. 5 spirits breaking the heavens strike. Lu Chen brought down his halberd with ferocious force, intertwining black and white light into a wave of destructive energy. The thunder-patterned leopard sensed the imminent threat. Its electric patterns flared to life, its speed surging once more as it narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Boom! The energy wave severed dozens of ancient trees in half, carving a deep ravine several meters into the ground. Such a swift beast, Lu Chen's battle spirit surged, his feet never faltering as he pressed on in pursuit. The thunder-patterned leopard, clearly incensed, suddenly executed a sharp turn, utilizing the rebound from a colossal tree to launch itself towards Lu Chen at an almost right angle. Its razor-sharp claws crackled with blinding lightning, aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. Unflinching, Lu Chen raised his war spear to block. The clash of metal resonated with a resounding clang, propelling Lu Chen back 3 steps as he felt a heaviness in his chest. Meanwhile, the thunder-patterned leopard leapt back, creating distance once more. Truly a peak golden beast. Lu Chen licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Perfect timing to test my new techniques. Gripping the spear with both hands, he felt his inner energy surge wildly. The black and white radiance on the war spear began to swirl, forming a Tai Chi symbol. Yin-yang Great Mirror. The Tai Chi symbol abruptly expanded, transforming into a massive grinding disc over 5 meters in diameter, rolling towards the thunder-patterned leopard. As it passed, the air was rent asunder. A flicker of fear crossed the leopard's eyes, its entire body aglow with electric patterns that shone at their peak, transforming into a true bolt of lightning at the last possible moment, slipping through the gaps in the yin-yang mill. What? Lu Chen was taken aback, astonished that this creature possessed such a life-saving ability. After passing through the mill, the leopard appeared significantly weakened, yet its speed remained undiminished as it continued its flight deeper into the dense forest. Trying to escape? Not so easily. A cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he channeled energy into his legs. Vermilion bird, blazing steps, explosive flame. Boom! A burst of flames erupted beneath Lu Chen's feet, catapulting his speed to new heights. This time, he held nothing back. His speed reached a level that even surpassed sound, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Sensing the imminent approach of death, the thunder-patterned leopard abruptly halted and turned, opening its cavernous maw. Its entire body lit up with electric patterns, converging in its mouth to form a blinding sphere of lightning. Roar! The lightning sphere shot forth, transforming mid-air into a colossal net of electricity over 10 meters in diameter, descending upon Lu Chen. A mere parlor trick. Lu Chen scoffed, the black and white radiance of his spear swelling. White tiger in claw. The platinum claws traced a perfect arc, cleaving through the lightning net effortlessly. The momentum carried through, targeting the leopard's head directly. In a desperate attempt, the leopard raised its front paw to block, only to have one of its claws severed by the strike. It emitted a pain howl, fear finally dawning in its eyes. It is over. Lu Chen granted it no respite, raising his spear high above his head as his energy converged furiously. 5 spirits breaking the heavens. This strike contained all of Lu Chen's strength, even drawing upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, causing the space around the spear tip to warp. The thunder-patterned leopard roared in despair, summoning its last reserves to conjure a shield of lightning before it. Smash! The chaotic light collided with the lightning shield, resulting not in a cataclysmic explosion, but merely a faint pop. Then, the shield shattered like foam, and the chaotic light penetrated the head of the thunder-patterned leopard without obstruction. Defeated the Golden Peak thunder-patterned leopard. Battle points 80,000. Current battle points 375,000. Progress of bone glazing 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the glazing of the entire skeletal structure. Acquiring the physical talent. Indestructible body of the 5 spirits. Beginner. The corpse of the thunder-patterned leopard crashed to the ground, while Lu Chen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Although the battle was brief, each second was explosive and immensely draining. At that moment, an unprecedented warmth surged from deep within his marrow, instantly spreading throughout his body. Lu Chen felt as if every inch of his bones were glowing and radiating heat, as if he were immersed in a hot spring. A kaleidoscope of colors shimmered beneath his skin, and he appeared as though he were sculpted from glass, sparkling beneath the sun. Is this the indestructible body of the 5 spirits? Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He attempted to draw his weapon across his arm, and the wound healed at a visible pace, leaving no scar behind. Indestructible body of the 5 spirits. Beginner, favored child of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Standing between heaven and earth, spiritual energy is ceaseless. The physical body fights to the end without perishing. Indeed, this makes me even more extraordinary, Lu Chen remarked with satisfaction. He looked up at the sky, which was nearing dusk. He needed to return home, for tomorrow marked the day he would head to the training camp. With that, Lu Chen cast one last glance at the battlefield before turning to leave. Chapter 65, Bounty and Framing. The fading rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the parking lot on the outskirts, as Lu Chen treaded upon the dappled shadows towards his off-road vehicle. Just as his fingers were poised to grasp the door handle, a subtle shift in his nostrils alerted him to an unsettling scent. A faint whiff of blood mingled with an acrid chemical odor infiltrated his senses. As a martial artist adept in both physical prowess and spiritual cultivation, Lu Chen's senses were markedly more acute than those of his peers. This scent was amiss. In that very instant, as the peculiar odor registered, a shimmering phoenix silhouette materialized beneath his feet, propelling him backward with extraordinary speed. Boom! The deafening roar of an explosion reverberated through the air as Lu Chen's vehicle erupted into a colossal fireball, its diameter exceeding 20 meters. The searing shockwave overturned a dozen nearby cars, scattering fragments of metal like lethal projectiles. Lu Chen stood 50 meters away, one hand casually tucked in his pocket while the other nonchalantly shielded his face. The blast's force tousled his platinum hair. Yet not a single corner of his attire bore a mark of damage. To orchestrate such an elaborate scheme to eliminate me, they have truly exerted themselves, he mused, lowering his hand with a sardonic smile. Alas, this level of explosion hardly qualifies as a mere tickle to me. Before his words could fully fade, 12 dark figures emerged from all directions, clad uniformly in black combat attire and adorned with silver metal masks. They bore the crimson insignia of the Pure World Society upon their chests. Lu Chen remained unperturbed, even too lazy to summon his yin-yang war halberd. When did the rats of the Pure World Society learn to hide in the shadows? He narrowed his eyes, testing the waters with a query. It seems the Pure World Society does not require stealth, does it? The 12 assassins remained as silent as iron, their movements synchronized with military precision. The weakest among them was at the golden 1-star level, while 3 among them ascended to the formidable golden 5-star tier. Such a formidable lineup was more than sufficient to encircle and eliminate a peak golden warrior. Kill! With a low command, the 12 assassins launched their coordinated assault. 6 engaged in a direct frontal attack, 3 flanked from behind, while the remaining trio circled the periphery, poised to deliver the final blow. Their collaboration was seamless, with their onslaught surging forth like an unrelenting tide. Yet, Lu Chen merely chuckled lightly, not even shifting his stance. Too slow. In the fleeting moment that the first wave of attacks approached, Lu Chen's figure became a blur. The 6 assailants charging head-on were struck with terror as they realized their weapons had all missed, and Lu Chen had already materialized behind them. Bang! 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 With 3 effortless strikes, he dispatched the 3 golden 1-star assassins before they could even react, shattering their cervical vertebrae as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground like discarded sacks. Kill golden 1-star assassins. Combat points 10,000. Kill golden 1-star assassins. Combat points 10,000. Kill golden 1-star assassins. Combat points 10,000. What? The leader of the assassins felt his pupils constrict beneath the mask, utterly bewildered. He had not even glimpsed Lu Chen's movement, and 3 of his subordinates lay dead. Do not rush. Let us take them one by one. Lu Chen's voice echoed like a spectral whisper in the ears of the assassins. Today, let us indulge in some amusement. Disperse. Change formation. The leader of the assassins commanded sharply. The remaining 9 assassins immediately adapted their strategy, forming 3 small battle arrays of 3 members each. With a formidable 5-star golden warrior anchoring each group, they stood back to back, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Chen's figure materialized before one of the groups, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Here I am. D. The 3 assassins launched their attacks simultaneously, their blades creating a dazzling flurry that encircled Lu Chen. leaving him no room for escape. Yet, Lu Chen merely raised his right hand nonchalantly, flicking his index finger. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out as the weapons of the three assassins were sent flying. With unyielding momentum, Lu Chen's finger lightly tapped the masks of the three. Crack! The metallic masks shattered, along with the skulls beneath, splattering crimson and ivory. Kill a 3-star golden assassin. Battle points 30, 0, 0, 0. Kill a 4-star golden assassin. Battle points 40, 0, 0, 0. Kill a 5-star golden assassin. Battle points 50, 0, 0, 0. A monster. This is a monster. A trembling survivor whispered, his grip on his weapon quaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat beaded on the leader's forehead. He had never encountered such a terrifying foe. 12 golden assassins encircled one man. Yet in under 10 seconds, half were already lost, and their adversary had not even drawn a weapon. Use that, the leader snarled, biting down and producing a blood-red orb from his cloak. Altogether, the remaining 6 assassins, upon seeing the blood orb, exchanged determined glances. They simultaneously bit their tongues, expelling a droplet of their essence onto the orb. Instantly, the orb blazed with a crimson glow, an oppressive aura suffusing the air. Oh, is this what the texts refer to as the blood fiend orb of the Purity Society? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, finally revealing a hint of interest. It seems you have truly invested a significant amount. The blood fiend orb was a treasure of the Purity Society, requiring 6 golden-level warriors to channel their essence. Once detonated, its power could slay even a peak platinum-level warrior. The leader of the assassins bellowed menacingly, hurling the blood fiend orb towards Lu Chen. The orb traced a sanguine arc through the air, sizzling with corrosive energy as it passed. The 6 assassins formed seals simultaneously, unleashing the full force of the blood fiend orb. Yet, Lu Chen merely smirked derisively, slowly raising his right hand, fingers splayed towards the incoming orb. Is this it? To the astonishment of the 6 assassins, the blood fiend orb inexplicably halted just an inch before Lu Chen's palm, unable to advance further. How disappointing. Lu Chen scoffed, abruptly closing his fingers. Bang! The orb, reputed to severely injure platinum warriors, was effortlessly crushed in Lu Chen's grasp, without even a ripple of disturbance. And no, it's impossible. The leader's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 5 assassins turned ashen, devoid of any fighting spirit. Lu Chen approached the 6 individuals with measured strides, each step augmenting the intensity of his presence. I offer you a chance to preserve your lives, he declared, gazing down upon them with an air of supremacy. Disclose the identity of the mastermind behind this, and I may grant you mercy. The leader of the assassins struggled to lift his head, his eyes concealed beneath a mask, reflecting sheer terror. We are merely following orders. How dull! Lu Chen sighed, waving his right hand gently. In an instant, 5 heads soared into the air, their respective bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Only the leader remained, trembling uncontrollably in place. Eliminated golden 2-star assassin, combat points 20,000. Eliminated golden 3-star assassin, combat points 30,000. Eliminated golden 4-star assassin, combat points 40,000. Eliminated golden 4-star assassin, combat points 40,000. Eliminated golden 5-star assassin, combat points 50,000. Now, can you speak? Lu Chen crouched down, gently removing the leader's mask to reveal a pallid middle-aged face. It is the Nangong family. The leader's psychological defenses crumbled completely. We received a bounty from the Nangong family. So, you are not affiliated with the Purity Society? Indeed, upon uttering this, the leader collapsed to the ground, as though all his bones had been extracted. Lu Chen rose, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The Nangong family. It seems the lesson you provided was insufficient. He glanced at the prostrate leader, a sudden smile breaking forth. You may leave. What? The leader could scarcely believe his ears. I said you're free to go. Turning his back to the man, Lu Chen added, convey a message back to the Nangong family. Prepare for the reckoning that will soon find them. The leader, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away from the scene, not daring to cast a glance back at Lu Chen. Observing the fleeing figure, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. His act of clemency was a deliberate choice, allowing a survivor to return to the Nangong family, ensuring they would find themselves without a defense. It is time to return. Lu Chen stretched languidly, surveying the parking lot now reduced to ruins, shaking his head in resignation. It appears I must walk back. Chapter 66. A return to action. As Lu Chen pushed open the door, Lu Fan was tying a pink apron emblazoned with the words family cook, emerging from the kitchen while carrying a plate of braised python meat. Oh, where have you been mining? Lu Fan chuckled upon seeing his son's soiled visage, adding with a grin, where have you taken up boiler work? Ning Tianhao rose from the sofa, casting a sharp glance over Lu Chen, his eyes betraying a hint of intensity. Have you encountered trouble? 12 elite assassins. And you even resorted to the blood fiend pearl. Lu Chen tossed his tattered coat onto the sofa and sank heavily into a seat. Sent by the Nangong family. An immediate silence fell over the living room. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan suddenly erupted into laughter, slamming the dish onto the table. Well done, kid. 12 elite assassins couldn't take you down. You truly are my son. Ning Xueji emerged from the kitchen, still carrying a bowl of soup. If you're unscathed, go wash up and change. Dinner waits. Though she appeared calm, she had scrutinized her son thoroughly, only able to maintain her composure after confirming he was unharmed. Ning Tianhao approached Lu Chen and patted his shoulder. Go clean yourself up and rest well. Tomorrow, focus on the training camp. As for the other matters, he glanced at Lu Fan, his words laden with meaning. We shall handle it. Lu Chen nodded and ascended the stairs. Behind him, Lu Fan's exaggerated voice rang out. Oh no, my braised meat will get cold. Hurry and wash up. Once Lu Chen's footsteps faded at the staircase's end, the atmosphere in the living room shifted dramatically. The jovial expression on Lu Fan's face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. He unfastened the apron and tossed it carelessly onto the sofa, his knuckles cracking ominously. 12 elite assassins, he murmured darkly. The Nangong family seeks to sever the roots of the Lu family. Ning Tianhao lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. They will likely shift the blame to their incompetent subordinates. Oomph. Lu Fan scoffed, a flash of crimson in his eyes. If I do not act, do they truly believe I am to be trifled with? Ning Xueji silently approached her husband, handing him a black trench coat. Be careful. Lu Fan donned the coat and turned to Ning Tianhao. Shall we adopt a dual approach? Indeed. Ning Tianhao extinguished his cigarette. I will contact the family to apply commercial pressure, while you... He paused, give them a profound lesson. Lu Fan grinned, a smile that made even Ning Tianhao shiver. I guarantee it will be profound. In the dead of night, 3 secret strongholds of the Nangong family were simultaneously assaulted. The first was a private club on the outskirts of the city. Surveillance footage revealed a shadowy figure entering like a wraith, causing all guards to collapse into pools of blood before they could even trigger the alarm. Countless precious medicinal herbs and weapons stored within the club were looted clean. The second site was a luxurious apartment in the city center. The third elder of the Nangong family, residing on the top floor, was abruptly awakened from his slumber, hoisted up before his 12 mistresses, stripped of his clothing, and hung upside down on the balcony. His storage ring had been taken, and a knife had carved the words the Nangong family are all sons of turtles into his chest. The third location was a casino secretly operated by the Nangong family. The entire establishment was utterly destroyed from within by a terrifying force, reducing all tables and machines to mere dust. Every member of the Nangong family present was slaughtered. When the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Lai, received the news, it was already 3 in the morning. Investigate. He bellowed, find out who did this. Master. The butler trembled as he handed over a note, discovered on the casino manager's body. Nangong Lai unfolded the note, which bore a single line, 12 golden-level exchanges for 3 strongholds. This trade is quite advantageous. Lu. The note instantly turned to ashes in his hand. Lu Fan. Nangong Lai ground his teeth in fury. You have gone too far. Meanwhile, atop the building where the Lu family resided, Lu Fan leisurely sipped beer, his black trench coat immaculate, seemingly unaffected by the bloody retribution that had just transpired. Ning Tianhao's figure appeared beside him, holding a can of beer as well. I heard Nangong Lai was so furious he nearly vomited blood. Ning Tianhao chuckled. Lu Fan shrugged, That's just the beginning. He took a long swig of beer and asked, "How's business?" The Nangong family's 3 major projects have been halted, and 5 partners have announced the termination of contracts. Ning Tianhao replied, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "The loss is at least 300 billion. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. That should sting them for a while. The two drank in silence for a moment before Ning Tianhao suddenly spoke. "Did you go too hard tonight?" "Too hard?" Lu Fan scoffed. "Did they not think it was excessive when they sent 12 golden-level assassins to kill my son? Survival of the fittest." Ning Tianhao sikhet immortal. "Worried about what?" Lu Fan interrupted. "Worried about the Nangong family's revenge?" He stood up, looking down at the distant city lights. "Years ago, I couldn't protect Xueji, so I had to hide in this Tianhai, living as a soft-spoken king. Now that I possess this power, if I still hesitate to strike, then all my training would be for naught. If anyone dares to touch my son, I will make them regret ever being born." Ning Tianhao looked at his friend's silhouette and suddenly smiled. "You're still the same." Lu Fan turned around, his face returning to a carefree expression. "All right, Xueji must be asleep now. I can finally go to bed." The pains of a middle-aged man. The following morning, as Lu Chen descended the stairs, he found his father had prepared a lavish breakfast. Lu Fan hummed a tune in the kitchen, seemingly unaffected by the bloodbath of the Nangong family stronghold the previous night. Ning Tianhao walked in from outside, holding a newspaper. Today's headlines are rather amusing. The front page boldly proclaimed, "Multiple Nangong family enterprises suffer mysterious attacks, sustaining heavy losses," accompanied by a photo of the casino ruins. Ah, the youth of today are truly becoming increasingly outrageous. Lu Fan feigned a shake of his head and sighed, lamenting the prevalence of violence among them. Lu Chen nearly choked on a bun. He glanced up at his father and then at his third uncle, both wearing expressions of innocent bewilderment. These two are quite the performers. After breakfast, Lu Chen prepared to venture out. Observing Lu Fan standing at the doorway to bid him farewell, he suddenly embraced his father. "Thank you, Dad." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled while chiding, "You little rascal, why the sudden sentimentality? Hurry along." Lu Chen smiled softly and turned to leave. Behind him came Lu Fan's voice, "Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, fight back with all your might. If you can't win, just call for your old man." Ning Tianhao shook his head in resignation. "Your approach to education." "What of it?" Lu Fan retorted confidently. "He is my son, and I take pleasure in it." Chapter 67. The instructor who couldn't hold his breath. As the morning mist lingered, a group of several dozen students had already gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. Lu Chen walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Lu Qingxuang followed closely in his wake. "Brother, look." Lu Qingxuang quickened her pace to walk alongside him, her chin slightly raised as she pointed toward the stone platform. "There's so many fewer people now." Lu Chen glanced at the sparse crowd, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Eliminating 2/3 in just 3 days, this training camp is quite ruthless. He had heard that during the second day's task, some students had encountered members of the Golden Level Purity Society. Lowering her voice, she added, "One of them incapacitated 3 on the spot." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "You seem well informed." "Of course," Lu Qingxuang replied proudly, shaking her head slightly. Not far away, a red-haired girl approached with purposeful strides. Yin Wushuang, sporting a high ponytail, had her crimson locks billowing in the morning breeze, her fitted combat attire accentuating her athletic physique. "Lu Chen," Yin Wushuang greeted cheerfully, her gaze momentarily lingering on Lu Qingxuang. "And who is this?" "My sister, Lu Qingxuang," Lu Chen introduced succinctly. Lu Qingxuang's expression instantly turned frosty. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes indifferent as if regarding a stranger. Yin Wushuang paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Clearly, this sister only revealed her softer side in front of her brother. "What happened to your hand?" Lu Chen noticed the bandage on Yin Wushuang's right arm. "It's nothing," she grinned, revealing her adorable little canines. "I had a tussle with a silver 9-star armored rhinoceros yesterday, and it grazed me with its horn." Just as Lu Chen was about to respond, he caught sight of several familiar figures in the distance. Chu Feng, Qin Hao, and a few other former comrades were huddled together, casting furtive glances in their direction, their faces etched with awkwardness. What is wrong with them? Yin Wushuang followed Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Qingshuang scoffed. Guilty conscience, perhaps. Lu Chen said nothing and strode directly toward them. Upon noticing him, Chu Feng visibly stiffened for a moment, while Lin Yu instinctively took a half-step back. Am I that frightening? Lu Chen halted 2 meters away, his tone teasing. No, it's not. Qin Hao stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Ge. We taking a deep breath. Qin Hao suddenly bent at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry. We should have doubted that you were possessed. The others quickly followed suit, bowing deeply and apologizing, their voices growing louder, drawing the attention of nearby students. Lu Chen's smile gradually faded. He silently regarded this group of former comrades. His gaze complex. Stand up, he finally said, waving his hand dismissively. What is done is done. Chu Feng straightened, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Lu Ye. Then but some things, once they occur, cannot be undone. Lu Chen interrupted him, his voice chillingly calm. You all know the truth. The air thickened instantly. Chu Feng opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a word. They all understood that the rift had formed, and there would be no return to the past. Cousin, wait for me. A hoarse cry shattered the silence. The crowd turned to see a figure, caked in mud and clad in tattered rags, stumbling towards them, resembling a beggar fleeing from calamity. Yi Shaofan. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, noting that after 3 days away from home, it seemed he had ventured into the mines. Yi Xiaofan rushed to Lu Chen, resting his hands on his knees, gasping heavily. It was far worse than mining. He lifted his head, revealing a face marred by bruises. While completing tasks, he also endured his master's relentless training. Lu Qingshuang's expression softened slightly, yet she maintained her distance. What is that smell? It might be that I haven't bathed in 3 days. Yi Xiaofan sheepishly scratched his head, inadvertently dislodging a handful of mud. Only then did Lu Chen notice the myriad of fresh and old scars faintly visible beneath Yi Xiaofan's tattered garments. Most alarming was the deep wound on his right wrist, exposing bone. Though scabbed over, the horrific scene of its infliction lingered in the imagination. Suddenly, all the phones vibrated simultaneously, an urgent notification popping up. Attention all trainees, the entrance to the secret realm has been opened. Task: arrive at the training camp base within 1 hour. Those who fail to arrive on time will be considered to have forfeited. What is going on? Yin Wuzhuang's eyes widened in surprise. How intriguing. A smirk curled at Lu Chen's lips. It seemed the instructors of the training camp relished in unexpected twists. The trainees stirred restlessly, rushing into the secret realm. Yin Wuzhuang also bid farewell to Lu Chen, joining her comrades into the realm. Lu Chen observed Nangong Wentian standing at the edge of the crowd, his cold gaze fixed intently on him. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a flicker of resentment flashed in Nangong Wentian's eyes, swiftly replaced by caution. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately he merely snorted disdainfully before turning and leading a group into the secret realm ahead of the others. That fellow's gaze is unsettling. Yi Xiaofan leaned closer to Lu Chen, whispering about the rumors surrounding the Nangong family from the previous night. I am aware, Lu Chen interrupted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had best not court disaster. Suddenly, Lu Qingshuang tugged at her brother's sleeve. Brother, look over there. She pointed to the opposite side of the stone platform, where a dozen unfamiliar faces stood, both men and women, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Among them, a tall young woman donned in a silver mask stood out, with no one daring to approach within 3 meters of her. A gifted student, Lu Qingshuang whispered, all prodigies hidden by their respective families, each possessing strength at least at the peak of silver level. A spark of excitement flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Now, this is intriguing. Nodding, Lu Chen urged his companions to hasten towards the entrance of the secret realm. Just as they were about to step inside, Lu Chen abruptly halted, glancing back at Chu Feng and the others who remained rooted in place. Aren't you leaving? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Chu Feng forced a smile. We need to prepare a bit more. Lu Chen regarded them with a deep gaze, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to stride into the secret realm. Darkness swiftly enveloped all light, and Lu Chen felt as though his body had traversed a viscous liquid, an eerie humming resonating in his ears. Approximately 3 seconds later, a breathtaking expanse of unbounded primeval forest unfolded before them. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the air was suffused with a peculiar blend of decay and vitality. "What the hell?" came Yi Xiaofan's voice from behind. "What are we doing here? Is this still the Black Wind Valley secret realm from 3 days ago?" Lu Chen surveyed the surroundings, astutely noting several fresh footprints on the ground, leading northeast. Someone had already set off ahead. He pointed out, "It must be Nangong, Wentian, and the others." Yi Xiaofan scratched his head. "So what do we—" "No need to rush," Lu Chen interjected, extracting an antique coin from his pocket and tossing it gently into the air. As the coin descended, he caught it with a deft hand and glanced at it. "Southeast." Lu Qingxuang leaned in curiously. "What is this?" "This is called fortune-telling," Lu Chen replied confidently. "Fortune-telling?" Yi Xiaofan, trailing behind, appeared utterly bewildered. The five had scarcely ventured further when a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the forest, swiftly followed by the roar of a ferocious beast. The sound emanated from the very direction Nangong, Wentian, and the others had departed. "Looks like someone hit the jackpot," Yi Xiaofan chuckled maliciously. Yet Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Something's not right, that cry. Before he could finish, a shadow suddenly lunged down from the treetops, aiming directly for Lu Qingxuang's throat. Just as Lu Chen prepared to intervene, he witnessed Lu Qingxuang, without even raising a hand, conjure a blade of icy sword energy, which instantly pierced the shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a pitch-black monkey with blood-red eyes and exposed fangs. "Is it a shadow demon ape?" Lu Qingxuang exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't that supposed to be extinct?" It seemed this secret realm was no longer the Black Wind Valley we once knew. The abilities of these instructors exceeded our expectations by a considerable margin. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and declared, "Everyone, stay alert. I suspect these instructors might not have our best interests at heart." Chapter 68. Collecting Landmarks. Training Camp Base, Monitoring Center. Numerous holographic screens hovered in mid-air, displaying in real time the movements of each trainee within the secret realm. Lei Lai stood at the center, arms crossed, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Target locked. Lin Yu adjusted her glasses, a stream of data flashing across the lenses. The Lu Chen team had entered the B7 zone and was moving southeast. And what are the gifted students? Lei Lai narrowed his eyes. They were dispersed across the A3 to C5 zones. Tactical instructor Wang, who called up another set of images, particularly focusing on the masked girl, who had already dispatched 3 silver-level beasts. Lei Lai suddenly grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Since they are all geniuses, they shall be treated equally. The grand gift prepared for Lu Chen will be extended to them as well." "Understood." Lin Yu's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, activating the S-level interference program and releasing the surprise gift. In the dense forest, Lu Chen suddenly halted. "What is wrong, cousin?" Yi Xiaofan almost collided with his back. Lu Chen did not respond but bent down to pick up a fallen leaf. The leaf was coated with a viscous liquid that shimmered with a strange purple hue in the sunlight. "Something is amiss." He squinted. The concentration of beasts in this area was alarmingly high. No sooner had he thought this than the foliage ahead began to shake violently, and a massive, pitch-black wolf emerged slowly. Standing over 5 meters tall at the shoulder, its crimson eyes fixed hungrily on the group, drool dripping from its maw. And Shadow Demon Wolf? Lu Qingxuang's pupils constricted. It was of golden rank. Even more terrifying, for slightly smaller wolves followed behind, fanning out to encircle the 5 of them. 3 against 5, the advantage is mine. Yi Xiaofan jested, his hand already grasping the hilt of his sword. Yet Lu Chen abruptly raised his hand to halt him. "Do not move." He keenly observed that the state of these shadow wolves was abnormal. Their pupils dilated, muscles twitching unnaturally, and blood-tinged foam dripped from their mouths. "They've been drugged." Lu Chen whispered, "Someone is controlling them." As if to corroborate his suspicion, the 5 wolves simultaneously howled at the sky, their voices laced with pain and madness. Without warning, they lunged forward. "Scatter!" Lu Chen roared. his figure darting like a specter towards the lead wolf. The yin-yang battle halberd materialized in midair, its blade carving a perfect arc. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed forth as the wolf's forepaw was severed at the root. Yet it seemed impervious to pain. The remaining 3 limbs continued their ferocious assault on Lu Chen's chest. Bang! Lu Chen sidestepped, his right leg whipping out like a whip, propelling the wolf several meters away. The beast crashed through 3 large trees before struggling to rise, its severed limb writhing as it regenerated at a visible pace. What the hell? Yi Xiaofan's eyes widened. This regenerative ability was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxuang was already engaged in battle with 2 of the shadow wolves. She formed a sword with her hands, and in an instant, dozens of icy sword energies coalesced in the air. However, Lu Qingxuang did not hastily strike to kill. Instead, she opted to test the waters first. As the sword energies danced, blood splattered in a violent eruption. Yet, with every wound that appeared, black mist surged forth, swiftly mending the damage. Brother, their weakness is... Before Lu Qingxuang could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly shifted. Be cautious of what's behind you. Lu Chen, without turning his head, thrust his spear backward, pinning the ambushing magic wolf to the ground. To his astonishment, the creature, undeterred by its pierced abdomen, opened its gaping maw to bite at his arm. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as the dual energies of black and white erupted from the spear's blade. The magic wolf's body was torn apart as if thrown into a meat grinder. Kill Golden 3, star Shadow Magic Wolf. Battle points 30,000. Something feels amiss. Lu Chen furrowed his brows as he observed the remaining wolves. These creatures have been enhanced. In the monitoring room, Lei Lai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. They discovered it so quickly. This batch of frenzy serums is the latest achievement of the Research Institute, capable of nullifying the pain receptors of beasts and tripling their recovery rate. Isn't that a bit too ruthless? Wang Hu expressed concern, fearing for the possibility of casualties. Have no worry, Lin Yu replied calmly, pulling up a set of data. According to calculations, Lu Chen's team possesses sufficient average combat strength to handle it. As for those special recruits, a cold smile crept across her lips. It's a perfect opportunity to test their mettle. Deep within the dense forest, a silver-masked maiden advanced alone. Suddenly, she halted, her brow slightly furrowing beneath her mask. Ahead, in the shadows of the trees, 3 pairs of crimson eyes slowly illuminated. Huh! Her voice was as cold as ice. Is this all? She gradually raised her right hand, a strand of silver light condensing at her fingertips. 3 frenzied shadow wolves lunged forward simultaneously, but bizarrely halted midair 3 meters from her, as if colliding with an invisible wall. Shatter. The maiden gently clenched her fingers. Boom! 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 The 3 wolves erupted into a cloud of blood mist, unable to let out even a single cry of anguish. The monitoring room fell into a profound silence. What? Wang Hu gasped. What ability did she just use? Lei Lai's eyes sparkled with intensity, a space-type ability. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's battle was nearing its conclusion. After discerning the characteristics of the magic wolves, the trio altered their strategy. They ceased their probing and instead launched direct assaults on vital points. White Tiger Rending Claw. Lu Chen's right hand transformed into a platinum blade, plunging directly into the eye socket of the last magic wolf, shattering its brain. The magic wolf collapsed with a thunderous crash, finally ceasing its struggles. Kill Golden 3, star Shadow Magic Wolf. Battle points 30,000. At last, it's done. Yi Xiaofan plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. These creatures were far more troublesome than usual. Lu Qingxuang approached the corpse of the magic wolf and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look at this." She pulled out a small metallic piece, no larger than a fingernail, from beneath the fur at the wolf's neck, etched with peculiar patterns. Lu Chen took the metal fragment, scrutinizing it closely. A piece of a map? The patterns indeed resembled a section of some topographical chart, yet the information was far too scant to ascertain the precise location. Could it be? A sudden thought struck Lu Chen, The coordinates of the training camp were dispersed and concealed within the bodies of the monstrous beasts. Yi Xiaofan abruptly sprang to her feet. The more formidable the beast, the greater the information it bore. There was only one way to find out. A fire of determination ignited in Lu Chen's eyes. From then on, they would specifically target beasts of golden grade or higher. 2 hours later, the five had gathered 7 fragments of the map. Lu Chen pieced them together, and a vague route leading deep into the mountains began to emerge. Though crucial sections remained absent, just a few more fragments were needed. After a meticulous comparison, Lu Qingxuang remarked, according to this distribution pattern, the next fragment should be located at. She pointed towards a steep peak in the distance. There, Lu Chen followed his sister's finger and suddenly narrowed his eyes. At the summit of the peak, a silvery figure was faintly discernible, engaged in a fierce battle with some colossal creature. It was the masked prodigy. Yi Xiaofan squinted. What was she fighting? That size, could it possibly be the pinnacle of gold? Lu Chen spoke in a low voice. She was challenging a golden pinnacle beast. In the monitoring room, the instructors rose collectively. Had they lost their minds? Wang, whose forehead glistened with cold sweat. That was the mountain giant ape of golden 9 stars, even in its pre-crazed state. No, she was acutely aware of her actions. Lei Lai fixed his gaze on the screen. Look at her movements, she was utterly at ease. On the screen, the silver-faced girl flitted like a butterfly among the gaps in the giant ape's assaults. She wielded no weapon, merely gesturing lightly. And a gaping wound would appear on the giant ape's body as if conjured from thin air. This was not a battle. Lin Yu's voice trembled. This was sheer play. Just as the spectators were struck with astonishment, another monitoring screen suddenly illuminated with a red light. Report. A technician shouted. Lu Chen's team is rapidly approaching the summit area. What? Lei Lai whipped around. Were they courting death? No. Wang, who suddenly grasped something, his expression turning peculiar. They were going to seize the monster? Chapter 69. A remarkable ascension as Lu Chen and his companions reached the foot of the mountain. The tall masked girl had already taken notice of their presence. She stood poised atop a protruding rock, her silver mask glinting coldly in the sunlight. Her long black hair billowing gently in the wind, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Leave, she stated, her tone indifferent, as if declaring a simple fact. This is not a battle you should interfere in. Yi Xiaofan flashed a grin, his rusted fire poker crashing against the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Oh, such bravado. My dear, is this secret realm owned by your family? Lu Qingxuang crossed her arms, her ice blue eyes narrowing slightly. We are merely passing through, but since we've crossed paths, we cannot stand idly by and watch you perish alone. Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the colossal mountain gorilla. Its muscles rippled, its fur standing on end like steel needles, and the aura of its golden peak surged forth in waves, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. However, in the next moment, roar! The giant gorilla suddenly howled at the heavens, its veins bursting with a thunderous sound, blood spraying forth like mist. Its aura soared higher, shattering the confines of the golden level in the blink of an eye, stepping into the realm of platinum. Half a step into platinum. This is disastrous. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This beast was prepared to fight to the death. The chasm between gold and platinum was akin to a vast abyss. Even a half step into platinum was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary golden peak. The masked girl's previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant as she retreated several dozen meters, her expression beneath the mask now grave. Now we let's leave? Yi Xiaofan tightened his grip on the rusted sword, a grin still plastered on his face. The girl fell silent for a moment before coldly replying. As you wish. Boom! The giant gorilla slammed its fists into the ground, causing the entire mountain to quake. Its crimson eyes locked onto the four, its murderous intent palpable and almost tangible. Attack! Lu Chen commanded, instantly entering his most powerful combat state. Clad in the 5 spirits battle robes, vibrant colors enveloped him. The yin-yang war halberd was gripped in his right hand, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. The spear of the underworld floated in his left, resonating with the melody of the underworld. Had it not been for the earlier self-detonation of his five spirits avatar, he would have unleashed the five elements celestial sealing array upon this beast. Ha ha, here I come. Yi Xiaofan laughed heartily, swinging his rusted sword. The sword energy weaving through the air like a dragon. In an instant, he carved dozens of fierce sword marks into the atmosphere, aimed directly at the giant gorilla's eyes. Lu Chen, however, maintained an air of elegance, standing to one side of the battlefield. With a single wave of her hand, ice crystals filled the sky, transforming into countless icy swords that rained down like a tempest. Swish, swish, swish. The ice swords pierced the flesh of the giant gorilla. Though they did not completely breach its defenses, they momentarily slowed its movements. Roar! The gorilla, infuriated, swung a fist toward Lu Chen. Clang! A silver spatial barrier materialized abruptly, forcefully blocking the blow. Yin Weiyue had somehow appeared before the giant gorilla, a massive 2-meter-long machete materializing behind him. Before her, she resolutely drew her blade, the gleaming edge slicing through the air with a delicate motion, creating a 3-meter-long rift in space that violently tore through the atmosphere, aimed directly at the giant ape's neck. The void slash. With a swift sound, the rift cleaved through the ape's thick fur as if it were mere paper, blood gushing forth. A remarquable technique. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he moved like lightning, thrusting the yin-yang battle spear straight at the giant ape's throat. The azure dragon breaking the heaven spear, wrathful dragon piercing the heart. Boom! The giant ape, feeling the pain, swung its other arm in retaliation. Lu Chen, bracing his spear, absorbed the blow. Clang! He was jolted back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Damn, what immense strength! He spat, yet his fighting spirit surged even higher. Roar! The giant ape completely lost control, its fists hammering the ground with such fury that the earth cracked, sending countless shards of stone flying like cannonballs. The Qilin cloud armor. Lu Chen shouted, the five spirits battle robe shining brilliantly, the earthy-hued Qilin cloud armor enveloping him, resisting the barrage of debris. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Seeing the giant ape charging towards him as if he were a mere soft target, Lu Chen became furious. System. Elevate me to silver 9 stars. Consuming 120,000 battle points. Host level upgraded to silver 9 stars. A surge of wild energy erupted from within Lu Chen, his aura visibly escalating at an astonishing rate. Silver 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of silver 9 stars. His muscles and bones crackled like popping beans, the intricate patterns on the five spirits battle robe radiating blinding light. This scene left everyone astounded. The masked girl nearly dropped her knife, having never witnessed anyone break through 4 small realms in the midst of battle. In the monitoring room, the watching instructors were collectively rendered speechless. This kid must be cheating, right? Lei Lai crushed the armrest of his chair in disbelief. This isn't cheating. It's simply not turned off. Wang, who couldn't help but quip. Lin Yu, however, gazed at Lu Chen with a look of bewilderment. In the heart of the battlefield, Lu Chen grinned savagely, recklessly pouring all remaining attribute points into strength and constitution. Strength, 9,000 limit. Constitution, 9,000 limit. As the attribute points surged, Lu Chen's muscle fibers restructured instantaneously, the density of his powerful crystal-like bones escalating several-fold. With a casual swing of his spear, the air was sliced, producing a sharp sonic boom. Come again, beast. Lu Chen stomped down, the ground erupting beneath him. He transformed into a fleeting shadow of black and white, the spear whistling sharply as it pierced toward the giant ape's throat. Thud! The spearhead sank deep into flesh, eliciting an earth-shattering roar from the giant ape. It unleashed a deafening cry of pain, wildly swinging its arms in a futile counterattack. Yet Lu Chen skillfully parried with the spear of the underworld, sparks flying from the metal clash. The other 3 seized the moment, launching their most potent attacks. Yi Xiaofan suddenly wiped the playful expression from his face, the rusted sword glowing with golden brilliance. One sword opens the heavenly gate. With a thunderous roar, He unleashed a torrent of sword energy from the rusted blade, transforming it into a resplendent golden sword arc that pierced through the chest of the colossal ape. Lu Chen formed seals with her hands, causing the temperature around her to plummet. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she declared, "Extreme ice, heavenly frost sword." A 3-foot-long crystalline sword coalesced in her palm, emanating an aura of frost that froze all in its path as it soared into the air. The masked girl, refusing to be outdone, took a deep breath. Her gleaming blade shone with the clarity of pristine autumn waters. Void slash, no thought. In the next instant, a massive blade of light, extending several dozen meters, sliced toward the giant ape's neck with an overwhelming force capable of annihilation. Yin Great Mir, beside the mountain giant, Lu Chen grinned menacingly, his hands coming together as black and white energies transformed into 2 colossal grinding wheels. With a fierce clap, Lu Chen crushed the mountain giant between them, grinding and tearing it apart. Boom! 4 attacks struck simultaneously, unleashing a tempest of energy that ravaged the giant's body. It first stiffened, then began to disintegrate from within, ultimately erupting in a blinding explosion of light. Slain a half-step platinum mountain giant. Reward. Combat points 150,000. For Lu Chen, this was the most melodious sound. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, an eerie silence prevailed. Were these youngsters even human? The staff members were left in utter disbelief. A silver tear could slay a golden pinnacle. Would mortals soon be able to defy the gods themselves? Chapter 70. Social Anxiety. A Sudden Turn. The battlefield fell into an instant silence. Yin Weiyue retracted her spatial power, her gaze, concealed beneath a silver mask, swept over the 3 individuals before finally resting on Lu Chen. Her posture remained upright, yet she subtly adjusted the distance between herself and the trio. "Why are you helping me?" Her voice retained its icy demeanor, though it bore slightly less sharpness than before. Lu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Just a matter of convenience." Yi Xiaofan leaned in closer with a cheeky grin. "Hey, beautiful, your spatial abilities are impressive. Care to teach me some time?" A barely perceptible frown crossed Yin Weiyue's brow beneath her mask, but she merely replied flatly, "No time." Lu Chen observed her thoughtfully, "Since our goals align, cooperation is not unwelcome." After a brief silence, Yin Weiyue unexpectedly retrieved a palm-sized metallic fragment from her storage ring, levitating it towards Lu Chen with her spatial power. The entire process was fluid, yet she deliberately avoided all eye contact. "A fragment of a map," she stated, her tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "The stronger the beast, the more complete the fragments it carries." Lu Chen accepted it, noting that this piece was larger than the previous ones, even indicating the general location of the training camp. "Thank you," he smiled broadly. Yin nodded slightly, and, as she turned to leave, her garments billowed elegantly. However, from an unnoticed angle, her fingers tightened around the cuff of her sleeve. Until next time, her voice floated back, her tone remaining distant, each relying on their own abilities. Before her words could fade, she swiftly turned to depart, moving as if fleeing from something. Yet, to her surprise, she had barely taken a few steps when Lu Chen suddenly blocked her path. "Wait!" Lu Chen's icy blue eyes pierced through her mask. "Do you have teammates?" "Not necessary," Yin Weiyue replied coolly, though she imperceptibly stepped back. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Chen's eyes as she leaned closer, whispering something into her ear. Suddenly, Yin Weiyue's body stiffened, and the tips of her ears turned visibly crimson beneath the mask. How do you?" Her voice wavered unusually. Lu Chen wore a triumphant smile, continuing to whisper in her ear. The two occasionally nodded and shook their heads, resembling old friends reunited after a long separation. 20 meters away, Yi Xiaofan poked Lu Chen. "Hey, what on earth is she up to?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes in silence, muttering, "I was about to ask you the same. Women are the most troublesome." When Lu Chen returned with a victorious grin, Yin Weiyue followed behind, visibly uneasy. Despite still wearing her mask, her gait had grown noticeably stiffer. "Brother, from today onward, Weiyue will be teaming up with us." "What?" Yi Xiaofan nearly bit his tongue in disbelief, Hadn't she just said? She changed her mind. Lu Shuang interrupted, turning to Yin Wuyue with a wink. Right? Yin Wuyue remained silent for 3 seconds before abruptly raising her hand to tear open a rift in space. I'll handle the reconnaissance. Before her words could fully settle, she vanished into the rift as if fleeing. In the monitoring room, Lei Lai stared at Yin Wuyue, who had suddenly appeared on another screen, furrowing his brow and muttering, "What is this girl doing? Wait." The direction she is heading is Lin Yu suddenly shrieked, "This is bad. She is heading straight for that creature's lair. What is wrong with this girl?" Yi Xiaofan scratched his head, looking as though he had witnessed something unspeakable. However, Lu Shuang interjected, "It's not that she is doing anything wrong. She's simply isn't accustomed to interacting with others." Just then, Lu Chen felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He abruptly looked up to see the southeastern sky darkening ominously as a swirling vortex began to form. This is not good. His face paled. Yin Wuyue is in danger. The three exchanged a glance and simultaneously dashed toward the vortex. Lu Chen summoned the illusion of the vermilion bird beneath his feet, racing ahead. Lu Shuang glided on a path of ice, closely following, while Yi Xiaofan surprisingly utilized sword control on his rusty sword. Upon their arrival, the sight before them drew gasps of shock from all three. Yin Wuyue was ensconced in a column of black light, struggling against an invisible force. A crack had formed in her mask, revealing a portion of her pale face. Even more terrifying was the faint glimpse of a pair of crimson eyes at the center of the vortex, greedily fixated on her. "It's a platinum-grade spatial beast." Lu Chen shouted, "Withdraw immediately." Gritting her teeth, Yin Wuyue attempted to conjure a spatial portal with her hands, but was thwarted by an overpowering force. Panic flickered in her eyes for the first time. "Go! Don't worry about me." "Bullshit!" Yi Xiaofan cursed vehemently, letting go of his rusty sword, which transformed into a streak of golden light, slashing toward the black column. The clash produced a jarring screech, and the column wavered slightly, allowing Yin Wuyue to break free. Staggering backward a few steps, just as the four believed the crisis had passed, the vortex suddenly expanded exponentially, unleashing a terrifying suction force. "Watch out!" Lu Chen shouted, embedding his yin-yang battle spear deep into the ground in an effort to stabilize himself. Lu Shuang swiftly formed seals, conjuring an ice wall, but it shattered the moment it came into contact with the suction. Yi Xiaofan's rusty sword was sucked into the vortex with a resounding clang, vanishing from sight. "This is impossible to resist." Despair seeped into Yin Wuyue's voice. This was a platinum-tier spatial beast. In the next instant, the pitch-black vortex suddenly broadened, enveloping everyone within its grasp. Beep beep. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the monitoring center, as all screens flickered with blinding red lights. Lin Yu's fingers danced frantically across the virtual keyboard, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "The communication signals have been jammed." Her voice trembled. "They have most likely been absorbed into it." Lei Lai slammed his fist onto the control panel, causing the metallic surface to dent inward. "Damn it. That was supposed to be the ultimate trial for graduation assessments. How could it have been triggered prematurely?" "It's most likely because of Yin Wuyue," Wang Hu remarked darkly. "Her spatial abilities must have activated the surrounding spatial anchor points. That individual was originally from the Space Division, and now he has established communication with the outside. Immediately contact the Supreme Commander." Lei Lai extracted the encrypted communicator, his fingers trembling as he requested platinum-level support. Just then, the door to the monitoring room opened silently. A tall figure clad in a gray trench coat strode in, his footsteps as soft as if treading upon cotton. "There is no need for concern." The deep voice sent a shiver through everyone present. Lei Lai spun around abruptly, his pupils constricting. "General Qin." The man known as General Qin removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He casually surveyed the surveillance footage, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "These little fellows are more interesting than I had anticipated, but that is platinum level." Lin Yu's voice rose in pitch due to urgency. "I am aware." General Qin approached the main screen and pointed at the frozen figure of Lu Chen, "which is precisely why I have come in person. The monitoring room fell into a hushed silence. Everyone recognized the true identity of General Chen, the youngest general of the Northern Sky Military District, a diamond-level powerhouse. However, the rules. Lei Lai attempted to voice further objections. Rules are meant to be broken. General Chen donned his sunglasses once more and turned to exit. Moreover, his voice suddenly became ethereal, and his figure began to blur. I am here to provide you with support, am I not? As the last word hung in the air, General Chen's presence had completely vanished, leaving the occupants of the monitoring room exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 71. The First Setback. Darkness. Absolute darkness. Lu Chen felt himself plummeting, as though descending into an unfathomable abyss. His senses had been entirely stripped away, rendering the passage of time indistinct. Suddenly, a jarring impact jolted through his body. Lu Chen quickly turned over, gripping his war spear tightly. The dual energies of yin and yang swirled in his hands, while the five spirits' battle robe emitted a faint glow, illuminating a few meters around him. Qing Shuang, Xiao Fan, he whispered, his voice echoing eerily in the confined space. There was no response. A heaviness settled in Lu Chen's heart. He distinctly recalled that in the final moments before the spatial vortex closed, everyone had been drawn inside. Yet now, his companions were nowhere to be found. Rustling, a subtle sound of friction emerged from the darkness. Lu Chen's muscles tensed, and the black and white radiance of his spear flared brightly. "Who is there?" "It is I." A cold, feminine voice resonated behind him. Lu Chen spun around. The spear tipped mere inches from Yin Wuyue's throat. The girl still wore her silver mask, though it bore several cracks now. Where are the others? Lu Chen did not lower his weapon. Yin Wuyue shook her head, fatigue lacing her voice. The spatial turbulence separated us. She raised her hand, a faint silver light emanating from her fingertips. This space is peculiar. My abilities are suppressed. Only then did Lu Chen notice her once flowing hair was now disheveled, and her sleeves bore several tears. The fact that a spatial ability wielder found herself in such disarray spoke volumes of this space as strangeness. Let us find an exit. Lu Chen sheathed his spear and surveyed their surroundings. Or perhaps, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. The ground trembled violently, and a deafening roar reverberated from afar. The pressure contained within that sound caused both of them to pale. It was undoubtedly of platinum grade. "Looks like we have no choice," Lu Chen chuckled bitterly. Yet a fierce determination sparked in his eyes. "Can you teleport?" Yin Wuyue attempted it, but the silver light flickered before extinguishing. "At most 30 meters, and it requires a lengthy cooldown. That's sufficient." Lu Chen inhaled deeply. "Stay close to me." The two advanced toward the source of the roar. As they delved deeper, the space gradually brightened. Strange purple moss clung to the walls, emitting an eerie, cold luminescence. "Wait." Yin Wuyue suddenly grasped Lu Chen's arm. There's a spatial fold ahead. No sooner had she spoken than the air in front of them warped, revealing a colossal creature. It was a terrifying being unlike any they had encountered before. Its body resembled that of a pangolin, yet its back was adorned with crystalline spikes. 6 crimson eyes were arranged in a fan-like formation on its head, each glinting with a cruel light. Most alarming was the aura it emanated. Pure platinum-grade pressure. Crystal Earth Dragon. Yin Wuyue's voice trembled. An adult specimen is at least platinum 3-star. The creature seemed to sense their presence, its 6 eyes rotating in unison, locking onto their positions. "Run." Lu Chen seized Yin Wuyue's wrist and turned to flee. The earth trembled beneath the thunderous footsteps behind them. The speed of the crystal Earth Dragon exceeded all expectations. Just as it seemed they would be overtaken, Yin Wuyue suddenly broke free from Lu Chen's grasp. "I will divert its attention." Before Lu Chen could protest, she teleported to the side of the creature, hands forming seals. Spatial cage. A prison of silver light temporarily ensnared the crystal Earth Dragon. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, the cage crumbled to dust. Lu Chen. The backlash caused Yin Wuyue to spit blood, her mask shattering completely to reveal a delicate yet pallid face. The crystal Earth Dragon, now fully enraged, redirected its focus. energy coalescing ominously upon its spikes. In a moment of peril, a wall of ice erupted from the ground, shielding Yin Wuyue, extreme ice barrier. Lu Chen emerged from the shadows, followed closely by a breathless Yi Xiaofan. You all. Lu Chen felt a surge of surprise and joy. Enough chatter. Yi Xiaofan raised his rusted sword, which suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Leave this beast to me. He leapt forward, the gold radiance transforming into a terrifying sword energy extending several meters. With a single slash, bang, the crystal earth dragon's tail swept across, obliterating the golden sword energy in an instant. Yi Xiaofan's body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the rocky wall. Blood spewed from his mouth, painting a bright red line in the air. Xiaofan. Lu Chen's eyes widened in fury, the patterns on his spirit war robe glowing intensely. He turned abruptly, the black and white energies of his yin-yang war halberd swirling violently, forming a chaotic tempest. Beast, I shall slay you. Just as Lu Chen prepared to charge forward, a cool little hand pressed upon his shoulder. Lu Chen had appeared at his side, her ice blue hair flowing without wind, intricate ice crystals beginning to form around her. Brother. Together. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Before Lu Chen could comprehend, Lu Chen bit her tongue, blood spraying into her palm. Strangely, the blood crystallized upon contact with the air. Extreme ice secret art, blood ignition, blinding blue light erupted from Lu Chen. Her aura surging as she ascended from golden 1 star to golden 5 stars. This was a forbidden technique, temporarily enhancing her power at the cost of her precious blood. I am here too. Yin Wuyue stepped forward, removing her mask to reveal her exquisite yet pale visage. The girl swiftly formed seals, spatial power enveloping her in a cocoon of silvery light. Spatial folding. The 3 figures vanished simultaneously, reappearing above the crystal earth dragon in the next instant. Azure dragon breaking heaven halberd. Furious dragon pierces heart. Extreme ice, heaven frost sword. Void slash, no thought. Lu Chen's halberd, Lu Chen's ice sword, and Yin Wuyue's blade converged. 3 attacks descending in unison. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar of an explosion, a transparent barrier materialized above the crystalline earth dragon's head. All assaults were thwarted, not a single strike landing upon it. Platinum grade, it truly was platinum grade, not to be compared with mere half-step platinum. With a thunderous roar, the 6 eyes of the crystalline earth dragon ignited with a blood-red glow. It violently tossed its head, and the 3 individuals were instantly blasted away by an invisible force. Lu Chen barely managed to adjust his posture mid-air, yet he crashed heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Crack! Even worse, he distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing within his body. 2 of his Lioli bones had indeed broken. Since traversing into this world, Lu Chen had never sustained such grievous injuries. Coughing, Lu Chen struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming fury. He glared fiercely at the slowly advancing crystalline earth dragon, veins bulging in his hand that gripped the spear. Just as the 3 prepared for a desperate final stand, a peculiar scene unfolded. The crystalline earth dragon suddenly halted, the malice in its 6 eyes gradually fading, replaced by a sense of mockery? What was it plotting? Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and, with caution, inquired. The answer soon revealed itself. With a rustling sound, a dozen smaller crystalline earth dragons emerged from the crevices of the rocky wall. They possessed only the strength of low to high-level gold, but their sheer numbers quickly encircled the 4. In an instant, Lu Chen grasped the enemy's intent, laughing in rage. What a beast! Do you intend to feast on us as if we were your offspring's lunch? The crystalline earth dragon let out a low, amused chuckle, slowly retreating, seemingly entrusting the battlefield to these little wretches. The smaller earth dragons gazed greedily at the 4, their eyes gleaming with predatory desire. Kill, was Lu Chen's succinct response, as his war spear swept forth. If it desired a spectacle, then they would provide one. The battle erupted once more, yet the circumstances were entirely different this time. Though numerous, these low-level gold little earth dragons were no match for the enraged 4. Injured, Yi Xiaofan struggled to rise, the golden light on his rusted sword shining even more fiercely. With a single swing, he cleaved two of the smaller earth dragons in half. A sword to open the gates of heaven. Lu Shuang's ice sword resembled the scythe of death, each strike claiming a life. Wherever the power of extreme ice passed, the little earth dragons were transformed into ice sculptures, only to shatter into fragments. Yin Wuyue was even more elusive, her dagger flashing as she precisely severed the throats of the smaller earth dragons with each appearance. As for Lu Chen, he was wholly venting his fury, the azure dragon breaking the heaven spear, destruction of a monstrous dragon. The war spear transformed into a colossal black and white dragon several dozen meters long, sweeping through with an annihilating momentum, instantly grinding three smaller earth dragons into a pulp. Lu Chen offered them no chance to react. The dual energies of black and white on the spear blade formed a vortex of death, scattering blood and flesh in their wake. In a mere 10 minutes, the horde of smaller earth dragons was decimated. The ground was strewn with dark green blood and severed limbs, the acrid scent of blood permeating the entire space. Lu Chen leaned on his war spear, panting heavily, his five spirits battle robe stained crimson with blood. Within a cavern of some distant realm, a man clad in a gray trench coat casually leaned against a rock, idly toying with a crystal earth dragoness thorn. The once ferocious creature now quivered in fear, its massive form trembling uncontrollably. The light in its 6 eyes flickered erratically as it lay prostrate upon the ground. General Qin approached at a leisurely pace, discarding the thorn to the ground with nonchalance. If you choose to be a sandbag, then you must accept the fate of a sandbag. His voice, though soft, sent the crystal earth dragon into a deeper tremor. Should you dare to defy again, I shall have your head. Chapter 72. Someone is late. Cough, cough. The beast is truly ruthless. Yi Xiaofan slumped to the ground, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. The rusty sword, which he always carried, now lay dull and lifeless beside him. Trembling, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom, poured a few pills into his mouth, and gradually regained some color in his face. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, his yin-yang battle halberd deeply embedded in the ground, supporting his weight. His five-spirit battle robe was tattered, and a grievous wound on his right arm exposed bone, blood seeping slowly from the injury. Yet the most severe affliction was the internal damage. He could sense that at least 3 of his lioli bones had fractured, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Brother, do not move. Lu Shuang's icy blue hair swirled without a breeze. She formed seals with her hands, and a gentle blue light surged from her palms, enveloping Lu Chen entirely. The opposing energies of extreme cold and heat intertwined at the wound, and the broken bones began to mend at a visible pace. Qing Shuang, your extreme ice blood ignition technique. Lu Chen furrowed his brow at his sister's pale countenance. It merely drains some spiritual energy. A night's rest will suffice. Lu Shuang interrupted, her hands relentless in their motions. Your injuries are far more severe. Yin Wuyue stood nearby, her silver mask completely shattered, revealing a delicate yet frostbitten visage. Her right hand pressed against the wound on her left shoulder, stabilizing the damaged tissue with spatial energy to prevent further deterioration. Her amber eyes occasionally scanned their surroundings, vigilant for any impending danger. The space is stabilized. She spoke suddenly, her voice still frigid. I can sense the exit. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaofan sprang to his feet, only to wince in pain and crouch down again. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure from this cursed place. Lu Chen gradually rose to his feet, flexing his recently healed arm. His gaze shifted towards the warped space in the distance, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. One day, I shall return to slay that beast. Let us leave first, Lu Shuang urged, supporting her brother's arm softly. This place is not safe. Yin Wuyue spoke no further, her hands forming a complex seal before her chest. Silver spatial energy flowed at her fingertips, gradually coalescing into a fissure resembling a door. The crack widened continuously until it stabilized into an opening large enough for one to pass through. Go! she commanded succinctly, stepping through first. The four of them traversed the spatial fissure, and the scene before them transformed abruptly. Lush forests replaced the dark cave, warm sunlight filtering through the leaves, and the distant sound of birdsong filled the air. Finally, we are out. Yi Xiaofan sighed in relief, collapsing onto the grass. I thought I'd truly meet my end there. Lu Chen surveyed their surroundings, quickly assessing their location. We are still some distance from the training camp. We must hasten our journey. First, we must tend to our wounds, Lu Shuang insisted, already beginning to heal Yi Xiaofan. In our current condition, encountering any beast would be perilous. Yin Weiwa leaned against the trunk of a tree, her eyes gently closed as she sought to regain her composure. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her face, which was often concealed beneath a mask, but now appeared particularly vivid. Lu Chen observed her long eyelashes, shimmering with a subtle golden hue in the sunlight. Have you seen enough? Yin Weiwa suddenly opened her eyes, her amber gaze locking onto Lu Chen's. Unfazed, Lu Chen met her stare. Your spatial abilities are formidable, yet they lack synergy in practical combat. Yin Weiwa frowned slightly. I am accustomed to working alone. In that place, if we hadn't acted together, none would have survived. Lu Chen pointed to the wound on her shoulder. Teamwork is not a weakness, but a source of strength. After a moment of silence, Yin Weiwa nodded gently. Indeed. Having completed her treatment of Yi Xiaofan, Lu Shuang turned to Yin Weiwa. It's your turn. Instinctively, Yin Weiwa stepped back. I can manage, do not be stubborn. Lu Shuang interjected, firmly grasping her wrist. Your spatial power is overexerted. Forcing its use could compromise your foundation. Yin Weiwa's body stiffened, yet she ultimately did not resist. Lu Chen noticed her ears tinting a delicate shade of red, a stark contrast to her otherwise frosty demeanor. Once the treatment concluded, the four took a brief respite before continuing their journey. According to the collected fragments of the map, the training camp should lie ahead in a valley approximately 10 kilometers distant. Do you think the others have arrived? Yi Xiaofan inquired as they walked, particularly concerned about Nangong Wentian, hoping he would not steal the spotlight. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. You better not provoke me. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in his eyes at the thought of the assassins sent by the Nangong family. This was a debt he would settle in due time. As they ventured deeper, the forest gradually thinned, giving way to a rugged mountain path. A peculiar energy wave began to permeate the air, and Lu Chen sensed it emanated from a large barrier. We are almost there, Yin Weiwa remarked suddenly, pointing into the distance where the training camp awaited. Following her gesture, a complex of buildings nestled among the mountains came into view. Towering walls, well-organized training grounds, and even a distinctive clock tower graced the center. As the group advanced, the full visage of the Tianbei training camp gradually became apparent. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered over 20 students already gathered there. Nangong Wentian stood at the center of the crowd, animatedly recounting a tale, while several companions around him occasionally gasped in exaggerated admiration. At that moment, when a golden tier beast charged, I cleaved its head with a single stroke. Nangong Wentian brandished his sword, catching sight of Lu Chen and the others, his voice instantly rising an octave. Unlike certain individuals who hide behind women, the murmurs of laughter in the crowd abruptly ceased, all heads turning towards the newly arrived four. More specifically, they gazed at Lu Chen, bloodied and battered yet standing tall. Nangong Wentian. Lu Chen's voice was low yet resonated through the entire space, bringing an eerie silence. What did you just say? I did not quite catch that. Nangong Wentian's expression shifted momentarily, yet swiftly returned to a fa-ade of arrogance. I began to speak, but a resounding slap interrupted Nangong Wentian's words. The movement of Lu Chen was so abrupt that no one could discern how he had appeared before Nangong Wentian, his right hand still poised in the act of striking. You dare to hit me? Nangong Wentian exclaimed, clutching his face, disbelief etched in his eyes. Lu Chen sneered. Hit you? I would dare to kill you. A terrifying pressure erupted from Lu Chen, the aura of the silver 9 stars unleashed without reservation. Nangong Wentian's complexion turned ashen, staggering back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this fellow's strength have surged so dramatically? Enough! A booming voice resonated from within the training camp. Man+decisive. A burly middle-aged man strode forward, clad in a sharply pressed instructor's uniform, a badge symbolizing his position as the chief instructor affixed to his chest. Private duels are strictly prohibited within the camp. Lei Lai's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Lu Chen for an extra moment. I am Chief Instructor Lei Lai. From this moment forth, all your actions must adhere to my command. Lu Chen subdued his aura, calmly stepping back. Yes, Instructor. Lei Lai imperceptibly nodded and continued. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the first round of assessment. Those who have successfully arrived here are the elite among the elite. His gaze traversed every individual present. But do not rejoice too soon, for the true training is only just beginning. Report, Instructor. Nangong Wentian suddenly raised his hand. Some have arrived late. Lei Lai raised an eyebrow. Oh. Nangong Wentian pointed at Lu Chen and his companions. They arrived 30 minutes past the stipulated time. According to the rules, their qualifications should be revoked. A stir of commotion ensued among those present. Chapter 73. Who do you think you are? Yi Xiaofan was enraged, exclaiming vehemently, Nonsense! We encountered. Silence. Lei Lai's authoritative shout silenced the crowd. He approached Lu Chen, scrutinizing the young man's wounds up close. He was acutely aware of the peril Lu Chen and his companions had faced, yet, explain. Lu Chen locked eyes with Lei Lai. We encountered a platinum-tier beast. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Platinum tier? That was beyond their capacity to confront. Lei Lai spoke calmly. Evidence. Lu Chen's colorful vertical pupils flickered as he grasped the implication. Yin Weiyue suddenly stepped forward, retrieving a crystalline spike from his storage ring. This is a fragment of its keratin severed from its body. Lei Lai accepted the spike, inspecting it meticulously before nodding slightly. Indeed, it is keratin from a platinum-tier beast. Platinum-tier beast? Ha! A sharp-faced youth behind Nangong Wentian burst into exaggerated laughter. Why not claim you encountered a diamond tier? Exactly, chimed in another, mockingly. Who knows if that keratin is even from a battle you fought? Perhaps you acquired it from some merchant to concoct this excuse. Another follower eagerly joined in, right? Such crystalline scales can be purchased from the black market. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Nangong Wentian crossed his arms, a derisive smile adorning his face. Lu Chen, just admit you were late. Is fabricating such lies amusing? The atmosphere grew tense. Whispers spread among the other students, and many regarded Lu Chen and his companions with skepticism. Yi Xiaofan's face flushed with anger. What utter nonsense! We nearly perished in there. Lu Qingshuang restrained the impulsive Yi Xiaofan, casting a cold glance at Nangong Wentian. Ignorance is not your fault, but flaunting it is utterly absurd. Instructor Lei Lai stood aside, hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to intervene. His sharp gaze darted between Lu Chen and Nangong Wentian, seemingly eager to observe how these young individuals would navigate the confrontation. Lu Chen raised his hand, signaling his companions to quieten. He strode towards Nangong Wentian, each step radiating an invisible pressure. Do you question my integrity? Lu Chen's voice was soft, yet it halted the surrounding chatter. Nangong Wentian, intimidated by the intensity of his presence, involuntarily took a step back, but quickly regained his composure. What is this? Anger at being exposed? Lu Chen suddenly smiled, a grin that sent a chill down Nangong Wentian's spine. Since you are so knowledgeable, Lu Chen produced a blood-stained sphere from his storage ring. You should recognize this, too. As the sphere hit the ground, a grotesque beast's head rolled out, drawing the collective gaze of the onlookers. The head, the size of a human, was covered in crystalline scales, and even in death, its crimson eyes emanated a chilling malevolence. A well-informed student gasped in shock at the sight of the head of a young crystal earth dragon. The entire assembly erupted in astonishment. The crystal earth dragon is notoriously a social beast, with its adult form being no less than platinum grade. The ability to slay a young one signifies that they have indeed encountered an adult earth dragon. Nangong Wentian's complexion instantly drained of color. This is impossible. How would you have acquired this? Lu Chen kicked the head towards Nangong Wentian's feet asking, "Why don't you tell me which shop sells these? I might as well procure a few more." The followers of Nangong Wentian fell silent, none daring to respond. Lu Chen then turned to face all the students, his voice resounding with authority. "We are late because we genuinely encountered unforeseen circumstances. If anyone still believes we are lying, I would not mind demonstrating what true strength entails right now." His gaze swept across each individual, finally settling on Nangong Wentian. "Who wishes to be the first to try?" A profound silence enveloped the arena. Even Lei Lai, who had been observing coldly, displayed a fleeting glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Nangong Wentian's face oscillated between shades of blue and white, rendered speechless. Prior to Lu Chen's rise in strength, he was already no match for him. Now, having ascended to silver 9 stars in merely 3 days, he felt utterly outclassed. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Nangong Wentian huffed disdainfully and retreated to the back of the throng. Yet, as he withdrew, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted from the audience. A group of elegantly dressed students, privileged and condescending, clustered together. "Ha! A country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin," mocked a young man clad in a crimson robe, deriding the storytelling skills of his peers. Beside him, a girl in white stifled a giggle. Perhaps they are merely performing a duet with some worthless individuals. With that, she cast a pointed glance at Nangong Wentian. His face turned a deep shade of anger. "Bai Qing you, what? Is there a flaw in my words?" The girl, Bai Qing Yu, raised an eyebrow. "One presents counterfeit goods, while the other cannot even recognize a fake. Isn't that a perfect match?" Laughter erupted among the privileged students. As Lu Chen regarded them, he noted another detail. Their attire was not only peculiar, but their aura surpassed that of ordinary students. "Brother," Lu Qingxuang whispered, "these are the direct descendants of prominent families and hidden sections." Yi Xiaofan clenched his fists in anger. "You all." Lu Chen raised a hand to silence his companion, his eyes locking onto the young man in the red robe. "State your name." The red-robed youth raised his head with an air of arrogance. "Yin Ho, of the Qishao sect. Gold star 3 in cultivation." As he spoke, crimson flames suddenly enveloped him, the intense heat distorting the surrounding space. "What? Do you wish for me to impart some wisdom?" The wave of heat spread forth, instantly withering the grass beneath. The onlooking students retreated, clearing a space. "Stop it!" The crowd initially believed he intended to intervene, but to their surprise, he unexpectedly retreated to the edge of the arena. "Since there is a challenge to strength, let us proceed in the most straightforward manner." He forcefully stamped his right foot upon the ground, instantly carving a chasm with a diameter of 20 meters. He aimed to prove his prowess until one side conceded defeat. "Let the contest begin." Yin Hao sneered as he leapt into the circle, exclaiming that there was still time to beg for mercy. Lu Chen stepped into the arena, elegantly twirling his yin-yang battle halberd in his hand. 3 moves. "What?" Yin Hao was taken aback. "I shall defeat you in 3 moves." Lu Chen's voice resonated clearly across the venue. The gifted students erupted in laughter. Silver against gold? 3 moves? Yin Hao's blazing true fire could even melt Xian iron. The stakes were set. Let us wager on how long that lad can endure. Yin Hao, enraged, responded with a twisted grin. Seeking death, he forcefully brought his palms together, and crimson flames transformed into a colossal python lunging towards Lu Chen. The heat distorted the very air, causing nearby students to feel the sting on their skin. First move. Lu Chen's voice echoed as the fiery python approached. The yin-yang battle halberd erupted with a radiant black and white glow, and Lu Chen, like a bolt of lightning, slipped through the gaps of the fire serpent. The halberd blade, emitting a piercing shriek, struck towards Yin Hao's face. Clang! Yin Hao's hastily conjured flame shield shattered upon impact, causing him to stagger back 7 steps before regaining his footing, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. All eyes widened in disbelief. A silver-ranked had actually repelled a gold-ranked with a single strike. Impossible. Yin Hao wiped the blood from his face, astonishment finally dawning in his eyes. What dark sorcery did you employ? Lu Chen offered no reply, pointing his halberd diagonally at the ground. Second move. Yin Hao was consumed by fury. the flames surrounding him morphing into a deep crimson hue. 9 flaming serpents of the true fire. The ground began to melt as 7 serpents of fire surged forth from the magma, attacking Lu Chen from various angles. This was the ultimate technique of the Red Sky sect, capable of severely injuring gold-ranked masters. Lu Chen merely chuckled dismissively, a layer of earthy brilliance enveloping his form, coalescing into a magnificent suit of armor. Kirin cloud armor. The faint yellow glow enveloped him as Lu Chen boldly advanced towards the flames. The true fire of the red sky, potent enough to melt gold and iron, fell upon him without igniting even the hem of his garment. "This is impossible," Yan Hao screamed in terror. "My true fire is unmatched at this level." Lu Chen stood before him, his right hand forming a fist. Third move. The angry dragon piercing the heart. A magnificent dragon's roar reverberated through the air. Lu Chen wielded his arm like a halberd, delivering a punch that mirrored the technique of the azure dragon, breaking the sky. Confronted by the raging dragon, Yan Hao's hastily erected 9-layered fire wall crumbled one after another, culminating in a resounding impact of Lu Chen's fist against his chest. Yan Hao spewed blood and was violently propelled back, crashing against the edge of the chasm. Lu Chen approached him. "Do you concede?" Yan Hao's complexion turned pale, his lips trembled, yet he could not utter the words of surrender. As a direct descendant of the Red Sky sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Bai Qingyu, witnessing Yan Hao being sent flying by Lu Chen's strike, paled in shock and immediately rushed forward, channeling a thread of icy spiritual energy into Yan Hao's body to stabilize his injuries. "Yan Hao concede. It ends here," she coldly stated, extending her hand to assist him in departing. However, Lu Chen did not even cast her glance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yan Hao. His tone indifferent. "I am inquiring about him, not you." Bai Qingyu furrowed her brow, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. "Lu Chen, do not push your limits." "Push my limits?" Lu Chen scoffed. "When you were casually mocking and slandering others just moments ago, did you not consider your own excesses? Now that you have lost, do you wish to simply walk away?" Bai Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her expression stiffening, yet she quickly regained her haughty demeanor. Yan Hao was already injured. This contest was concluded. Concluded? Lu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Instructor Lei just stated that it is until one concedes. Until he speaks. Who do you think you are to make decisions on his behalf? Chapter 74. A sudden ambush. You. A glint of icy light flashed in Bai Qingyu's eyes, and her spiritual energy surged violently, unleashing a chilling pressure that spread outward. "Lu Chen, do not presume that defeating Yan Hao grants you the luxury of arrogance." At last, Lu Chen turned his gaze towards her, his eyes sharp as blades. "What? Do you wish to test your mettle as well?" Bai Qingyu snorted coldly, choosing not to waste words, and reached out to pull Yan Hao. "We must depart." However, the moment she stepped into the dueling circle, Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Entering the dueling range meant becoming an adversary. Before her words could fully escape, Lu Chen's figure suddenly lunged forward. An enraged, white tiger phantom materialized upon his right arm, its 5 razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, aimed directly at Bai Qingyu's throat. White tiger's sky-rending claw, seeking death. Bai Qingyu shouted in fury, her hands swiftly forming seals, and an ice crystal barrier materialized instantaneously before her. Crack! The white tiger's claw struck the ice barrier with a tremendous force, causing cracks to rapidly spread across its surface. Bai Qingyu's complexion shifted slightly, and she retreated hastily, her fingertips deftly summoning several ice spikes that shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh, his figure evading like a specter, and with a swift motion, he shattered the ice spikes with a single swipe. Just then, the previously incapacitated Yan Hao's eyes glinted with determination. Gritting his teeth, he forced the remnants of his spiritual energy, conjuring a ball of crimson flame in his palm, hurling it towards Lu Chen's back. Despicable. Outside the ring, Yi Xiaofan cursed furiously. Yet Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated this, not even glancing back, as he grasped with his left hand, summoning the Yin Yang battle halberd into his grip. A colossal black and white dragon soared into the sky, accompanied by a roar. As Lu Chen swung the halberd in a sweeping motion, azure dragons breaking heaven halberd, dragon's tail sweep. Boom! The crimson flame was cleaved apart by the halberd, its force unyielding as it slammed into Yan Hao's chest, propelling him back several meters once more. Biafich! Yan Hao spat out another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Observing this, Bai Qingyu's killing intent surged. Lu Chen. She clasped her hands together, a frigid aura swirling wildly around her. Instantly, the ground froze over with a thick layer of frost, and the moisture in the air crystallized into countless tiny ice shards swirling around her. Profound ice of 1,000 ridges. Whoosh! Countless ice shards transformed into sharp ice blades, raining down upon Lu Chen with overwhelming ferocity. Lu Chen's fighting spirit soared, and he laughed heartily. Excellent. Yin Yang grinned meal. He advanced rather than retreated, spinning the halberd as if it were a wheel in his hands. The intertwining black and white spiritual energies coalesced into two massive grinding discs, shredding the incoming ice blades to pieces. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as the ice blade shattered, and in an instant, Lu Chen took a bold step forward. Vermilion bird's fiery step, explosive flame. Lu Chen surged forward like wildfire, rapidly closing the distance to Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu's pupils constricted, hurriedly retreating while forming seals with her hands once more, raising a colossal ice wall from the ground in an attempt to block Lu Chen. Yet Lu Chen offered no quarter. The white tiger's sky-rending claw tore through with ferocious intensity. Sizzle. The ice wall was rent asunder, as if made of mere paper. Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he materialized before Bai Qingyu, a claw aimed directly at her throat. Bai Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically, and in a moment of panic, she could only raise her arm to block the strike. With a resounding crash, Lu Chen's claw struck her arm, the overwhelming force propelling her several steps back, instantly shredding the fabric of her sleeve and revealing a gash that oozed blood. You! Bai Qingyu gasped, a mix of shock and fury flooding her. She had not anticipated Lu Chen's terrifying strength, capable of subduing even a formidable golden four-star warrior like herself. Just then, Yan Hao, despite his injuries, lunged from the side, gathering the last vestiges of his spiritual energy into a blazing fiery palm, aimed fiercely at Lu Chen's back. Chirim Sun Flaminina Yang Baum. Brother, be careful. Lu Qingxuang could not help but exclaim. Yet, Lu Chen seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeking death, he abruptly spun around, his left hand sweeping with the yin-yang war spear. Azure dragon pierces the heavens. Dragon raises its head. Boom! Yan Hao's fiery palm was shattered by the spear, and Lu Chen's claw was now perilously close to his throat. In that critical moment, fear gripped Yan Hao, and he cried out in desperation, I concede. Too late. Lu Chen retorted coldly, his assault unwavering. Stop! A commanding voice rang out, and Instructor Lei Lai's figure appeared in an instant. With a mere gesture, he forcefully intercepted Lu Chen's onslaught. The outcome is decided. It ends here. Lai Li asserted gravely. Lu Chen withdrew, casting a frigid glance at Yan Hao and Bai Qingyu. Consider yourselves fortunate. Yan Hao's complexion turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, while Bai Qingyu fixed her gaze on Lu Chen, her eyes a tumultuous blend of anger and a barely perceptible wariness. Outside the arena, the students were utterly silent. Even those once arrogant recipients of direct admissions were rendered mute. Lu Chen had single-handedly subdued 2 golden-level warriors. Who would dare to contest such power? Is anyone still unconvinced? Lu Chen's voice rang out coldly, met with an oppressive silence. Seeing that there were no objections, Lei Lai approached, addressing everyone. Rules are rules. Tardiness will not be tolerated. At his words, Nangong Wentian and Bai Qingyu exchanged smug glances. However, Lei Lai continued, to survive an encounter with a platinum-level beast is a testament to your strength. The appearance of such a beast was not anticipated in our plans, thus. He paused, surveying the crowd. Lu Chen's team will incur a deduction of 10 academic credits. The rest of you are dismissed. Assemble at the training ground tomorrow. At 6 o'clock, as the crowd dispersed, the gazes directed at Lu Chen transformed. There was awe, admiration, and a profound sense of trepidation. Before departing, Nangong Wentian shot Lu Chen a venomous glare but dared not utter another word. Once others had vacated the area, Lei Lai leaned closer to Lu Chen and remarked softly, "You handled that well. But remember, strength is the ultimate truth in this training camp." Lu Chen nodded slightly, understood, instructor. The infirmary is located in the northeast corner. Attend to your injuries. After a brief pause, Lei Lai added, "Well done." Lu Chen nodded slightly and, accompanied by his comrades, made his way toward the infirmary. Along the way, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but mutter softly, "Why does it seem like this instructor knows everything?" "Not just seems. He indeed knows everything," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Seriously? Does that mean he won't care if we face challenges?" Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. "He's testing us," Lu Chen stated matter-of-factly. "Testing my foot," Yi Xiaofan retorted. "I can't stand those who preach about rules, but are themselves the least rule-abiding." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and remarked, "Even if he doesn't say it, I will find a reason to let them witness the strength of my fists. No external explanation is as compelling as letting them see it for themselves." Lu Qingxuang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your earlier performance was more persuasive than any explanation. But who exactly is this chief instructor?" Yi Xiaofan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "This guy seems exceptionally powerful." At that moment, Yin Weihua suddenly spoke up. Lei Lai, former captain of the Special Forces in the Northern Military District, a diamond-level powerhouse. He retired 3 years ago due to injury, which severely diminished his strength, hence his current role as the chief instructor of the training camp. However, dealing with you shouldn't require too much effort. The three of them turned to look at her simultaneously. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Yin Weihua cleared her throat. "It was written in the documents." Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, refraining from exposing her evident falsehood. Chapter 75, The Reverse Capture. As the night deepened, the training camp was illuminated by sparse lights. Following the signs, Lu Chen quickly located his dormitory area. To his surprise, the accommodation was far superior to his expectations, a stark contrast to the meager lodgings typically afforded to protagonists in novels. It was neither a large communal sleeping area nor a dilapidated shared dormitory, but rather a